Synopsis: two contrasting lives of a fated youth unfold across parallel worlds. In one, he endures a cruel upbringing with meekness. In another, his cunning and ruthlessness allow him to seize his own destiny from a young age. When divine and legendary figures are forced to watch both tales, long-buried secrets and rewritten histories come to light, challenging everything they thought they knew. Chapter 1. Bibaidong and Kayan Renksu were resurrected. The air in Kayan-kun-Wenking Valley was thick with smoke. Yuhao and his companions, visiting for the first time, could hardly contain their excitement. But at this moment, Yuhao had no idea of the fate that awaited him. That soon, Tang San's sinister hand would reach across the DOLOU continent, targeting him directly. He couldn't possibly imagine the trials he would face. Being forced to rescue the White Tiger Duke against his will, being beaten mercilessly by Tang San, and finally, the woman he loved most, Wang Donger, nearly driven to death by Tang San in the Valley of Love. These ordeals, which would push him to the brink, were yet unknown to him as he pressed forward with his friends into the valley. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San, having successfully dismissed the god of destruction, was now ready to enact his plan. For a long time, he had been observing the DOLOU continent with his divine senses, and a cold smile formed on his face as he watched Yuhao and his companions approach the central area of Kayankun Valley. Finally, the day has come. The day I tame the son of destiny of the DOLOU continent. He grinned, the divine power within him beginning to surge. Tang San had meticulously planned his approach to tame Yuhao, fully confident he could break him down step by step. The time had arrived to put his plan into motion, just as he had done in the original story. But just as he was about to act, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed across the sky. With that sound, a massive black hole appeared overhead, and two gigantic black claws emerged, ripping the hole wider with a force that shook the heavens. The black hole expanded rapidly, growing larger than the entire DOLOU god realm in seconds. An overwhelming suction force began pulling everything into its void. Tang San instantly summoned his divine power to resist, but his efforts were in vain. In the next moment, the entire divine realm, and even DOLOU star with all its inhabitants were pulled into the black hole. Everyone awoke from unconsciousness, dazed. As they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a world they had never seen before. The sky above was pitch black, illuminated only by two suns, one blue and one red, that cast their respective glow across the landscape. Above them hung two colossal screens, one bordered in blue and the other in red. Ding, congratulations, everyone. You have successfully arrived at the space between planes. From here, you will be able to witness everything happening in both the original world and the parallel world. Ding, the comparison live broadcast room is now open. The screens will display the life of Yuhao, the son of destiny, in DOLOU world and parallel DOLOU world. The red-bordered screen on the left shows Yuhao from this world, while the blue-bordered screen on the right shows Yuhao from the parallel world. All offensive actions are prohibited during the broadcast. Interactive quizzes with rewards will occur throughout the broadcast. Prizes include, but are not limited to, soul rings, soul bones, martial skills, and godhood rewards. The chat room is now open, and user profiles are being synchronized. A mysterious voice resonated in everyone's minds. People exchanged astonished glances, processing the information they had just heard. A space between planes, a parallel world, what does this all mean? Did you hear that too? A gap between planes and parallel worlds. The people scattered throughout the strange realm quickly began speaking in the chat room to confirm the safety of their loved ones, filling the chat room with lively activity. They also discovered that their names and identities were displayed when they chatted. At first, no one paid much attention, as everyone assumed their own identity was normal. But then, a highly recognizable name appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Sea God Tang San, Xiao Wu, are you there? Xiao Wu, the Usura Sword Sheath, third brother, I'm here. Sea God Tang San, are you okay? Xiao Wu, the Usura Sword Sheath, yes, third brother, I'm fine. Sea God Tang San, good, Use your divine power, and I'll locate you through my divine sense. Once I sense it, I'll come to you. Xiao Wu, the Asura sword sheath, understood, third brother. After this brief exchange, everyone from Duluo Star fell into shocked silence. Tang-san, Xiao Wu. Could it be that the legendary master Tang-san, who saved Duluo continent from the evil spirit hall 10,000 years ago, is also here? It seems to be true. Not only Master Tang-san, but even his wife, Master Xiao Wu, is here. Sea God and Asura God. They've become immortal gods, just as the history books say, continuing to bless Duluo continent from the god realm. The Soul Masters murmured excitedly. Tang-san's legendary status on the Duluo continent meant that many believed his presence here signified their safety. Meanwhile, in another area of the plain, a wave of powerful Asura energy radiated from Xiao Wu's location. Sensing it, Tang-san's expression lit up as he hurried toward her. He arrived swiftly, but looked troubled. Xiao Wu, I finally found you. But what is going on here? Where did that enormous black hand come from, and why are we here? I'm a god king, yet even I couldn't resist that power. Who is behind this? Tang-san's gaze shifted to the chat room, hoping to find some answers. However, all he found were praises for himself. Normally, he'd appreciate such adoration, but this time he remained silent, pretending not to notice. He had no idea how to escape this place. The massive black hands had completely overpowered him, leaving him with no way out. Then, another prominent name appeared in the chat room. Rakshasa god Bibaidong, Zuer, are you there? Angel god Kayan Rangsu, yes, mother. Rakshasa god Bibaidong, excellent, let's meet as soon as possible. Angel god Kayan Rangsu, understood. Bibaidong and Kayan Rangsu were also using their powers to reunite. Though they didn't fully understand what had happened, they realized that they had somehow been resurrected. Over the past 10,000 years, they had suffered in the underworld, unable to reincarnate due to Tang-san's interference, which only fueled their resentment. Now, finally reborn, they were determined to seek revenge and make Tang-san pay for the agony they had endured. Tang-san, this time we will make you suffer, declared Bibaidong, her eyes burning with hatred. In the chat room, Tang-san's frown deepened as he noticed two more familiar names. Kayan Rangsu, Bibaidong. Weren't they already dead, imprisoned in the underworld with no chance of escape? How are they here? Chapter 2, Tang-san tampered with history to this point, and Kayan Rangsu was furious. The sudden appearance of Kayan Rangsu and Bibaidong not only caused an uproar in the entire chat group, but even Tang-san felt very solemn about it. After all, Tang-san was too familiar with these two. 10,000 years ago, the two of them were his mortal enemies. Although Tang-san finally succeeded in winning, it was a very difficult victory, and he had tortured these two people for 10,000 years. Now that Kayan Rangsu and Bibaidong had resurrected, it was like a tiger returning to the mountain. Naturally, Tang-san felt a headache. If the two could not be dealt with as soon as possible, who knows how much trouble they would bring to him? The other soul masters in the chat room were also extremely shocked. After all, these people, whether it was Bibaidong, Kayan Rangsu, or Tang-san, were all legendary figures from 10,000 years ago. Seeing them reappear, the soul masters in the chat room were very surprised. However, the reputations of Kayan Rangsu and Bibaidong were not very good. History books are always written by the victors. So, in the description of later generations, Tang-san discredited Spirit Hall, Bibaidong, and Kayan Rangsu. At this moment, when the soul masters in the chat room opened their mouths, their attitude toward Kayan Rangsu and Bibaidong was not respectful at all. Kayan Rangsu, Bibaidong, aren't they the two evil gods who wanted to destroy the Duluo continent 10,000 years ago? Master Tang-san saved Duluo continent from them back then. What is going on? How could such sinners be resurrected? This is troublesome. What are you afraid of? With Master Tang-san, he will protect us. The soul masters, misled by false history, talked about it in the chat room. Kayan Rangsu and Bibaidong looked a little cold when they saw this, especially Kayan Rangsu, who couldn't contain herself any longer and refuted them in the chat room. Angel god Kayan Rangsu, evil god, This girl is the angel god. There is no other god in the whole god realm who is more sacred than this girl. If we want to talk about evil, your respected Tang-san is no good guy. Angel god Kyan Renksu, let me say it again. What do you mean Tang-san saved the DOLOU continent from us? What kind of unofficial history is this? We just lost in the war. We at Spirit Hall did a lot of good things back then. Angel god Kyan Renksu. Although we didn't have the support of the two empires when it came down to it, we were the ones who awakened the spirits of the civilians. Angel god Kyan Renksu, and the evil spirit masters 10,000 years ago were all killed by our Spirit Hall and the Angel clan. And you are saying that we are evil? If we are evil, there is no justice in this world. Kyan Renksu continued to voice her grievances, saying that they had done everything to unify DOLOU continent, but this group of soul masters had nearly described them and Spirit Hall as unforgivable evil cults. How could Kyan Renksu tolerate this? No matter what they did, they hadn't massacred civilians like someone and his friends had. So Kyan Renksu began to argue in the chat room. But all the soul masters in the chat room were stunned when they heard this. That's not right. The history books say that it was Master Tang-san and his Tang sect who helped civilian soul masters awaken their martial souls 10,000 years ago, wasn't it? And it was Master Tang-san who killed the evil soul masters 10,000 years ago. Speaking of which, you two are the biggest evil soul masters. You have committed numerous massacres and poisoning, right? Do you think we haven't read books? What is written in history books can't be wrong. They kept listing records from history books. After hearing all this, Kyan Renksu's mouth nearly twisted with anger. Now they had become eternal sinners. Can losers be smeared with dirt at will? All good things belong to Tang-san, and all bad things belong to them. Kyan Renksu wanted to continue arguing when, unexpectedly, Tang-san's name appeared again in the chat room. See God, Tang-san? Everyone, these two demon women are best at bewitching people. Don't be fooled by them. Seeing this, a group of soul masters answered one after another. I told you, these two demon women are talking nonsense, they just want to deceive us. We have all received higher education. Master Tang-san, don't worry, we won't be bewitched by them. However, do you know how to leave this damn place? When will you take us away from here? After seeing these comments, Tang-san couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but since his face was exposed, he couldn't pretend to be dead, so he could only bite the bullet and respond. See God, Tang-san, this is not easy, but please rest assured, I will eventually lead everyone to evacuate safely. Please give us some time. Angel God Kyan Renksu, Tang-san, I see you have no choice, you just want to delay time. All the soul masters, which stop telling lies to confuse the people. Bibai Dong stopped Kyan Renksu, who wanted to continue arguing, and said, Zuer, there is no need to continue arguing with these fools. They have all been brainwashed by Tang-san, and you are just wasting time if you continue to argue with them. Compared to this, we still have to figure out what is going on. We need to try to leave this place, regroup in the future, and then seek revenge on Tang-san. Kyan Renksu finally calmed down after hearing what Bibai Dong said. She replied to Bibai Dong, you are right. If that is the case, let's check it carefully. Just now, I heard that mysterious voice say something about a parallel space or something. It seems that the two boxes above can play pictures. I don't know why they haven't played yet. Let's check it out. Kyan Renksu and Bibai Dong quickly fell silent and began to examine this world. On the other side, the god of destruction, the goddess of life, and several other great gods and deities in the god realm who also sensed Tang-san's divine power, found him one after another. The god of destruction landed first and asked Tang-san, See God, have you found anything? Tang-san shook his head, not yet. The god of destruction raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had seen Tang-san's confident look in the chat room before and thought he had found something, but he didn't expect he was just bragging, so he couldn't help but sneer. Don't brag if you haven't figured things out. Sometimes false hope makes people more likely to despair. Tang-san didn't care at all. He smiled lightly and said, This is called stabilizing the morale of the army. Destruction, you don't understand. The rest of the Shrek 7 devils also landed one after another. It's just that their eyes appeared a little strange when they looked at Tang-san. They had seen the previous chat between Tang-san and Kyan Renksu and others. They had never cared about the affairs of the DOLOU continent, so they didn't expect that the historical description would turn out like this in later generations, nor did they expect Tang-san to change history like that. Don't get me wrong, it's all written by later generations. I can't do anything about it. Tang-san spread his hands, as if he saw what everyone was thinking, and defended himself. Everyone saw through it, but didn't say anything more about it. No matter what, it was most important to leave this place as soon as possible. Therefore, Dai Mubai took the initiative to smooth things over and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's study and see what's going on here." Everyone nodded in agreement. On the other side, at another location in the Plain Gap, Yuhao and others also gathered again at this moment. The people who successfully escaped from Kyankan-Wenking Valley were confused by everything happening around them. Especially when they found out that they had come to the same plane as the legendary Tang-san, Bibai Dong, Kyan Renksu, and others, they were even more surprised. They couldn't help but sigh. Yuhao, I didn't expect this to happen. But with Master Tang-san here, it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Donger, indeed, he is the ancestor of my Tang sect. He must be very reliable. Xuanzai, speaking of which, why are you guys here too, Jing Hongchen? After saying that, Xuan Lao looked at Jing Hongchen and the students of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Jing Hongchen said, "How should I know? I was suddenly transferred here and I saw you guys. What a bad fate." Everyone was about to say something, but unexpectedly, at that moment, the mysterious voice sounded in everyone's minds again. This time, everyone fell silent because they all wanted to figure out what was going on. The movie will start in 10 seconds. Please watch carefully. Reiterate. The live broadcast room will show the life of Yuhao, the son of destiny in the DOLOU world and the parallel DOLOU world. The screen with the red border on the left shows Yuhao from this world, and the screen with the blue border on the right shows Yuhao from the parallel world. There will be a quiz session with prizes during the movie. Please actively participate. The prizes include, but are not limited to, soul rings, soul bones, inheritance of godhood, martial arts, and ways to leave this place. Now the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 3, Tang-san felt guilty, and the god of destruction sneered. You don't have a guilty conscience, do you? With this mysterious voice, everyone in the entire plane fell silent. After all, they all wanted to know how to leave this place, so naturally, they could only listen quietly to the mysterious voice's story. After listening to it, everyone still felt only half understood about what had happened to them. But at least they had figured it out. The two screens above were about to play a movie, and these movies were real scenes from their original world and a parallel world. Furthermore, there would be random prize quizzes. From this quiz with prizes, everyone not only had a chance to leave this place, but could also receive soul rings, soul bones, inheritances of the gods, and other rewards. Hearing this, everyone became delighted. All of a sudden, they grew interested in watching the movie and participating in the quiz. Everyone kept looking at the two screens in the air. At this moment, the countdown to watching the movie was completely over. The red-framed screen on the left lit up, and the picture played first. White Tiger Duke's mansion. Young Yuner was deceived by the sweet words of the White Tiger Duke, and her heart surged. On a quiet night, Yuner took the initiative to devote herself and became pregnant with Yuhao. But the White Tiger Duke just played around. After the matter was done, he found a random excuse to return to the border, leaving only Yuner, who was pregnant, in the Duke's mansion. He did not give Yuner any status, so after he left, the Duchess humiliated and oppressed Yuner unscrupulously, almost torturing her half to death. On the screen, the picture kept playing. Although Kyan Renksu and Bibai Dong did not know the Duke of the White Tiger, they were still furious after watching the scenes on the screen. Kyan Renksu, another scumbag. There is no shortage of scumbags on the DOLOU continent. The previous Yu Xiaoging was like this, and the current Duke of the White Tiger is also the same. Bibai Dong, Such a person should be caught and thrown into a pig cage. Those soul masters from 10,000 years later began to recognize the Duke of the White Tiger. After all, the Duke of the White Tiger was also a celebrity. In the entire Star Luo Empire, he was existence above one person and 10,000 people. Therefore, many people recognized the identity of the White Tiger Duke at this moment. Isn't that the White Tiger Duke? He didn't even let the maid go, and he was so ruthless afterward. I didn't expect his true face to be like this. Dai Yuheng and Dai Huobin's expressions became ugly. Dai Huobin was particularly shocked and said, "This is not true. My father only has one wife, and he is very self-disciplined when it comes to women. He often said that if a man cannot control his desire for women, then he will not achieve anything great. This kind of thing will never happen." Yuhao was furious when he heard this. Seeing the truth again, he could not contain his anger. He said, "Only one wife? He is very disciplined when it comes to women. Then what about my mother? How dare he say such a thing?" Dai Huobin was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Yuhao in disbelief. "Mother? Wait, what did you just say? Your last name is Huo too, could it be?" Yuhao snorted coldly. "Yes, I am Yuner's son." The entire chat room suddenly became boiling. Along with the appearance of Yuhao, an ID of Yuner also appeared in the chat room. "Yuhao, is that you? My child." Yuhao's eyes turned red. "Mother, you are here too." The scene suddenly became more chaotic. One by one, the Soul Masters began to tag the White Tiger Duke in the chat room. "Is the White Tiger Duke here? Is what happened on the screen true? My Lord Duke, please come out and explain." The White Tiger Duke had to respond in the chat room. After all, even Yuner had just appeared, so he couldn't hide from this matter. He could only reply in the chat room, "This is true, but I didn't know that Yuner was still there, and I didn't know that Yuhao was my child." Dai Huobin and Dai Yuheng collapsed on the spot. "No, this is not true. Our father did such a thing, no." The whole chat room erupted again. On one hand, people in the chat room were shocked by the truth of the matter and the nature of the White Tiger Duke. On the other hand, they were astonished that the previously played pictures were all real scenes. Since the previously played pictures were real, it meant that the pictures shown later would also be true. Thinking of this, many people with guilty consciences looked a little uneasy. Mu-En and Xuan Zai from Shrek Academy suddenly felt uneasy. Zhou Yi and Yan Sheaj couldn't help scratching their ears and cheeks. Even the high and mighty god King Tang, San, suddenly changed his expression. People around them noticed their odd behavior and couldn't help but ask questions. "Zhang Lexuan, what's wrong? Xuan Lao Mu Lao, it seems that you suddenly seem a little off." Mu-En and Xuan Zai smiled awkwardly, especially Mu-En, whose face became even more unnatural after hearing Zhang Lexuan's words. He said, "Nothing, I'm just not used to it here." Zhang Lexuan nodded and didn't say anything more. Yuhao also looked at Zhou Yi with some doubts. "Teacher Zhou, you are not used to it either." Zhou Yi laughed awkwardly. "Well, I am a little uncomfortable." On the other side, Xiao Wu was still worried about her daughter's safety. But she suddenly noticed Tang San's strange behavior and couldn't help asking, "Brother San, what's wrong with you? It seems that your face has not looked good since just now." Tang San dodged with a guilty look but still said to Xiao Wu, "No, I'm just wondering who planned this incident." Xiao Wu believed Tang San's distraction and replied, "I don't know either, but even the God King can be abducted by it, which means that its strength must be above the God King." But the god of destruction, on one side, looked like he had seen through everything. He said nothing. However, when he looked at Tang San, a hint of deep meaning emerged in his eyes. He looked at the two screens in the air again and sneered in his heart. "Tang San, you don't have any scandals that you are afraid of being exposed, right? If that's the case, then things will be interesting." Everyone looked at the screen again, each with their ulterior motives. At that moment on the screen, although she experienced constant humiliation and oppression from the Duchess, Yuner's will was very firm, and she finally survived tenaciously. She also gave birth to a son. That is, the son of destiny in the Duoluo plane, Yuhao. Chapter 4, First projection, Yuhao's miserable childhood. In the picture, although the conditions were difficult, Yuner still gave birth to Yuhao with great difficulty. After seeing the scene in front of them, especially the son of destiny highlighted by the system, the eyes of everyone in the plane gap lit up, and interest sparkled in their gazes. God of destruction, the son of destiny is born out of necessity and will be blessed by the luck of the entire plane, but it usually only appears when the will of the plane is extremely strong. So the question is, why did this plane deliberately create a son of luck? Xiao Wu, third brother, is there a son of destiny in the DOLOU continent? Did you know? Tang-san, I don't care about this. After all, one day in the God realm is equivalent to 1 year on the DOLOU continent. According to the timing of this video, it may have been only more than 10 days since the Son of Destiny appeared. I am busy dealing with the affairs of the God realm and have no time to check on the DOLOU continent's matters recently. Goddess of Life, the sea god is worthy of being the law enforcer of the God realm. He is conscientious. The sole masters of the DOLOU continent at this stage were also shocked. Yuhao, am I the son of destiny? Xuanzai, fortunately, I left him in the martial soul system earlier. A special light flashed in Yuan's eyes. Everyone continued to look at the video, clearly wanting to see how great the chance of this so-called son of destiny was. But the scene shown in the next video left everyone dumbfounded. Yuhao was born successfully. However, Yuhao had a very difficult childhood, as did Yuner. Initially, before Yuhao awakened his martial spirit, the Duchess's abuse of Yuhao and his mother was not excessive. She simply made them work more and eat less. However, the martial soul that Yuhao awakened was not ideal. He did not awaken the evil-eyed white tiger of the white tiger duke's lineage, but instead awakened a spiritual-eyed martial soul. Therefore, his blood relationship with the white tiger duke could not be proven by the martial soul. Even Yuhao's innate soul power was extremely poor. Innate soul power level 1, it was practically useless. This made the Duchess's bullying of Yuhao and his mother even more unscrupulous. God of Destruction, Xiao Wu, Kaiyan Rangsu, Bibai Dongs. Silence enveloped the chat room. They initially thought that Yuhao, being the son of destiny, would possess incredible abilities upon his birth. All kinds of heaven-defying skills were expected. But in the end, he was subjected to such misery. Bullied since childhood, innate soul power of only level 1, is this the so-called son of destiny? Xiao Wu's mouth twitched. Is this supposed to be the son of destiny? How can he be so unlucky? God of Destruction, it's strange, it shouldn't be like this. Wang Donger was indignant. I didn't expect your childhood to be so miserable, Yuhao. No wonder you were so thin when we first met. This Duchess is too much. Wang Qiur added, I think the one who deserves to die is the Duke of White Tiger. If he hadn't let this happen, how could Yuhao and his mother end up like this? Yuhao's eyes showed hatred upon hearing this. Wasn't he thinking the same thing? The screen continued to play, and everyone remained riveted. Since Yuhao awakened his martial soul, the Duchess's oppression of them has only intensified. Originally, they were just asked to work more and eat less, but now they were only allowed to eat 1 meal a day. Moreover, the Duchess forbade other servants in the Duke's mansion from befriending them. If she found anyone being too kind to Yuhao and his mother, she would punish them directly. This led to other servants also hating Yuhao and his mother. There was even an occasion when the Duchess specifically rewarded a servant who bullied Yuhao and his mother. Other servants began to follow suit. They constantly found ways to torment Yuhao and Yuner, and seized every opportunity to beat and scold them. The Duchess herself was not idle either. She frequently punished Yuhao and his mother over trivial matters. Faced with such a situation, Yuner endured it bitterly, while Yuhao could only watch helplessly. Finally, one day, because Yuhao accidentally offended the young master of the Duke's mansion, Dai Huabin, he was beaten by the servants. Yuner was kicked by the servants and guards to the point of vomiting blood to protect Yuhao. She ultimately died in the Duke's mansion shortly thereafter. The content on the screen played to this point and abruptly stopped. After witnessing all this, the entire plain gap in chat room erupted. This Duchess is such a beast. She bullied this helpless mother and son like this. She even bullied them to death in the end. In my opinion, a woman with such a venomous heart should be arrested and punished the same way. She had no grudge against them, and she was a victim deceived by the Duke of White Tiger's sweet words. Yet she bullied them to death. It's pitiful. The most hateful one is the Duke of White Tiger. He is the source of all their misfortunes. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been so many tragedies at all. Indeed, this Duke of White Tiger deserves to die. At this moment, Yuhao's eyes were completely red with tears. The past replayed in his mind, making him feel extremely sad. Especially after seeing his helpless face on the screen, watching as his mother was beaten and kicked to protect him, he felt heartbroken and hated his powerlessness. Xiao Wu, Boss Dai, this Duke of White Tiger should be your descendant, right? Your descendants aren't that impressive. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, what you said is wrong. I have many descendants and very few are like this. It doesn't reflect much. Kaiyan Rangsu, but this child is pitiful. Bibai Dong shook her head. There must be something blameworthy about pitiful individuals. This child is indeed pitiful, but his personality is too weak. When facing danger, he can only endure, leading to this tragic outcome. So this child and his mother might as well reflect on themselves. If they were stronger, they could have changed their past. Ning Rongrong sneered. As expected of the Rakshasa god, you're heartless. In this environment, what could a 6-year-old child and a powerless mother do? Surviving is already a feat, right? Bibai Dong shook her head. How can a spoiled young lady like you understand? Many people have suffered more than they have, yet some can take control of their own lives. Do you know why? Because they are not weak. Ning Rongrong, you are just talking big. They did not continue their argument on this matter. At this moment, the blue-framed screen began to display. Bibai Dong, this should be Yuhao in the parallel world, right? I wonder if this son of destiny is as weak as the previous one, or if he can change history. Yuhao was also curious as he saw this. He existed in another world. Would he have a different life? If he could be as strong as the Rakshasa god had said, could he change his past? Everyone looked at the image again. And at this moment, in the picture, White Tiger Duke's mansion. Also bullied since birth, but it seems that this Yuhao has never cried. Moreover, when he saw others bullying Yuner, he not only did not harbor hatred like the original Yuhao, he even joined in. Chapter 5, Bearing Humiliation. This is the real parallel Yuhao. At this moment on the screen, the gorgeously dressed Duchess is sitting on a wooden chair with her legs crossed. In front of her, Yuner has fallen to the ground and is being constantly beaten and kicked by a group of servants. Among the group of servants is also a child, who is joining the group to beat Yuner. After a fierce beating, Yuner is covered with scars. The Duchess, seated on the wooden chair, smiles with satisfaction. Okay, everyone stop. We in the Duke's mansion still value humanitarianism. Although Yuner made a mistake and needs to be punished, don't hit her too hard. Just beat her half to death, don't beat her to death. That would be too much. Let's stop here. After the Duchess's voice fell, the servant ceased. But Yuhao in front was still cursing. He kept kicking Yuner while hurling insults. You can't even handle such a small matter. You are so useless. I am ashamed to have a mother like you. If you hadn't seduced my father, how could I have ended up like this? Fortunately, the Duchess is generous and doesn't care about my birth. But you keep causing trouble for me. I'll beat you to death. Yuhao continued to punch and kick Yuner. This scene made the Duchess behind him feel increasingly satisfied. She said with a smile, all right, Xiaohao, she is your mother after all. You should not hit her too hard. Yuhao responded, no, madam, I don't have a mother. She is just a bitch. She broke your things, so she deserves to be beaten. The Duchess smiled and beckoned Yuhao over. Yuhao walked over obediently. The Duchess stroked his hair with a smile and continued to look at Yuner with a provocative tone. The Duchess said to Yuhao again, good boy, I understand your intentions, but it's better not to cause any deaths. Then you go and send her back to rest. I won't pursue this matter. Yuhao smiled gently and said, Madam is generous. She then said to Yuner on the side, Why don't you thank me? Yuner could only thank the Duchess respectfully. The Duchess laughed even more happily upon hearing this. She enjoyed watching this kind of mother-son drama, and after today's show, she felt refreshed and happily turned away. Yuhao approached Yuner and signaled to her with his eyes, Why don't you go quickly? Yuner promptly got up from the ground and followed Yuhao. The two began to walk toward Yuner's room. Since the distance was long, they had to walk for a while. No one spoke along the way. Thus, the people outside the screen couldn't help but start discussing. Zio, oh my god, is this still Yuhao? How could Yuhao in the parallel world treat his mother like this? Wang Qier, perhaps there is another hidden story. I believe Yuhao wouldn't do such a thing. Wang Donger, I believe Yuhao too. Yuhao, what should I do in the parallel world? No matter what happens, I can't hit my mother. The Duchess, this Yuhao is very sensible. If he had been so sensible from the beginning, I wouldn't have abused him. Wang Donger, shut up, you vicious old woman. The Duchess, who are you scolding, stinky girl? Wang Donger, I'm scolding you. The Duchess, you uneducated thing, are you an orphan? Tang San frowned slightly, and divine power gradually surged from him. The Duchess, sensing a crisis, subconsciously stopped typing. At this moment, all the gods began to discuss. Zio Wu, Yuhao in this parallel world is different. However, that isn't a good thing. His bones seem to be made of softer stuff. He has succumbed to the tyranny of the Duchess. Bibai Dong, you are still as superficial as ever, Zio Wu. Tang San, Bibai Dong, don't think I won't touch you. Bibai Dong, if you have the guts, just attack, I won't even hide. Tang San, you've already found a way to die. Zio Wu, anyway, the facts are right in front of us. Yuhao in this parallel world is not good. He has a soft spine. He can even attack his mother to protect himself. What else is there to explain? Bibai Dong, so I said you are a fool. Take a good look at what Yuhao is doing on the screen. After that, she specifically tagged Ning Rongrong. Bibai Dong at Ning Rongrong. Little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, didn't you say before that Yuhao couldn't turn the tables in this situation? Look at what Yuhao in this parallel world is doing. Everyone continued to watch the screen. And at this moment, inside the screen, Yuhao is about to take Yuner back to her room. Along the way, they also encounter one of the servants who had beaten Yuner before. The servant is carrying a pile of clothes to dry. Yuhao bumps into her without a word and knocks her down. The servant is knocked to the ground by Yuhao. She is a little angry at first, but upon realizing it is Yuhao, she quickly adopts a flattering expression. It's you. Yuhao kicks her in the face and snorts coldly. You blind thing, get out. The servant can only flee in shame. After that, Yuner continues to lead Yuhao forward, and they finally return to the room. He closes the door, carefully confirms that there is no one else outside, and immediately helps Yuner onto the bed. He changes from his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor and speaks to Yuner with an apologetic expression. Mother, I am unfilial, I made you suffer. Yuner shakes her head. Child, don't apologize, I understand everything you did. Before she can speak further, Yuhao takes out a pill and swiftly places it into Yuner's mouth. Yuner takes the pill and immediately feels a strong medicinal effect. Her previous injuries heal instantly, and her complexion becomes a little rosy. Yuner is surprised and asks, Child, where did you get this pill? Yuhao chuckles and replies, I secretly exchanged it with the reward money from the manager of the pharmacy. Yuner's eyes turn red. She can naturally comprehend how valuable this pill is and how much effort Yuhao must have exerted to procure this reward money, leading her to sob, Child, you have suffered. Yuhao strokes Yuner's hair and says, Mother, you should rest. Give me a little more time, and I will make everyone in the Duke's mansion pay the price. Then, I will take you away from the Duke's mansion. While speaking, Yuhao takes out a piece of bread and stuffs it into her hands. Before Yuhao can respond, he turns around and leaves. But not long after he walks out of the room, a loud rumble of hunger suddenly erupts. Chapter 6, Parallel Yuhao Take Action. There was silence in the gap between the planes. At first, when the picture was first played, people cursed the parallel Yuhao in an endless stream. But with the continuous playback of the picture on the screen above, people's abuse of the parallel Yuhao became less frequent, and their understanding of him grew more profound. It turned out that he was not as soft-boned as Xiao Wu had said before. On the contrary, his bones were extremely hard. He could endure humiliation and greet his enemies with a smile, doing so without fear of the eyes of the world while bearing the stigma of bullying his mother. And all this was just to be able to take revenge. All of this was just to be able to take his mother away from the Duke's mansion in the future. Therefore, at this moment, after seeing what Yuhao did on the screen above, many soul masters present felt guilty. Yes, how many of them had misunderstood Yuhao just now? They even scolded him harshly. But now, they discovered that they had scolded the wrong person. So everyone felt very embarrassed at this moment. On the other side, Yuhao also looked relieved. Yuhao, so the truth is like this. It seems that I, in the parallel world, did not betray my mother either. Wang Donger, as expected of the person I have always believed in, Yuhao is still the same Yuhao. Wang Qiar, no, the Yuhao over there is much smarter than the Yuhao here. He knows how to endure humiliation and even knows how to resist. Wang Qiar, the Yuhao on our side is less decisive and weaker in character. Yuhao. Although he wanted to refute it, he thought about it carefully and felt that he seemed to be like that. He did not initially think of taking his mother away from the Duke's mansion, let alone revenge and protecting her. That's why he ended up like this. Thinking of this, Yuhao's eyes inevitably became a little guilty. He continued to look at the parallel Yuhao on the screen and couldn't help but place his expectations on him, saying to himself in his heart, Kior is right, the other me is indeed stronger and smarter. It's much stronger than I am. So, you must complete what I couldn't do. You must get mother out of the Duke's mansion safely. Thinking of this, Yuhao couldn't help but clench his fists. On the other side, Bibai Dong started tagging Xiao Wu in the chat room again. Bibai Dong at Xiao Wu, didn't someone just say that he was a coward? Why are you silent now? Xiao Wu, humph, how could I know something that didn't happen? Who wouldn't think so after watching those scenes just now? Bibai Dong, what a coincidence, I don't. Kaian Rangsu, what a coincidence, neither do I. Xiao Wu, third brother, please say something, they are bullying me. At this moment, Tang San didn't have time to pay attention to the farce in the chat room. Even he, after watching the actions of parallel Yuhao, was impressed by him. But this was not something worth celebrating. On the contrary, he couldn't help but frown and secretly think, Yuhao in this parallel world is smarter and more patient than the one here. So, can I in the parallel world handle this kid? It should be no problem, right? On the other side, Yan Shayaj had the same thoughts. He contemplated in his heart, Yuhao in this parallel world is not easy to fool. Will I in the parallel world still paint those big cakes for him? Will this kid believe it? This is difficult to deal with. Everyone continued to watch the picture in the sky, absorbed in their thoughts. And on the screen, the picture was still playing continuously. Time keeps passing. After this, Yuhao continued to live in the Duke's mansion, enduring humiliation. Through his efforts, he gained the trust of the Duchess. Gradually, the Duchess let down her guard against him due to his acting skills. She even began to think highly of him. Because Yuhao was incredibly useful, he had a very clear grasp of the Duchess's habits. After years of observation, he could almost be called the servant who understood the Duchess best in the Duke's mansion. Many tasks that would require the Duchess to remind other servants multiple times were completed flawlessly by Yuhao. He served the Duchess comfortably without her needing to say a word. Consequently, over time, Yuhao naturally won the Duchess's favor and became her favorite servant. Although Yuhao was still a servant in the Duke's mansion, there were different levels of servants. So Yuhao began to use his power to secretly take care of Yuner. Of course, Yuner would still be bullied by Yuhao in public. But now, under Yuhao's protection, Yuner's life was much better than before. Yuhao, well done, another me. Under his protection, his mother's life is much better. Compared to him, I am so useless. I wish I had been like him before. Wang Donger, Yuhao in the parallel world is amazing, and don't forget that he is still so young. Incredibly, he has such a mansion at such a young age. Zio. Anyway, I definitely couldn't have done this at his age. Wang Kier, but I always feel that he is not satisfied with just this. I have a feeling he is planning something. On the other side, Bibai Dong started tagging Ning Rongrong again. Bibai Dong at Ning Rongrong. Did you see that? The little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Only a truly powerful person can control their own life. Ning Rongrong, humph, isn't he still in the Duke's mansion now? It can only be said that it's a little better than the original world, but not much. Bibai Dong, he will leave later. With his personality, he will not be content with the status quo. Ning Rongrong, then we'll see. Everyone continued to watch the screen. At this moment, Yuhao on the screen finally took action. Mother, don't drink the water in the Duke's mansion all day today. After leaving a few bottles of water for Yuner, Yuhao left Yuner's room. Then he walked into the kitchen. After making sure that no one noticed his actions, Yuhao threw a pill he had prepared in advance into the drinking water pool of the Duke's mansion. The pill melted in water, colorless and tasteless, as if nothing had happened. But after Yuhao did all this, he showed a strange smile and turned away. Chapter 7, No One is Left Alive. The parallel Yuhao slaughtered the entire Duke's mansion. What is Yuhao doing in this parallel world? Does he want to poison someone? His methods are really dirty. In the gap between the planes, the screen was still playing. After seeing Yuhao in the parallel world throw those special pills into the drinking water pool in the Duke's mansion, Xuan Lao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and comment. He thought that Yuhao in this parallel world was too dirty. He could even resort to poison. But Bibai Dong on the side sneered. Oh, poisoning once is dirty? Then Tang-san, one of the original Shrek 7 devils of your Shrek Academy, is guilty of 1,000 deaths. She sneered, he has done this kind of thing many times. All the soul masters and students of Shrek Academy were shocked when they heard this. Because in the history books, there are no records of Tang-san doing such a thing. Therefore, they were all stunned at this moment. Is this true? Master Tang-san, have you done this kind of thing? Old Xuan interjected in time, you are foolish, it must be fake. Master Tang-san, how could you do such a thing? Don't be deceived by the evil Rakshasa god. Tang-san's face also turned cold when he heard this. Bibai Dong, don't confuse the people here. Wait, when this matter is over, you and Kaian Rengsu will not be able to escape. Bibai Dong snorted coldly, who is confusing the people? I believe you know the truth yourself. As for wanting to settle accounts with me later, you can try it then. She was not afraid of Tang-san at all. Having died once before, why should she be afraid? Anyway, her momentum could not appear weak. Everyone continued to look at the picture. Kaian Rengsu on the side raised her eyebrows after reading the contents of the screen. Poisoning? Those shouldn't be poisons, right? They look more like sleeping pills or something. Yuhao also said, sleeping pills. Could it be that in the parallel world, I want to use sleeping pills to knock out the people in the Duke's mansion and then take my mother away with me? In that case, it's a good idea. Wang Donger remarked, is that so? If it were Yuhao, he might do something like that. Wang Kier replied, but that can only be our Yuhao. From my observation, the Yuhao in the parallel world is not a good guy. Or rather, the Yuhao in the parallel world is more ruthless than the Yuhao on our side, whether it is to himself or his enemies. So I don't think he will give up so easily. Wang Donger frowned. So you mean he wants to take the opportunity to kill? Wang Kier nodded. The anger in his heart may have been suppressed for so long that he can't calm down easily. And if he wants to calm down, I am afraid that the Duchess will not survive. Yuhao was slightly stunned when he heard this. He had a bit of a saintly heart. Although he kept shouting for revenge, he had not considered how to achieve it, let alone kill the Duchess and the White Tiger Duke. Otherwise, he would not have changed his surname to Dai in the finale, and chosen to forgive the White Tiger Duke in the original book. So, at this moment, after hearing Wang Qi'er and Wang Donger's analysis, he felt a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but say, "Is me in the parallel world thinking about killing the Duchess? Isn't that a bit much?" Kaiyan Rangsu on the side shook her head after hearing this. "No wonder my mother said you were cowardly. Your mother was killed by them, and you went to take revenge. Was that said to be too much?" "I still prefer Yuhao in the parallel world." Yuhao was slightly stunned after hearing this. Although he instinctively resisted, it became true upon reflection. So he didn't continue to refute, but instead looked at the screen with a serious face. Will the me in the parallel world kill people, and at such a young age? Everyone looked at the screen at the same time. At this moment, the content on the screen continued to play. When Yuhao put sleeping pills into the drinking water pool in the Duke's mansion, no one showed any signs of abnormality. The servants continued their work as usual. The Duchess was the sole owner of the Duke's mansion because Dai Huabin and Dai Yuheng had gone to the low-level Soul Master Academy, and Duke White Tiger was in the barracks. Thus, the Duchess was the only one in charge of the Duke's mansion. The Duchess continued to issue orders to Yuhao. She was unaware that she was in grave danger, so she treated Yuhao like a pet. Today, Yuhao was extremely excited to be doing tasks because he knew that his plan would soon succeed. Even if the Duchess had to step on his back with her shoes, she occasionally wanted to whip him to relieve her fatigue. Yuhao was smiling the whole time. The Duchess laughed and said, "You kid, you are such a rascal." Yuhao smiled but said nothing. But within a few seconds, the Duchess felt her entire body go limp, followed by a strong wave of drowsiness, and she fell asleep like a dead pig. Yuhao displayed a sinister smile on his face. He first took out a rope and tightly bound the Duchess, but soon ignored her. He turned and walked toward the hall and the entrance of the Duke's mansion, attacking the guards of the Duke's mansion in advance. Yuhao knew that these people were formidable. Although they were not the top-tier fighters, they had become the guards of the Duke's mansion and possessed at least the 5th and 6th rings of cultivation. Although Yuhao's sleeping pills were special, even a 7-ring soul saint would be knocked unconscious. But the more powerful the soul master, the stronger their resistance to this kind of drug, meaning they would wake up sooner. Therefore, what Yuhao had to do was kill all these guards before they woke up. Swish! Yuhao drew an iron sword from a guard's scabbard, and without saying a word, thrust it directly at his heart, piercing it with a single stroke. Bright red blood spurted from the wound, and the guard died instantly without any pain. But Yuhao did not stop after killing one guard. He was like a ruthless killer. Wherever he went, no grass grew, all the guards were killed by him. Soon, the ground of the entire Duke's mansion was stained with bright red blood. But Yuhao did not feel the slightest guilt because he had lived in the Duke's mansion for so many years. From the servants to the guards, and finally, to the owner of the Duke's mansion, no one had bullied him. So, in Yuhao's opinion, everyone in the Duke's mansion deserved to die. The only difference between them was how they died. He kept killing one by one with his sword, and when he had finished off all the guards in the Duke's mansion, Yuhao's body was completely drenched in blood. At that moment, Yuner walked out of her room because the sudden silence in the Duke's mansion startled her. Unable to help herself, she stepped out to investigate, only to witness Yuhao killing the last guard. At that moment, he wore a cruel smile on his face. "Yuhao, what are you doing?" Chapter 8, If someone offends me, I will kill his whole family. Just like Yuner would never have imagined that Yuhao would massacre everyone in the entire White Tiger Duke mansion in the parallel world. All the people watching the movie in the gap between the planes were equally unprepared for what was unfolding. Among so many viewers, the most daring predictions came from Wang Donger and Wang Qi'er. However, even they had only anticipated that Yuhao in the parallel world would kill the Duchess. They didn't expect him to be this cruel, planning to eliminate everyone in the Duke's mansion without leaving a single soul behind. So everyone was momentarily dumbfounded by the revelation. Yuhao opened his mouth in shock, feeling completely stunned. He never dreamed his parallel self could be so ruthless. Kill them all, isn't this too cruel? The people from Shrek Academy frowned, obviously unhappy with the unfolding events. Only Wang Donger and Wang Qier stood on the side of the parallel Yuhao. Wang Donger said, "What's wrong with that? There's a cause for every effect. It may seem that Yuhao in the parallel world is a bit cruel, but have you forgotten how everyone in the Duke's mansion bullied them before? These people have to bear this fate. It can only be said that they brought this upon themselves." Wang Qier nodded in agreement, adding, "Yuhao in the parallel world is indeed like this. He is more decisive in killing, which suits my taste." After that, she looked at Yuhao seriously and said, "Yuhao, study hard." But Master Xuan was not pleased to hear this and snorted coldly. "That's not what I said. Leave a way out for everything so you can meet again in the future. If you can escape, then why not run away? Why bother killing so many people?" I think Yuhao in this parallel world has tendencies toward becoming an evil soul master. With his wanton slaughter, you could say he is now half an evil soul master. Bibai Dong sneered, "So this is how you judge evil soul masters now? Then I have to mention your respected master Tang, who chose to massacre an entire city after his breakthrough. Excuse me, is he also an evil soul master?" Hearing this, the corner of Xuan Lao's mouth twitched. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he dared not comment on Tang. Meanwhile, the crowd was dumbfounded by what they heard and couldn't help but ask at Tang, "Master Tang, is this true? Did you massacre a city?" Tang snorted coldly, "Don't listen to this witch's nonsense. She blames others for her actions. Don't be deceived by her." A group of brainwashed soul masters responded, "So that's how it is." Sure enough, the words of Bibai Dong, this witch, are not credible. Kaian Rengsu made a straightforward mockery, "A bunch of fools." She was too lazy to continue paying attention to everyone and looked back at the screen. At this moment, the picture on the screen reappeared. Yuhao, what are you doing?" Yuhao smiled gently. "Mother, as you can see, I am seeking revenge. From the day I can remember, I secretly made up my mind that one day I would seek revenge and make all those who bullied us pay the price. For this, I have endured for many years and suffered humiliation, but now all of this will be released. No one who has bullied you and me will survive. I will kill their entire family." Yuhao burst into tears after hearing this. Yuhao hurriedly asked, "Why is my mother crying so hard?" Yuhao replied, "My child, you have suffered too much over the years." Yuhao smiled gently, saying, "It doesn't matter, as long as the final result is good, that's all." Suddenly, Yuhao asked Yuhao again, "Mother, aren't you afraid of me?" In fact, he had always been afraid that Yuhao would not understand him. After all, compared to him, Yuhao, as a woman, possessed a softer personality. This was the main reason Yuhao had never shared his true thoughts with her. But now that the matter had been exposed, he could no longer hide it. What Yuhao feared most was that Yuhao would not understand him and might even alienate him because of this. Yuhao replied, "Silly child, you are my son, how could I be afraid of you?" Yuhao said, "But mother, I have killed so many people, my hands are full of blood." Yuhao felt even more distressed upon hearing this. She said, "We did all this together, didn't we? Besides, you were only trying to protect me. If this matter is exposed in the future and someone needs to be held responsible, it can only be my fault because you are my child." Yuhao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. "Mother, that day will never come. If anyone dares to hurt you, this sea of blood will be their end. I will kill their entire family." As Yuhao spoke, he angrily bisected a guard's body on the ground with his sword. Yuhao quickly comforted him. Okay, that day won't come. So Yuhao, what are your plans next?" Yuhao explained to Yuhao, "Mother, I have killed all the guards in the Duke's mansion, so now the only ones left are the servants and the Duchess. I won't let them go either. When I finish off these people, I will burn down the Duke's mansion and leave no evidence. Then, We will take the property we robbed from the Duke's mansion and find a place to live in seclusion. Yuhao agreed to this. She did not reject Yuhao because she believed he might be more capable than her. If it were just her, she would have stayed in the Duke's mansion until she was bullied to death by these people. Yuhao didn't care if she died. If Yuhao was also bullied to death, she would go mad. On the other hand, this was the first time Yuhao had witnessed such strong hatred erupting from Yuhao. She also understood that the people from the Duke's mansion had to die because they had hurt her little Yuhao too deeply. If they didn't die, her little Yuhao might become psychologically distorted. Yuhao admitted that she was selfish, but the truth was that the people from the Duke's mansion had bullied them for many years. Moreover, if she had to choose between her child and those who bullied her, she thought it better for them to die. Thus, Yuhao had no intention of scolding Yuhao at all. She just looked at him with concern. Meanwhile, Yuhao did not hesitate after that. After killing the guards, he returned to the hall and found the group of servants in the Duke's mansion, killing them one by one. But the way these servants died was not as merciful. Although the guards had also bullied them, they did so less frequently, allowing for a somewhat easier death. However, Yuhao would not let these servants die so easily. He swung his sword again and again, chopping one of them into 8 pieces. But Yuhao did not find relief in this. Compared to what these servants had done to them, he believed that killing them 1,000 times would not be enough. Thus, he became even more ferocious. Chapter 9, Torturing the Duchess is in despair. Yuhao in the parallel world still held his long sword and slaughtered uncontrollably. The scene was bloody. Yuhao in the parallel world wasn't just killing these servants. He wanted to slice all of them into pieces. It was entirely normal for him to cut any servant to shreds. There were even a few who had been particularly cruel to his mother, Yuhao, before. Yuhao directly hacked them into meat paste with his sword. As a result, after witnessing this scene, everyone in the Plain Gap felt physical discomfort. Isn't Yuhao too cruel? Compared to Yuhao in the original time and space, although they look the same, they feel like completely different people. Yes, he is too cruel. Such a person cannot be offended. Many soul masters in the chat room could not help but discuss among themselves. They all felt an overwhelming fear of Yuhao in the parallel world. However, some soul masters agreed with Yuhao's approach in the parallel world. That's how it should be done. Good kill. No way are you cheering for such cruelty. Are you a psychopath? What psychopath? If Yuhao in this parallel world were killing innocent people indiscriminately and treating someone who has no grudge against him this way, then I would denounce him. But the question is he killing innocent people indiscriminately? Haven't you seen how these people have bullied their mother and son over the years? That's why I just said it's a good kill. Besides, compared to Yuhao in the original world, didn't Yuhao in the parallel world do better? Although it's a bit cruel, he is protecting his mother and killing his enemies with his own hands. Isn't that enough? The soul masters who felt this way all cheered for Yuhao. Although his methods were cruel, he had his reasons, after all. They thought that this kind of behavior was not entirely unacceptable. Meanwhile, the family of the White Tiger Duke had turned pale. The most terrified person at this moment had to be the Duchess. She could almost imagine how miserable her parallel world self would be in the future. The most terrifying aspect was that the Yuhao in the parallel world was still Yuhao, and there was also a Yuhao in the world she currently inhabited. Although their pasts were different, there was no guarantee that the Yuhao from her world would not follow suit and attack her as well. Wouldn't she be finished then? The White Tiger Duke thought similarly, looking at both Yuhao in the parallel world and Yuhao in his original world with growing fear. Even Dai Huabin, who had always enjoyed picking on Yuhao before, now felt a bit scared after witnessing the actions of Yuhao from the parallel world. This guy is completely a lunatic. At this moment, the picture on the screen continued to play. After Yuhao killed all the servants, he brought his mother into the main hall of the Duke's mansion. At this moment, the Duchess, the hostess, was tied up in a chair by Yuhao. Yuhao could have sent her to her death directly. But he was unwilling to do so because, over the years, the Duchess had inflicted countless shame and pain upon him and his mother. If she died so easily, it would be too merciful for her. So Yuhao purposely woke her up. He took a large bucket of dirty water, opened the Duchess's mouth and nose, and poured it in frantically. Although the Duchess had originally fallen asleep, she soon awoke in pain after being drenched in so much dirty water. Looking at Yuhao in disbelief, she had never imagined he would be so bold. So she gritted her teeth and glared at Yuhao with anger. "Drink it." Yuhao smashed the Duchess's teeth with one punch, then banged her head against the table. Soon her mouth was filled with blood. Then he frantically poured a bucket of water into her mouth. After emptying the bucket, he slapped the Duchess across the face without saying a word. The Duchess screamed in extreme pain, glaring at Yuhao with resentment. "Bitch, bastard, do you think you can leave here alive after doing this? Guards, where are the guards?" The Duchess began shouting angrily, trying to summon the guards of the Duke's mansion to come and save her. But after shouting for a long time with no response, she realized that the White Tiger Duke's mansion was located in a remote area with no neighbors nearby. Therefore, the Duchess felt utterly helpless. "Guards, let me show you where your guards and servants have gone." Yuhao sneered and pulled her hair to lead her out. The Duchess soon saw the bloody scene. There were corpses strewn across the ground. Bright red blood had thoroughly stained the floor. The air was filled with waves of a bloody, pungent stench, and there were numerous dismembered bodies and meat paste everywhere. After witnessing this scene, the Duchess retched in pain, unable to bear it any longer. She attempted to vomit again, but Yuhao pulled her head up, nearly choking her to death. When she was about to suffocate, Yuhao deliberately let her go, allowing her to spit out all the filth. After she finished retching, the Duchess looked at Yuhao again, but this time she regarded him as if he were a devil. She no longer dared to utter a harsh word to him. At that moment, she completely understood that the Yuhao before her was a devil. Although he was young, he was extremely cruel and ruthless. Moreover, he acted without any moral boundaries, making him capable of anything. Faced with such a Yuhao, she could only bow her head and beg for mercy. "It was all my fault before. I was a lowly person. I let you down. Please let me go, Lord Yuhao, Lord Yuner. Please have mercy." She continued to kowtow to Yuhao in regret, her head thumping against the ground, until blood covered her forehead. But Yuhao was not merciful at all. Hearing her confession, he smiled brightly and said, "You regret it now. It's too late. What did you do before? Don't worry, I will slowly kill you, and you will enjoy every moment of it." Yuhao sneered and then slashed down fiercely with his sword, directly chopping off one of the Duchess's fingers. Chapter 10. After plundering the Duke's mansion's treasury, parallel Yuhao set fire to the Duke's mansion. The Duchess wailed in pain after Yuhao chopped off one of her fingers with a sword. She kept begging Yuhao for mercy, but he seemed not to hear her, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. Then, another sword strike. The Duchess's finger was chopped off again by Yuhao. The Duchess was in immense pain, but she soon realized that begging for mercy was futile. Her pleas gradually shifted from cries for mercy to curses. But Yuhao remained the same, his gentle smile unwavering as he cut off the Duchess's fingers one by one. After he had chopped off all 10 of the Duchess's fingers, he removed her socks. A pair of beautiful little feet soon appeared, prompting Yuhao to exclaim, "What a pair of jade feet!" But the sword in his hand fell again in the next second. Using the same routine and formula, he directly chopped off all 10 of the Duchess's toes. After he finished with this, feeling a bit bored, he cut the Duchess into 8 pieces and tossed her aside. He finally gave the Duchess relief, but due to the previous torture, she now truly experienced what purgatory on earth could be. Only now did Yuner walk up to hug Yuhao. The more Yuhao acted crazily, the stronger the repressed emotions in his heart became, making Yuner feel deeply distressed. She couldn't help but cry, but Yuhao smiled and touched Yuner's cheek, saying, "Mother, no one will bully us anymore. If anyone dares, I will make them end up like the Duchess. Yuhao continued, now let's get ready to go. Hiss. After witnessing this scene on the screen, everyone in the plane crack couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Especially the Duchess and the White Tiger Duke. They were horrified to see how miserably the Duchess in the parallel world had died, and they suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over them. In other words, was it too late for them to kowtow and confess to Yuhao now? They feared that Yuhao in their world might be blackened by them and become like Yuhao in the parallel world. Then they would be finished. Tang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After all, he knew what he had done. Although powerful, he felt a chill after seeing the Duchess's end. This madman, will he kill me in the parallel world in the future? No, how could this be possible? I am the God King, I could crush him easily. Tang muttered to himself in his heart. The god of destruction, who had been observing Tang, noticed his unusual behavior and sneered. See God, you seem to be sweating. It's just a child, what are you afraid of, or are you feeling guilty? The gods around him turned their gazes toward Tang, curious. Was he truly guilty, as the god of destruction implied? What could he have possibly done to feel that way? Tang simply snorted and shook his head. It's just a little hot. This damn place is outrageous. He fanned himself with his palm. This discussion was also caught by Bibaidong and Kyan Rengsu. The two exchanged meaningful smiles. Oh, it seems that things are getting interesting. I look forward to what will happen next. Everyone continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after killing the Duchess, Yuhao did not rush to take Yuner away. He and Yuner washed themselves separately and then changed into clean clothes. After that, he headed straight to the White Tiger Duke's vault. Typically, the White Tiger Duke's vault was heavily guarded, but now that everyone in the Duke's mansion was dead, only Yuhao and Yuner remained, leaving the vault naturally unguarded. So Yuhao took Yuner and broke into the vault directly. He didn't care about anything else. After finding a few storage soul guidance devices, he stuffed everything he could carry into them. However, it must be noted that the White Tiger Duke's vault was still somewhat shabby. He wasn't sure if the valuables were hidden elsewhere, as there were only some money and elixirs, along with various soul guidance devices. Yuhao didn't know much about elixirs or how to use soul guidance devices, but he packed them all up and took them with him. Once everything was done, he still didn't rush to leave. Because the list must have indicated how many people there were in the entire Duke's mansion. When the White Tiger Duke discovered that everyone was dead and carefully checked the bodies, wouldn't he eventually trace it back to them? So what Yuhao needed to do was destroy the bodies. He piled all the bodies together and set a huge fire in the Duke's mansion. The bodies were soon burned beyond recognition, resembling pieces of blackened charcoal, and the entire Duke's mansion was engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Yuhao left with his mother. They set off along the path away from the Star Luo Empire, heading toward the Heavenly Soul Empire. Witnessing this, the Soul Masters in the cracks of the plains were once again dumbfounded. This kid is not only ruthless, but he's also incredibly meticulous. Now that everyone in the Duke's mansion is dead, there's no evidence left. The Soul Masters couldn't help but sigh. Initially, they thought the White Tiger Duke would have a chance to uncover the truth afterward. But judging from the current situation, it seemed there was no point in trying to investigate. Yuhao in the parallel world burned everything, leaving no evidence behind, and took Yuner away. It seemed the White Tiger Duke would never uncover the truth in his lifetime. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but comment, I didn't expect him to succeed. Although this kid is ruthless, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, how could he succeed without being ruthless? It's quite eye-opening. Kyan Rengsu added, this kid is quite to my taste. He is decisive and courageous. If I had met him at the beginning, it would have been great. Yuhao was also captivated by the scene. Initially, he felt that Yuhao in the parallel world had gone too far. But through the discussions among the gods in the chat room, he suddenly felt that his parallel self didn't seem to have much of a problem. After all, everything stemmed from the fault of the people in the Duke's mansion. Most importantly, the mother in the parallel world hadn't died. Moreover, with the help of another self, he successfully escaped from the Duke's mansion and acquired so much wealth. He would probably have no worries about food and clothing in the future. But what about himself? To put it bluntly, he felt useless. His mother had been murdered, and he was still suffering in the Duke's mansion. When he thought of this, Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. The other me is truly outstanding. If I could have been like him earlier, my mother wouldn't have died. I am too cowardly. Chapter 11, The Gods of Destruction was shocked. Yuhao in the parallel world obtained the artifact. With the parallel Yuhao as a reference, Yuhao deeply realized his inadequacies. Before witnessing the deeds of his parallel self, he could comfort himself each time he recalled that day, telling himself that he was still young at the time. But now that he had another version of himself to reflect upon, how could he continue to deceive himself? At this moment, Yuhao hated his incompetence. He looked at the content on the screen with regret. Wang Donger and Wang Qier, however, still loved him after all. Seeing his guilt, they couldn't bear to watch any longer. Both of them stood up and said, Yuhao, let the past be the past. The most important thing is the future, what you will do in the future, what you can achieve. Take a closer look at what the Yuhao in the parallel world does, and see if you can learn something from him. Although I don't like to say this, the parallel Yuhao is indeed more powerful and more secure. After hearing this, Yuhao nodded in agreement. He continued to observe the picture. At this moment, in the image, under Yuhao's leadership, they had arrived at the border of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Yuhao was not in a hurry to take Yuner to the capital or the larger cities of the Heavenly Soul Empire, as he knew those places were more chaotic. Having just escaped from the Duke's mansion, Yuhao wanted to be cautious. Besides, Yuhao and Yuner now didn't desire wealth or power. They simply wanted to establish a stable life as soon as possible. Therefore, Yuhao deliberately sought out a relatively remote area and investigated a nearby village. Through his investigation, he found that the people there were simple and honest. They lived and worked in peace and contentment, with only a few soul masters in the vicinity. Consequently, Yuhao decided to settle down in such a place after consulting Yuner. He spent a sum of money to buy a small house in the village and then moved in with his mother, deliberately keeping their wealth a secret. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. To minimize trouble, Yuhao believed they should remain as low-key as possible. Thus, they lived a stable life in the village during the following months. However, with their financial needs covered, Yuner no longer required outside employment. Her daily tasks now consisted of being self-sufficient, cooking on time, and cleaning occasionally. After witnessing this scene, Yuhao in the plane crack felt an increasing envy. He yearned for this dreamlike life. Although he had now become a legendary student at Shrek Academy, some experiences hold meaning only when shared with loved ones. Having been bullied in the Duke's mansion since childhood, Yuhao's greatest wish was always to escape with his mother and live freely without worries about food and shelter. Though he now could achieve this, his mother had long since passed away. What was the purpose of such accomplishments? Yet the Yuhao in the parallel world was living exactly the life he had always dreamed of. As Yuhao continued to gaze at the screen, his determination only grew stronger. He resolved to learn from his parallel self and become just as capable, seeking to avoid further tragedies in the future. Wang Donger and Wang Qier also felt hopeful for the future trajectory of Yuhao in the parallel world. Wang Donger said, however, if Yuhao in the parallel world left the Duke's mansion so early, he might not meet Sister Tangya in the future, right? In that case, he wouldn't join the Tang Sect, wouldn't attend Shrek Academy, and wouldn't meet me or Wang Qier. Wang Qier shook her head. That's not necessarily true. It is destined that we meet Yuhao. Some things, despite different processes, will ultimately lead to the same destination under the influence of fate. I just wonder if Yuhao in the parallel world can change his destiny. Wang Donger looked puzzled. Qier, you know a lot. What is the power of fate? Wang Qier, disinterested in discussing it further, ignored Wang Donger and resumed watching the picture. And in that moment on the screen, after fully settling in the village, Yuhao opened his storage soul guidance device one night. He had not opened it during this period, as it was filled with gold soul coins, elixirs, and soul guidance devices. In this remote village, the cost of living was low, so Yuhao had only taken out a few silver soul coins previously, which had sufficed. As for elixirs and soul guidance devices, they were of little use to him. Yuhao didn't recognize the potions, and even if he obtained many elixirs, he was too cautious to consume them randomly. As the saying goes, medicine is a three-point poison. Some elixirs could indeed help Yuhao enhance his soul power, but the cost was often a temporary loss of potential. Some elixirs simply should not be mixed. In summary, for any reason, Yuhao was unwilling to take medicine haphazardly. However, these elixirs could not simply go to waste, so Yuhao's main goal at that time was to account for all of these items. He planned to visit a nearby town for identification the next day. Of course, this applied to the soul guidance devices as well. At that moment, Yuhao began his task. After organizing them, he put all the pills into one storage soul guidance device, and then stored the miscellaneous soul guidance devices in another, intending to take them for identification the following day. What is this? But Yuhao suddenly discovered a black object in his soul guidance device. Actually, Yuhao had no recollection of this item at all. Initially, he assumed it was a piece of wood, but as he touched it carefully, he found the surface felt uneven and the texture seemed peculiar. After playing with it for a few moments, he grew bored. He intended to throw it away, but was astonished when it flew back into his soul guidance device the moment he did. Yuhao tried many times, only to find he couldn't rid himself of it. This left him somewhat dumbfounded. This is strange. What on earth is this thing? In the end, however, Yuhao couldn't do anything with the odd object and decided to let it remain in his soul guidance device. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes. Upon seeing this scene, the god of destruction was the first to be stunned. He was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Is this a divine weapon? That doesn't seem right. How come I haven't seen this divine weapon before? Which god does it belong to? Is there a god who wants to claim it?" Chapter 12, The Legendary Gods, the God of Destruction's Recruitment. Upon hearing the words of the God of Destruction, the other gods of the god realm felt a bit surprised. They all stared at the black object in the picture. However, after a prolonged examination, none of them recognized what it was. So in the end, despite the presence of many gods, they could only exchange glances, and no one stepped forward to claim it. No one claims it. It seems like it is a lost artifact, the god of destruction concluded. Lost artifact? Can an artifact be lost? Rong Nianbing, the god of emotions, raised his eyebrows at this. The god of destruction replied, "God of emotions, you haven't been in the god realm for too long, so perhaps you don't comprehend some things deeply enough." The god of destruction elaborated for Rong Nianbing, "It's entirely possible for an artifact to be lost. Not all gods enter the god realm right after becoming gods." At this point, the god of destruction glanced at Qian Rengsu and Bibai Dong and added, "For example, of the two of them, one is a Rakshasa god and the other is an angel god. If they had gone directly to the god realm upon becoming gods, they would have been under the protection of the god realm. Even the sea god wouldn't be able to attack them unless they triggered the laws of the god realm. But the two of them did not do so. Because of this, they were killed by the sea god before they formally became gods of the god realm. Now their artifacts remain on the DOLOU continent, and we in the god realm cannot actively select the successors of these two gods." While explaining to Rong Nianbing, the god of destruction was subtly hinting at Tang San, implying that it was because of him that the god realm lost two gods. At the same time, he was also hinting to Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu that if they survived this disaster and could escape this gap, they could go to the god realm and even join the camp of the god of destruction directly. If that happened, even Tang San wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Thank you for the reminder, god of destruction. Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu were not fools, they were remarkably intelligent. So, after being alerted by the god of destruction, they understood immediately and expressed their gratitude. Tang San's expression changed upon hearing this, and he said angrily, "Destruction, you are going too far." The god of destruction merely responded lightly, "Did I violate any rules?" Tang San snorted coldly, "No." The god of destruction continued, "Then that's settled. Since it's not against the rules, why complain? Does it bother you to have 2 more gods in our god realm?" He mercilessly mocked Tang San, being the only one in the god realm who showed no deference toward him. But Tang San found himself powerless against the god of destruction. Though he was furious, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Now things had become quite troublesome. The god of destruction had been seeking him, and with Kyan Rangsu and Bibai Dong in the mix, Tang San felt that even if he could return to the god realm after this incident, his future life would not be easy. This thought made him curse inwardly, "Damn destruction, you have a death wish." The god of kindness had been intently observing the artifact. He said, "In this case, I wonder what level of god the owner of this artifact might be. Since the opening of the god realm, many gods of levels 1 to 3 have been lost, including a legendary god, whose artifact is also missing." The god of destruction raised his eyebrows slightly at this and adopted a much kinder tone when addressing the god of kindness. "Kindness? Do you mean the first one to arrive in the god realm after the dragon god?" The god of kindness nodded. "Yes, that individual was incredibly powerful, and his artifact has been lost to time. Unfortunately, history is too long. We gods who arrived later only know of his existence but not his specific abilities." The god of destruction replied, "But regardless, his strength must have been formidable, right? According to legend, if he were still around, he could have potentially suppressed the dragon god in the battles of the god realm." Tang San, listening to this, grew increasingly solemn. Such ancient events were not particularly known to newcomers like him, and even the god of destruction and others were only vaguely familiar with them. However, Tang San understood from their words that many powerful artifacts had been lost throughout the history of the god realm. This made him mutter to himself, "That kid can't be that lucky, can he? If that's the case, then I in the other world may be doomed. No, 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 that shouldn't be the case." He exhaled and kept reassuring himself. On the other side, Yuhao was observing not only the content displayed on the screen, but also the conversations among the gods. Now that he had gone through advanced studies at Shrek Academy, he understood what the so-called gods and artifacts were. It was rumored that Tang San had wanted to obtain the sea god trident, killing everyone in the Jialing Pass battle to become a god. Therefore, acquiring an artifact seemed to be a necessary condition for ascending to godhood. However, this also suggested that his parallel self already had the potential to become a god. This thought made Yuhao envious and filled him with regret over his previous incompetence. He sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the reward for bravery. Back then I was timid and cowardly, so I gained nothing. But in the parallel world, my other self was decisive and brave enough to change his fate, and as a result, he was rewarded by the gods. I can only conclude that I failed to seize my opportunity." Yuhao felt regretful as he continued to watch the screen. And at that moment on the screen, after many attempts, Yuhao still couldn't bring himself to pay attention to the pitch-black object. He packed all the pills and soul guidance devices before resting at home for the night. Early the next morning, he bid farewell to his mother and headed directly to the largest city nearby. After a long journey, he finally arrived in the city. Yuhao then sought out a pharmacy, took out a small portion of the pills, and asked the story owner to begin identifying them for him. Chapter 13. Comparisons are frustrating. Parallel Yuhao's innate soul power has broken through the 6th level. At this moment in the picture, after entering the pharmacy, the owner cast a very enthusiastic look at Yuhao. He asked Yuhao eagerly, "Little brother, what medicine are you looking to buy in our store?" Yuhao smiled brightly and replied, "Uncle, I have some pills here and I want you to help me identify them. I might sell them to you later." After saying that, Yuhao added, Of course, I also want to find out if you have any pills that can improve innate soul power. I would like to know the prices too. The owner immediately became interested upon hearing this. After all, there are a few types of pills that can improve innate soul power, and each one is quite expensive. Though he didn't have much stock, selling just one pill could yield significant profit. Therefore, his attitude toward Yuhao suddenly grew more enthusiastic. The owner said, "Then please take out the pills you would like me to identify first." After hearing this, Yuhao took out the pills. He didn't take out all his pills, but only a few of them. Then he handed a selection of pills to the owner and said, "Boss, these are the pills. Please help me take a look." After examining them carefully, the owner gave Yuhao a detailed response. Most of your pills are recovery-related. For instance, this one is the red spirit pill, which isn't too rare. I can recycle it for 1 gold soul coin. This one is better, the berserk pill. After taking it, it boosts soul power for a short period. However, there is a brief period of weakness afterward, which can be considered a side effect. The price is around 2 gold soul coins. The owner continued introducing the types of pills to Yuhao, along with their prices. Then he started to present the pills in his store that could improve innate soul power. Tianshui pill, 2,000 gold soul coins each. Little brother, I'm giving you a discount. You won't find it this cheap anywhere else. And this, the wrongling pill. It can also enhance innate soul power, but it's a bit pricier at 10,000 gold soul coins each. After introducing several kinds of pills that enhance innate soul power, he looked at Yuhao expectantly, rubbing his hands together as he inquired which one he wanted to buy. But Yuhao smiled and turned him down. He said, "I'll check somewhere else first." Then, Yuhao visited other pharmacies throughout the city. Using the same pills for identification, he found that the types identified were consistent, but the sale prices varied significantly. On average, he could sell each pill for 2 to 3 times more than before, and the prices of the Tianshui pill and wrongling pill in another pharmacy weren't as high. Yuhao smiled and continued to a different store. After trying several shops, he finally found a place with reasonable prices. He sold all the less useful pills at once and purchased several pills for enhancing innate soul power instead. These pills had no side effects, as Yuhao had already confirmed. He avoided purchasing pills that directly increased soul power because those typically came with adverse effects. Such pills primarily cater to soul masters with low innate soul power. For them, even if their potential is affected by side effects later, they often find their strength already plateaued, making any potential overdrafts irrelevant. Yuhao chose only the pills that improve innate soul power without adverse effects. Consequently, he bought all available elixirs that could enhance his innate soul power. Afterward, he used the same approach to sell off the extra soul guidance devices, keeping only those that could be useful now and in the future. This act could be seen as a way to restore his strength. Once he completed these transactions, Yuhao did not linger in the city. He quickly left the city and headed back toward the village. Meanwhile, those in the gap between the plains were a little dumbfounded after witnessing this scene. Zio exclaimed, "Yuhao in this parallel world is so experienced at doing things. Those profiteers can't fool him at all." Yuhao sighed, noticing, "It's the same Yuhao. How can he be so powerful? It's a bit too outrageous. And he has obtained so many medicines to enhance innate soul power. In this way, his innate soul power can also be improved." Contemplating this comparison, Yuhao reflected on himself. Despite also being Yuhao, he merely trained diligently upon discovering his inadequate innate soul power. Although he was very hardworking, he barely reached the 10th level by the age of 12. If he hadn't later encountered Brother Tianmeng and Bingdi, he likely would have remained mediocre throughout his life. However, his parallel self likely reached level 20 or above by the time he turned 12. This thought brought a sigh of disappointment, and he muttered to himself, "Comparing oneself to others is frustrating. Why didn't I realize how foolish I was before?" He continued to observe the picture. At this moment, Yuhao in the image had returned to the village. Yuhao first presented new clothes and delicacies he had bought from the city to his mother, Yuner. After receiving the gifts, his mother touched and kissed Yuhao's cheek. Then, Yuhao returned to his room to practice. He took a pill first, following the pharmacist's instructions. After careful refinement, Yuhao successfully raised his innate soul power to level 2. The next day, he began taking the second pill. After refining that pill, his innate soul power reached the 3rd level. He continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pills. Yuhao used the pills to steadily enhance his innate soul power, even though the improvement effects began to diminish over time. Nevertheless, he successfully raised his innate soul power to the 6th level. After witnessing this scene, Tang, who was also in the gap between the planes, was startled. Is this the innate soul power at the 6th level? That was so fast. Chapter 14, the artifact shows its power. The parallel world Yuhao breaks through the innate full soul power. Both carry a blood feud. Both have poor talent. It can be said that Yuhao is even worse off than Tang. Yuhao's enemy is the Duke of the White Tiger, while Tang's enemy is merely the Iron Blood Sect. Yuhao's innate soul power is only level 1, while Tang's innate soul power is much higher. Therefore, after witnessing Yuhao's childhood, Tang resonated strongly with his plight. But she could never have imagined that, in a similar situation, Yuhao in the parallel world could turn the tide with his abilities. First, he rescued his mother from the Duke's mansion and took revenge on all those who had bullied them in the past. Even now, his cultivation talent has improved through his efforts. This left Tang shocked. She gazed at Yuhao's face on the screen, filled with admiration. He was clearly in a more dangerous environment and facing more dire conditions. Yet in the end, he managed to reverse the situation. What if she could possess his wisdom and courage? Could she be like him? At this moment, Tang profoundly felt her inadequacy. If she could have half of his intelligence and bravery, how could she have fallen so low? Sure enough, my talent has improved, and it's improved so much. This is impressive. Yuhao, viewing the scene from the plane crack, admired his parallel self. The more he watched, the more he recognized Yuhao's excellence. At that moment, he resolved to study hard. In the future, he would emulate him, and surely would not remain as cowardly as before. The images on the screen continued to unfold. After this, Yuhao consumed numerous pills, specifically meant to enhance innate soul power. However, there is a limit to using pills to augment innate soul power. Considering that Yuhao's talent is extremely poor, his ability to raise innate soul power to level 6 is already the maximum. Thus, after this, no matter how many more drugs he uses, they will be ineffective. This isn't sufficient. If it stays like this, how can he seek revenge on Duke White Tiger in the future? With such talent, how can he succeed? Yuhao also recognized this limitation, frowning in contemplation. At this moment, the pitch-black foreign object seemed to sense Yuhao's emotions. A dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, and then an overwhelming divine power enveloped Yuhao's body. He felt a surging energy pouring into him, clearing his meridians. His previously slightly blocked meridians became unblocked. Yuhao's cultivation talent was raised directly to the level of innate full soul power. Furthermore, his soul power level immediately soared to level 10. After a while, the golden light finally dissipated again. But Yuhao felt that not only had his strength improved, but his perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth had become extremely sharp. He was momentarily dumbfounded. He took out the mysterious object once more, examining it closely. What on earth is this thing? Yuhao pondered deeply. Although he thought about it until the end, he still couldn't uncover its mystery. However, through this experience, he realized that this object was certainly not ordinary. Although he couldn't yet see through its enigma, he believed that by keeping it by his side and studying it continuously, he would eventually uncover its secrets. So he stored it away again. Is this the innate full soul power? This is incredible, right? In the plane crack, Yuhao was completely taken aback by this scene. At that moment, he felt envious. After all, the talent of innate full soul power was something he had only obtained after merging with the torso bone of the Ice Empress. But his parallel self gained it while still young. Just how many versions ahead of himself is this? At this point, Yuhao didn't dare to dwell on it. How old is he now? If his parallel self already possesses the talent of full innate soul power, what would happen if he continues to train until he turns 12? Moreover, remember that this mysterious object is described as a divine weapon by the gods. Such an item must offer more than just the ability to help Yuhao in the parallel world improve his innate soul power. Who knows how much assistance it will provide him going forward? Thinking about this made Yuhao increasingly regretful. Once he had a chance like this right in front of him, but he chose to be cowardly and retreat. Now he could only watch enviously as his parallel self reaped the rewards of victory. This divine power. It's so potent. This shouldn't be the case. Artifacts left outside are usually ownerless. Such a powerful divine power can't remain in an artifact. What's going on? The god of destruction and other gods were also focused on this artifact. After a meticulous inspection, they soon found something odd. Yet even after a long deliberation, they could not determine what was truly happening. They could only sense that this artifact was becoming increasingly mysterious. Something feels off. Tang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Meanwhile, the Duchess had already started searching for this item. This artifact is so powerful. If so, doesn't it mean that I can also become a god with the help of this thing? The Duchess searched with excitement. After a short while, she located the item. But just as she was about to extract it from the soul guidance device, the artifact vanished in an instant. The Duchess was out of luck. Upset, she reached out for help in the chat group. What on earth is going on? Seeing the Duchess's plea for assistance, the god of destruction merely sneered. The artifact chooses its master. If you are not actively recognized by it, how can it be utilized by you? It's absurd to think you can gain the inheritance simply by possessing the artifact. If you can't obtain the recognition of the artifact, it will be useless in your possession. He articulated his views. The Duchess felt disappointed upon hearing this. She had believed she had stumbled upon a great opportunity, only to find it was all a dream in the end. She felt incredibly dejected. Everyone ignored her and continued to observe the screen. But what no one anticipated was that the scene displaying parallel Yuhao suddenly ceased. In contrast, the screen showing Yuhao in the original time and space began to play once more. Everyone's expressions darkened upon seeing this turn of events. While Yuhao in the parallel world had already broken through his limitations to achieve innate full soul power, and taken his mother away from the Duke's mansion to start anew. Yuhao here was still crying. He couldn't even afford a coffin. The gap was far too vast. Chapter 15, The God of Destruction. Tang, you should be very clear about the consequences of knowingly breaking the law, right? Chapter 15, The God of Destruction. Tang, you should be very clear about the consequences of knowingly breaking the law, right? It's not that the soul masters present were looking to find fault with Yuhao. It's just that, compared to the parallel Yuhao, the Yuhao in the original time and space is simply miserable. The parallel Yuhao had already rescued his mother, and his strength had grown significantly. But what about Yuhao here? Even after his mother was bullied to death by the Duchess, he couldn't afford to buy her a coffin. He could only cry on the spot. After witnessing this scene, all the soul masters in the plane gap couldn't help but voice their complaints. What's the point of just crying? I didn't realize before why Yuhao in the original world seemed so cowardly. Yeah, why doesn't he fight back? If it weren't for the Duchess and those servants, would his mother have died so young? Still just crying there, I'm impressed. The soul masters in the plane gap expressed their disappointment. Not to mention those soul masters. In fact, even Yuhao himself felt a bit ashamed after watching this scene. He hadn't realized until now why he was so cowardly. Why didn't he dare to confront the Duchess? Now he could hardly endure it anymore. But there was nothing he could do. The scene of Yuhao in the parallel world continued to play. He had to watch it, even if he didn't want to. So he could only sigh helplessly and continue to observe. The soul masters present shared the same sentiment. They continued watching reluctantly. But what they didn't expect was that the subsequent scenes were becoming increasingly outrageous. After his mother's death, Yuhao remained in the Duke's mansion. Although he initially wanted to seek revenge, he lacked a detailed plan and didn't know what to do. So he did nothing, simply continuing to live in the Duke's mansion. Such a life was undeniably cowardly. Since Yuhao had died, the Duchess had lost her amusement. Therefore, she could only find enjoyment in torturing and humiliating Yuhao. She bullied him repeatedly, not only beating him but also forcing him to eat her leftovers. Yuhao was treated almost like a puppy being tamed. But Yuhao never resisted. He was weak by nature and harbored a strong slave mentality. No matter how the Duchess humiliated him, he swallowed his anger foolishly and never dared to retaliate. Years passed like this. Bibai Dong felt a headache coming on after witnessing the unfolding scene. Both of you are Yuhao. Why do you have to be so weak? You don't dare to resist at all. I really can't take it anymore. Speaking of which, is this the so-called son of destiny? Why does this kid seem more like a punching bag? Kyan Rengsu also expressed her helplessness. This kid is too cowardly. If he continues to grow up with this character, he will be timid when facing powerful enemies in the future. And it's best not to encounter anyone particularly strong. If he does, with his personality, he'll end up being treated like a dog. Yuhao blushed at these remarks, becoming increasingly aware of the flaws in his character. Yes, had his parallel self been bullied like this, he wouldn't have remained indifferent. He would have seized the chance to fight back. Suddenly, it felt like Yuhao's Ren and Du meridians were opened up, and bold ideas he had never entertained before began to flood his mind. Previously, Yuhao would never have considered these possibilities. But after witnessing his actions in the parallel world, he recognized that his prior self was indeed too pitiful, and he needed to change. Tangan felt somewhat restless throughout this period. During this time, he began paying close attention to Yuhao with his divine thoughts. He had originally planned to train Yuhao from childhood, but upon witnessing that the boy had already been tamed by the Duchess and adopted a total slave mentality, he felt satisfied, so he let the Duchess handle Yuhao's training on his behalf. Nevertheless, he continued to keep a close watch on Yuhao during that time. At this moment, what Tangan feared most was that the god of destruction would discover the truth, as he had previously claimed to be unaware of the son of destiny. Thus, he was deep in thought about how to manage the situation. Tangan, that presence is your divine thought, right? The god of destruction was observant. While watching the screen, he suddenly spotted a golden light flashing in the distance. Recognizing it as Tangan's divine thought, he addressed him directly. Didn't you say before that you didn't know anything about the son of destiny? Tangan broke out in a slight sweat, but he responded with the words he had just formed in his mind. Yes, I don't know about the son of destiny. But as the managing god of DOLOU Star, isn't it reasonable for me to have time to observe the situation in the lower realm? The god of destruction didn't press the issue further after hearing this. However, since Tangan pointed out a plausible reason, he couldn't argue with that logic. Still, due to his long-standing hostility towards Tangan, he snorted and said, "If it's just this, I won't press further. Tangan, I hope I don't see you interfering in lower world affairs in the future. Otherwise, as a law enforcer in the God realm, you should understand the consequences of knowingly breaking the law." Upon hearing this, Tangan snorted back, "You doubt me. Why should I, Tangan, need to justify my credibility?" Bibai Dong caught on to some clues from the conversation between the two. Oh, so Tangan manages DOLOU Star, but isn't allowed to interfere in its affairs. Hey, god of destruction, do you buy that? Anyway, I don't trust his character. Based on her understanding of Tangan, Bibai Dong could guarantee that this kid was not clean. Yet the god of destruction, being in a high position, spoke firmly and didn't make any definitive claims. Even though he didn't get along with Tangan, he refused to slander him. Thus, the god of destruction didn't respond directly to Bibai Dong but instead said, "In any case, don't let me catch anyone violating the rules. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I won't let it slide." Bibai Dong sneered at this, "Then I'll keep my eyes wide open and watch closely." Tang San's face suddenly turned very gloomy. At this moment, he felt a surge of hostility toward Bibai Dong. But the picture on the screen continued to play. After spending many years in the Duke's mansion, Yuhao finally figured things out. Although he didn't seek revenge, at least he learned how to escape. So, when he turned 11, he quietly left the Duke's mansion and headed to the Stardew Great Forest to acquire his first soul ring. But just then, Tang San's divine consciousness re-emerged. Chapter 16, Tianming I Silkworm, I am the strongest soul beast in Duluo continent. Dai Tian Gu Yuina, Deep Sea Demon Whale King. In the picture, Yuhao would naturally not notice the reappearance of Tang San's divine consciousness. But at this moment, there are so many gods observing this plane, they are not blind. Mortals cannot see Tang San's divine consciousness, but the gods can. So, at this moment, all the gods have discovered Tang San's divine consciousness reappearing. They all feel that this situation is a bit strange. Among these gods, others are afraid of offending Tang San and dare not speak up. However, Bibai Dong is not intimidated by him at all. She begins to question him directly. "Again, Tang San, your divine thoughts come so frequently. If I didn't know better, I would think you do nothing in the god realm and simply stare at the lower realm. Besides, once or twice could be coincidental, but isn't this too frequent? Do you always keep an eye on Yuhao, and yet you claim you don't know he is the son of destiny?" Bibai Dong said with a sneer. Tang San's face became extremely unnatural upon hearing this. He cursed Bibai Dong silently in his heart. "Damn bitch." Then he responded to Bibai Dong. "This only shows that I am fulfilling my duties. As the guardian god of Duluo Star, I must always pay attention to the situation in the lower world. I'm not like someone who lacks a sense of responsibility. As for why I keep an eye on Yuhao, isn't it just because I find him intriguing? Although I am not aware that he is the son of destiny, being the guardian god of the Duluo continent makes me sensitive to the flow of power and destiny here. This is why I check on him. Otherwise, do you think I'm just idly passing my time?" Bibai Dong, of course, would not believe Tang San's nonsense. But she also knew that Tang San was quite skilled at spinning tales. And now, she just didn't have enough evidence, making it difficult to take any action against him. Bibai Dong was unwilling to show weakness. She still wanted to vex Tang San, so she sneered again. "Ah, yes, you're right. You are the most obstinate person in the entire god realm. I hope you don't let us catch you later. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Tang San's face paled upon hearing this. This time, he chose not to continue the argument with Bibai Dong. It wasn't that he didn't want to retaliate, but he had a lot at stake to consider. So he refrained from speaking up too much. He merely snorted coldly and said nothing more. As for the god of destruction, even though he did not participate in the quarrel between them, he closely observed Tang San the whole time. According to his observations, he sensed that Tang San was acting strangely. Based on his previous character, he shouldn't be so patient. So this kid might be hiding something. "Tang San, oh Tang San, don't let me catch you." Thinking this to himself, he snorted internally and continued to watch the screen. At this moment, back in the scene. After leaving the Duke's mansion, Yuhao sped towards the Stardew Great Forest. After a long journey, he was finally nearing his destination, the Stardew Great Forest. But because he was too hungry, he caught some fish and grilled them by a small river nearby. Then he simply satisfied his hunger. Of course, during this time, Yuhao also met Tangya and Bei Bei for the first time. However, since it was their first encounter, Yuhao didn't engage in much conversation. After a brief introduction, he rushed off in haste. Finally, Yuhao arrived at his destination, the Stardew Great Forest. After a fierce fight, he was almost killed by a 10-year-old wind baboon. Bibai Dong's Kayan Rangsu, god of destruction. Silence filled the scene. Everyone watching the screen was speechless. They never expected that Yuhao in the original time and space would be so weak as to almost be defeated by a 10-year-old wind baboon. Isn't this too pathetic? They continued to watch with frowns, momentarily believing that Yuhao's first soul ring might be from that 10-year-old wind baboon. But at that moment, the screen changed again. A strange light shot directly at the wind baboon, swiftly killing it, and then entering Yuhao's body. As the ray of light entered him, Yuhao suddenly felt his vision darken, and he fainted. The scene transitioned to Yuhao's spiritual world. A massive silkworm appeared in Yuhao's spiritual realm, intently staring at him. Finally, Yuhao regained his senses and noticed the giant silkworm in his spiritual world. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The silkworm replied with pride, "Let me introduce myself first. I am the embodiment of heroism and righteousness, the king of soul beasts endowed with wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled force who has trained for millions of years. I am the only strongest soul beast, the Tianmeng ice silkworm of the DOLOU continent. Feel free to call me Brother Tianmeng. Beast God Daitian. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina. Ice Empress, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Snow Empress, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Million-year-old sea soul beast, deep sea demon whale king." In the chat room, a flurry of question marks suddenly appeared on the screen. At first, the soul masters watching from the plane gap didn't realize just how impressive these screen-scrolling figures were. However, they quickly took notice of the titles preceding their names. Beast God. Silver Dragon King. 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Million-year-old sea soul beast. What kind of monsters are these? Ahem, the Tianmeng ice silkworm coughed awkwardly. Gu Yuina spoke up again. What kind of king do you think you are? Dai Tian was unyielding. It seems that I didn't absorb enough power. I should have drained you dry from the beginning. Ice Empress and Snow Empress, what a shame. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, how about we have a spar then? The Tianmeng ice silkworm could only pretend to be dead at this point. He hadn't expected this. He thought others wouldn't catch on, so he pretended to be a powerful figure, only to find himself being publicly scrutinized. What kind of formidable beings are those above him? Spare him. Yuhao grinned at the Tianmeng ice silkworm and said, "Brother Tianmeng, I thought you were really strong before." The Tianmeng ice silkworm felt embarrassed and didn't respond further. The screen continued to show the unfolding events. Suddenly, everyone realized that Yuhao's first soul ring was 1,000,000 years old. No wonder his first soul skill was so powerful. But with such a powerful start, he surely has a bright future ahead. Indeed, this kind of talent can be labeled the son of destiny. Chapter 17. Did the previous Asura god cheat? We need to investigate. The revelation that Yuhao's first soul ring was 1,000,000-year soul ring naturally caused an uproar throughout the entire plane gap. But the most outrageous part was that Yuhao had a significant opportunity after this. From the screen, everyone observed that after absorbing the soul ring of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, a soul fragment from another world also entered Yuhao's body. It would be fine if ordinary soul masters didn't understand what significance this fragment had. However, all the gods understood. They realized that this soul fragment was extraordinary. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Sure enough, this is the treatment of the son of destiny." The first soul ring is 1,000,000 years old, and he also obtained such a powerful soul fragment. It seems this kid is gearing up for a counterattack. The soul masters continued to murmur their admiration. Even Bibai Dong, who disliked Yuhao's cowardly demeanor, couldn't help but sigh upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, this kid's opportunity is truly remarkable. The first soul ring is 1,000,000 years old. I can hardly fathom such luck. I feel that his future achievements won't fall short of Tang San. Everyone nodded in agreement. The reason they expressed these sentiments wasn't to flatter Yuhao. Frankly, what qualifications did he have at this stage to earn their favor? Their comments stemmed from genuine emotion. Having seen the groundwork Yuhao had laid for himself, they believed he had a promising future. But who could have anticipated that, if circumstances were normal, Yuhao would easily surpass Tang San with such an opportunity. However, Tang San resorted to underhanded tactics against Yuhao and ultimately subdued him completely. Wasn't this kid just useless? Of course, to be honest, Yuhao had his issues. The persistent flaw was his cowardice. So he faced the consequences of his character. It was his fault that he saw such results. Yet, if Yuhao were from a parallel world, things might have turned out differently, right? Everyone continued to observe the screen. What once seemed like a mundane scene began to pique interest, as Yuhao continued to thrive. At this moment, curiosity about the ensuing plot grew. Yuhao continued to communicate with the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. After some dialogue, he learned about the so-called God-making plan from the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and began to implement it. However, during this time, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm concealed certain information from him, but due to Yuhao's naive nature, he didn't realize it. He finally exited the spiritual world. Just as he emerged, Yuhao caught sight of Tang and Bei, whom he had met before. Tang, Zio Yuhao, you finally woke up. I was so worried. Yuhao, am I not dreaming? Tang giggled and pinched his arm. Yuhao suddenly felt pain. Ouch, what are you doing? Tang smiled and replied, I'm checking to see if you're dreaming. So how do you feel? Are you a bit more awake? Yuhao's mouth twitched at this before he quipped. Brother Bei, Sister Zioya, are you here to recruit me? What's going on? Bei asked, Little brother Huo, who else is in your family? Yuhao shook his head. There's no one at home, just me. Tang perked up, that's great. Yuhao was taken aback. The souls in the plane gap exchanged dumbfounded glances. Bibai Dong, is this girl a bit clueless? How can she say such things? Kayan Rengsu, but she doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, she's just a little naive. Jiang Nanan rubbed her forehead in disbelief. Tanya dug her toes into the ground, feeling a wave of embarrassment. At that moment, Bei in the scene lightly knocked Tanya on the head, seemingly speechless. Bei, why are you talking like that? Tanya smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean it. Zio Yuhao, since you don't have anyone at home, why not join our sect? Sect? Yuhao asked, stunned. Tanya patiently elaborated. Yes, it's a sect. Our sect was once the most powerful in the DOLOU continent. If you join, you won't suffer any loss, and our sect's unique skills are well suited for you. Yuhao instinctively inquired, Sister Zioya, what's the name of your sect? Tang replied proudly, Tang Sect. It was once the #1 sect in DOLOU continent. Zio Yuhao, you've surely heard of the legend of our Tang Sect. The Tang Sect was founded 10,000 years ago. It stands as one of the oldest sects on DOLOU continent. Our first leader, Tang San, once saved the DOLOU continent, vanquished the evil Spirit Hall, and defeated the two evil gods of the Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong and Kayan Rengsu, thereby maintaining peace and stability. He also reached the highest realm of soul masters, the ultimate DOLOU, and transcended to another level. From then on, he became immortal and attained the highest status in this world. Surely, the story of our first Tang sect leader is known throughout DOLOU continent. So Zio Yuhao, you must have heard of it, right? Yuhao nodded obediently. But those observing in the plane gap could no longer contain themselves. Especially those who were aware of the truth, such as the Shrek 7 devils, Bibai Dong, and Kayan Rengsu. Their eyes brimmed with incredulity. Zhu Zhuking, I didn't expect history would unfold in this manner. Ning Rongrong, although the third brother is very strong, it doesn't seem he's as exaggerated as she claims, right? Bibai Dong sneered. That's why I said before that these soul masters are fools, easily deceived by Tang San's lies. Based on this version, anyone unaware of the truth might genuinely think you, Tang San, are incredibly powerful. Didn't you almost lose back then? If it weren't for Asura God meddling in the situation, both mother and daughter would have defeated you long ago. God of Destruction, is that so? Bibai Dong replied, It is true. The God of Destruction can verify this. This kid inherited the throne of the sea god, but for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly wielded Asura's power and activated the Asura demonic sword. Otherwise, how could we, a mother-daughter duo of one angel god and one Rakshasa god, possibly lose to him? What a farce. The god of destruction frowned slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't paid much attention to events on DOLOU continent before meeting Tang San, and thus he hadn't taken note of what transpired during the battle at Jialing Pass. However, after what Bibaidong said, the god of destruction felt there might be some truth in her words. After all, Bibaidong made a valid point. How could Tang San, a sea god, possibly defeat Bibaidong and Kayan Renksu, a Rakshasa god and an angel god? This situation seemed suspicious. With this thought in mind, the god of destruction declared, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly later." Chapter 18, Is this joining a sect? This is like signing a contract to sell yourself. Hearing that the god of destruction was going to conduct a thorough investigation of the events that day, Tang San's face suddenly turned gloomy. No one knew better than him what truly happened. Although Tang San was unaware at the time, he had since become the law enforcer of the god realm and understood its laws. He knew that the previous Asura god had 100% violated them. After all, the god realm has a clear rule that ordinary gods cannot hold two positions simultaneously. Technically speaking, Tang San did not complete the process that day and accepted the Asura god's test. That's why the Asura god didn't dare to pass on the godship of Asura to Tang San directly. Instead, he used Xiao Wu to cover his tracks and passed on the godship of Asura to him only after he had ascended to the god realm. However, the problem arose again. Tang San hadn't received the godship of Asura at that time, yet he had used Asura's power in the battle against Bibaidong and Kayan Renksu. Xiao Wu's godship scabbard couldn't channel that much power, so where did the power come from? Naturally, it was from the secret assistance of the Asura god. Therefore, during that god war, Tang San and the Asura god had cheated. It just so happened that no one had investigated the matter thoroughly over the years, and Tang San thought he could keep it hidden. But judging from the current situation, if the god of destruction insisted on a thorough investigation, then some clues would inevitably be uncovered. This would spell trouble for Tang San. As he realized how things would unfold, he felt a surge of anger and cursed Bibaidong in his heart. This damn bitch has ruined my plans again, damn it. However, he soon turned to the god of destruction, trying to dissuade him from his intention to investigate thoroughly. He said, "Destruction, what happened that day was not as the Rakshasa god stated. She merely had a grudge against me and wanted to sow discord between us. I did use the Asura power that day, but that was primarily because my wife, Xiao Wu, volunteered to become the scabbard of the Asura god, allowing me to exert a portion of Asura's power." The god of destruction raised an eyebrow at this. Kayan Renksu interjected, "A portion? How much is a portion? Because I remember that the Asura god's power was greater than the sea god's power that day." Tang San's mouth twitched upon hearing this. But before he could reply, Bibaidong chimed in, "That's right. Besides, didn't you just say you have nothing to do with the Asura god? Then how did you become the Asura god now? What's going on?" Indeed, this was a killer blow. If Tang San hadn't become the Asura god later, everything would have been fine. But the reality was that he did become the Asura god eventually. If there were no shady dealings between Tang San and the Asura god, even an idiot wouldn't believe it. The god of destruction snorted coldly and declared, "HMPH, I will investigate this matter thoroughly later." The god of destruction was resolute in his intent to investigate. Tang San understood that he couldn't change the god of destruction's mind. So he was so enraged that he gnashed his teeth. He wanted to skin Kayan Renksu and Bibaidong alive. But Kayan Renksu and Bibaidong were only too pleased. They wanted to see Tang San suffer. Thus, seeing that Tang San was a bit angry only made Kayan Renksu and Bibaidong laugh even harder. Someone is anxious, very anxious. He's so angry. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to contain myself, tilde. Kayan Renksu and Bibaidong continued to mock. However, Tang San held back and didn't react. He clearly remembered the mysterious voice warning against taking action here. Although he didn't know the true identity of the voice, Its ability to summon so many gods made it clear that it was powerful and not to be defied. Thus, even though Tang-san was furious at that moment, he still didn't dare to attack and could only swallow his anger. Naturally, this scene was observed by the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. It seems Master Tang-san was repeatedly outmatched by the two demonesses, Bibai Dong and Kyan Rangsu. I recall history books saying that Master Tang-san easily dominated both demonesses. Why is this different from what is written in the books? Besides, I get the feeling that Master Tang-san is holding back. He doesn't want others to discern his true capabilities. The group of Soul Masters kept discussing. Of course, most Soul Masters still believed in Tang-san without question, and many expressed their opinions. HMPH, don't overthink it. Master Tang-san just doesn't want to stoop to their level. When we get out of here, let's see if Master Tang-san can handle them. Yuhao caught on to something. But from this, it seems Master Tang-san didn't win so easily that day. It's different from what the books say. Wang Donger retorted, just tell me whether he won or not. The ancestors of my Tang sect are reliable. It's only natural for ancient texts to contain some inaccuracies. After all, those accounts were penned by later generations, so the blame can't fall on our ancestor Tang-san. Yuhao felt this made sense, nodded, and said, that's right. Let's continue watching the screen. They resumed their focus on the content on the screen. At that moment, within the picture, after persuasive efforts from Tang Ye and Bei, plus the strong temptation of joining Shrek Academy, Yuhao finally agreed to join Shrek Academy. Bei and Tang Ye exchanged glances, then Bei said to Yuhao, all right, Yuhao, since you are willing to join our Tang sect, Xiao Ye and I welcome you. However, we have one final piece of advice. Once you join the Tang sect, you must fight for its glory from now on. You will be a member of the Tang sect in life and a ghost of the Tang sect in death. You must not disgrace the sect. Moreover, regardless of what you learn within our Tang sect, or what you gain with our assistance if you ever wish to leave the Tang sect, you must return everything you've learned. The Soul Masters in the Plane Rift were left dumbfounded after witnessing this scene. Because it was the first time they had heard such an unusual rule. Bibai Dong directly mocked, this isn't joining a sect, it's akin to signing a contract to sell yourself. In my opinion, it would be better not to join such a sect. Chapter 19, a group of Soul Masters were curious. Is the unique skills of the Tang sect really that powerful? Bibai Dong's words encapsulated the thoughts of the group of Soul Masters in the cracks of the plane. They all believed that the rules of the Tang sect were a bit excessive. How can one sign a contract to sell oneself just to join a sect? Among all the sects in the DOLOU continent, it seemed only the Tang sect employed such a rule. Thus, the group of Soul Masters agreed that this rule was unreasonable. The only distinction between them and Bibai Dong was that among these Soul Masters, some may have worshipped Tang-san out of fear and thus dared not voice their thoughts. Others were simply scared and worried about potential retaliation from Tang-san, so they remained silent. Bibai Dong, however, felt no reverence for Tang-san and was not afraid of him. So she freely expressed her opinion. After witnessing the events unfold on the screen, she sincerely felt that this rule was unfair. Thus, she had no qualms about speaking out. With Bibai Dong's words echoing, more doubts from the other Soul Masters arose. However, they ultimately didn't dare to question Tang-san directly. Instead, Bei and Tang Ye became their target for questioning. In this chaotic chat group, a flurry of comments directed at Tang Ye and Bei flooded in. At Tang Ye at Bei, shouldn't you two clarify this matter? At Tang Ye at Bei, yes, this situation has nothing to do with Master Tang-san. It must be you descendants who arbitrarily modified the sect rules. But have you considered how you are tarnishing the reputation of the Tang sect? At Tang Ye at Bei, no wonder the Tang sect is in decline. I thought the sect left by Master Tang-san had countless and superior inheritances. Why has it lost its former glory? It turns out it's the trouble caused by you descendants. Who would want to join a sect with such rules? At Tang Ye at Bei, that's right, you are just slandering Master Tang-san. a crowd of soul masters continued to tag Tang Ye and Bei Bei. Because they trusted Tang San too much or feared offending him, they directed all their blame toward Tang Ye and Bei Bei. They believed that the Tang sect's decline resulted from the actions of its descendants. They had even come up with a way to absolve Tang San of any blame. But Bei Bei and Tang Ye were also perplexed. They had thought about this matter as well. How could they not know that such rules wouldn't work in the current DOLOU continent? But therein lay the problem. The laws established by their ancestors could not be changed. It was enshrined in the Tang sect's ancestral precepts that the rules of the Tang sect must not be tampered with. Thus, although Tang Ye and Bei Bei felt troubled by this, when considering how their ancestors had lived by these principles, they also felt compelled to comply. They couldn't let their ancestors down. But who would have thought that adhering to the rules would now render them the target of public condemnation? Who could they turn to for justice? Bei Bei and Tang Ye were unwilling to endure the online harassment. At that moment, both of them stood up in the chat room to voice their opinions. What do you know? This is our Tang sect's ancestral precept. The ancestral law cannot be changed. Do you think we haven't considered how to better recruit Tang sect disciples? That's ridiculous, we know. But the rules are simply how they are. What can we do? Tang Ye and Bei Bei spoke out to defend themselves. All the soul masters were stunned upon hearing this. So, according to their explanation, were the two of them the victims here? And fundamentally, what they said did make some sense. With this revelation, everyone began discussing in the chat room again. They openly displayed their bullying and fear of the strong. When they had previously questioned Tang Ye and Bei Bei, they were all braver than one another, frantically tagging them. But now, with Tang Ye and Bei Bei making their stance clear, all they needed to do was point out that this was Tang San's rule. Yet no one dared to tag Tang San. Instead, they said in the chat room, "If that's the case, it's not their fault. Then whose fault is it? It must be the other ancestors of the Tang sect. The Tang sect has a history of 10,000 years. How many generations have passed this down? Perhaps a certain generation of Tang sect leaders was confused and introduced rules like this, and their descendants naively enforced them. No, I mean, is it possible that this rule was established by Master Tang San himself? Bullshit. How could Master Tang San do such a thing? Don't throw around baseless accusations, you kid." One by one, the soul masters continued to communicate in the chat room. On the other side, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Tang San's face. Because this rule had indeed been set by him. Given Tang San's personality, he wanted to ensure that anyone who joined the Tang sect had to pay a price. So to him, signing a contract to essentially sell oneself seemed reasonable. But he hadn't anticipated things would unfold this way. Everyone from the Shrek 7 devils knew about this, especially Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. They had previously tried to reason with Tang San, but he hadn't listened. So Tang San couldn't blame anyone now. Still, he ultimately spoke after a brief silence. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. This rule was indeed set by me." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. What? It was set by Master Tang San. This isn't right. Tang San quickly added, "You don't know, back then, many people lusted after my Tang sect's unique skills. Countless individuals joined the Tang sect only to steal our unique arts, preparing to leave with them afterward. I did this to protect the sect's unique skills, so this was a last resort. There was no other way." After hearing this, the soul masters suddenly understood and replied. So that's why Master Tang San resorted to such measures. It seems there's a reason behind it. In that case, it's understandable. Yes, after all, it was to protect the sect's unique skills, which makes sense. It seems Tang Ye and Bei Bei were wrong before. The soul masters continued to chat. Tang San felt relief wash over him, as it seemed the matter was no longer pursued. But what he didn't expect was that everyone would then shift topics and grow curious about the Tang sect's unique skills again. Speaking of which, I could only read about the unique skills of the Tang sect in history books before. But because of that, I never got to see them in detail. However, it seems this time, I might have the opportunity to witness the so-called unique skills of the Tang sect firsthand. The souls of the masters lit up at these words. After all, according to this trend, Yuhao in the original world must have joined the Tang sect. So wouldn't Tangya have to teach Yuhao the unique skills of the Tang sect? They could seize the chance to see how powerful the Tang sect's unique skills truly were. Suddenly, everyone grew immensely curious. Was this so-called unique skill as magical as described in the history books? Chapter 20, the Soul Masters were dumbfounded. The mysterious heaven skill that was praised to the sky, is this it? Thinking of this, most of the Soul Masters felt a surge of expectations. Although they had previously thought that the cost of joining the Tang sect was a bit excessive, after hearing Tang San's words, their perspectives shifted. Yes, the Tang sect also possessed those renowned unique skills. The mysterious heaven skill, documented in the history books, was immensely powerful. Any soul master practicing it could potentially break through to innate full soul power. Even if they didn't, the mysterious heaven skill would nevertheless allow for an exceptionally fast circulation of soul power within the body. Moreover, there were many formidable Tang sect secret skills, such as Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Jade Hand, and the Tang sect's powerful hidden weapons. They all remembered those details very clearly. When Master Tang San first joined Shrek Academy, he utilized the Tang sect's secret skills and hidden weapons to make Zhao Wuji retreat. And it must be noted that Master Tang San had not yet acquired his third soul ring. This demonstrated the strength of the Tang sect's secret skills and hidden weapons. As they reflected on these things, all the soul masters changed their minds. Indeed, if the Tang sect's secret skills and hidden weapons were genuinely that powerful, then being bound to the Tang sect for life was worth it. At that moment, all the soul masters turned their gazes to the screen, eager to witness firsthand the potency of the Tang sect's unique skills. However, what everyone failed to notice was that Tang San wore a slightly embarrassed expression. He even felt a few drops of cold sweat trickle down his back. The inheritance he left behind was incomplete. If he had provided a complete inheritance, then he could have achieved those feats. But Tang San didn't want to see his descendants surpass him, so he did not bestow a complete inheritance. What he left were merely altered versions of the original techniques. For instance, he omitted the most crucial function of the mysterious heaven skill, that of cultivating soul power to its innate full capacity. He also withheld powerful Tang sect hidden weapons, like the Buddha's furry Tang lotus. Thus, seeing the hopeful expressions on the faces of all the soul masters in the plain gap made Tang San anxious. Will this information be exposed? Oh damn, which bastard brought us here? What if the truth comes out? Won't I lose my reputation and followers? Tang San fretted, scratching his head. The screen continued to roll. At this moment, Yuhao has chosen to agree to join the Tang sect after brief consideration. Yuhao himself pondered the matter. Although he couldn't leave the Tang sect once he joined, doing so would secure a place in Shrek Academy. Plus, he could learn the powerful skills and hidden weapons of the Tang sect. It felt like a tremendous deal. He quickly replied in agreement to Tangya. Upon hearing Yuhao's response, Tangya and Bei burst into laughter, confirming that he had become a disciple of the Tang sect. Tangya flipped her wrist and produced a book, handing it to Yuhao. Zio Yuhao, this is a copy of our Tang sect's mysterious heaven skill. It documents the unique skills of our Tang sect. Among them, mysterious heaven skill is foundational. Meditating on it will accelerate your cultivation. Your cultivation is still at a rudimentary stage. There are countless benefits to practicing mysterious heaven skill. You should first familiarize yourself with its specific practice methods. Later, Bei and I will guide you through the practice. In addition to mysterious heaven skill, this book also details 5 unique skills: Mysterious Jade Hand for hand training, Purple Demon Eye for eye training, Control Crane and Dragon for capturing, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track for light body techniques, and Hidden Weapon 100 solutions for utilizing hidden weapons. Read it first. Once you finish, we will begin guiding you in practice. The Soul Masters watched in envy. Sure enough, Yuhao has acquired the Tang sect's unique skills. I'm so envious, he now has a bright future ahead. It makes sense why he's so outstanding at such a young age. It turns out he's learned the Tang sect's unique skills. I wish I could learn them too. The Soul Masters couldn't help but express their sentiments, instinctively believing that Yuhao's accomplishments were due solely to these Tang sect's unique skills. So, they quickly began to patiently examine the material. They all wanted to see what breakthroughs Yuhao would achieve after mastering the Tang sect's unique skills. Okay, Sister Tangya, Yuhao agreed to Tangya. As they continued on their way, Yuhao took the opportunity to study and learn the Tang sect's unique skills detailed in the mysterious heaven skill. Yuhao wasn't a particularly quick learner, and since Tangya's main purpose for coming to the Stardew Great Forest was to search for the soul ring, their progress was slow. Yet, after some effort, Yuhao finally learned the mysterious heaven skill. He began practicing according to the methods outlined in the mysterious heaven skill. The assembled soul masters couldn't contain themselves. Finally learned it, the mysterious heaven skill. We're about to witness the power of this technique. But the unfolding scene left everyone dumbfounded. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Yuhao's body. Subsequently, under the effect of this burst, Yuhao sensed a slight increase in the speed of soul power circulation within him. But that was all. As depicted in the history books, one should experience improvements in talent and innate soul power after practicing the technique. However, Yuhao didn't feel any significant changes at all. But unlike parallel word Yuhao, who was more discerning, Yuhao had a simple nature. He was genuinely satisfied to have learned the Tang sect's unique skills. Thus, at this moment, he started to practice enthusiastically. Yet the soul masters in the Plane Gap, who had initially been full of expectations, were not so easily swayed. Since they were not as gullible as Yuhao, and having read the descriptions in the history books, their expectations for this technique had soared too high. Now, as they carefully observed Yuhao's practice and the technique's effects, they discovered it was drastically different from what they'd been told. While there were some aspects to the technique, they were far fewer than anticipated. It certainly helped soul masters practice, but only in limited ways. At that moment, the soul masters could only stand dumbfounded. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this all there is to mysterious heaven skill? Isn't that wrong?" Chapter 21, Now There Is Nothing to Say. What Tang sect hidden weapons are really not as good as soul guidance devices? Seeing that the mysterious heaven skill, which everyone had been looking forward to, had such a poor effect after being used, all the soul masters present were stunned. They couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Looking at the picture on the screen again, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Is this mysterious heaven skill? Why is it different from what is described in the history books? If mysterious heaven skill is just like this, then it's too rubbish, right? How disappointing. The soul masters were all talking among themselves, their voices filled with shock, and they expressed their dissatisfaction with the result. But after all, they had all been brainwashed, and they had immense trust in Tang San. So at this moment, even though Tang San hadn't started to explain yet, they began to make excuses for him. I mean, is there a possibility that it's not the mysterious heaven skill that's ineffective, but Yuhao? Besides, he has just started practicing this technique, so likely he has not yet learned its essence. He hasn't mastered the truly powerful aspects yet, which is why it turned out like this. All the soul masters suddenly understood. Yes, that's very possible. I told you, mysterious heaven skill is a unique skill that made Master Tang San famous. How could it be unworthy of its reputation? This is a total joke. A group of soul masters spoke up. In that case, let's take a look. Yuhao has just started practicing this technique, so he hasn't yet mastered it and cannot fully utilize its essence. This is understandable. But Tangya and Bei, they haven't just started practicing, have they? Didn't they say they were going to hunt soul beasts? They will need to fight. We'll just have to see them use mysterious heaven skill and the Tang sect's unique skills. It's different from Yuhao. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the screen with excitement. But what they didn't realize was that, at this moment, Tang San was already sweating profusely. The sense of crisis in his heart became stronger and stronger. He seemed to sense that there was a high possibility of being exposed this time. When Tang Ye and Bei Bei took action later, and their abilities temporarily seemed the same, Tang San would have no excuse. Tang San understood people's hearts very well. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, although these soul masters were constantly making excuses and finding reasons for him, this was only because his brainwashing on DOLOU continent had been very successful over the years. But when the truth comes out, these people are not fools. By the time they realize what is happening, they will turn from fans to haters on the spot. By then, it is hard to imagine how immense the pressure of public opinion that Tang San will have to bear will be. Therefore, Tang San felt a mounting panic at this moment. He continued to stand there, sweating all over. This is not right. When did this kid's mysterious heaven skill become so ineffective? Bibai Dong had been thinking about this problem the whole time. Although she hated Tang San very much and wanted to skin him alive, she had to recognize Tang San's strength. Otherwise, he would not have been capable of killing both mother and daughter. Therefore, Bibai Dong had always believed that Tang San's strength was still acceptable, and she was also deeply impressed by the mysterious heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills. Because in the Jialing Pass battle that day, these skills and hidden weapons showed significant results. But at this moment, Bibai Dong was dumbfounded after watching the scene displayed by Yuhao on the screen. She felt that this was not mysterious heaven skill. It seemed like two completely different techniques from the one used by Tang San. Therefore, she was puzzled. Could it be that Yuhao is such a loser that he can't even learn the mysterious heaven skill? Why is that bastard Tang San sweating all over? But at this moment, Bibai Dong noticed Tang San's appearance again. She thought about it once more, and then, looking at Tang San, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared in her eyes. Is this kid guilty? Why does he seem guilty? Oh, so that's how it is. This is going to be fun, Tang San. You're going to be ruined. She smiled without saying anything, waiting for the right opportunity. When that opportunity came, she would take advantage of the situation. And on the screen, Yuhao's training did not last too long. Because not long after, they found the soul beast that Tang Ye was looking for this time, the Datura snake. Therefore, Yuhao, Tang Ye, Bei Bei, and their group immediately rushed forward, ready to capture it. But before they could get close to the Datura snake, something unexpected happened. 5 or 6 wind baboons jumped out from the bushes on one side at the same time and quickly attacked Bei Bei and the others. Bei Bei is the strongest. Seeing the wind baboons approaching, he rushed forward quickly. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot restrain too many wind baboons at the same time, so a few of them still break through and rush toward Tang Ye. But Tang Ye did not sit still and wait for death. She quickly activated the mysterious heaven skill, used the ghost shadow perplexing track, and took out a large number of hidden weapons, throwing them directly at the wind baboons. The soul masters almost climaxed when they saw this. Finally, they could see Tang Ye take action, which excited the soul masters who had always wanted to witness the specific abilities of these Tang Sect's unique skills. But they didn't expect that the fight unfolding before their eyes was quite ordinary. Although Tang Ye used the Tang Sect's unique skills and hidden weapons to successfully kill those wind baboons, it was a bit of a struggle. The Tang Sect's unique skills, such as mysterious heaven skill, ghost shadow perplexing track, and the hidden weapons she used. To be honest, they were just so-so. They didn't bring much surprise. Especially since there were so many soul masters present, many of whom were soul engineers. When they compared the hidden weapons Tang Ye had just used with their soul guidance devices, they immediately became extremely disappointed. No way, is this all that the Tang Sect's hidden weapons can do? I thought they were so impressive. Turns out they're just rubbish. There's not much to argue now, right? Previously, we could claim that it was because Yuhao had just started learning, so he couldn't bring out the true power of the Tang Sect's unique skills and hidden weapons. But the one who used it this time was Tang Ye, the leader of the Tang Sect. If she used it and it had this kind of effect, then it shows that the level of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons is just so-so, right? Compared to my soul guidance device, it's nothing. Many soul masters, too disappointed, couldn't help but mock him. Especially the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire, who held no affection for Tang San, didn't hold back when ridiculing him. The soul masters from the original DOLOU Three Kingdoms couldn't hold their tongues any longer. After being disappointed time and again, even if they wanted to defend Tang San, it seemed they were unable to do so. Therefore, at this moment, they were all a little dumbfounded. Yeah, what's going on? It must be Tang Ya who used it this time, right? How can it be this ineffective? It seems that this Tang Sect's unique martial arts are not as powerful as described in the history books. And have you noticed that at Tang Ya's age, she is only just about to obtain her third soul ring? This shows that the mysterious heaven skill she is practicing is just that good. Chapter 22, No Way to Defend Yourself. Even Tang San can't explain it. In the cracks between the planes, the soul masters felt something was wrong the more they thought about it. Especially after they realized that Tang Ya on the screen, even though she had practiced mysterious heaven skill since childhood, was only at the third ring level at this age. They felt that things were strange. It seemed that the mysterious heaven skill and the Tang Sect's unique skills were nothing great. Not to mention that compared to the top sects like the Body Sect on the DOLOU continent, even compared to some second and third-rate sects, they had no advantages at all. Moreover, under these circumstances, one would have to sign a contract to sell oneself to the Tang Sect, which seemed even less worthwhile to everyone. Therefore, Yuhao on the screen looked like a fool, and he was directly wronged because he suffered a loss. After that, everyone quickly began tagging Tang Ya, wanting her to explain. Tang Ya was also confused. She had long discovered that her own mysterious heaven skill and the Tang Sect's unique skills were not as mysterious as described in the history books. She had learned all these techniques, but after practicing them, the effects were mediocre. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like she did in the original novel. Therefore, she couldn't provide everyone with a reasonable explanation on this matter. She could only say helplessly in the chat room, "I don't know the details. But what I can guarantee is that I have practiced according to the method described in Mysterious Heaven's skill, and I have succeeded in my practice. Unfortunately, after successfully practicing, I only achieved such minimal results. This has always been extremely troubling to me." All the soul masters were dumbfounded again after hearing this. According to this statement, the problem wasn't with Tang Ya or Yuhao. It was with the Mysterious Heaven skill and the Tang Sect's unique skills. Since Mysterious Heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills were not powerful, no matter how much they practiced, they could only improve to that level. But this shouldn't be the case. The history books praised the Tang Sect's unique skills and the Mysterious Heaven skill to the heavens, and everyone had always believed this. Could it be that there were errors in the historical records? Had they completely overestimated these techniques? The more they thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed. Finally, they couldn't bear it any longer and directly tagged Tang San. "Master Tang San, can you explain this to us? What is going on? Could it be that your Mysterious Heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills are not top-level techniques?" Tang San's mouth twitched when he heard this. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he couldn't admit that his Mysterious Heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills were ineffective. If he admitted it, then the character he had worked so hard to establish on the DOLOU continent over the years would be destroyed. Therefore, Tang San gritted his teeth and pushed all the problems onto Tang Ya and the other Tang Sect disciples. "Tang San, my Tang Sect's unique skills and Mysterious Heaven skill are naturally the most powerful skills in this world. I have proven this more than once in the past. But here comes the problem. The more powerful the technique, the more difficult it is to comprehend. In my opinion, these Tang Sect descendants have only learned the form but have not grasped the true meaning, so naturally they cannot bring out the true effect." The soul masters were skeptical after hearing this and asked again, "So, what you mean is that these Tang Sect descendants are not capable, only you have realized the true meaning. 10,000 years have passed, and you are still the only one who has mastered it." Tang San nodded, "Yes, Everyone looked at him strangely after hearing this. Although they thought Tang San's explanation made sense at first, they later reconsidered. 10,000 years had passed, and no one had emerged who could truly comprehend the true meaning of mysterious heaven's skill and Tang Sect's unique skills. Was this a problem with these Tang Sect descendants? Was Tang San's talent so remarkable that no one had been able to surpass it in 10,000 years? Even if they took a step back and assumed he was telling the truth, the mysterious heaven's skill and the Tang Sect's unique skills were still lacking. After all, no matter how powerful the skills are, what's the use if you can't learn them? And this wasn't just a one- or two-person issue. For a full 10,000 years, countless Tang Sect disciples had failed to learn it. The evaluation given by the crowd was that it was better not to learn. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that joining the Tang Sect was a loss. Not only did they learn no skills, but they also had to sign a contract to sell themselves. Even dogs would shake their heads upon hearing this, but Tang was not happy. She said, "Can you please tell me where we went wrong in our cultivation? Excuse me for being blunt, but I have painstakingly studied the Tang Sect's mysterious heaven skill countless times. I have carried a deep blood feud since I was a child. To become stronger, I practiced hard. So I can guarantee that I have fulfilled all the requirements of the mysterious heaven skill. Then, may I ask Ancestor Tang San, what exactly is wrong with our mysterious heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills?" Tang San was unable to answer this time, because he didn't know how to respond. He could of course directly point out some of the mistakes Tang made when using the mysterious heaven skill and the Tang clan's unique skills. But the problem was that these mistakes were most likely traps he had deliberately set for them 10,000 years ago. If he pointed out the problem now, it would differ from what was recorded in the mysterious heaven skill. It would be even harder to explain then. So Tang San suddenly had a headache. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't think of how to respond. Tang began to urge him again. "What's wrong? Ancestor Tang San, why are you silent? Are you still there?" A group of soul masters echoed, "Yes, Master Tang San, please say something. You can identify what the problem is, so why not give the younger generation some guidance?" Tang San was sweating profusely as he watched. When the god of destruction and other gods saw this, they had already guessed the general idea. Many of the gods looked at Tang San with some contempt, especially the god of destruction, who directly taunted Tang San. "Poseidon, it seems that the inheritance you left behind is incomplete. Although I don't know why you did this, judging from the current results, you have suffered a backlash. You deserve it." He looked like he was there to watch the fun and was unafraid of trouble. After all, he had disliked Tang San for a long time, so at this moment, he began to mock him without any scruples. Of course, the experts in this area were Bibai Dong and Kayan Rangsu. The hatred they both harbored for Tang San was much greater than the god of destruction's dislike for him. Therefore, Bibai Dong and Kayan Rangsu jumped in to add insult to injury. "Everyone, my mother and I can attest for Tang San. His mysterious heaven skill, Tang Sect's unique skills, and hidden weapons are all very powerful. For example, the mysterious heaven skill he practiced, if learned before the age of 6, can 100% help people cultivate to full innate soul power. For example, his hidden weapon, the Buddha's furry Tang lotus, can even kill a titled DOLOU. These things are amazing. However, just now my mother and I quickly glanced at the mysterious heaven skill that flashed across the screen, and we found that the information recorded on it seemed incomplete. I didn't see any powerful hidden weapons like the Buddha's furry Tang lotus and the Yama's invitation. The cultivation method of mysterious heaven skill also seems a bit contradictory. So we are wondering, is there a possibility that the inheritance given by Tang San from the beginning was incomplete? So these things are powerful on one hand, but because they are all castrated versions, they are naturally not powerful anymore. Chapter 23, Tang San's plan collapsed. Tang put him on the must-kill list. When everyone started to doubt Tang San, Bibai Dong and Kayan Rangsu stood up and ruthlessly added insult to injury. But who knew Tang San so well? Just a random guess, and they directly uncovered the truth of the matter. Now, After all, the soul masters listened to Kyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong's words and thought about them carefully. They found that their arguments made perfect sense. It could even be said that they had been contemplating the reasons in their minds before. Comparing these with the answers given by Kyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong, they found that there was no answer more reasonable than this one. Therefore, all the soul masters suddenly realized it. They couldn't help but speak up in the chat room. It's on the string. If that's the case, that makes perfect sense. I didn't expect that he would even hide something about his sect. This is too outrageous. What's so outrageous about this? Haven't you heard this saying? Teach the apprentice and starve the master. Tang San did this because he didn't want his descendants to surpass him, so he left behind an incomplete inheritance. It's just that, although I can understand it, I can't forgive it. After all, he has harmed countless Tang sect disciples because they have learned his castration techniques. None of them have achieved anything. No wonder the Tang sect has become increasingly decadent. It turns out that the root cause lies here. Everyone continued talking. They all felt ashamed of Tang San's behavior, because he was harming future generations just for his selfish interests. In the past 10,000 years, every Tang sect disciple who joined the Tang sect was unlucky. Not only did they sign a contract to sell themselves, but they also learned castration techniques. No wonder the Tang sect has not produced a single strong individual in the past 10,000 years. Therefore, everyone felt a little indignant when they considered this. According to this statement, Tang San is truly wicked. How many people will be harmed by this? I've said it before, there's no such thing as a perfect person in the world. The fewer problems you have, the more problems you create. Think about it. If you don't understand, then it's your fault. What are you talking about? But I don't believe Tang San's words. After all, what is written in the history books is too false. But there were people who believed it before. Those fanatical fans of Tang San acted as if they were cursing his father whenever someone spoke ill of him. Now, their idol's reputation has collapsed. It's gratifying. Many new accounts appeared in the chat room, one after another. The vests in this section appeared for the first time. But as soon as they opened their mouths, they began to criticize Tang San because they all preferred not to go against the wind. Before Tang San's fall, they knew better than anyone that they would be scolded if they spoke out. So they endured it silently until now. Now that the opportunity had arisen, they naturally spoke out fiercely. Of course, some soul masters also began to notice another point. So, according to what you said, since Tang San's true face is like this, the image of him created in history books is all false. Then could the other contents also be false? For example, is Spirit Hall not evil? Did Tang San in history not represent justice? A soul master put forward a completely new argument. Bibai Dong and Kyan Rengsu responded in time. Young man, you have a bright future. You are right. Tang San has nothing to do with justice. The entire chat room became lively again. In the chat room, Tang San's reputation took a sharp turn for the worse. Countless supporters of Tang San had been waiting for him to speak again and turn the situation around. But the problem was that they waited for a long time and got nothing. Because Tang San didn't know how to explain it now. Therefore, this group of supporters regarded Tang San as having accepted his fate. Everyone was extremely disappointed in him. Is Tang San's character so bad? It's shocking. Wang Donger was a little dumbfounded. She didn't understand why the truth was so cruel. As for Tanya, her expression had turned completely ugly at that moment. Is this the truth of the matter? No wonder our Tang sect continues to decline. Damn you, Tang San, you are such a sinner. Murderous intent burned in Tanya's eyes, and at that moment she wanted to skin Tang San alive. How many Tang sect disciples had he harmed? Thinking of this, Tanya had secretly placed Tang San on her kill list. Perhaps she was not yet capable of dealing with Tang San. But she vowed to do everything she could to confront him for the rest of her life. Yuhao's face was filled with discomfort. So I am the wrong one. I should have known not to join the Tang sect. He also realized that he had done something foolish. He had felt complacent before joining the Tang sect, but looking back now, it felt extremely disgusting. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Hey, I hope that the me in the parallel world won't make the same mistake again. Come to think of it, joining the Tang sect didn't bring me any benefits. I regret it so much. Everyone continued to look at the picture on the screen. But at this moment, the screen representing Yuhao in the original time and space suddenly went dark. The image on the screen completely disappeared, and instead, the screen on the other side displaying parallel Yuhao's life began to light up. Bibai Dong, finally this farce is over. The next thing that should be played is Yuhao from the parallel world, right? It was previously shown that he left the Duke's mansion with his mother and found a place to settle down. I don't know what will happen next, Tilda. Kayan Rangsu, in short, I won't be as cowardly as Yuhao here. He was foolishly bullied in the Duke's mansion for several years. He finally escaped, but was tricked into the Tang sect and signed a contract to sell himself. Yuhao in the parallel world would not do such a stupid thing, right? Bibai Dong smiled and said, that's for sure. After all, Yuhao over there is much smarter than the one just now. The god of destruction also looked at the screen with great anticipation. Compared to this, I am more curious about the inheritance in his artifact. What kind of inheritance can store such strong divine power in a divine weapon? I hope I can get an answer this time. Tang-san no longer wanted to explain the affairs of the Tang sect. Since it could no longer be explained, he decided simply not to explain it. After all, it was just some empty reputation, which wasn't a concern for Tang-san in his opinion. He was now the God King, and these problems were no longer important. However, he was still very concerned about Yuhao. In this case, he had already tricked Yuhao into coming to the Tang sect, so he had also placed some initial restrictions on him. But Yuhao and Tang-san in the parallel world were not easily defined. Because the Yuhao over there was too strange compared to the Yuhao here. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown while thinking about this. I don't know if I in this parallel world can control Yuhao. Chapter 24, Parallel Yuhao's Choice, He is Too Cautious. The screen flashed, and the picture appeared. The image of Yuhao in the parallel world came back into view for all the soul masters in the planar gap. Seeing the parallel Yuhao in the picture again, the soul masters suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. Although they hadn't seen the original world's Yuhao in a long time, the process of watching him had been torturous for everyone in the plane gap. Because Yuhao in the original world was far too cowardly. Not only had he been bullied by the Duchess in the Duke's mansion for several years, but he had also joined the Tang sect, a worthless sect, and signed a contract to sell himself. So many soul masters couldn't stand it anymore. However, Yuhao in the parallel world was different. He was able to rescue his mother at the same age, and even slaughtered everyone in the Duke's mansion. His ability and character were not comparable to Yuhao in the original world. The sort of bad things that happened to Yuhao in the original timeline were unlikely to happen to him. At this moment, everyone looked forward to seeing the future development of Yuhao in the parallel world. Speaking of which, I remember that before the screen was interrupted, the parallel Yuhao had already broken through both the innate soul power and soul power to level 10. So, what comes next? How does he plan his future? Bibai Dong looked at the screen with anticipation. And at this moment on the screen, after raising his cultivation to level 10 of soul power, Yuhao faced his first difficulty, the selection of soul rings. He needed to obtain the first soul ring as soon as possible to break through level 10 of soul power earlier. Otherwise, his cultivation would be stuck at level 10 and could not be improved. Completing this task as soon as possible has become Yuhao's top priority. But Yuhao would not choose to go hunting soul beasts impulsively. After all, once a soul ring is attached, it will be used for a lifetime. At this moment, he lacked enough knowledge to help him select soul rings. He was confused about how to obtain soul rings because he had never learned any information in this area, and he didn't know how to choose his first soul ring. That night, Yuhao thought about it in bed until late at night. It was not until the next morning that Yuhao discussed this matter with his mother. He believed he should attend school. There are various academies on the DOLOU continent, and at his age, he is qualified to study in those low-level academies. Once he has learned enough in the low-level academies, he can be promoted to the higher-level ones for further study. In this way, he would master all the theoretical knowledge he needed, laying a solid foundation for his future development. Well, then do as you wish. Yuhao, his mother, naturally supported Yuhao's choice throughout the process. She also thought Yuhao needed to go to school, so she directly agreed to his proposal. Therefore, Yuhao left home and began to inquire about information in the village. Bibai Dong nodded. Well, he was very rational and did not rashly choose to obtain the soul ring. His choice was the right one. Kyan Renksu added, sure enough, Yuhao in the parallel world is much smarter. It's a pleasure to watch him grow. Yuhao felt a bit embarrassed when he saw this. He suddenly realized that compared to his counterpart in the parallel world, he seemed like a fool. When he had gone to the Stardew Great Forest before, he had lacked any knowledge. He hadn't known what a spiritual soul beast was, or what a power soul beast was. What effects could various soul beasts bring after they attached soul rings? He didn't know anything. Under these circumstances, he had plunged directly into the Stardew Great Forest like a reckless man. If it hadn't been for his good luck in encountering the Tianmeng ice silkworm, he would probably have been killed by the 10-year-old wind baboon. Even if he had managed to explode and kill the wind baboon, there was a high probability that he would have absorbed the 10-year-old wind baboon immediately after killing it. If that had happened, he would be useless in the future. Yuhao had never thought about these things before. But now, after seeing what he was doing in the parallel world, he realized how stupid his previous actions were. It was thanks to his good luck. Otherwise, he would have been utterly useless. Thinking of this, he exhaled again. Sure enough, there is still so much to learn. Compared to me in the parallel world, I am far too inferior. He continued to look at the screen. After asking around, Yuhao learned about several low-level colleges from the villagers. However, he did not rush to choose. Instead, he thanked the villagers first and then went to the nearest city to inquire further. The information obtained from the city was undoubtedly more comprehensive. However, when Yuhao chose the school this time, he considered not only whether the school itself was excellent but also another major factor. He wanted it to be relatively close to his home. After having finally escaped from the Duke's mansion, Yuhao's biggest wish at this moment was to stay with his mother for a while, and he was hesitant to leave her alone in the village. Thus, the school he chose needed to be close enough for him to commute daily. If necessary, he was willing to spend money on a transportation soul guidance device. Nonetheless, commuting was his bottom line, and it could not be changed. Due to this condition, the range of choices he had became much smaller. He spent the entire day asking around, and when evening came, he hurried back home to have dinner with his mother. Early the next morning, he left home again and went to the 3 schools he had carefully selected the previous day, inspecting them one by one. He visited 3 schools in one day and finally chose the one closest to the village. He handled the enrollment process himself, paid the registration fee, received his student ID, and agreed to start school the following day. Afterward, he headed to the city to buy a soul guidance device for traveling. The level of this soul guidance device was not high, but it was sufficient for transportation. Yuhao calculated that with this soul guidance device, it would take him about half an hour to travel from home to school every day if he was not delayed by anything along the way. This time was acceptable to him. Chapter 25. Enrollment, Parallel Yuhao becomes a popular figure. Ning Rongrong, wow, is this really Yuhao? It's the same Yuhao, but why does he feel so different? Bibai Dong, Yuhao in the parallel world is so mature. If his body weren't so small, I would think he was an adult. Kyan Renksu, adults may not have such meticulous thoughts, right? He considers everything that needs to be accounted for before he starts executing his plans. Even other adults may not be able to do this. God of Destruction, indeed. This child is extraordinary. No wonder he was chosen by the artifact at such a young age. He is truly worthy of praise. Tang-san. In the chat room, after watching what Yuhao in the parallel world had accomplished in the past few days, everyone felt a bit dumbfounded. The parallel Yuhao was so outstanding. He managed to handle this series of challenges independently at such a young age. Don't think this was just a simple selection of colleges and paying tuition. There was a lot of knowledge involved. Even a 15 or 16-year-old boy might struggle to accomplish these tasks by himself. But Yuhao did everything on his own, and he did it almost perfectly. So everyone in the chat room couldn't help but sigh after witnessing this scene. And on the screen, Yuhao rushed home quickly after buying the soul guidance device. But he didn't stop right after returning home. Instead, he used the soul guidance device to take his mother out so they could visit the city together. He held his mother's hand and took her shopping like a little adult. Yuner hadn't done this kind of thing for many years. She felt a bit out of her element while shopping, especially when she saw the many people around her and the glamorous appearance of other women her age. This made her feel even more self-conscious. But Yuhao held Yuner's hand a little tighter and smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid, mother. They're not as pretty as you just need to dress up." After saying this, Yuhao led Yuner to a clothing store. He first selected several outfits for her, and then bought them after she made her second choice. When Yuner put on the new clothes, her demeanor changed significantly. Then Yuhao took her to wash her hair, style it, and cut his hair. When everything was finished, the mother and son walked down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by and becoming the center of attention themselves. Yuhao smiled and said to Yuner, "See, mother, I told you long ago that you're much prettier than them. You are the most beautiful." Yuner immediately blushed and replied, "Thank you, Yuhao. But how did I come to find that you're so good at making girls happy? You should have rarely come into contact with other girls." Yuhao smiled and didn't say much more. However, what he was thinking was that he had learned how to make women happy. When he was in the Duke's mansion, this had been his main area of study. He specialized in this to gain the trust of the Duchess, which ultimately gave him the chance to kill her. So when it came to making women happy, he was indeed skilled. It's just that all of this was in the past, and he didn't want to say more about it, fearing that Yuner would recall the bad memories. He took Yuner's hand and headed to a restaurant. "Mom, let's go eat, I'm hungry." Yuner smiled and followed her son into the restaurant, feeling incredibly lucky to have such a child. After seeing this scene, Yuhao and Yuner, who were in the gap between the planes, had red eyes. Yuner, I in the parallel world look so happy. Yuhao, isn't this the life I've dreamt of? Unfortunately, I feel so useless. Kyan Rengsu's gaze softened as she looked at the parallel Yuhao. For someone like her, who hadn't had a good childhood, scenes like this were particularly moving. It made her feel a bit misty-eyed. She suddenly grabbed Bibaidong's hand, and Bibaidong, noticing, held her hand back gently. This kid is quite filial. After finishing their meal, Yuhao and Yuner left. It didn't take too long to return to the village, using the soul guidance device. About half an hour later, they returned to the village. Once home, Yuhao took a bath. After Yuner finished her bath, she helped Yuhao wash their clothes and then went to bed early. Obviously, although he had a lot of fun that day, he was indeed a bit tired. Yuhao quickly returned to his room. Despite feeling exhausted, he didn't sleep because he always remembered that he still had an enemy like the White Tiger Duke. So he forced himself to fight off his sleepiness and began to meditate and practice. Nothing noteworthy happened that night. Early the next morning, Yuner rose early to prepare breakfast for Yuhao, reminding him to eat before heading to school. Yuhao rode his soul guidance device to school early to attend class. As a transfer student, he had to introduce himself upon entering the classroom. However, this kind of thing was easy for Yuhao. He didn't seem shy at all, he was quite composed. Moreover, with Yuner's care in recent days and the careful dressing he had done that morning, Yuhao looked extremely handsome. With his demeanor, he quickly won the favor of many male and female classmates as soon as he spoke. Therefore, when the teacher asked him to choose his seat, Several female classmates even took the initiative to invite him to sit next to them. Of course, Yuhao was indifferent to such matters. His main goal in coming to school was to study. He had forgotten about emotional distractions, so when it came time to choose his seat, he picked the front row, primarily to listen to the class better. After settling Yuhao's affairs, the teacher quickly started the class. The teacher spoke attentively, and Yuhao listened intently, but because he had joined in the middle of the course, he didn't understand a lot of the material. However, Yuhao wasn't anxious. He marked the concepts he didn't understand first and then listened carefully again. After class, he planned to ask his classmates or teachers and gradually resolve his questions. Chapter 26, Incomprehension is Beyond Belief. Parallel Yuhao avoids taking the 50-level detour. So, in the following period, Yuhao studied various theoretical knowledge very seriously. He could almost be called the most diligent and studious student in the entire academy. He listened carefully in class. He also took a lot of time after class and school hours to visit the library and read various books. He even made it a point not to miss the time to go home at night, often borrowing books from the library to bring home for careful study. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would note it down and ask his teacher the following day. In this way, although only half a year had passed, Yuhao's knowledge reserves had greatly improved. Even though he had entered school later than his classmates, his progress had far exceeded that of some seniors due to his tireless and intense study, making him a well-deserved academic master in his class. His teachers in various subjects were also very satisfied with him. After all, which teacher doesn't appreciate diligent and studious students? Therefore, when Yuhao asked them questions, they gladly answered all he wished to know. In the gap between the planes, everyone who witnessed Yuhao's rapid growth on the screen was completely dumbfounded. Especially the individuals from the Sun-Moon Empire and the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. The shock in their eyes was palpable. Jing Hongqian, Yuhao in the parallel world is incredible. While I think Yuhao in the original timeline is already impressive, the gap between him and Yuhao in the parallel world is still too vast. Zhao Hongqian, won't he tire of studying and practicing like this? Who can compete with him? Kong Deming, that's why he is said to be terrifying. Have you noticed that even though Yuhao in the original timeline seems so ordinary compared to Yuhao in the parallel world, he is still one of the best geniuses in the entire DOLOU continent. What about Yuhao in this parallel world? How formidable will he become in the future? I can scarcely bear to think about it. Kong Deming's eyes grew extremely solemn as he spoke. Jing Hongqian, Zhao Hongqian, and the others could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Yes, if Yuhao in the original timeline can be like that, how will Yuhao in the parallel world grow in the future? Will he be invincible across the entire DOLOU continent? This is not a good thing for their Sun-Moon Empire. They looked back at the screen. And at this moment in the picture, one day, half a year later, Yuhao finally chose his target for the first soul ring. In the past 6 months, in addition to utilizing the knowledge he had learned, he consulted many reputable teachers from the academy. He even consulted the school principal, winning 2 outstanding academic awards in the last half year and earning public praise from the principal. Afterward, he took the opportunity to ask the principal for advice. Although the principal of their school wasn't a titled DOLOU, he was still a soul DOLOU and possessed considerable knowledge. Thus, Yuhao received some advice regarding his first soul ring from the principal. Afterward, he used the wisdom he had gained to investigate the principal's suggestions. He also consulted many teachers from the Department of Psychology and read countless books, ultimately concluding. For his first soul ring, it was best to absorb a hidden beast as a soul ring. Since it was only the first soul ring, he should prioritize functionality. Currently, many soul masters on the DOLOU continent face the problem of focusing solely on their immediate needs when selecting soul rings and lacking an overall plan. The concerning trend among soul masters is that they often absorb soul rings without a proper strategy, opting for whichever rings seem most effective at the moment. But what happens in the later stages? It's often said there are 8 rings and 9 rings, but in reality, nearly half of the soul rings have overlapping functions or become completely useless as they advance. Thus, very few soul rings stand out in practical use. Why does this happen? This issue stems mainly from the fact that the earlier a soul master absorbs their soul rings, the weaker their power tends to be since they have been absorbed for fewer years. While such soul rings can indeed serve a purpose early on, as the soul master's strength grows, the effectiveness of these soul rings diminishes significantly over time. For instance, the 4th soul skill generally proves stronger than the 1st soul skill, especially when both are offensive skills. So why should soul masters continue to use the 1st soul skill at later stages? This renders the initial soul skill practically useless. Yuhao doesn't want the soul rings he absorbs to become mere decorations in the future. Therefore, his strategy is to avoid overlapping functions in his soul rings and to try to select more functional soul rings during the early absorption period. In doing so, when he becomes a titled DOLOU in the future, these functional soul rings obtained earlier can still play a significant role. This is why Yuhao chose the hidden beast. This type of soul beast belongs to the spiritual system and excels at hiding. Yuhao knows that if he can obtain a soul ring from this kind of soul beast, his 1st soul skill will likely be functional, granting him abilities similar to transformation and invisibility, which will remain useful regardless of his level in the future. After observing this scene, the soul masters in the gap between the planes stood in amazement, and discussions began to circulate. Many of them shared this problem. However, when they recognized the issue, they had already reached their 6th and 7th rings. The more astute among them reached this realization by the 5th and 4th rings. But it was still too late, because the soul rings that they had absorbed couldn't be changed. Furthermore, even if they had taken a detour before, absorbing attack-type soul rings, they could not escape the homogenization of soul rings in the later stage. Could they make use of some functional soul rings later? That would be a tremendous waste of talent. Ma Xiaotao felt a similar frustration. She faced this dilemma too. Although she worshipped Yan Shayaj as her master, the most egregious thing was her serious problem with homogenization among her soul rings. At that moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuhao in the parallel world is so smart. I didn't recognize this problem until I was nearing the 5th ring, but he understood it from the very beginning. It seems that he won't stray from the right path." Many low-level soul masters in the gap between the planes silently committed this knowledge to memory. They hadn't understood it before, but now they did. They aimed to follow Yuhao's insights moving forward. Because of this, they felt immense gratitude toward Yuhao at that moment. Brother Yuhao, you are a beacon guiding our progress. Chapter 27, Gu Yuina and Dai Tian's approval. Parallel Yuhao is very good. Of course, Yuhao was as cautious as ever. Even though he had determined his target for this hunt, he did not rush into the Stardew Great Forest by himself. Instead, he went directly to the nearest city to hire a professional soul beast hunting team. He refused to hire soul masters from unreliable places just to gain a small advantage. Yuhao knew better than anyone that entrusting his life and possessions to a group of powerful soul masters was a serious decision. As long as the other party was willing, they could take his life at any time, and he might not be able to defend himself. Therefore, even if hiring a professional team required spending more money, it was safer. When Yuhao selected the mercenary team, he asked multiple questions to ensure their reputation was acceptable before hiring them. "Hello, little brother. My name is Hong Ling, and I'm the captain of this team. May I know your name?" The captain of the mercenary group was a middle-aged woman with a captivating figure. After being hired by Yuhao, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, sister. My name is Yuhao." Yuhao responded with a smile of his own. The group quickly set off on their journey. While they chatted along the way, the mercenaries inquired about Yuhao's family situation. They found it odd that a boy so young would hire people to hunt soul beasts on his own, prompting their curiosity. "Me, I'm a child from a single-parent family. I've depended on my mother for all these years. Unfortunately, my mother contracted a strange illness a few years ago. She is extremely weak and bedridden, unable to walk far. Our family is poor and unable to afford treatment, so I've made it my goal to become a talented soul master in the future to earn money for my mother's care. Yuhao didn't understand why they asked about his background, but he had prepared this answer in advance. He had always been cautious. Although hiring a mercenary team through a legitimate channel was a step up, he didn't dare to be careless. So, he crafted this response. Through his answer, he aimed to convey that he was poor, implying that there was little benefit in killing or robbing him. Additionally, he sought to elicit pity from them. Given his difficult circumstances, they might reconsider if they had any harmful intentions. Everything was part of Yuhao's plan. I see. I didn't expect you to have such a hard life at such a young age. Sure enough, after Yuhao spoke, the others regarded him with more sympathy. The mercenary group leader, Hong Ling, seemed to overflow with maternal affection and even embraced Yuhao. However, one of the mercenary group members soon asked, puzzled, "But if your family situation is so difficult, why do you still come to us? While we understand, we must admit that we are indeed more expensive than regular mercenaries." Yuhao smiled bitterly. "I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I'm afraid of dying. My mother has been bedridden for a long time and needs me to care for her. I cannot afford to die. But I've heard that hiring mercenaries carries a high risk of being robbed or abandoned in the wilderness. That's why I chose you. I believe you are more reliable." After saying this, Yuhao looked at them with a cautious expression, pretending to be vulnerable. "Uncles and aunts, you're not bad people, right?" Seeing his innocent demeanor made the mercenaries' hearts ache, especially Hong Ling, whose maternal instincts were stirred. She smiled and reassured him. "Silly boy, we are not bad people. We will do our utmost to keep you safe on this mission. Don't worry." In the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters watched Yuhao's interactions and were completely dumbfounded. "Wang Donger, Yuhao, are you really that good at acting?" "Yuhao, that's not just me, that's the version of me in the parallel world. I can't act, but he seems to excel at it." "Wang Keyuer, men's words can be deceiving." "Jing Hongshan, however, I must admit that Yuhao in the parallel world is indeed much smarter. His vigilance is notably high. He will never trust others easily. With his personality, it seems almost impossible for him to be deceived. Kong Deming, I can only say he is very ambitious. Those mercenaries were completely duped by him. This kid is quite scary." Everyone sighed, astonished by the actions of the parallel Yuhao. Of course, Tang-san had been silent throughout. The more he observed Yuhao in the parallel world, the more he sensed that this kid was not easy to handle. After much contemplation, he still couldn't figure out how to tame him. And in the picture, Yuhao and his party finally entered the Stardew Great Forest after a long journey. After searching for a while, they eventually found the target of their trip, the hidden beast. However, the issue was that the cultivation level of this hidden beast was only about a few decades, which did not meet Yuhao's requirements. The Soul Master team didn't think much of it at first, and planned to kill it casually before taking Yuhao to look for other soul beasts. But at that moment, Yuhao stopped them. "Since it's useless to us, why do we need to kill it? Uncles and aunts, why not give it a way out?" Yuhao expressed his thoughts to everyone. The mercenary group members agreed with his request swiftly. They had formed a good rapport with Yuhao along the way. In the gap between the planes, after witnessing his actions, Wang Keyuer immediately expressed her opinion. "Yuhao in the parallel world handles this very well. He doesn't kill innocents indiscriminately. I admire him for that. Dai Tian, this human is commendable. Gu Yuina, indeed. Although he kills decisively, he does not harm innocent beings without cause. If other humans could learn from him, the number of innocent soul beasts that die would certainly decrease." Chapter 28. This is the parallel Yuhao. Another god has taken notice of him. As soul beasts, Dai Tian, Wang Keyuer, Gu Yuina, and others naturally admired the behavior of the parallel Yuhao. After witnessing his actions, Everyone expressed their opinions in the chat room and praised him directly. However, the Soul Masters felt a bit puzzled. Many individuals voiced their opinions in the chat room. To be honest, I really can't figure out Yuhao in the parallel world. Previously, he slaughtered everyone in the Duke's mansion, which made me see him as a butcher and executioner. But now he's letting innocent soul beasts go. How can this be explained? Bibaidong could no longer stay silent and said, "Is it possible that he just has a clear sense of gratitude and resentment? Although he isn't a virtuous person, he can't be deemed a bad one. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world killed those people in the Duke's mansion for a reason. There isn't anyone in that mansion who hasn't bullied him, so it makes sense that he killed them all. And this soul beast has no grudge against him, so he naturally doesn't want to kill innocent creatures." The group of soul masters suddenly understood. So that's how it is, it makes sense. However, in that case, I admire the character of Yuhao in the parallel world. After all, humans are contradictory creatures. There are no perfectly good people or perfectly evil ones. Compared to those hypocrites and the truly evil, I prefer his character. If someone treats me with respect, I will reciprocate. If someone criticizes me, I will respond in kind. This personality is indeed much more free and honest. The group of soul masters continued to discuss. Everyone in the gap between the planes gained a new understanding of the character of the parallel Yuhao. At this moment, a loud ID appeared in the chat room. "God of Judgment, this kid's personality suits my temperament quite well. His talent and ability are also outstanding. It's a pity he's in a parallel world. Otherwise, I would choose him as my successor. God of Judgment, however, my preferences in the parallel world should be similar. If I find him in the future, I might make the same choice." The chat room buzzed with astonishment at this revelation. Tang-san couldn't help but frown. He recalled that the God of Judgment was a first-level god, one of the few among the top first-level deities. If Yuhao in the parallel world was also valued by him, that could complicate matters. On the other hand, Yuhao in the original timeline was completely dumbfounded. His parallel world self was still young, yet he had already attracted the attention of two gods. But what about him? It seemed he had yet to be acknowledged by any gods. This left him feeling somewhat envious. And back in the picture, the events continued unfolding. After releasing the soul beast that had been cultivated for decades, Yuhao and his party resumed their journey. They pressed deeper into the Star-Du Great Forest, determined to find a transfiguration beast suitable for Yuhao to absorb. However, transfiguration beasts were notoriously rare, and they were also quite adept at hiding. As such, Yuhao and his party searched for quite a while within the Star-Du Great Forest, but still couldn't find a suitable soul beast. Despite this, Yuhao remained undeterred. He maintained his calm and continued searching. Finally, a violent roar echoed through the forest, prompting Yuhao and his party to hurry toward the sound, where they encountered another hidden beast. But rather than just one, they found three creatures. Among them was a ferocious 10,000-year-old wind baboon. The other two were hidden beasts, one with 10,000 years of cultivation and the other with only a few decades. It was at this moment that Yuhao and his team recognized one of the hidden beasts as the one they had released earlier. They hadn't expected Yuhao to have formed a bond with this hidden beast. But he didn't want to dwell on this matter too long. Having observed the situation, Yuhao estimated that the larger hidden beast likely possessed tens of thousands of years of cultivation. The main reason Yuhao had let the smaller one go earlier was that it was insufficiently cultivated, and he had no interest in absorbing a beast of such a low level. But now the concern was the opposite. The larger beast's cultivation was too high. Absorbing a soul ring from a 10,000-year-old beast would be beyond Yuhao's capabilities. Thus, he believed there was no reason to linger here. At that moment, the 10,000-year wind baboon was completely enraged. It lunged at the hidden beast, striking at its vital point with one claw while laughing maniacally. If they approached recklessly, they would likely end up as its next victims. Yuhao wisely called for the mercenary group to retreat for safety. However, the wind baboon noticed them in that instant. Upon spotting Yuhao and his party, the wind baboon roared and charged at them like a raging beast. Yuhao stepped back. Hongling and the others looked extremely serious. In an instant, the 7 mercenaries summoned their martial souls, and soul rings appeared around their bodies. The benefit of hiring a reliable mercenary group became clear. Had Yuhao ventured alone, he probably would have been defeated on the spot by this 10,000-year-old wind baboon. But now, with the help of the mercenaries, each of them summoned soul rings that displayed strengths of 5 or even 6 rings. Through their coordinated effort, they managed to slay the 10,000-year wind baboon on the spot. Yuhao effectively resolved this challenging situation. Then, a 10,000-year soul ring emerged from the vanquished wind baboon's body. Unfortunately, since none of the others present lacked soul rings, Yuhao, the only one who could absorb it, was unable to handle the power of the 10,000-year soul ring, resulting in a wasted opportunity. Everyone felt a bit regretful upon witnessing this, but could do nothing about it. Seeing the dying 10,000-year hidden beast on the ground, they decided to ignore it and prepared to leave. At that moment, the smaller hidden beast chirped a few words into the ear of the 10,000-year hidden beast. A strange light flickered in the eyes of the 10,000-year hidden beast. It struggled to its feet and slowly approached Yuhao. Then, its body began to shimmer with golden light as pure soul power was transformed into radiant energy, continuously flowing into Yuhao's body. Chapter 29. This is the Son of Destiny, the sacrifice of the 10,000-year soul beast. At this moment, in the gap between planes, the soul beasts were left dumbfounded by the scene displayed on the screen. Although not everyone could see exactly what had happened in the previous image, it did not diminish their astonishment. This was the psychological state of most soul masters in the gap at that moment. Though they didn't fully understand what transpired, the image seemed vaguely familiar to them, prompting wide-eyed exclamations of wow, wow, wow. However, among the myriad soul masters present, there were certainly those well acquainted with the details. Consequently, some of the more knowledgeable soul masters began to share professional insights. Zhang Lexuan, this is a soul beast sacrifice. Zhang Lexuan, I didn't expect that Yuhao in the parallel world could receive a soul beast sacrifice. This is a rite that can only occur if the soul beast is willing to give itself up. Zhang Lexuan, such an opportunity is incredibly rare. Jing Hongchen, this truly is the Son of Destiny. Jing Hongchen, a first soul ring at 10,000 years. Although this is less impressive than Yuhao in the original timeline, we must remember that he was already 12 years old when he obtained his first soul ring. Yuhao in the parallel world is still younger. Kong Deming, indeed, Yuhao in the parallel world exceeds my expectations. Kong Deming, if he continues to develop at this pace, he may reach level 99 before he turns 25. Kong Deming, my evaluation of him can be summed up in 2 words, simply amazing. The group continued to express their admiration, astounded by the unfolding scene. Of course, some soul masters felt a pang of frustration. Why would this 10,000-year-old hidden beast willingly sacrifice itself upon first meeting Yuhao? Could a child of destiny truly act however they wished? This seemed excessive. In response to the doubts, Gu Yuina spoke up. Why was it willing to sacrifice itself? Because Yuhao did it a favor by sparing its cub. And as you can see, the transfiguration beast died due to serious injuries inflicted by the wind baboon. So even if it didn't sacrifice itself, it would die soon. The little transfiguration beast just informed the 10,000-year-old transfiguration beast about Yuhao, and the latter sensed a certain force of destiny emanating from him. In summary, under various circumstances, it ultimately chose to sacrifice itself, and all of this relates to Yuhao sparing its cub. Without that act of kindness, none of this would have transpired. Gu Yuina elaborated, and as the others learned the reasons behind the sacrifice, their jaws dropped in realization. But they had to concede that Yuhao had earned this fortunate turn of events. Yes, if he hadn't spared the innocent little hidden beast, this blessing would never have been his. Sighs of resignation filled the air. Good deeds reap rewards. It seems I need to perform more kindness in the future and avoid harming the innocent. One soul master after another echoed this sentiment. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuina couldn't help but feel hopeful. She had not anticipated that the parallel Yuhao would end up a positive example. He had truly acted admirably. Her perception of the parallel Yuhao brightened. The group continued to watch the unfolding scene. At that moment in the picture, Yuhao quickly sat cross-legged on the ground to regulate his breath, having initiated the sacrifice ceremony. He could sense the soul power within him growing stronger, so he focused on circulating his soul power to maintain his composure. Hong Ling and the others watched in awe. Is this a soul beast sacrifice? Oh my god, what kind of luck does Yuhao have? He's managed to compel a soul beast to sacrifice itself. That little hidden beast seems to be the one he let go earlier. No wonder. Being a six-ring soul emperor, Hong Ling understood what sacrifice meant, and after realizing the situation, she and her mercenary companions were left speechless. They were almost drooling with envy, since the benefits of a soul beast's sacrifice far exceeded those of simply absorbing soul rings. Firstly, a soul beast sacrifice can bypass the upper limit that typically constrains a soul master's absorption of soul rings. In contrast, when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, they must contend with the resentment embedded in the ring. The longer a soul ring has existed, the stronger that resentment is, requiring the soul master to exert willpower to suppress it. However, since this was a voluntary sacrifice, there was no resentment attached to the soul ring. This meant the soul master could effortlessly absorb the ring, gaining tremendous power from it. Hence, Hong Ling and her companions were filled with envy at that moment. Yet they also recognized the rarity of such occurrences, prompting them to remain vigilant and supportive of Yuhao. While Yuhao absorbed the potent soul power of the 10,000-year hidden beast, he also connected with it in his spiritual realm. The 10,000-year hidden beast explained the reasoning behind its sacrifice. As Gu Yuina mentioned, there were three motivating factors. 1, it was nearing death. 2, Yuhao had previously saved its offspring. And 3, there was a faint sense of destiny resonating from Yuhao. Thus, this 10,000-year hidden beast made the courageous choice to offer itself for Yuhao. It had just one request, to ensure Yuhao took good care of its child in the future. Don't worry, I promise you. As long as I'm alive, I will take good care of it. Yuhao readily agreed to the 10,000-year-old hidden beast's request. Upon hearing his promise, the 10,000-year hidden beast smiled with relief before fully merging into Yuhao's body. Yuhao continued to absorb the powerful soul power. In the end, as he completely absorbed the soul power, he opened his eyes. A surge of powerful soul energy radiated from him, quickly spreading outward. Then, a shimmering black soul ring emerged from beneath Yuhao's feet. This was Yuhao's first soul ring, a 14,000-year-old black soul ring. Chapter 30, Parallel Yuhao's first soul skill is so amazing. He opened his eyes, and his soul ring was revealed. Yuhao carefully checked his soul power level again, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Wait, my soul power is this. Level 15. Yuhao was a little surprised. Although he had anticipated that the improvement he would gain this time would be significant, he did not expect it to be this great. He had raised his soul power level from level 10 to level 15. At this moment, as long as Yuhao could increase his soul power by 5 levels, he could absorb soul rings again. This made Yuhao very happy. Meanwhile, Hong Ling and the other members of the mercenary group were completely dumbfounded. As they looked at Yuhao, their eyes were filled with envy. So, is it that easy to upgrade? In the gap between the planes, all the soul masters were likewise speechless upon witnessing this scene. Zio was the first to sigh. Is this level 15? How can Yuhao's upgrade speed be so incredible? Yuhao replied bitterly. This upgrade is greater than the one I received when I absorbed a million-year soul ring. After all, I only raised my soul power level by 1 after absorbing Brother Tianmeng's soul ring. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm expressed dissatisfaction. Yuhao, that's not a fair comparison. While my soul ring is significantly older than this 10,000-year soul ring, it was not a sacrifice. Plus, I've placed multiple seals on your body, so it's normal for there to be a difference. Yuhao remained silent, though envy swelled within him. The parallel Yuhao was much stronger at the same period in their development. If he recalled correctly, he should still be struggling in the Duke's mansion at this time. Yet, his counterpart was already at level 15 in the parallel world. Based on this upgrade rate, wouldn't it be easy for the parallel version of himself to reach level 25 before turning 12? He might even achieve more. At that moment, Yuhao was gripped by jealousy. Concern filled the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Ice Empress over whether the parallel Yuhao would reunite with the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Despite the current situation suggesting that Yuhao in the parallel world could thrive without the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, the problem remained that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in that world would struggle without its counterpart. Without the presence of Yuhao, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm would likely perish, directly drained dry by Dai Tian and others in the Stardew Great Forest. Ice Empress also felt anxiety. In that case, she had to face her tribulations bravely. So, they all wished to fast forward to when Yuhao turned 12 to see if he encountered Tianmeng Ice Silkworm again. Everyone turned their attention back to the screen. At this moment on the screen, after briefly checking his soul power level, Yuhao redirected his focus to his soul rings and soul skills. Although the 5-level improvement in soul power excited him, he was even more curious about what soul skills he had gained. He examined the details carefully. As he expected, the soul skill he obtained was indeed a skill related to invisibility and transformation. He demonstrated it in front of all the mercenary members, first testing its basic functions. Then the color of his spirit ring began to shift before everyone's eyes, changing from black to white, then yellow, red, and finally to an astonishing green. This left all the mercenaries dumbfounded. They could not help but ask Yuhao, how can the color of your soul ring change? Just now it turned red for 100,000 years. I nearly died from shock. Yuhao smiled and explained, because this is the function of my soul ring, change. The mercenary members were momentarily stunned by his answer, but soon replied, is that so? But is your soul ring only capable of this? If that's all it can do, then this 10,000-year soul ring is pretty underwhelming. Yuhao smiled and didn't say much, instead demonstrating with action. His figure became increasingly blurred and ultimately transformed to resemble one of the mercenary group members. He kept shifting forms, and each transformation appeared perfect to onlookers. Eventually, he transformed into Hongling, a striking and attractive lady, leaving all the mercenary members in awe. They couldn't help but exclaim, is this also a function of your soul skill? That's incredible. One member of the mercenary group asked Yuhao with a bright grin, Yuhao, did you become a woman after that change? Yuhao shook his head. No, it's just a visual change. The mercenary member immediately showed a look of disappointment. Yuhao proceeded to transform into a soul beast, mimicking the winged baboon and the hidden beast before. He could change into anything he wished. In the end, he even used this soul skill to become invisible. The mercenaries were left completely astounded upon seeing this. You can become invisible, then you're invincible, you could take anyone down easily. Yuhao's voice emerged. It's not that simple. With careful exploration using mental power, you can still locate me. The mercenaries began to scrutinize closely. They soon discovered that they could indeed use their mental power to sense Yuhao's position. However, some members could not find him. One such member was the only one in their team with 3 rings who did not excel in mental power. Hongling considered this and asked Yuhao, does that mean if your spiritual power becomes extremely potent in the future and surpasses everyone else's, no one will be able to find you? Because visually, you're invisible, and with your spiritual power suppressed, you can achieve perfect disguise. Yuhao reappeared and responded, in theory that is true, but it's too idealistic. Hongling shook her head. No, it's not idealistic at all. Yuhao, don't forget that you are a spiritual soul master. Compared to soul masters of the same level, your spiritual power should be stronger. Especially as your soul power level increases in the future, this will become even more apparent, given that spiritual soul master excel in spiritual power. So if you continue to improve, there may come a time when, at the 5th and 6th rings, your spiritual power is nearly at the 7th ring level. The soul masters at your level or slightly superior to you would be like fish on a chopping board. Because you could control their life and death at will, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Chapter 31, The Ancient Tree Showed Its Power, the independent plane inside the artifact. What Hongling can think of. Many soul masters in the plane cracks can think of it naturally. Because many of them are even more powerful than Hongling. So many soul masters among them had already realized this, even before Hongling did. At this moment, their expressions are full of shock. The same is true for Jing Hongchen. He said with a look of surprise, "What Hongling said is right. The first soul skill of the parallel Yuhao is indeed divine. As long as he can improve his cultivation to the level of titled Duoluo in the future, I think that even ordinary super Duoluo may not be able to break his soul skill." Kong Deming also nodded and said, "The parallel Yuhao is getting more and more amazing. The appearance of such a genius disciple in the Duoluo continent is not a good thing for our Sun-Moon continent. If only I in the parallel world could find him earlier and bring him to the Sun-Moon Empire." But Xuanzai was not happy to hear this, and suddenly jumped out. "What are you thinking about? Yuhao must be one of our Shrek people from the Academy. Yuhao from the original time and space joined Shrek Academy, so he from the parallel world will join as well. In the final analysis, Shrek Academy is the best academy on the Duoluo continent. Even in terms of martial soul cultivation, the Sun-Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy of your Sun-Moon Empire is a piece of shit. So, I believe that with the wisdom of Yuhao from the parallel world, he will make the right choice." Kong Deming snorted coldly. "Xuanzai, don't be too confident, everything is possible. One more thing, who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? If it weren't for the fact that it's not appropriate to take action here, you would have been knocked down by me at this moment." Xuanzai immediately became timid and stopped talking. After all, Kong Deming's strength is still very strong. On the other side, Bibai Dong also observed everyone's conversation. She had many personal grudges against Shrek Academy, so even though she didn't know how they had developed, she still mocked it. "Shrek Academy, the best academy on the Duoluo continent, why don't I believe it? You guys aren't still practicing by running with stones on your backs like you did 10,000 years ago, are you?" Xuanzai fell silent again. After all, he was a little scared after being threatened by Kong Deming. And Bibai Dong was even more terrifying than Kong Deming, so he didn't dare to retort but just said in a weird tone, "Anyway, this kind of thing is recognized by all soul masters on the Duoluo continent, and you can't blacken it even if you want to." Kaian Renksu snorted, "Then I want to see how you teach at Shrek Academy when I have a chance." These events that occurred in the cracks of the plains were just some insignificant episodes. At this moment, as the screen continued to play, everyone's attention remained focused on it. After a brief analysis of Yuhao's soul skills, all the members of the mercenary group realized that his future was limitless. Therefore, they all took the initiative to recruit Yuhao, wanting him to join them. But how could Yuhao join? He knew very well what he needed most at the moment. His current strength is still too weak to protect himself and his mother in the face of any danger. So he still needs to continue to lay a solid foundation for himself and practice diligently. Only in this way can he cope with all the problems that may be encountered in the future. Therefore, Yuhao would naturally not waste this precious learning time by joining any mercenary group. He rejected everyone's invitation. Although everyone felt very sorry about this, they had no choice but to accept it. Then they escorted Yuhao out of the Star du Great Forest. And Yuhao took the initiative to take the little hidden beast with him, because he had promised the 10,000-year hidden beast previously. However, the little hidden beast was honest and simple. Before leaving with Yuhao, it even held a spiritual grass in its mouth and stared at him blankly. Yuhao took a closer look and found that this was not an ordinary item. At first glance, it seemed to be a rare spiritual medicine. But he did not forcibly take the little guy's belongings. Instead, he patted its back and said, "Eat it quickly. If you keep this kind of thing, it will be bad if someone steals it." The little hidden beast swallowed it obediently, and then jumped onto Yuhao's shoulder to leave with him. Yuhao quickly departed from the Stardew Great Forest under the escort of the mercenary group. After that, he said goodbye to them and headed towards home. At this moment, the black foreign ancient tree in the storage space suddenly flashed a strange light. The little hidden beast was directly sucked into it by the light. Yuhao was slightly stunned. What's going on? He checked carefully, and his expression suddenly became a little nervous. He was a man who kept his promises. Since he had promised the 10,000-year hidden beast to take good care of its child, he would naturally not break his promise, so he didn't want to see the little hidden beast get into an accident because of this event. He began to use his spiritual thoughts to explore the mysterious ancient tree. And this time, after some exploration, he found that his spiritual power could enter the ancient tree. Inside this ancient tree, there seemed to be another small world, and the hidden beast was sucked into that space. "Hey, I seem to be able to control the switch at will, and decide whether it stays or leaves." Yuhao was overjoyed. In this way, he felt that this object was more powerful than an ordinary storage soul guidance device. Because the storage soul guidance device can only hold some dead objects, but his item can even hold living things, which is enough to indicate that it is far more practical. Let's head home first. Although Yuhao still didn't understand the origin or other functions of this item, no matter what, it wasn't harmful to him at present, and since he couldn't figure it out immediately, he didn't want to waste any more time there. He quickly left the place and headed home. In the gap between the planes, the god of destruction was completely dumbfounded after seeing this scene. The god of destruction, is this an independent plane? The goddess of life, independent plane, this is impossible, right? It should be just a small space. The god of destruction shook his head. No, this is an independent small world, because that plane has the sun and the moon, and it also has a complete ecological chain. If it is not an independent plane, it can't do this. Thinking of this, the god of destruction became more and more curious. Whose god is this? A god with such means should not be unknown. And Electrolux's face was full of solemnity. It is indeed an independent and complete plane, which is more perfect than the undead plane I created. Chapter 32. After obtaining the first soul ring, has Yuhao already started to create his own skills. After leaving the Stardew Great Forest, Yuhao rushed on at full speed. At this moment, he finally returned home. And Yuner, because she knew in advance that Yuhao was going to the Stardew Great Forest to obtain a soul ring today, was worried all day and was looking forward to Yuhao's safe return. Seeing Yuhao return home safely, the big stone in her heart was finally put down. Afterwards, Yuner began to ask Yuhao about his gains this time. Yuhao naturally would not hold back on Yuner, so he told her everything that happened this time. Although Yuner didn't understand everything, she still listened attentively. When she heard about the dangerous places, she felt worried for Yuhao. However, when she learned that Yuhao successfully obtained the soul ring, she felt genuinely happy for him. So after Yuhao finished speaking, she smiled and stroked Yuhao's head with her hand, saying, "Well done, Xiao Yuhao, you are your mother's pride. But now we should have dinner. You must be hungry, right?" Yuner began to help Yuhao cook, and he quickly joined her. Soon, the mother and son finished cooking, and Yuhao went back to his room to rest after washing up. The next day, Yuhao went to school as usual. As expected, after learning that Yuhao had obtained his first soul ring, the class caused quite a stir. However, Yuhao was relatively low-key, and did not directly reveal his black 10,000-year soul ring. When showing his soul ring, he still used his soul skills to disguise the soul ring as a 100-year yellow soul ring. Therefore, the matter of his obtaining the soul ring did not lead to other stories afterward. He started studying again. This time, however, Yuhao focused all his thoughts on creating the technique. The reason he had this idea was mainly because he had come into contact with this knowledge half a month ago. There are also techniques on the DOLOU continent. After practicing these techniques, soul masters can improve their meditation efficiency and control their soul power faster in actual combat. Therefore, Yuhao has been very interested in these so-called techniques and self-created soul skills since then. However, at that time, Yuhao knew that the most pressing problem he needed to solve was related to his first soul ring. So he studied the relevant knowledge wholeheartedly, and naturally had no time to delve into such things. But now it was different. Now that Yuhao had obtained his first soul ring, he thought that research on self-created techniques and soul skills could also be put on the agenda. He first studied self-created techniques. After spending several months reading countless books, Yuhao developed some preliminary understanding of the so-called techniques. At this moment, he began to draw densely on a book. The illustration included all the meridians of the human body, and he wrote down the summary of his failures in another book. Yuhao wrote, "If these two meridians are mobilized together, the speed of soul power circulation seems to become faster. However, if this is done for a prolonged period, it leads to a stitch in the side. What is wrong? If I add a few more acupoints to work together, will it improve? No, it still hasn't improved. It seems that it needs to be more complicated. It can't just be the cooperation of a few meridians, it may require mobilizing more meridians simultaneously. Well, let's try it again based on this idea. Jing Hongshan, Kong Deming, Dubusi, Tang San. Has this kid started to study his skills? Everyone in the plain gap was silent at the same time when they saw this. Because it seemed heaven-defying to them, it is not an easy thing to create their own skills. Even Tang San had never done this kind of thing because his mysterious heaven skill was stolen from the Tang sect in another world. On Dubusi's side, their body sect skills were also inherited from the same lineage. He didn't know how many generations had passed through research and improvement to reach this point today. But now, Yuhao in this parallel world had started research. It looked like it. So everyone was silent after watching. After a short silence, they couldn't help but express their opinions. Jing Hongchen, this kid, is he serious? Creating his skills? Is he a demon? Kong Deming, but he is a demon. If it were someone else, it would be unlikely, but if it's him, there seems to be a chance. Tang San, impossible, impossible. How could a child like him create a skill? I think he will go crazy sooner or later. Bibai Dong, Tang San, I think you're just jealous, right? If he creates a skill, then you will be slapped in the face. Besides, if he studies it, it becomes even less likely for him to join the Tang sect. Thinking this way, I hope he can succeed more and more. Tang San's face became very ugly upon hearing this. Thinking carefully, if Yuhao in the parallel world succeeded in researching the technique, it would be quite troublesome. Yet when he thought about it again, he felt it was impossible, because Yuhao would never succeed. Even he couldn't do it back then. How could a mere Yuhao succeed? If he did succeed, wouldn't that mean he was even better than Tang San himself? This was simply a joke. At that moment, the extremely strange voice from before sounded again. This voice was naturally the mysterious one that had just arrived, and later informed everyone of the rules of this place. Instantly, everyone heard it say in their ears, "Ding! Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully triggered the quiz with prizes. Question: Can Yuhao in the parallel world complete the research of his technique? Answer A: impossible. Impossible. Researching a self-created technique is as difficult as ascending to heaven, and Yuhao in the parallel world will never succeed. Answer B: possible. Yuhao in the parallel world has extraordinary comprehension, so a self-created technique should be no problem for him. Please answer as soon as possible within 1 minute." Chapter 33, Tang San was stunned. Did the parallel Yuhao really succeed? The sudden voice sounded, attracting the attention of all the soul masters in the plane gap. After learning the content of this quiz with prizes, all the soul masters began to think carefully. They clearly remembered what the voice had said before. In the quiz with prizes, there are all kinds of rewards. Not only the reward for leaving this place, but also there are 100,000-year and 1,000,000-year soul rings and soul bones, in addition to the inheritance of gods and various heaven-defying skills. So at this moment, these soul masters began to think about how to make the right choice. After all, they were all very envious of such rewards. Yes, there is also a quiz with prizes. Tanya's eyes lit up upon hearing this voice. She hadn't remembered that there was such a thing until now. If she could answer correctly, would she also have the possibility of getting a generous reward? Tanya hated Tang-san now. She even wanted to skin him alive. But the problem was that her strength was not enough. Therefore, if she could obtain powerful force through this opportunity, would she be able to complete her revenge in the future? Thinking of this made Tanya's eyes blaze with determination. "I choose B," she declared. Bibai Dong also made a choice directly. She believed that Yuhao in the parallel world could change his fate, so she chose it without even thinking. Yuhao in the original time and space also chose B. God of Destruction, I choose B too. Tanya, I choose B too. Many people chose option B, but Tang-san was not pleased. He had always been arrogant. So, even though he had failed to create a technique back then, how could a mere Yuhao succeed? He directly mocked everyone. "It seems that you are still too young. How can such a child successfully create a technique? This is completely unrealistic." Bibai Dong sneered, "So, you choose A." Tang-san, I will choose A. Kaiyan Rangsu, I hope you will not regret it in the future. Tang-san, that's what I want to say, just don't regret it when the time comes. The picture on the screen started playing again. After that, Yuhao tried countless times to create his soul skills, but each time he failed. He tried for half a year, and the total number of attempts during that time was as high as thousands. But he didn't succeed even once. The result of each attempt was a failure and a miserable failure. Yet Yuhao still tried tirelessly and then failed again. Tang-san laughed. "Ha ha ha, I said it before, how can this kind of thing be so simple? Everyone, you should all be sweating now, right?" Bibai Dong retorted, "It's not over yet, why are you so anxious? Can't you see that Yuhao in the parallel world is still working hard?" Tang-san scoffed, "This is just a waste of time." Tanya interjected, "I hope you can still be so stubborn in the future." Tang-san shot back, "Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Tanya challenged, "Do you dare to attack me?" Tang-san replied, "What a sharp-tongued little girl, just wait for me." Another half-year has passed. After failing thousands of times, Yuhao tried over 1,000 times again. Of course, those attempts still failed. But Yuhao's perseverance is remarkable. He excels at learning from his failures. Even though he had failed 2,000 times, he still had enough patience. So he recorded all the experiences of these 2,000 failures. Every time he tried again, he avoided the mistakes of the last attempt. And through his foolproof elimination method, finally, when Yuhao attempted for the 2,321st time, he succeeded. At that time, it was late at night. Yuhao sat in his room with a serious face and practiced continuously. Finally, at the end of Yuhao's new attempt, strong soul power emanated from his body, spreading rapidly to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he did, they were ablaze with intensity. At that moment, he discovered that the soul power in his body was flowing exceptionally quickly. Moreover, as he practiced this technique, his perception of the surrounding soul power became sharper. Yuhao couldn't wait to record the operation of this technique directly. On the other side, in the plane gap, after successfully witnessing this scene, all the soul masters were completely dumbfounded. Especially Tang-san at this moment. His face was worse than if he had eaten something unpleasant. He never dreamed that Yuhao in the parallel world could complete the research and development of his own soul skills. This was something even he couldn't accomplish, and he was stunned. Of course, compared to Tang-san, The others who chose to believe in Yuhao in the parallel world were all excited. Tang exclaimed, "Did I choose the right one? As expected, Yuhao from the parallel world is amazing." Haha, of course, I didn't mean to say that Yuhao from the original time and space isn't good. Yuhao replied, "Sister Tang, you don't have to say it, I understand. Compared with me in the parallel world, I'm not that great." God of Destruction cautioned, "See God, don't rush to conclusions and don't show your face too soon. Otherwise, you might end up embarrassed in the end. Don't you think so?" Tang San's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Bibai Dong sneered, "That's right. Just now, I recall someone saying that Yuhao from the parallel world would go crazy. What a pity it didn't go as you wished." Just then, the voice sounded again. Ding! The correct answer to this quiz is option B. Definitely. Yuhao in the parallel world has extraordinary comprehension, so creating his own skills is well within his capabilities. Congratulations to all participants who chose answer B for receiving the reward. Random blind box reward. As the voice concluded, a golden light suddenly flashed. Then, along with the golden light, everyone found that there was suddenly a square box in their hands. Tanya's eyes lit up immediately. Is this the promised reward? I can't wait to see what I get. I hope it will be something that can help me become stronger. Chapter 34, Generous Rewards. Tanya breaks through the title Duoluo, and the God of Destruction breaks through the peak of the God King. Tanya has been coveting the prize-winning quiz for a long time. After all, this is her only chance to surpass Tang San. Tanya knows exactly how much she weighs. If there are no special circumstances, she can't catch up with Tang San even if she practices hard for a lifetime. Not to mention seeking revenge on Tang San. But this time is different. As long as she can obtain some particularly generous rewards from this blind box, she has the possibility of surpassing Tang San in the future. So Tanya is extremely excited at this moment. After she sees the blind box in her hand, she can no longer suppress her inner restlessness. She stretches out her other hand. One hand supports the bottom of the blind box, while the other hand directly opens the box. As Tanya successfully opens the box, a golden light suddenly emerges from it. Wow, golden legend! Congratulations to the opener. Successfully obtained the reward, titled Duoluo Gift Pack. Reward description: directly increases the soul power of the opener to level 90. Without adding soul rings, if the opener's cultivation has reached level 90, it cannot be increased. The voice sounds again. Then, as the voice fades, the golden light pours into Tanya's body fiercely, like a revelation. The soul power on Tanya's body rapidly increases at an extremely terrifying speed. It takes only a few breaths. Her soul power level is directly increased to level 90. However, she still cannot be called a true titled Duoluo, because she has not yet obtained the corresponding soul ring. But for Tanya now, as long as she returns to the Duoluo continent, she can immediately attach soul rings to herself continuously. When she successfully attaches 9 soul rings, her realm will naturally reach titled Duoluo. This reward is too generous. And Tanya, after feeling the power of her current aura, is also ecstatic on the spot. She never dreamed that her strength could improve so quickly. She jumps directly to the titled Duoluo level. This is too dreamy. Thinking of this, her eyes become even more fiery. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The rewards that can be obtained here are indeed very generous. Tanya keeps thinking. Just the first reward helped me directly upgrade to titled Duoluo. Then what if they come a few more times? Then wouldn't it be possible for me to surpass Tang San? Thinking of this, Tanya's eyes suddenly become a little fierce. Tang San, wait for me. It's better not to let me get more rewards. Otherwise, once my strength improves, I will kill you first. At this moment, other people who received rewards at the scene have begun to open their blind box rewards impatiently. Because the blind box rewards are random, it requires a lot of luck. Some people can get extremely generous rewards from the blind box, and some people get a thank you for patronage. Of course, those who win the grand prize will be automatically notified by the system in the chat group. so everyone in the chat group can see those who have received generous rewards. Tang is undoubtedly the first to receive a generous reward. Therefore, at this moment, the first system notification in the chat room is to inform Tang of the reward she received. This directly broke through to title DOLOU. I'm so envious. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? A group of soul masters says with great envy. And even Tang-san can't help but twitch his mouth. That little girl was promoted to title DOLOU directly. Damn it. Because Tang had retorted to Tang-san before, he was very impressed by her. But he didn't expect Tang to be so lucky. From his perspective, he didn't want Tang to have such an easy life. But a mere title DOLOU is nothing. She is 1,000,000 miles away from me, but I can still kill her easily. HMPH, Tang, just wait for me. You have already found your way to death. Tang-san keeps comforting himself in his heart. Just then, another notification suddenly comes out from the chat room announcement. Congratulations! The god of destruction successfully opened a large amount of destructive power through the blind box. The god of destruction has raised his realm to the peak of the god-king realm. As soon as the news comes out, the entire chat room is boiling. Those mortals on the DOLOU continent may not know what this means. But those gods in the god realm know it. The peak of the god-king realm means that the god of destruction is directly invincible. The other 4 god-kings, including Tang-san, fluctuate around the middle stage of the god-king realm. But the god of destruction has directly reached the peak of the god-king realm. At this moment, he feels he can beat at least 2 opponents by himself. If he works hard, 3 is not impossible. So all the gods in the god realm begin to congratulate the god of destruction in the chat room. Goddess of life, destruction, congratulations. God of emotion, god of destruction, your luck, I am jealous. God of kindness, destruction, now you have become the first person in our god realm. Countless gods continue to congratulate the god of destruction. Only Tang-san's face turns black. Because he is jealous at this moment. Tang-san, damn, how great would it be if I had this kind of reward? He feels extremely envious, and he also wants to break through to the peak of the god-king realm. What makes him feel most uncomfortable is that this person is the god of destruction. If this person had been someone else in the god realm who broke through, well, to be honest, although Tang-san would still feel envious, at least he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. But this person happened to be the god of destruction. The god of destruction has always been against Tang-san, and Tang-san is a little afraid of him. Now, the god of destruction has become even more powerful. Then Tang-san's life will become even more difficult in the future, because he will have no way to deal with the god of destruction at that time. So Tang-san feels uncomfortable at this moment. He even begins to regret it. Why was he so foolish just now and directly chose A? If only he had chosen B. He might have become a peak god king. At this time, another announcement appears in the chat room. After seeing this announcement, Tang-san's face suddenly becomes completely gloomy. Chapter 35, Kyan Renksu and Bibai Dong are resurrected. Tang-san was anxious. The reason why Tang-san was so angry is easy to understand. It's nothing more than that he saw the thing he least wanted to see. And what is that thing? In addition to Tang-ya's promotion and the promotion of the god of destruction, naturally, Bibai Dong and Kyan Renksu are left. Therefore, for Tang-san at this moment, he naturally saw the deeds of Kyan Renksu and Bibai Dong. At the same time, in the chat room, it's not just Tang-san who saw it. Except for Tang-san, all the soul masters in the Plain Gap also saw the following message. Congratulations! Bibai Dong and Kyan Renksu obtained the opportunity to reshape their bodies through the blind box. Bibai Dong and Kyan Renksu have completed the reshaping of their bodies. When they leave this place in the future, the two will be in a survival state. After seeing this message, all the soul masters were slightly stunned. Of course, Tang-san had the biggest reaction. His face had completely turned black at this moment. He angrily cursed, "Damn it! How did these 2 bitches come back to life?" This time, things have become a little troublesome. Kyan Renksu and Bibai Dong were also very happy after receiving such a reward. Although they had been able to move freely before, they had never felt the feeling of being alive. But at this moment, they felt that they were alive. So after the two of them looked at each other, they could see hints of deep joy in each other's eyes. Of course, after a brief moment of joy, they also began to taunt Tang-san. Kyan Renksu, Tang-san, we have resurrected, you wait. When we leave here, we will make you pay for what you did. Tang-san, come on, I'm waiting. Since I can kill you once, I can kill you again. I forgot to tell you that I have entered the realm of God King, and you are just a mere first-level god. If you want to fight me, you can come and try. Bibai Dong, Tang-san, don't be complacent. Indeed, even the two of us have to admit that your strength is currently above ours. The two of us really can't do anything to you, but don't forget that there is also a quiz with prizes. If we were able to get a reward once, we could get a second reward as well. In the end, don't let us gain power. Otherwise, we will kill you. Tang-san's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was somewhat afraid in his heart. However, he still didn't want to show any weakness in momentum, so he quickly sneered at the two of them again. What a joke! You can get rewards, but I can't. Let's wait and see. The verbal clash between the two sides ended quickly. In the gap between the planes, everyone had received rewards. Of course, among these people, only a few had received actual rewards, like Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Wang Kier. They opened the box in vain and got nothing. However, everyone was not too disappointed. After all, Bibai Dong and Kyan Renksu were right just now. If they can receive a reward once, they have the opportunity to get it again. They can't say that there is only one prize-winning question and answer session, right? That would be too disappointing. So this group quickly looked at the screen again and began to look forward to the arrival of the second reward. At this moment, on the screen. After successfully researching this technique, Yuhao began to improve it. Although he had already devised a technique of his own, Yuhao knew that compared to the legendary mysterious heaven skill, which could change the talents of soul masters, his technique was still far inferior. So he wanted to enhance his technique through continuous experiments so that he could have a higher ceiling in the future. Of course, Yuhao also knew that this was very difficult. After achieving initial results in his self-created technique, Yuhao did not continue to focus solely on this one endeavor. He also began researching his own soul skills. Not only that, but he took time each day to practice and learn about soul guidance technology. This was also the main reason Yuhao chose this school at the time. The school he selected was one of those few institutions that allowed students to practice both martial soul and soul guidance techniques simultaneously. Ever since Yuhao became aware of soul guidance devices, he has been very optimistic about their future development prospects, so he also wanted to learn soul guidance technology. Jing Hongchen, good. As expected of Yuhao from the parallel world, he recognized the necessity of soul guidance devices so early and planned to learn them. In this case, it seems that our Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy may recruit him, because in terms of soul guidance devices, our Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy must be the best. Xuanzai, nonsense, absolutely impossible. Our Shrek Academy also has a soul guidance department, and our martial soul department is even better. Yuhao from the parallel world will come to our Shrek Academy. Kong Deming, then let's wait and see. Yuhao spent another full year studying. At this time, he was already 12 years old. Yuhao left the Duke's mansion when he was more than 9 years old. He awakened his martial soul at the age of 6. To gain the trust of the Duchess, he lurked in the Duke's mansion for more than 3 years. When he killed the Duchess, he was more than 9 years old. Then he quickly improved his strength. In these 2 short years, he not only learned a lot of theoretical knowledge, but also created and refined his self-created skills and developed several self-created soul skills. Most importantly, his soul guidance technology has also made significant progress. He successfully became a level 1.5 soul engineer. The reason he is level 1.5 is mainly that his current soul power level is only level 20, and he has not broken through to the second ring. Once he obtains the second soul ring, he will have enough soul power to support him in creating a level 2 soul guidance device. and at that time, he will be recognized as a true level 2 soul engineer. Today, he has graduated from the academy. Due to Yuhao's excellent performance, the academy took the initiative to help him apply to the City Lord. So he obtained the City Lord's recommendation letter and qualified to apply for Shrek Academy. This is what Yuhao has been looking forward to all along. After all, Shrek Academy is known as the best academy on the DOLOU continent, so Yuhao wants to take a look and see how advanced the teaching philosophy there is. If he can learn something beneficial there, he is willing to stay longer. Chapter 36. Returning to the Great Forest of Stars, the parallel Yuhao met the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. At this moment, in the space between planes, Yan Xiaoj and Xuan Zai exchanged smug glances as they watched the parallel Yuhao on the screen express his intent to join Shrek Academy. Yan Xiaoj smirked. The Yuhao in this parallel world is quite intelligent. He understands that joining our Shrek Academy is the best choice. Fortunately, he didn't miss this opportunity. If he hadn't been trained by Shrek Academy, his talent would have been wasted. Xuan Zai laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I've said it before, on our DOLOU continent, anyone with even a bit of sense would yearn to join Shrek Academy. Our academy is simply unmatched. With that, Xuan Zai enthusiastically tagged Jing Hongchen. Xuan Zai at Jing Hongchen. Jing Hongchen, what do you have to say now? I told you before that even in a parallel world, Yuhao would choose Shrek Academy. Yet you still argued with me. Do you see now that you were wrong? Jing Hongchen, HMPH, Xuan Zai, don't get ahead of yourself. He hasn't joined yet. Besides, even if he does, so what? Didn't you hear him say he just wants to evaluate whether the teaching there is as advanced as rumored? If not, he won't stay long. What exactly are you so proud of? Xuan Zai, just answer me, has he joined or not? And once he does, do you think he'll want to leave? Jing Hongchen, oh, so your Shrek Academy is so domineering that once someone joins, they aren't allowed to leave. Xuan Zai, Jing Hongchen, you old schemer, don't try to twist my words. What I mean is that once he experiences the excellence of our teaching philosophy, he'll choose to stay and study wholeheartedly. Jing Hongchen, we'll see about that. The argument between Jing Hongchen and Xuan Zai raged on in the chat room. Since they belonged to opposing factions, they had no reason to hold back when mocking each other. However, Xuan Zai remained confident in Shrek Academy. He firmly believed that, just like in their original timeline, Yuhao from the parallel world would become a shining example of Shrek's greatness. The pride he felt in that moment was indescribable. Meanwhile, the video on the screen continued playing. Although Yuhao had received a recommendation letter from the City Lord, he didn't immediately register at Shrek Academy. He knew that his soul power had already reached level 20. If he could obtain his second soul ring quickly, not only would he achieve a breakthrough in soul power, but his rank as a soul master would also advance to level 2. Thus, after leaving home, Yuhao set his sights on the Star du Great Forest, aiming to acquire his second soul ring before anything else. By now, his theoretical knowledge was already well-rounded, and he had carefully researched what type of soul beast would best suit his needs. As always, he proceeded with caution. Before venturing into the Star du Great Forest, he first traveled to the nearest city to hire a mercenary group for protection, just as he had done previously. Rather than seeking out unfamiliar mercenaries, he decided to work with a team he already knew and trusted. He reconnected with Hong Ling and her group. Brother Yuhao, long time no see, what brings you here? Hong Ling and her team greeted him warmly, pleased to see him again. The last time they had accompanied him, they had witnessed the astonishing event of a soul beast sacrificing itself for his first soul ring, a memory that left a deep impression on them. Yuhao got straight to the point. I'll need your help again. I'm looking to hunt a soul beast to absorb my second soul ring. No problem. Wait, you said you're looking for a second soul ring? Are you level 20 now? Hong Ling and the others initially agreed with a smile, but upon processing his words, their eyes widened in shock. Yuhao nodded in confirmation. Stunned, Hong Ling blurted out, Yuhao, how old are you now? 12, Yuhao answered calmly. The astonishment in their eyes deepened. You're a little monster. one of them exclaimed in genuine admiration. After receiving the deposit, the group set out for the Stardew Great Forest without delay. Back in the space between planes, the observing Soul Masters were overwhelmed with mixed emotions as they watched. The timelines match. Both versions of Yuhao are 12 years old, yet the parallel version has advanced 10 levels beyond the original. Not only that, but he's already developed his own techniques and soul skills, and he's even a level 1.5 soul engineer. This is unbelievable. How powerful will he become in the future? At that moment, Tianming Ice Silkworm and Bingdi also grew tense. Tianming Ice Silkworm, will Yuhao from the parallel world meet me again? I hope so. Otherwise, I'm doomed. Bingdi, if you hadn't met Tianmeng, you wouldn't have met him either. And without that, Zudi would have had no connection to him. Electrolux, the entire chain of events, none of it would have happened. I hope so. While Yuhao from the original world is already remarkable, he still falls short of his parallel counterpart. If I can gain his help, my chances of becoming a god in the future will be much greater. Everyone's eyes turned back to the screen. At that moment on the screen, not long after entering the Stardew Great Forest, Yuhao's team encountered a formidable 50,000-year-old soul beast. Yuhao was baffled. A soul beast of such power shouldn't have been lurking in the forest's outskirts. But there was no time to dwell on the mystery. To ensure Yuhao's safe retreat, Hong Ling's team unleashed their full firepower against the beast. Though their mercenary fees were steep, they proved their reliability in critical moments. Against all odds, they managed to hold the soul beast at bay. Yuhao wasted no time and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. And then, he encountered the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Chapter 37, Parallel Yuhao met Tangya recruits. Although the process was a little bumpy, in the end, Yuhao in the parallel world still met the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm acted the same as in the original time and space. It entered Yuhao's body without saying a word and then put on a domineering look. Of course, during this process, unlike Yuhao in the original world, who was fooled by the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm into believing that he was the king of soul beasts, the only million-year soul beast on the DOLOU continent, etc., Yuhao in the parallel world did not listen to its boasting. He was very good at judging character. Although the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had 1,000,000 years of cultivation, it had been sleeping for 1,000,000 years. Moreover, it had not experienced the intrigues and deceptions of human society and was not particularly good at hiding its emotions. Therefore, it did not deceive Yuhao. Yuhao could vaguely see its panic from its expression. It did not believe the words it boasted about itself. However, Yuhao knew that the opponent was indeed very strong and was not someone he could fight against at that moment. Based on the opponent's strength, if it had ill intentions towards him, it could have killed him hundreds of times. So, Yuhao didn't pick a fight with it. Although Yuhao didn't believe many of the things the opponent said, he chose to obey it for the time being. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was very pleased to be so obediently tricked by Yuhao. It quickly took the initiative to complete the ceremony of becoming a wisdom soul ring. Yuhao also happily received a 1,000,000-year soul ring. After completing this step, Electrolux also arrived and entered Yuhao's body. Because the expulsion was ineffective, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had no choice but to give up. However, it boasted to Yuhao fiercely, and simultaneously told him that it would go to the far north to obtain a 3rd soul ring for him after he reached level 30, and would also give him an ultimate ice martial soul. In response to this, Yuhao appeared very happy and excited, but he was secretly a little wary. Why do I have to go to the far north? In fact, from the attribute point of view, the soul beasts in the far north are not particularly suitable for the spiritual system. There must be something fishy here. Forget it, I'll obey it for now, and then slowly find an opportunity to draw out its true purpose in the future. At this moment, after watching this scene, in the gap between the planes, in the chat group, Ice Empress, hahaha, Tianmeng, you have been fooled by Yuhao from the parallel world. How silly, I thought he was fooled by you, but it turns out he was just teasing you. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Gu Yuina, This is the reaction that a truly smart person should have. How can you believe everything others say? It is the most reasonable approach to always be 70% suspicious of others and 30% trusting of their words. Yuhao from the parallel world is commendable. Yuhao's mouth twitched. After seeing this scene, he felt that he had been really silly and cute. Because he had completely believed in the Tianmeng ice silkworm before. He had believed whatever it said. So, Yuhao felt the grievance of being betrayed after being tricked by it to the far north. But Yuhao from the parallel world. He didn't want to believe the Tianmeng ice silkworm at all. Naturally, the situation he had encountered before would not occur. So at this moment, Yuhao could not help but sigh, I have learned something again. Sure enough, I am still too naive. You have to be like me in the parallel world. Tang-san could not help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. If possible, he did not want Yuhao to be like Yuhao in the parallel world. Because Yuhao would be too difficult to control in that case. Everyone continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, Yuhao also gained a lot of benefits from absorbing the soul ring of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. He successfully broke through to soul power level 25 and also obtained 4 powerful soul skills. However, this made Yuhao more vigilant. He always believed that something free was impossible. Since this Tianmeng ice silkworm was so powerful, why did it have to come to him for no reason? Although it claimed to want to create a god, Yuhao sensed some truth in that. But he always felt that the Tianmeng ice silkworm was hiding something from him. Tianmeng ice silkworm. I can't beat him. Yuhao in the parallel world is too smart. Electrolux, Big Bug, you are completely under his control now. Zio, but did you notice? After Yuhao in the parallel world absorbed the soul ring of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, he seemed to have improved more than the one in the original time and space. Wang Donger, yes, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. He has directly improved by 5 levels. Xuanzai, very normal because he is stronger than our Yuhao. His physique is stronger, and he has created his own skills. So he can absorb more energy from the Tianmeng ice silkworm, although part of it is sealed up. But because he absorbs more soul power, the increase in his soul power level will naturally be greater. But this makes me a little envious. Fortunately, he is also going to join our Shrek Academy, and he will be one of us in the future. Everyone kept chatting in the group. And in the picture, after Yuhao's trickery, the Tianmeng ice silkworm was flattered by him. It let down its guard and went asleep quickly. And Yuhao saw Tang and Bei just after waking up. This was the first time Yuhao met Tang and Bei. However, facing the two for the first time, Yuhao did not show much vigilance. He was only alert in his heart, but on the surface, he still looked like a pure and sunny boy. He introduced himself first, and then asked about the identities of the two. He learned from the two that they were from Shrek Academy and were disciples of the Tang Sect. Suddenly, Yuhao thought of their Tang Sect's mysterious heaven skill because he had seen it in books more than once. The Tang Sect's mysterious heaven skill was so magical that it could almost be called a divine skill. So, he wanted to find an opportunity to observe this skill. Tang and Bei also wanted to recruit Yuhao because they recognized that his talent was currently strong. So the two of them exchanged glances quickly, and then Tang asked Yuhao, by the way, brother Yuhao, our Tang Sect is now recruiting disciples. Are you interested in joining our Tang Sect? Chapter 38, a new round of quiz with prizes is coming. Did Tang-san make the wrong choice again? Here it comes. Same routine, same formula. Tang is inviting Yuhao to join the Tang Sect again. However, this is Yuhao from the parallel world. He is not so easy to fool. Will he join? At this moment, after seeing what happened on the screen, the chat room became lively again. One by one, the Soul Masters couldn't help but start talking. They were all very curious about the next choice of the parallel Yuhao. Wang Donger also asked Yuhao, Yuhao, what do you think? Do you think you in the parallel world will join? Yuhao began to analyze. It's hard to say. If I in the parallel world have no interest in mysterious heaven's skill, I think with his intelligence, he should not join the Tang sect. But he is very interested in mysterious heaven skill, so it's really hard to say. Wang Qiyu said directly, I don't think so. Yuhao was slightly stunned and asked again, why? Wang Qiyu said coolly, intuition. Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard it. And at this moment, the strange voice sounded again. Ding! Time for the quiz with prizes is up. New multiple choice question appears. Question, will Yuhao in the parallel world join the Tang sect? Answer A, he will join. For the sake of mysterious heaven skill and the Tang sect's unique skills, even Yuhao from the parallel world will make a choice. Answer B, he will not join. It doesn't matter if he doesn't learn mysterious heaven skill and the Tang sect's unique skills. Please participate actively and make your choice within 60 seconds. As the sound rang out, the picture on the screen paused temporarily. The soul masters in the gap of the entire plane became a little excited again. They all began to think, and they all wanted to get the same rewards as those who won the prizes last time. So one by one, they began to participate enthusiastically. The opportunity is here again. This time, I must win the prize again. Tanya couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Having tasted the sweetness, she couldn't wait to win the prize again after having benefited last time. Because she is now a titled Duo, if she can get some more generous rewards, her strength will grow further, and then she will be closer to Tang-san. Mother, our chance has come. Well, we must choose well. Kaian Rangsu and Bibaidong also looked at each other. They could see a burst of heat in each other's eyes, and it was obvious that they were equally eager for rewards. This time, I won't make the wrong choice. And Tang-san snorted coldly. He didn't rush to choose the answer. Instead, he planned to wait until everyone else made their choice before he made his choice. So at this moment, before Tang-san, everyone else had made their choice. Wang Qiyu, I choose B. Wang Donger, I choose B. Yuhao, I choose B. The choices of most people were the same. And people like Kaian Rangsu, Bibaidong, and the God of Destruction all chose option B. However, Tang-san still chose option A. On the one hand, as the founder of the Tang sect, if he chose option B at this time, he would probably be laughed at. On the other hand, it was also because Tang-san had his considerations. Yuhao in the parallel world was interested in mysterious heaven skill and the Tang sect's unique skills. Even if these things were not good, they were all castrated versions left by him. But the problem is that this kid doesn't know. Since he doesn't know, if he wants to get it, he naturally has to join. So Tang-san thinks that there is nothing wrong with his choice of option A. But after watching him choose, Bibaidong sneered. Someone chose A, it seems that there are still idiots in this world. Tang-san snorted coldly. What do you know, just don't regret it later. I will win this time. Kaian Rangsu and Bibaidong looked at Tang-san as if he were a fool. 60 seconds passed quickly, and everyone could no longer make a choice. The screen soon began to play again. Everyone's eyes began to converge on the screen. Yuhao thought for a while. Then he suddenly had an idea and asked Tangya and Bei Bei in front of him. Sister Tangya, brother Bei Bei, before I give you an answer, I want to see the techniques and unique skills that your sect is famous for. After all, you know that there are only two reasons why soul masters choose to join a sect. Either they seek the sect's blessing, or they want to obtain the sect's inheritance. As for me, I value the latter more. So before I make my own choice, I want to see your sect's mysterious heaven skill and a group of Tang sect's unique skills or hidden weapons. If you can impress me, then I might be willing to join Tilda. Tangya and Bei Bei were overjoyed to hear this. After all, they didn't know Yuhao's background, let alone that he created his own soul skills and techniques. So, in their opinion, it was no problem to show Yuhao mysterious heaven skill and the Tang sect's unique skills. No problem. Tangya and Bei Bei agreed directly. But many people in the gap between the planes laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Especially Bibaidong, she really couldn't hold it. Bibaidong, oh Tilda, it seems that someone is going to make the wrong choice again. As for your rubbish skills, it's okay not to read it. More or less there are still some of your little thoughts. If he read it, it's completely over. This is hopeless. Yuhao's eyes lit up. So it can be done this way. As expected of me in the parallel world, I know how to check the goods in advance. Alas, compared to him, I am indeed a little too stupid. But Tang San's face had completely darkened. He already knew that he had no hope. So at this moment, he couldn't help but curse at Tang Ya and Bei Bei. Fools, two fools indeed. Why did you agree to him? It makes me so angry. It's like a hopeless case. Although Bei Bei was scolded, considering the other party's identity, he didn't dare to talk back for a while. But Tang Ya didn't indulge Tang San. She had broken up with this guy a long time ago. Hearing Tang San's curses, she couldn't help it. She fought back fiercely. Tang Ya at Tang San, dog Tang San, you are talking about your horse. Isn't it because the castration technique you left behind is not presentable? If the technique you left behind is useful, would it be necessary to do this? Chapter 39, Parallel Yuhao, Mysterious Heaven Skill and Tang Sect's Unique Skills, so rubbish. Tang Ya's words perfectly express the thoughts of many soul masters in the gap between the planes. After all, after watching so many pictures, they already had many opinions about Tang San. So, after hearing Tang San's words, many people wanted to complain. But after all, not all of them were as fearless as Tang Ya. Although they wanted to complain, they could only keep these words in their hearts due to Tang San's strength and status. But this directly caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. This is all right. Tang Ya directly said all the words in their hearts. So this group of people all felt extremely happy. And Bibai Dong, who had always been against Tang San, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She spoke to Tang Ya in support. Well said, little girl. After all, isn't it because the skills left by that bastard Tang San are not powerful enough? Now he's still trying to pass the buck. No one can stand it. I support you. If this bastard wants to attack you in the future, he has to get past me first. Tang San was furious when he heard this and shouted angrily, Bibai Dong, you? A mere first-level god dares to speak so arrogantly. Bibai Dong sneered, first-level god? Who told you that I have always been a first-level god? I'm afraid you've forgotten that I chose B just now, unlike some idiot, so I have rewards to give out when the time comes. Tilda. Tang San's face suddenly became even uglier. He was furious, but he was indeed somewhat helpless against Bibai Dong. So in the end, he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a sentence from his mouth. HMPH, wait until I get something good. Bibai Dong snorted, then let's wait and see. Everyone looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, Tang Ya and Bei Bei did not waste too much time after agreeing to Yuhao. They soon planned to demonstrate their powerful Tang Sect skills in front of Yuhao. Because Bei Bei's strength is stronger than Tang Ya, he was the one to demonstrate this time. After a brief look at each other with Tang Ya, he took a step forward. Then he first started to practice Mysterious Heaven skill in front of Yuhao. The skill was running, waves of air flowing continuously around his body, and the flow of soul power in Bei Bei's body also became very fast. In fact, there are many ways to thoroughly check whether a technique is good or not. One of them is to directly check the speed of the soul power in the other party's body after using the technique. Yuhao had done countless research on techniques, so he was naturally very clear about this method. Therefore, after seeing Bei Bei activating the technique, Yuhao walked forward without saying a word and then put a hand on Bei Bei's shoulder with a pure face. He began to use his mental power to detect this. With his detection, he quickly understood how powerful this so-called mysterious heaven skill was. Yuhao couldn't help but frown. Although he did not say it out loud for the sake of the other party's face, he could not help but complain in his heart. Is this the mysterious heaven skill? How funny. The speed of soul power running is so slow. It's not as good as the initial version when I just created the technique. Yuhao did not look down on this so-called mysterious heaven skill at all. Because the technique he created now has been improved countless times and is many times stronger than the initial version. But now, according to his perception, this so-called mysterious heaven skill is not even as good as his initial version of the self-created technique. Then, in Yuhao's opinion, it's not worth learning even for dogs. This mysterious heaven skill is a useless technique. It seems that the books are all lies, so boring. Yuhao came to another conclusion in his heart. He never believed in others, he only believed in seeing with his own eyes. Although the book boasted that mysterious heaven skill was awesome, in fact, in Yuhao's eyes, this thing was just a pile of shit. So he naturally had no interest in it. And in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters had already watched this scene completely. They couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Obviously, they didn't expect Yuhao in the parallel world to scold so harshly. And Bibaidong couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Hey ha ha ha, even a dog wouldn't learn it. A pile of shit, I'm dying of laughter. Tang-san, if it were me, I would just hit my head and die. This is too embarrassing. She mocked Tang-san mercilessly. Tang-san's face became even uglier because of this. But Tang Ya and Bei Bei in the picture didn't know what Yuhao in the parallel world was thinking at the moment. The two saw that Yuhao hadn't said anything and thought that he was intimidated by them. So they looked at each other again, and then Bei Bei showed a lot of Tang Sect's unique skills and hidden weapons again. What about the mysterious jade hand, the purple demon eye, the sleeve arrow, and so on? Bei Bei showed all kinds of tricks. But Yuhao was disgusted after seeing these things. He didn't show it on his face as usual and still looked innocent. But he had already started to complain crazily in his heart. Oh my God, is this the unique skill of the Tang Sect? Even dogs would shake their heads when seeing this. Is this all the hidden weapons of the Tang Sect? Wouldn't it be better if I used my soul guidance device? I'm impressed, what the hell are these? Yuhao kept complaining in his mind. On the other side, Tang Ya and Bei Bei thought they could take down Yuhao. So, after Bei Bei showed all these things, he didn't stop there. He seized the opportunity again and introduced to Yuhao the price they would have to pay to join them. For example, once you join, you can't quit. You must work wholeheartedly for the good of the Tang Sect in the future, and you must often worship the ancestors. And when you quit the sect, you must return everything you have learned. After saying all this, Tang Ya and Bei Bei waited expectantly for Yuhao's response. In their opinion, Yuhao would join. But Yuhao was dumbfounded after hearing this. He really couldn't figure it out. He wouldn't even take this rubbish if it were given to him for free. How dare the other party impose so many rules on him? Isn't this too self-satisfied? And apart from anything else, even if these so-called mysterious heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills are really useful, after hearing these rules, he was unwilling to join. He just joined the sect not to be a dog for others. Do you think Yuhao is a fool? Chapter 40, Tang-san was so angry that he died. Tangya was rewarded again, 900,000-year soul rings. It seems that this is stable. According to this situation, Yuhao in the parallel world will never join the Tang Sect. It seems that we made the right choice. I don't know what rewards we can get later. After seeing the new progress on the screen, all the spirit masters in the gap between the planes finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all saw that Yuhao in the parallel world would never join the Tang Sect. So each of them was very grateful for their previous choice. Some had even begun to imagine what kind of generous rewards would be offered later. Damn parallel Yuhao. It could be seen that the happier the crowd was, the uglier Tang-san's face became. Because among so many people at the scene, he was one of the few who made the wrong choice. This made him a little angry. It seems that someone can't stand it. But since you chose A, this result is destined to be the outcome. Because the parallel Yuhao seems to be unable to tolerate even your sect's rules. So you have no chance the whole time. Bibaidong mocked Tang-san as always. And this was equivalent to rubbing salt into Tang-san's wounds. After hearing this, Tang-san's face suddenly became even uglier, and he angrily shouted, "Shut up, bitch." Bibaidong was not annoyed and replied with a faint smile. Okay, I'll shut up. I'll think about what rewards I'll receive later. Tang-san gritted his teeth in anger and immediately cursed everyone in his heart. On the other side on the screen. Although Tang Ye and Bei Bei still looked confident that Yuhao would join their Tang sect, Yuhao gave them a negative answer next. This made Tang Ye and Bei Bei dumbfounded on the spot. They never thought that Yuhao would choose to refuse, so they immediately asked Yuhao why he refused them. Yuhao did not seem to have a low EQ. Although he felt that the other sect's things were rubbish, they had no grudges against each other, so there was no need to offend them here. So Yuhao just said to them, "Sorry, after reading it, I found that your sect and I don't seem to be suitable, so I refused. Sorry for bothering you." But Tang Ye and Bei Bei wanted to keep him after hearing this. He used his last trump card again. "Otherwise, you should think about it again. If you join our Tang sect, you can get a place in Shrek Academy. It's hard for ordinary people to get to this place. Why don't you try?" Yuhao shook his head. "Well, I just happen to have a letter of recommendation from the city lord." Sorry. After he finished speaking, he left directly. Tang Ye and Bei Bei were left standing there in a daze. Not long after that, Yuhao ran into Hong Ling and the others again. They had been looking for Yuhao for a long time, and now they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that Yuhao was safe. "Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, we would have been too negligent this time." Yuhao said hurriedly, "How can you say that? This time it's all up to you." Yuhao said this very sincerely because Hong Ling and the others helped him a lot this time. Otherwise, Yuhao felt that he might have been killed by the powerful soul beast before he met the Tianmeng Eye Silkworm. "By the way, have you found the soul ring?" Another soul master in the mercenary group asked Yuhao. "Yeah." Yuhao smiled gently and summoned his soul ring. To make his soul ring look more reasonable, he used his first soul skill to turn his soul ring yellow. But this shocked all the mercenary group members even more. They never thought that Yuhao in the parallel world could kill a soul beast with hundreds of years of cultivation alone. The screen stopped playing temporarily when it played here. In the gap between the planes, the eyes of all the soul masters became a little hot after watching this scene. Because the ending of the prize quiz had been completely revealed at this moment. So they were all waiting to receive the prize and looked very excited. Ding! The prize quiz has ended. Question review. Question: will Yuhao in the parallel world join the Tang sect? Answer A: he will join. For the sake of mysterious heaven skill and Tang sect's unique skills, even Yuhao from the parallel world will make a choice. Answer B: he will not join. What mysterious heaven skill and Tang sect's unique skills, it doesn't matter if he doesn't learn them. The correct answer is B. Rewards have been issued for all participants who chose correctly. You can open the reward box at will. At this moment, the strange voice suddenly sounded again. As his voice fell, a golden light appeared again. The golden light swept across the palms of all the soul masters who answered the questions correctly. Then everyone found that there was an extra reward box in their palms. Damn it! Why did I guess wrong again? Tang-san was almost mad to death after seeing this scene. He gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes full of resentment. Treasure box start. Tanya opened the reward treasure box directly. Having opened it once before, she was completely familiar with it. So she opened it quickly. Swish! As Tanya opened the treasure box again, a dazzling golden light emerged from it. Afterward, an extremely conspicuous announcement appeared again in the chat room between the planes. Congratulations to the participant, Tanya. Another top-quality reward. Reward content, 100,000-year soul ring gift package. Reward description. Replace all the soul rings on your body with the most suitable 100,000-year soul ring. All the soul masters in the chat room were immediately excited. Everyone was extremely envious of Tanya's luck. How can this little girl be so lucky? Tang-san felt very uncomfortable at this moment. It was fine that he didn't get the reward, but he had to watch others receive it. It was fine that others got the reward, but it was Tanya who hated him so much, so he was really about to be pissed off. Great. But Tanya was very happy. Getting the best rewards twice in a row had transformed her. At this moment, a golden light was shining on her body. She felt that the breath in her body was rising steadily. Then the golden light finally dissipated. Tanya couldn't help but notice her 9 soul rings. Red, 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 red. 9 soul rings appeared under her feet. This made her look even more proud when she looked at Tang San's ID. Chapter 41, Yuhao gets a super reward, a million-year-old soul bone. The strength has been greatly improved again. Dog Tang San, just wait to die. Don't let me grow up, or you'll be the first to die. After realizing that her strength had been greatly improved, Tanya directly rode on Tang San's face in public and tagged him fiercely. This also made Tang San, who was caught in the cracks of the plane, feel extremely uncomfortable. HMPH, a sharp-tongued little girl. Wait until you have the strength. Although he refuted Tanya fiercely on the surface, the problem is that even Tang San has to admit that Tanya's luck is indeed a bit too good. She received such generous rewards twice in a row. This made Tang San feel a little timid all of a sudden. He was afraid that Tanya would surpass him all the way. Then he would be finished. However, the bad news that made Tang San feel uncomfortable soon came one after another. Although Bibai Dong and Kayan Rengsu did not win the super prize, the rewards they received this time were also very good. Both of them received a reward of divine power plus 10%. Although at first glance it seems that it does not threaten Tang San, what if it happens 8 or 10 times? The more Tang San thought about it, the more headache he had. And Bibai Dong and Kayan Rengsu also attacked without hesitation. Bibai Dong at Tang San? You are right, my gains this time are just average. Only the divine power increased by 10%, it is too little. Kayan Rengsu at Tang San? Yes, but it is better to have a reward than no reward, don't you think? Tang San's face turned black after seeing Bibai Dong and Kayan Rengsu's Versailles behavior. Just at this time, a new announcement appeared in the chat room again. Congratulations to the participant, Yuhao. Successfully obtained the best reward. Reward content, external soul bone, million-year-old ice jade emperor scorpion tail. Reward description, special soul bone. After obtaining this soul bone, it is equivalent to having a real ice jade emperor scorpion tail. After reading the announcement, the entire chat room was in an uproar again. Even Tanya, who had just won the super prize, was very envious of the reward Yuhao had won. After all, what Yuhao opened was the external soul bone of the ice jade emperor scorpion. Although the 900,000-year soul rings she had just obtained were also very precious, compared to what Yuhao had obtained, it was undoubtedly inferior. I never thought that I could get such good things. Now my strength can become stronger, Yuhao said with excitement. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Ice Empress, Wang Donger, and others congratulated him one after another. I'm so angry. Tang San became even more anxious. Even if Yuhao in the original world is not as difficult to deal with as Yuhao in the parallel world, Tang San doesn't want him to become too strong. Now that he has obtained the external soul bone of the million-year-old ice jade emperor scorpion, Yuhao's strength will undoubtedly be further improved. When he returns to the Duoluo continent, it will be even more difficult to tame Yuhao again in Kyankan Wenking Valley. Damn it, I must choose next time. I can't make the wrong choice again. Thinking of this, Tang San secretly swore in his heart. Then he began to observe whether other people received super rewards. But in the latter part, although there were participants who continued to open the box, the rewards they received were relatively ordinary. Ice Empress, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and Wang Donger received rewards, but those rewards were indeed ordinary. There is no need to elaborate on them. It should be over, right? Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He just wanted to see when the screen would start playing again. But what he didn't expect was that suddenly there were 9 more announcements in the chat room. Congratulations to the participant, Cheng Cheng, for getting the best reward, Innate Full Soul Power. Congratulations to the participant, Q Jianiao, for getting the best reward, Innate Full Soul Power. Congratulations to the participant, Tang Dao, for getting the best reward, Innate Full Soul Power. Congratulations to the participant, Shangyuan Chenshin, for getting the best reward, innate full soul power. Congratulations to the participant, Lin Zeu, for getting the best reward, innate full soul power. Congratulations to the participant, Zhu Jian, for getting the best reward, innate full soul power. Congratulations to the participant, Tyrone, for getting the best reward, innate full soul power. Congratulations to the participant, Tang Ling, for receiving the best reward, innate full soul power. Congratulations to the participant, Yun Xiaopao, for receiving the best reward, innate full soul power. 9 announcements suddenly appeared. Not only Tang San in the chat room, but also everyone else in the chat room was dumbfounded. Because these 9 people are unknown. They heard of these 9 people for the first time. But at this moment, why are they so lucky that they received the same reward at the same time? And these 9 people seem to know each other. Cheng, hey, it's you guys. Everyone got the same reward? What a coincidence. Tyrone, yeah. I didn't expect that we would meet again after we parted at Shrek Academy that day, and we met in this way. Tang Ling, how have you been recently? How have you developed since leaving Shrek Academy? The 9 people chatted in the chat room in front of everyone. But the other soul masters in the chat room had already extracted some key information from their conversation. Parted at Shrek Academy. Could it be that they are all students of Shrek Academy? Yan Sheaj couldn't help but tag Du Weilan. Yan Sheaj, old Du, are these kids students of our academy? Du Weilan, I don't have any impression, Dean. Yan Sheaj, it shouldn't be. Listening to their conversation, it seems that they are all students of our Shrek Academy. I shouldn't have any impression at all. Could it be because they graduated many years ago? Du Weilan, I don't know either. Zhou Yi on the other side also felt a little familiar, but she had expelled so many students. How could she remember that these people were all students she expelled directly? So she couldn't remember their identities for a while, so she didn't think too much about it. Only Donger suddenly remembered the identities of these 9 people. Wang Donger, Yuhao, I remember now. The 9 of them were the ones fired by Old Lady Zhou. Yuhao suddenly realized, oh, I remember now, it was indeed them. Oh, now that I think about it, they were fired directly like that. It's tragic. Fortunately, they said they are doing well now. Chapter 42. Why were the 9 students expelled from Shrek Academy? Zhou Yi panicked. Zhou Yi panicked. After hearing what Wang Donger said, Yuhao also remembered the identities of these 9 people. However, Yuhao was not familiar with any of them after all. The 9 people were expelled on the first day of school, so how could they have had time to build connections? At that moment, Yuhao merely sighed and did not say anything more. But Wang Donger couldn't help but remark, but speaking of it, they are pitiful. After all, they finally got into Shrek Academy but were expelled just like that. If it were me, I would be sad for a long time. Yuhao replied in agreement, that's right. After they chatted for a few moments, they stopped talking. However, many people in the chat room had seen their conversation, and everyone was curious about the identities of these 9 people. Juzi said, then according to this, they seem to be in the same class as Yuhao. Keek commented, did they get expelled because they made a big mistake? It's a pity. But Jing Hongchen appeared a bit gloating. He mentioned Xu Zai and said, in short, now the 9 of them are geniuses with full innate soul power. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place, Xu Zai? It seems that the vision of you, Shrek Academy, is also average. Hearing this, Xu Zai snorted coldly. Although he did not continue to speak, his expression showed that he was somewhat unhappy. After all, these were 9 genius disciples with full innate soul power. How good would it have been if they had stayed in Shrek Academy? He couldn't understand which blind person had expelled them all. Zhou Yi suddenly felt a few drops of cold sweat on her forehead. The main reason she felt this way was that she suddenly remembered the identities of these 9 people. Originally, she hadn't remembered, but after seeing the conversation between Yuhao and Wang Donger, it all came back to her. Aren't these 9 people the same ones she expelled when Yuhao was in that class? Because of Yuhao, Zhou Yi's impression of that class was clearer than that of previous classes. The reason she expelled these 9 people was to improve the class's admission rate. After seeing their personal information that day, Zhou decided to expel them due to their poor talents. She thought that if she continued to teach them, it would negatively affect her class's admission rate. So, she deliberately took that action. Although these matters were originally inconsequential, they became problematic now. With a screen set to play the history of Yuhao in the original timeline, wouldn't it expose everything to everyone? Wouldn't everyone present learn about the good deeds Zhou had done? Zhou began to sweat profusely at the thought of this. She was genuinely scared at this moment. All she could do was pray in her heart, hoping that more videos of Yuhao from the parallel world might play next to help her buy some time. On the other side, Tang Ling and the other 9 people suddenly realized this was an opportunity. To be honest, until today, they were still worried about being expelled that day. They had only made a small mistake at that time. The punishment they received was too severe. They reported it at that time, but it was useless because they were all Zhou's students. They could only leave unwillingly. Little did they know how much effort and cost they, and their families, paid to join Shrek Academy. Just because Zhou expelled them, all their years of hard work were wasted. They wanted to expose Zhou and vent their frustrations about that day. Now, if the screen in the air could replay the events from that day, they believed all the soul masters present would be reasonable and make fair evaluations. So, Tang Ling and the other 9 were praying in opposition to Zhou and quickly wishing for the images of the original timeline to play. Just then, all the reward treasure chests had been opened, and the voice soon rang out again. The prize-giving session is temporarily over. The next thing to be played is the picture of Yuhao in the original timeline. There may still be a quiz with prizes. Please watch carefully and participate actively. As the voice fell, Tang Ling and the other 9 were overjoyed, while Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Her face suddenly turned pale. The problem was that the screen in the air began to uncontrollably play Yuhao's events in the original timeline. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Tang and Bei did not let Yuhao stay in the Star Du Great Forest. They left the Star Du Great Forest directly and quickly rushed toward Shrek Academy. During this period, although they spent a lot of time on the road because of the long journey, Yuhao was busy studying hard along the way after coming into contact with Mysterious Heaven skill and Tang Sect's unique skills. Yuhao expended a great deal of effort and finally mastered Mysterious Heaven skill along with a set of Tang Sect's unique skills. Then he showed a satisfied smile, his eyes filled with excitement. But the soul masters in the plane gap couldn't stand it anymore. After watching Yuhao in the parallel world, let's compare again. Suddenly, I found that Yuhao in the original timeline is so bad. Not only is his cultivation level more than 10 levels lower, but he also learned the rubbish Mysterious Heaven skill and has not yet learned about soul guidance devices. Isn't it? Sure enough, the saying is right. People are so annoying when compared to others. Yuhao. He was speechless because he felt these soul masters were right. Compared with Yuhao in the parallel world, he indeed seemed a bit underwhelming. In the past, he had been complacent about learning Mysterious Heaven skill and the Tang Sect's unique skills, but now he truly couldn't feel happy about it. He had already begun to regret joining the Tang Sect. Yuhao and his party finally arrived at Shrek City. After that, Tang and Bei took Yuhao directly toward Shrek Academy. They finally successfully entered Shrek Academy. Upon entering Shrek Academy, Yuhao and his party immediately saw the 10 statues in the most conspicuous position at the center. Bei and Tang were no longer surprised by this, but Yuhao was at Shrek Academy for the first time after all. So he couldn't help but ask Tang and Bei, "Brother Bei, Sister Tang, whose statues are these?" Chapter 43, Xiao Wuxi's Wang Dong. Wait, isn't this Xiao Qi? After hearing Yuhao's question, Bei suddenly became alert. He began to explain to Yuhao with excitement. The one in the middle is the founder of our Shrek Academy and the first dean, Flanders. The one on his left is one of my ancestors, the most outstanding theoretical master in the entire DOLOU continent from ancient times to the present. He created the current teaching foundation of each department at Shrek Academy, the top 10 core competencies of martial soul, and the master, Yu Zhaogang. The one on his right is his wife, Liu Erlong. They and Dean Flanders form the Golden Iron Triangle. If Dean Flanders created Shrek Academy, then the master is the real soul of the academy. He has played a huge role in promoting the development of the soul guidance system of the entire DOLOU continent. If it weren't for him, the soul masters on the DOLOU continent might not have developed to the point they are at today. This can be seen by comparing it to the Sun-Moon continent. Why are the soul masters on the Sun-Moon continent not as powerful as those on our DOLOU continent? This is because they lack legendary figures like Master Yu Zhaogang. Cunning Rengsu, where did this unofficial history come from? Waste Yu Zhaogang, when did his figure become so bright and majestic? What kind of joke is this? Ning Rongrong, alas, Master is exaggerating too much. Zhu Zhuqing, this is indeed a bit too much. Xiao Wu, it's really hard to justify this. Dai Mubai and the others were also embarrassed. If this were true, then Dai Mubai and the others would be willing to say a few good words for Yu Zhaogang. But the problem is that this is not the truth. What Bebe said on the screen just now was too exaggerated. Even those who knew Yu Zhaogang blushed after hearing it, so they were too embarrassed to refute Cunning Rengsu. But this scene left all the soul masters in the chat room dumbfounded. After all, what they had heard before was the version Bebe said. However, it now seems that this version is completely fictitious. This is too outrageous, right? Many soul masters in the gap between the planes also began to consider another point. If Yu Zhaogang's story can be false, then are many legends about Tang San also false? After all, he is portrayed as even more perfect in the legends. But does this kind of perfection truly exist? The soul masters felt more and more skeptical as they thought about this. The screen continued to play. Bebe, the 7 statues at the back are the original Shrek, 7 devils of our Shrek Academy. This one is White Tiger Duluo Daimubai, this one is Food God Duluo Oscar, and this one is Evil Phoenix Duluo Mahongjen. Bebe continued to introduce them one by one. Soon it was Tang San's turn. This is our Tang Sect ancestor and the strongest among the Shrek 7 devils, thousand-handed Duluo Tang San. In fact, speaking of ancestor Tang San, his contributions are no less than those of Master Yu Zhaogang, but his contributions are more reflected in practical work. For example, he single-handedly destroyed all the evil soul masters on the DOLOU continent, which led to the unparalleled stability of the entire DOLOU continent. He also destroyed the evil spirit hall, and for many years after that, the policy of the empire to help soul masters awaken their martial souls for free was also proposed by him. So, ancestor Tang San's contributions to our DOLOU continent are significant. In the cracks between the planes, Cunning Rengsu spoke again. Tang San, you are indeed worthy of being a disciple of Yu Zhaogang. I can only say that you two, master and disciple, are a bunch of snakes and rats. You don't care about your faces. At this time, Bibaidong also began to mock Tang San. After all, Tang San and Yu Zhaogang are different. Facing Yu Zhaogang's words, Bibaidong was somewhat restrained. After all, she had loved him before, so she couldn't bring herself to find fault with Yu Zhaogang. But for Tang San's words, Bibaidong would not tolerate it at all and directly opened fire. She snorted coldly and said, Tang San, you are good at flattering yourself and confusing right and wrong. Didn't you destroy the Slaughter City? Besides, helping soul masters awaken their martial soul for free, isn't that something our spirit hall has accomplished over the years? What does this have to do with you? Ning Rongrong was silent at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing felt the same way. They were embarrassed after watching the content on the screen. The problem is that they can't say anything about Tang San. He is right in front of them, and he is no longer the same as before. How can they dare to say anything about him? So even though they looked at Tang San with very strange eyes at this moment, they didn't dare to speak a word. Only Xiao Wu couldn't help but say, "Third brother, you." Tang San felt a bit embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he had been caught tampering with history. However, he still wouldn't admit this kind of thing. So he said to Xiao Wu, "The history books are recorded by later generations. Some things, I don't want them to be written like this. But they did it for various reasons. In fact, I am helpless most of the time. But Bibai Dong didn't fall for his tricks at all and snorted coldly. You are so stubborn that you can make the dead alive. You didn't push this matter behind the scenes? Even a fool wouldn't believe this. Tang San snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. All the soul masters in the chat room were dumbfounded. So all these things are fake, did you admit it now? Their favorable impression of Tang San dropped again. After all, they were already somewhat dissatisfied with Tang San because of the previous Tang Sect incident. But they didn't expect to see Tang San admit this kind of thing in person, so they all disliked him even more. At this moment, the scene on the screen shifted to another place. After Bei Bei introduced the statue to Yuhao, he and Tang sent him to the dormitory door. From there, they learned that Yuhao's teacher would be Zhou Ye. Yuhao didn't care much. He just walked directly to his dormitory. Then, a young man with a delicate appearance suddenly appeared in Yuhao's dormitory. But Xiao Wu was stunned after seeing this scene. She couldn't help but say, "Wait, Xiao Qi, isn't this Xiao Qi?" Chapter 44, Xiao Wu. Brother San, how come this is different from what you said before? Chapter 44, Xiao Wu. Brother San, how come this is different from what you said before? As a mother, after Xiao Wu saw Wang Dong appear on the screen, she recognized her immediately. But after recognizing her, Xiao Wu was full of doubts. That's not right. Isn't this a boys' dormitory? How could her daughter be here? And she seems to be Yuhao's roommate. A man and a woman living together, there won't be any problems, right? After thinking of this, Xiao Wu suddenly became a little anxious. Since Tang San was right beside her, she didn't need to ask in the chat room. She asked Tang San directly. Brother San, what's going on? Why is Xiao Qi in the boys' dormitory and living with Yuhao? Tang San looked embarrassed upon hearing this. To be honest, he suddenly broke out in a sweat because he planned all these things, and there might be some things he didn't want others to see later. So, he felt a headache at the moment. However, he must give Xiao Wu an explanation. So Tang San hurriedly said to Xiao Wu, "It should be that this girl is too playful. It's just nonsense, I don't know." But Xiao Wu was a little anxious upon hearing this. She responded to Tang San, "But Brother San, that's not what you told me before. You said you already knew about Xiao Qi's situation and that she was safe there. Why is it like this now?" Cold sweat began to trickle down Tang San's back. He hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "It is indeed safe, and I can't go to DOLOU continent in person to intervene in such a trivial matter." Hearing this, Xiao Wu could only sigh helplessly. Alas, what nonsense! How can this child live with a boy? What if something happens and a baby is born early? Tang San tried to comfort her. Don't worry, they are so young, even if they have the intention, they don't have the ability. Xiao Wu finally felt relieved after hearing this. Yes, I am too concerned. Sorry, Brother San, I may not have had a good attitude before. Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay. You are the woman I love the most. I am willing to tolerate everything about you. Xiao Wu was moved upon hearing this. Brother Santilda. But the god of destruction on the other side couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke up, interrupting the romantic scene between Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying to them, You too, this is not right. Shouldn't you give me an explanation about your daughters going to the lower world? Tang San suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He sensed that the video of Yuhao in the original timeline involved too many of his plans, and he didn't want many of these things to be known to others. But now they were all made public. Fortunately, this problem was easy to solve at the moment, so he quickly asked the god of destruction, Destruction, if I remember correctly, there should be no rule in the god realm that explicitly prohibits my daughter from going to the lower world, right? After all, although I am the god king, she has not yet become a god. So as long as she is happy, she can go wherever she wants. In that case, I have not violated any rules. What do I need to explain to you? The god of destruction frowned slightly when he heard this. However, because Tang San's argument was indeed reasonable, he didn't say more. After taking a deep breath, he said to Tang San, Yes, I overstepped my bounds. Sorry, both of you. He was straightforward and apologized directly to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Then they did not discuss the matter any further. Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although they had just had a few simple conversations, Tang San was nervous because he feared that something might leak. Fortunately, the danger was over at this moment, which allowed him to relax. But he soon began to worry again. This matter was settled, but what about the next one? Would the next explanation be so easy? Thinking of this, Tang San felt his headache worsen. However, he felt a bit fortunate that he had not acted against Yuhao in Wanking Valley. Otherwise, the god of destruction would have caught him directly, and then he would have been finished. He continued to look at the screen. At this moment in the picture, Wang Dong had already started talking to Yuhao after seeing him. He said with a proud look on his face, "You are also in this dormitory, right? Since you clean the dormitory very well, I will allow you to live with me temporarily. But I have a few rules for you to remember. First, you are not allowed to bring anyone back to the dormitory casually. Second, you are not allowed to be naked in the dormitory and annoy others. Third, you are not allowed to snore when you sleep at night. Fourth, don't disturb me. Fifth, you will be responsible for cleaning the dormitory from now on, but don't touch my bed. Did you hear me clearly?" After seeing this scene, a group of soul masters couldn't help but complain. How can Yuhao in the original timeline find a roommate? He found a father. If he is used as a servant, I don't know if he will resist. Juzi looked at Wang Dong seriously. Is she Wang Donger? Why do I feel she is a little arrogant and domineering? Could it be that Yuhao likes this, or that he has a tendency to be masochistic? Thinking about this, her eyes suddenly became a little strange. Wang Donger blushed a little after seeing her previously arrogant and domineering self. Yuhao smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Donger, your character was really like that before." Wang Donger said awkwardly, "I can't help it. I was still young at that time, and my family taught me that way." Wang Qier snorted coldly, "I don't know what's so good about her." Yuhao quickly tried to smooth things over. "Don't say that, Qier. After all, Donger has changed. She was still young at that time, it's normal." Wang Qier snorted but didn't say anything more. Then, the video on the screen quickly began to play again. After listening to Wang Dong's words, Yuhao naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He quickly broke up with Wang Dong and then ran outside to fight fiercely. Although he won a little reluctantly in the end, he finally won. Then all the events of the day ended. Early the next morning, Yuhao went to report to class, but what surprised him was that he and Wang Dong were in the same class. He sat in his seat and waited for class. Finally, an old woman came in. Chapter 40, 5 Xuan Zai. The qualifications of our Shrek teachers are really great. Chapter 40, 5 Xuan Zai. The qualifications of our Shrek teachers are really great. Is this the teaching environment at Shrek Academy? Well, how should I put it? It looks pretty ordinary. It's quite different from what I imagined. In the cracks between the planes, following the vision of Yuhao in the original timeline, a group of soul masters saw the teaching environment at Shrek Academy. It has to be said that as the most outstanding academy on the DOLOU continent, many soul masters are curious about Shrek Academy. However, the problem is that the admission requirements of Shrek Academy are too harsh. Under these circumstances, although most people are curious about Shrek Academy, they have never had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. At the moment, although the Soul Masters did not come to Shrek Academy in person, through the playback of this video, they had a chance to understand it. Yet many Soul Masters have discovered that the teaching environment of Shrek Academy seems very ordinary. This does not mean that the teaching environment at Shrek Academy is bad. It just feels quite ordinary to everyone. However, as the best academy in the entire DOLOU continent, it seems a bit wrong for it to be so ordinary, right? So many Soul Masters felt a little strange at this moment. Even some students who were studying at Star Luo Imperial Academy or Heavenly Soul Imperial Academy had already started to comment. It's average. To be honest, the decoration is much worse than our academy. Compared to our academy, Shrek Academy seems a bit too plain. Students from Star Luo Imperial Academy and Heavenly Soul Imperial Academy kept talking, and their words were soon agreed upon by many people, because there were still a lot of students enrolled in those two academies. HMPH, what do you know? This is a school, not a tourist attraction. After seeing this scene, Xuan Lao immediately became unhappy. He snorted at everyone and quickly said, "What is the most important thing about the academy? Teaching. Only this is real, everything else is fake. Why build a school so beautifully? For tourism." In my opinion, the examples you gave are all crooked ways. After all, good steel should be used on the blade. Don't we have that money at Shrek Academy? We at Shrek Academy just use the money to improve the qualifications of teachers. Compared to those formalities, our Shrek Academy is more inclined to practical work. Everything we do is based on the interests of students to cultivate better students. So, the qualifications of our teachers at Shrek Academy must be the best in the entire DOLOU continent. He kept talking and found ways to praise Shrek Academy. Not only that, but he also wanted to drag down other academies. However, the deans of other academies did not dare to say much because of Xuan Lao's special status and strong strength. As for the group of soul masters earlier, they felt that his words made some sense. They exhaled and said, "That's true. As long as the teaching environment is not too bad, it's fine. And the teaching environment of Shrek Academy can be considered acceptable. If the teachers are qualified, there will be no problem at all. It deserves to be called Shrek Academy. It is indeed farsighted." The soul masters continued talking, some even starting to flatter Shrek Academy, which made Xuan Lao feel more comfortable. After all, he was also an old man of Shrek Academy and had a lot of feelings for it, so after hearing others praise Shrek Academy, he felt as if they were praising himself. His mood became wonderful at that moment. But Jing Hongchen did not indulge Xuan Lao at all. The Sun Moon Empire and Shrek Academy are in a competitive relationship, and he has always disliked Xuan Lao. So, at this moment, he felt compelled to stand up and sing the opposite tune. Jing Hongchen sneered, "It's not up to you to say how qualified the teachers are. Everyone has their own eyes to see. So now, we should take a look at how high the teacher qualifications of your Shrek Academy are." At this point, everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment, several messages quickly flashed in the message wave of the chat room. Tangling, high teacher qualifications. Hiatus, Joya, that stupid bird, knows nothing and just expelled people randomly. Xiaopao, Joya, you wait to be exposed, you're done. But these messages popped up too quickly. They were fleeting due to the high volume of messages in the chat room. Except for those with special titles, the comments of ordinary people were quickly deleted, so they didn't pay much attention to the messages just now. On the screen, an old woman had walked into the classroom. She had chicken skin and white hair, with gray hair curled on top of her head, and she wore a white robe, giving her a medium build. What was very strange was that she had a pair of very bright eyes, and her black eyes were shining. They didn't know if it was to deliberately warn the students. As the old woman walked into the class, the students could feel a strong mental pressure coming towards them. Although the mental pressure of the old woman was not deliberately aimed at them, the students in the class still felt a huge pressure. The fear of the old woman in their hearts naturally increased, and suddenly all the students became quiet. The old woman was very satisfied with this silence. She didn't waste any more time and walked straight to the podium, then stood there, her eyes sweeping calmly from left to right. Suddenly, everyone felt as if they were being watched by her, and the pressure in their hearts increased. Finally, the old woman spoke coldly to all the students present. "My name is Zhou Yi, and I am your class teacher. I am not sure how many people in your class can go through the next year with me, but I want to tell you that in my class, all the garbage will not pass the assessment. Yes, I want to reiterate that what I want to cultivate is monsters, powerful monsters, not weak trash." Chapter 46, The Parents Are Angry. What kind of teacher is Zhou Yi? Bibai Dong, Shrek Academy, it's still the same as always. Kaiyan Rangsu, they haven't done anything yet and are scolded by Zhou Yi as trash. This is the first time I've seen such an abstract teacher. Jing Hongchen, Xuanzai, is this your teacher at Shrek Academy? It seems that his quality is not very good. In the gap between the planes, after seeing the new picture played on the screen that displays the original time and space content, all the Soul Masters couldn't hold it anymore. Especially Bibai Dong, Kaian Rengsu, and Jing Hongchen, who have always been very dissatisfied with Shrek Academy. After watching this scene, they directly mocked it without any scruples. This also made many parents, who felt similarly after watching the scene, start to voice their grievances. Yeah, what's wrong with this Zhou? Are there teachers like this? I sent our children to Shrek Academy to learn, not to be scolded for no reason. That's right, if they make mistakes and get scolded, we can understand. But the problem is that nothing has happened. It's too outrageous to be scolded for no reason like this. One by one, the parents kept talking to vent their dissatisfaction. They soon began tagging Yan Shayaj of Shrek Academy crazily, intending to demand an explanation. After all, most of the people who can come to Shrek Academy to study are dignitaries, and they all have tempers. At this moment, seeing that their children have such a teacher, they naturally feel extremely angry. But Shrek Academy remained collectively silent. The matter had nothing to do with them, and the teachers didn't want to take the blame. Even Xuan Zai didn't know how to respond after being ridiculed by Jing Hongchen. He continued to stand there with an ugly face, frowning deeply. Mu En's expression also changed. He knew that continuing like this would be detrimental to the reputation of Shrek Academy. So Mu En immediately tagged Yan Shayaj in the chat room to help them whitewash Shrek Academy as soon as possible. Mu En, Shayaj, what's going on with this? Why is there such a teacher at our Shrek Academy? You must give me, the people on DOLOU continent, and the parents of the students an explanation. Yan Shayaj could only bite the bullet and reply. Teachers, parents, don't worry. Let's wait and see. If I remember correctly, this teacher, Zhou Yi, should be the one with the highest admission rate in our school. She is still very capable. Of course, there are shortcomings. Her personality is a little irritable and too strict. But there are no other problems. Please give her a little more patience and let her teach them first. After hearing this, the parents and Soul Masters finally managed to temporarily suppress their anger. Okay, Dean Yan, then we will observe this Zhou Yi for your sake. Everyone continued to look at the picture on the screen. At this moment in the picture, Zhou Yi quickly started to speak again. All those who have fought since registration began, please stand up. She stood on the podium with a calm face and then looked at the students in the class with a sharp gaze. But the whole class was silent. Today was only the first day of school, and they had just met, so how could there be so many conflicts? And how could there be a fight without conflicts? Then again, even if there had been a fight, no one would be stupid enough to admit it, so after a long time, not even one person stood up. But at this moment, Yuhao stood up directly. Seeing Yuhao stand up, Wang Dong also snorted coldly and stood up, unwilling to be outdone. Zhu Yi only glanced at the two of them, and then withdrew her gaze. Then she scolded all the students in the class, only two. What a bunch of trash. Don't you know what it means that those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre? Except for these two, all the others get out and run around Shrek Square 100 times. Whoever can't finish the run will be expelled. All the parents, they couldn't help but scold in the chat room again. What kind of nonsense values are these? Those who don't cause trouble are mediocre. My child is good. Is it wrong for him not to cause trouble? According to her logic, those who cause trouble on the street, including robbers and villains, are not mediocre. That's ridiculous. What kind of brainless teacher is this? And Yan Shayaj was sweating profusely after seeing this. He was about to be furious. But this incident had nothing to do with him. As the dean, how could he personally inspect every teacher in the school? So he didn't expect Zhou Yi to behave like this. It just so happened that he was the dean of the martial soul department, and all the incidents were happening there. Now everything had to be blamed on him. After thinking about this, even Yan Shayaj felt a little annoyed and couldn't help but curse. Who invited this Zhou Yi? He looked at Du Weilan on the side. Old Du. Du Weilan also sighed helplessly. I don't know the specifics. Yan Shayaj felt increasingly confused as he thought about it. I'll settle the score with you later. The screen continued to play. After hearing Zhou words, another student soon rose to protest. He stood up and said, "Teacher, I don't accept it. Why should we be punished for not fighting? This is unfair." But Zhou said indifferently, "Because I said so. If you don't accept it, you can get out. As the head teacher, I have the right to expel any student. I'll give you 1 minute. If I don't see you running around Shrek Square in that time, you will all be expelled." As she spoke, suddenly a terrifying aura rushed out of her body. The strong soul power fluctuations oppressed every student present and made them feel like they couldn't breathe. Circles of soul rings rose from Zhou's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 soul rings burst forth with an indescribable strong aura. And the students in the class couldn't help but feel afraid under the suppression of this aura. The students didn't dare to continue to resist. They all stood up and ran toward the playground in disgrace. But after seeing this scene, all the parents were angry again. Chapter 47, Expelling Zhou, Shrek Academy's Public Apology. What is this, corporal punishment, or is it a deliberate fright? My child has been timid since childhood. What if he is frightened by her? And in the final analysis, shouldn't the children be at fault in this matter? No matter from which angle we view it, the children shouldn't be punished. But this old woman named Zhou did it, and she also forcibly used soul power to scare the children. Also, she just said that they have to run 100 laps, and if they can't finish the run, they will be expelled directly. What's the reason for this? The children worked hard to join your Shrek Academy, and your Shrek Academy's tuition is also very expensive. Just for this sort of thing, you want to expel the children? Is this a tactic for your Shrek Academy to deliberately cheat students for their tuition fees? At this moment, after watching the content that just played on the screen, the parents of many students in the gap between the planes could no longer bear it. Although they did not immediately confront Yan Xiaosh. After watching the scene on the screen, their anger had swelled to the limit. Therefore, many parents directly stood up to express their dissatisfaction. They began tagging Yan Xiaosh. Li or Hu at Yan Xiaosh. Dean Yan, we all hope you can give us an explanation regarding this matter. Liu Sandao Yan Xiaosh. That's right, Dean Yan. Now everyone in the entire DOLOU continent is watching. If you can't handle this matter well, I believe everyone will collectively resist your Shrek Academy in the future. Lu Renjia at Yan Xiaosh. No wonder my child has become introverted since entering your Shrek Academy. So this is the case. Zhou Yi, who was in the gap between the planes, naturally saw this scene very clearly. To be honest, she was genuinely scared at this moment, because what she feared the most before was this kind of situation occurring. But there was no way. No matter how scared she was, she couldn't stop it, because this kind of thing had already completely happened. So her heart was full of dread at this moment. She had no idea how Shrek Academy would deal with her. Once these things were exposed, she would undoubtedly severely damage Shrek Academy's image. And Shrek Academy had always cared about its image and glory. Therefore, Zhou feared that once they left this plain gap, the senior management of Shrek Academy would send someone to assassinate her. This was very likely to happen. Furthermore, these parents would not let her off easily. Previously, with the protection of Shrek Academy, the matter was not exposed, so Zhou could naturally rest easy. But now Shrek Academy would not continue to protect her. And among the parents of this group of students, she saw several whose personal information indicated they were soul saints or above. If these people wanted to attack her after returning to DOLOU continent, then she would have nowhere to escape. It's over, it's all over now. After thinking of this, Zhou's face immediately turned a little pale. She held her head with both hands and looked at Fan Yu on the side. Husband, what should I do? Will I be assassinated in the future? Fan Yu's face was also very grim at this moment. But he still tried to comfort Zhou. Don't worry, I will protect you. I am one of the people in the academy with the best chance of breaking through to the 9th level soul engineer. They will give me face. Zhou was immediately excited. Really? Fan Yu nodded. Maybe they will punish you symbolically later, but they will let it go for my sake. Don't worry. Zhou felt relieved after hearing this. However, what she and Fan Yu didn't expect was that Yan Xiaoj had already announced the final verdict on behalf of Shrek Academy just after their conversation ended. Clearly, after bearing such great pressure from public opinion, Shrek Academy couldn't stand it any longer. So they decided to act swiftly and give everyone an explanation on the spot to restore Shrek Academy's reputation to the greatest extent. Therefore, Yan Xiaoj responded in the chat room at this moment. Yan Xiaoj, everyone please calm down. The responsibility for this incident lies entirely with our Shrek Academy. The reason this happened is that our Shrek Academy was not strict enough in selecting teachers, allowing such opportunists to join our ranks, which has seriously lowered the quality of our teaching staff. But please rest assured, parents, Zhou Yi is just an exception. The qualifications of most of our Shrek Academy teachers are still very good. A group of parents replied, Dean Yan, you have said so much, but you haven't decided how to deal with Zhou Yi. Are our children being bullied in vain? That's right, is the matter over? Yan Xiaoj, please calm down everyone. We, Shrek Academy, will now announce the punishment for Zhou Yi. First, we will expel Zhou Yi and all her relatives, and put them on the blacklist of our Shrek Academy forever. From now on, Zhou Yi and all her relatives are enemies of our Shrek Academy. Our academy will not recruit students related to her. We will not cooperate with Zhou Yi or anyone related to her. At the same time, we will ask Zhou Yi to compensate Shrek Academy for all the losses caused by this incident. If compensation cannot be provided, we will impose severe punishment. Yan Xiaoj paused here. Then he began to talk about the compensation for new students. Yan Xiaoj, of course, the punishment for Zhou Yi is one aspect. But on the other hand, our Shrek Academy must also compensate all the students who have been taught by Zhou Yi for the mental damage caused by her. Although this fee is substantial and the number of people is large, our Shrek Academy will never deal with it vaguely. I hope everyone will give us some time. After we all leave this plain gap together, we will offer all the compensation prompt and thorough. I hope everyone can jointly supervise our Shrek Academy at that time, and we will not disappoint your expectations. Finally, please allow all the students and parents who have been hurt by this incident to accept our Shrek Academy's sincere apology. Everyone, I'm sorry. This incident has disappointed you all. We assure you that this kind of thing will never happen again. Chapter 48, Compensation of 1 million gold soul coins. Fan Yu divorced Zhou Yi. I hope you, Shrek Academy, can do what you say. What you said this time was heard by the whole DOLOU continent. If you break your promise, I believe you will have nothing to say. That's right, we will trust you again this time. Well, since Shrek Academy is so sincere, then we parents will not pursue these things, as long as you can send all the compensations agreed upon as soon as possible. After listening to what Yan Xiaoj said, Shrek Academy provided them with the punishment of Zhou Yi and compensation. Most of the parents in the gap between the plains were still very satisfied. After all, the reason why they made such a big fuss before was to punish Zhou Yi and get compensation. Now that Shrek Academy has satisfied them very well, they naturally did not continue to be relentless, but chose to stop while they were ahead. The parents also knew that Shrek Academy was a behemoth on the DOLOU continent, after all. Although they were named after the school, they were a top force. It was fine because Shrek Academy was in the wrong before. If they chose to make trouble after compensation and punishment had been rendered, then they would end up suffering in the end. Therefore, these parents did not delve into this matter. They quickly expressed their support and said that the matter was over. On the other side, in another place within the gap between the plains, the trouble is finally over. Yan Xiaoj couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the emotions of the parents in the chat room had finally stabilized. Xuan Lao on the side was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. After all, the loss to Shrek Academy this time was huge. Not only was there economic loss, but the most important thing was the loss of reputation. What Shrek Academy values most is reputation. Because as long as there is reputation, combined with the strength of Shrek Academy, there is as much wealth as one wants. But this time, Zhou Yi had greatly damaged their reputation. This made Lao feel extremely angry. After he snorted coldly, he said to Yan Sheaj, Zhou, you must pay the price for this matter. Don't let her go easily. Yan Sheaj showed a cruel smile on his face when he heard this. He was holding a grudge against all the anger he had just received. He was purely blamed for this matter, because he knew nothing. But as the dean of the martial soul department of Shrek Academy, he had to step in to mediate. Previously, because of the entire Shrek Academy, Yan Sheaj had to pretend to be conciliatory. But now that things had passed, he must settle accounts with Zhou Yi bit by bit. Thinking of this, Yan Sheaj said to Lao, Don't worry, Lao, I won't let her off so easily this time. After Yan Sheaj finished speaking, he opened the chat room again. Then he directly tagged Zhou Yi. Yan Sheaj at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, according to our Shrek Academy statistics, the loss you caused us this time is huge. We hope that you can compensate us within 1 year. Compensation amount, 1 million gold soul coins. Zhou Yi's face turned black after hearing this compensation. She is just a small 6-ring soul emperor, a teacher at Shrek Academy. How can she have so much money? At this moment, after seeing Yan Sheaj's tag, Zhou Yi's heart sank. This is not enough to compensate, even if she were sold. Her face became extremely ugly. She immediately cast a look for help towards Fan Yu on the side. For Zhou Yi at this moment, Fan Yu can be said to be her last straw. Therefore, Zhou Yi said to Fan Yu with a flattering face, Husband, now only you can save me. You will help me, right? Although 1 million gold soul coins is a lot, as an 8th level soul engineer, you can manage it easily, right? Husband. But Zhou Yi hadn't finished speaking before she was kicked away by Fan Yu. His face became extremely ugly, and when he continued to look at Zhou Yi, his eyes were full of deep disgust. He also wanted to cut off ties with Zhou Yi. He was unwilling to bear the sky-high compensation. Moreover, he had been at Shrek Academy for so many years, and it was not easy for him to become the vice president. Was everything going to be ruined because of this woman? Therefore, Fan Yu chose to cut off ties with Zhou Yi directly. He cursed Zhou Yi coldly, Bitch, what are you dreaming about? From today on, our relationship as husband and wife is over. After that, Fan Yu took out a pen and paper from the soul guidance device. He wrote a divorce letter in front of Zhou Yi, threw it in her face, and said coldly, This is the divorce letter I'm giving you. From now on, we have no relationship. I hope you don't continue to pester me. Go away, clown. Zhou Yi felt as if struck by lightning when she heard this. Her heart turned cold. Fan Yu could be regarded as her last hope. If even he gave up on her, then she would not be able to pay the compensation. And if she couldn't pay it back, she didn't know what Shrek Academy would do to her at that time. So Zhou Yi knelt on the ground, her face full of fear, and kept hugging Fan Yu's thighs. She kept saying, Husband, are you kidding me? You must love me the most. I already have your child, you can't do this to me. But Fan Yu kicked her in the stomach without saying a word. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? You clown, you did such a thing and you still want me to protect you. Are you trying to kill me? As for the child, don't keep it. I advise you to get rid of it. In that case, I can give you 1,000 gold soul coins for medical expenses. But for now, you can get out. I don't want to see you at all. Fan Yu said coldly and ruthlessly. He would not be swayed by what Zhou Yi said. After all, he knew that continuing to be associated with Zhou Yi at this time would be courting death. So he was determined to cut off his relationship with her. After that, he quickly tagged Yan Sheaj in the chat room and said, Report to Dean Yan, I didn't know anything about what Zhou Yi did before. Today's incident also made me understand her true nature, so I just divorced this bitch. From now on, I have nothing to do with her. Chapter 49. The parallel world begins to play again. Jing Hongchen, your Shrek Academy is rubbish. In the chat room, after seeing the new content that Fan Yu just sent out, even Yan Sheaj, Zai, and the others were a little dumbfounded. After all, they didn't expect Fan Yu to be such a beast. As a couple, he cut off ties with Zhou Yi at a critical moment. So they saw Fan Yu's true face and realized that this guy was not a good person. However, for Shrek Academy, it didn't matter whether Fan Yu was a good person or not. The important thing is that Fan Yu is an 8th level soul engineer, and he also has the potential to be promoted to a 9th level soul engineer. This is the most important point. So Yan Xiaoj, Xu Wenzai, and others felt a little sorry for Zhou Yi's incident earlier. Because Zhou Yi's incident happened, and since Fan Yu and Zhou Yi were married, their Shrek Academy must also be affected. But they didn't expect Fan Yu's choice to be so resolute. He directly cut off Zhou Yi. This was a good thing for their Shrek Academy. This meant that they could continue to keep Fan Yu legitimately. Therefore, at this moment, Yan Xiaoj, Xu Wenzai, and a group of elders felt a bit disdainful of Fan Yu's actions. But they chose to turn a blind eye to it. After seeing Fan Yu's reply in the chat room, Yan Xiaoj, Xu Wenzai, and others quickly responded after a brief discussion. So that's the case, that's fine. Fan Yu, all your troubles will be resolved as long as you don't continue to contact Zhou Yi. Fan Yu's face suddenly showed excitement. He was so happy that he immediately replied in the chat room. Thank you, Dean Yan, for your understanding, and thank you, Shrek Academy, for your support. I will continue to work hard for the development of the Academy in the future. With that, this matter was finalized. In the chat room, the other soul masters and parents who were watching all saw this scene. After watching it, they gained a new understanding of Fan Yu. However, they did not openly express it in the chat room. At this moment, they no longer had any position to condemn Fan Yu and Shrek Academy. On the contrary, the group of parents who had been cheated by Zhou Yi before became more excited. I didn't expect that things would turn out like this. But this is a good thing. After all, Zhou Yi is helpless now. And she still needs to pay compensation to Shrek Academy. Now I want to see how she pays. If she doesn't pay, I believe Shrek Academy will not let her go easily, right? HMPH, not to mention that Shrek Academy will not let her go easily, I won't let her go either. How dare she bully my child? If I catch her, I'll kill her. The parents in the chat room kept talking. This made Zhou Yi's face even paler. She had realized that her future was over. So at this moment, she didn't want to leave this gap between the planes. Shrek Academy's style of doing things is still the same as always. But Bibai Dong, on the other side, soon began to mock Shrek Academy again. This incident, whether it was Zhou Yi, Fan Yu, or Shrek Academy, made Bibai Dong feel sick. So she did not hesitate to throw out her sarcastic comments. Sure enough, it is the same lineage. The senior executives of Shrek Academy pretended not to see and continued to watch the screen. At this moment, the screen began to play again. The screen displayed the scenes from the original book. After intimidating a group of students and asking them to go to the playground to run, Zhu Yi directly instructed them to run 100 laps each. Finally, the 9 students who did not finish were all expelled. Until now, the group of students in the gap between the planes understood what had happened to Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopeo, and others before. It turned out that they were all expelled by Zhou Yi. This was too unfortunate. It's this stinky woman again. Xu Wenzai was so angry, he almost bit his teeth. Because these 9 students should have been from their Shrek Academy. 9 geniuses with full innate soul power should have belonged to their academy. In the end, it was because of Zhou Yi, this bitch. Thinking of this, Xu Wenzai couldn't help but curse. She must pay back all the debts in the future. If she can pay back the money, that's fine. But if she can't pay it back, I will just throw her into a brothel. Let her serve customers every day to pay back the money. Yan Xiaoj showed a look of approval when he heard this. And Du Weilan, on the side, looked intrigued. He always thought that Zhou Yi looked pretty under the mask. And she was Fan Yu's wife, so he could have a taste of her later. Then the screen began to play the following story. During class, she taught some useless things. After learning about Yuhao's ability, she secretly took him to Fan Yu to become his apprentice and join the Soul Guidance Department in advance. And the most frequently used training method was to make the students wear iron clothes and run. This made everyone in the gap between the planes even more dumbfounded. Xu Wenzai, I was wondering why Yuhao had joined as an apprentice before he even entered the 2nd grade. It turns out that this bitch was behind it. I'll remember this account. Jing Hongchen. So, this is what you call excellent education at Shrek Academy. Some useless theoretical knowledge, plus backward and extreme running exercises. I'm wondering, if running can improve skills, why do students have to come to Shrek Academy for classes? Can't they just run outside? Why do they have to come to you? I've said it before, your Shrek Academy's equipment is backward, and the teaching methods must be backward too. He mocked without hesitation. Finally, he found an opportunity, and he must fiercely criticize Shrek Academy. This was a competition between schools. But Master Xuan had already thought of how to respond. He snorted and said, "I've said it before, this is all Zhou Yi's fault. She's just an exception. Most of the teachers at our Shrek Academy are excellent. So it's pointless for you to say this, because everyone knows that Zhou Yi is not good." Jing Hongchen, this is the first time I've seen someone so confident after making a mistake. Xuanzai, the attitude of your Shrek Academy has opened the eyes of countless people. Also, we can observe what other teachers are like, so we can gather evidence. So don't spout nonsense. He fiercely rebutted Xuanzai. At this moment, the screen in the air that was previously displaying the original time and space picture was turned off. Then, the screen that was showcasing Yuhao in the parallel world started playing the picture again. Chapter 50, Arriving at Shrek Academy, Parallel Yuhao, I don't believe in saints. The screen lights up, and the picture begins to play. As Yuhao's character portrait appeared on the big screen, a hint of interest suddenly appeared on the faces of the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. They had been watching and comparing for so long that they fully understood the personality of Yuhao in the original time and space, and that of Yuhao in the parallel time and space. To be honest, they appreciated Yuhao in the parallel world a little more. He was decisive, smart, and quick-witted, and he had incredible luck. For all the Soul Masters, watching Yuhao in the parallel world was like reading a thrilling novel. It was very addictive. However, compared to Yuhao in the original time and space, the Soul Masters wanted to see how Yuhao in the parallel world would cheat his way through challenges. At that moment, Jing Hongchen also clearly noticed this scene. After discovering that the screen was playing images from the parallel world and starting to show Yuhao again, a smile appeared on his face. Then he tagged Xuanzai with some gloating. Jing Hongchen Xuanzai, the images from the parallel world have started playing again. Xuanzai, so what? Jing Hongchen, you may have forgotten what Yuhao from the parallel world said before. He mentioned that while he has the opportunity to join Shrek Academy, he is going there for an inspection. He wants to see if Shrek Academy is as powerful as the rumors say. Now the question is, do you think he will continue to stay at your Shrek Academy? With the teaching style and abilities of teacher Zhou Yi from your Shrek Academy, will Yuhao from the parallel world be impressed? Jing Hongchen reminded Xuanzai with palpable glee. The senior executives of Shrek Academy, whether it was Xuanzai, Yan Xiaj, or the elders of Sea God Pavilion, suddenly looked very uneasy upon hearing these words. Yes. They now remembered that Yuhao in the parallel world was not so easy to fool. He came to Shrek Academy with a mindset of investigation. So, if he encountered Zhou Yi, wouldn't that be the end? Everyone felt uncomfortable at the thought of this. They looked at the screen one by one and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Will there be a miracle? At this moment, the picture on the screen began to move. Seeing this, everyone did not delay and began to focus on the screen. And on the screen, after leaving the Star-Du Great Forest, Yuhao quickly separated from the mercenary group. He first returned to the village where he lived before. After arranging everything, he slept at home for one more night and set off towards Shrek City early the next morning. In reality, Yuhao didn't want to go to Shrek Academy the night before, because he suddenly found that the academy was far from his home. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to go to school every day and see Yuner as before. So he was considering letting Yuner move to Shrek City the previous night. But after thinking about it, he decided against it, because housing prices there were very expensive. Yuhao and his mother didn't have much savings. If Yuner moved, the financial pressure would increase dramatically. Therefore, early that morning, while on the road, Yuhao felt uncomfortable no matter how he thought about it. But now that things have come to this point, he chose to go to Shrek Academy first. He had made up his mind. If he found that Shrek Academy was genuinely powerful and helpful to his growth, he would quickly improve his soul engineering skills, earn more money, and bring his mother to Shrek City as soon as possible. If he found that Shrek Academy had a false reputation, he would leave immediately. He didn't want to stay in such a place for too long. And at this moment, in the gap between the plains. After seeing this scene, Jing Hongchen was delighted. He tagged Xuanzai again. Jing Hongchen Xuanzai, did you see what he said? Sweating Xuanzai. Xuanzai. He felt very uncomfortable. Through his earlier viewing, he knew how excellent Yuhao in this parallel world was. But at this moment, such an excellent student had a high probability of slipping through the fingers of Shrek Academy. This was tormenting for Xuanzai. Anxiously sweating, he scratched his head, desperately wanting to see how things would develop. What if a miracle happened? And in the picture, at this moment, after a long journey, Yuhao finally arrived in Shrek City. Unlike Yuhao in the original novel, Yuhao in the parallel world did not stay in the Duke's mansion throughout his childhood. Because he had gained the trust of the Duchess, he had many opportunities to go out and explore Star Luo City multiple times. So when Yuhao arrived in Shrek City, although he felt it was quite developed, he was not dazzled like Yuhao in the original novel, who was like a country boy coming to a big city. He behaved very calmly. Then, he quickly found Shrek Academy through his ability. He walked straight into Shrek Academy and completed the registration with the City Lord's recommendation letter. He knew that his class would start the next day and what his dormitory number would be. Thus, Yuhao in the parallel world did not waste too much time. He walked directly towards the dormitory, intending to see what his accommodation looked like. Along the way, he passed by the square of Shrek Academy. Here, many Shrek Academy students and parents were bringing their children to enroll. As they passed, they kept taking photos with the 10 statues. Some even introduced the great achievements and identities of the 10 statues to the children. The exaggeration was excessive. They made the figures into almost omnipotent gods and pure saints. Yuhao walked by after listening to a few sentences, dismissing their words as nonsense. In his opinion, what these people said was simply ridiculous. Because there is no perfect person in this world. The more they exaggerated, the less Yuhao would admire the owners of these statues. He would only feel that they were speaking nonsense and had no credibility. With that little interest, he turned away and continued on his way. Chapter 51, Wang Donger, Lost, If I Lose, I'll Be Your Slave. Bibai Dong, he is indeed Yuhao from the parallel world. This kind of trick can't fool him. Kayan Rengsu, yes, his idea is right. How can there be a perfect person in this world? People have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. People have greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred. If a person can be perfect, then he has probably lost his humanity. After seeing the thoughts of Yuhao from the parallel world on the screen, Kayan Rengsu and Bibai Dong couldn't help but brighten their eyes and praise him generously. The group of soul masters in the gap between the planes also showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Although they had seen Tang San's true face before and knew that these things were all false, in reality, they still didn't understand the truth that Yuhao had just conveyed. That's why they had been deceived by those fictitious things before. But it's different now. After seeing Yuhao's thoughts in the parallel world on the screen, they understood. So when they looked at the parallel Yuhao on the screen, their eyes became a little admiring and emotional. Admiration, of course, was for his thoughts just now. As for the emotion, none of them had expected that they, as adults, would be taught by another child. So they were naturally very emotional. But anyway, because of this incident, Yuhao's reputation in the parallel world improved among the soul masters. Now it is not only Yuhao in the original time and space, but even many young soul masters can't help but admire him and regard him as a guiding light in life. Of course, Tang-san is the last one who wants to see this happen. The more he looks at it, the more he feels that Yuhao in the parallel world is difficult to deal with. So he is having a headache at the moment. And in the picture, after leaving the square, Yuhao quickly walked towards the dormitory building. He was very fast, and the distance between the dormitory building and the square was not too far. So he didn't spend too much time to successfully reach the dormitory building. He went directly into the dormitory building and then quickly began to search for the dormitory where he lived. It didn't take long for him to successfully find his dormitory, and then the same scene happened as in the original time and space. After arriving at the dormitory, Yuhao first did a simple cleaning. But not long after, Wang Dong walked in. She said to Yuhao arrogantly, "You are also in this dormitory, right? Since you cleaned the dormitory so well, I will allow you to live with me temporarily. But I have a few rules for you to remember. First, you are not allowed to bring anyone back to the dormitory casually. Second, you are not allowed to be naked in the dormitory and annoy others. Third, you are not allowed to snore when you sleep at night. Fourth, don't disturb me. Fifth, you will be responsible for cleaning the dormitory from now on, but don't touch my bed. Do you understand? Juzi, Keek, what do you think Yuhao in the parallel world will do?" Keek, it's hard to say, but Wang Dong will suffer in the end. After all, Yuhao in this parallel world is different from Yuhao in our world. Juzi, that's right, I just don't know how he will deal with it. Juzi's face was full of curiosity. After seeing the same scene happen again, she wanted to see what choice Yuhao in the parallel world would make. To be honest, she only recently learned that Yuhao's enemy was also the Duke White Tiger. So she was looking forward to meeting Yuhao in the parallel world. With his ability, he will be able to help her get revenge in the future, right? In this way, she would not need to rely on Su Tianren's help. She looked at the screen again. At this moment in the picture, after listening to Wang Dong's words, Yuhao did not show any anger. Instead, he looked at Wang Dong meaningfully and then said with a smile, "Okay, Tilda." Wang Dong snorted a little arrogantly after hearing this. "You're smart." She was about to turn around and leave, but Yuhao spoke again the next second. "But you must have the strength to do this." Yuhao said to Wang Dong, "The survival rule of the DOLOU continent has always been the law of the jungle, and the fittest survive. So I don't want to tell you so many truths, since you like this kind of master-servant relationship. Then, okay, Tilda, as long as you can beat me, you'll do whatever I tell you to do." Wang Dong snorted after hearing this. "Are you sure?" Yuhao smiled and replied, "I'm very sure. But betting requires equal stakes. If you lose, you have to do what you just said." Wang Dong curled her lips in disdain. "Will I lose?" She snorted coldly. "If I lose, I can be your slave. I will do whatever you want me to do." Yuhao showed a playful smile on his face. "Oh, then you are not allowed to regret it." Wang Dong snorted coldly. "I always keep my word." After finishing her sentence, she walked out directly. And in the gap between the planes, Wang Qiwer was already gloating. She said coldly, "It seems that someone is going to be a slave." Su Sanchi, "Wow, Donger, are you guys playing so big in the parallel world? Slaves and masters are so exciting. Will you call Yuhao master and wear a maid outfit when the time comes?" Wang Donger's cheeks flushed with shame, and she punched Su Sanchi's hand in anger. Before Su Sanchi could cry out in pain, Jiang Nanan pinched him hard again. "Don't talk nonsense." Su Sanchi shut up honestly, but Wang Donger became extremely nervous at that moment. She looked at the screen with a worried expression on her face. But suddenly, she found that Yuhao's eyes on the side also became a little strange. "Yuhao, you are not thinking of something bad, are you?" Yuhao said with regret, "Ah, the me in the parallel world is smart. Why didn't I think of this before? It would be fun if I won." Wang Donger was almost angry. "Su Sanchi, look at you. You have taught Yuhao bad things." Yuhao laughed dryly. "Donner, you are kidding. Let's continue watching. I wonder what the me in the parallel world will do after winning." Chapter 52, light butterfly goddess martial soul, parallel Yuhao, so that's how it is. HMPH, I won't argue with you. After hearing what Yuhao said, Wang Donger snorted. She crossed her arms, raised her head, and looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen. Is that so? Let's go then. Yuhao also showed a playful smile on his face. He did not continue to linger in the same place, but continued to take steps, following Wang Dong, and moved forward. However, during this process, he was always looking at Wang Dong in front of him, and his eyes showed a meaningful expression. After the two walked out of the dormitory, they finally found an open space. Not only was this place very spacious, but there was also no one to disturb them. The most important thing is that this is still a grass field. If they practice here and accidentally fall, they won't fall too hard. Therefore, Yuhao and Wang Dong decided to set this place as the competition venue. Yuhao and Wang Dong first distanced themselves. Then Yuhao took the initiative to speak and smiled gently at Wang Dong. Wang Dong, my advice to you is to go all out. Otherwise, you might lose miserably tilde. But Wang Dong snorted disdainfully and raised her proud head in an extremely arrogant manner. She said, boasting. After seeing this scene, Yuhao in the gap between the planes already laughed. Donger, I just realized that you were so arrogant when you were a child. Arrogant and arrogant, so interesting. Wang Donger frowned when she heard this. She punched Yuhao and said, didn't you have any problems when you were a child? Aren't you almost the same? A burst of cheerfulness suddenly filled the air. At this time, Xiao also spoke. She glanced at the screen and said, but Donger, you in the parallel world can't beat Yuhao in the parallel world, right? Wang Donger replied unhappily, he is a complete pervert, who can beat him at the same level. Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuhao in the parallel world is a bit too strong. But she quickly added, but wouldn't that be the end for you, Donger? Wouldn't you become his slave, or are you going to cheat? Wang Donger's pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She knew her character best, and she would never cheat, as it was a matter of dignity. But if that were the case, she would become Yuhao's slave in the parallel world after losing. Wang Donger, now an adult woman, knew a lot and immediately thought of slaves and masters, as well as some slightly perverted ways of playing. Therefore, Wang Donger's cheeks suddenly became even hotter. She couldn't help but step on Yuhao's foot again and then spat at him, saying, it's all your fault, you're so young and don't learn well. Yuhao's face was full of innocence. At that moment, in the picture, Yuhao and Wang Dong had already started fighting. Wang Dong did not choose to listen to Yuhao's advice. She rushed forward with a proud look on her face, kicked the ground, and quickly advanced in front of Yuhao, then punched Yuhao directly. But Yuhao was not a pushover. Facing Wang Dong's punch, he easily dodged it, looking as cool as he could be. He quickly threw 2 punches and 1 kick, accurately hitting Wang Dong's weak points and knocking her to one knee. Yuhao said helplessly, see, I told you long ago that if you don't go all out, you will lose miserably tilde. Or do you want to be my slave? Wang Dong was immediately furious, and she yelled, bullshit. I was just testing you just now is the real show. Although she was tough, her actions were different. Because she already knew that Yuhao was powerful. So at this moment, Wang Dong also directly summoned her martial soul. Suddenly, a pair of huge butterfly wings grew out from behind Wang Donger. As soon as the wings appeared, a bright and holy aura emerged from Wang Donger's body, making her radiate a sense of holiness. Yuhao also looked at Wang Dong deeply. A smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and then he said to himself, Tusk, the light goddess butterfly, so that's it. This is unexpected for me. After seeing this scene, Xiao spoke again. Xiao, why do I suddenly feel that Yuhao is laughing so strangely? Su Sanchi, because people have already seen Donger's gender. Yuhao, so soon. Su Sanchi, junior brother, to be honest, you need to improve your knowledge of soul master theory and martial soul knowledge. When Bebe and I saw this light goddess butterfly, we knew Donger was a girl at first sight. You are the only one who is still kept in the dark. Yuhao, is that so? Bebe, ha ha ha, that's right. Junior brother, your third brother and I did see this matter first thing in the morning, but we just didn't expose it. Yuhao's face was full of black lines. But when he thought about it, something seemed wrong. It was known that Donger would lose. Then she would become Yuhao's slave in the parallel world. And Yuhao in the parallel world knew she was a woman. Wouldn't it mean that the young people would be hot-tempered at that time? Thinking of this, Yuhao suddenly felt a little envious. If he had known that Donger was a woman earlier, he wouldn't have to rely on his own hands to solve the problem during his adolescence. You are thinking of bad things again. Wang Donger hit Yuhao again. Then they continued to look at the picture. At this moment in the picture, after using the light goddess butterfly, Wang Dong did not show mercy again. She waved her azure wings, and her body rose high. Then two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged directly from under Wang Dong's feet. The first of the two soul rings flashed a dazzling light. Suddenly, Wang Dong's aura soared. She rushed towards Yuhao like a stream of light. She used her first soul skill, Wingside Blade. She swung her wings and slashed toward Yuhao with two blades. But Yuhao dodged it easily. At the same time, he quickly accumulated power in his right hand, and then punched forward with a seemingly ordinary but powerful punch. Wang Dong was knocked back by Yuhao's punch on the spot. Not far away, Mu-En, who had been secretly observing the two, was also dumbfounded. He couldn't help but say, "Is this a self-created soul skill?" Chapter 53, Wang Dong, from today on you are my master. I never thought that this child would learn to create his soul skills at such a young age. This is a skill that countless soul masters cannot master. And his soul power level is not low either. It seems that a very special little monster has come to our Shrek Academy this time. As in the original time and space, Mu-En was watching the whole battle between Yuhao and Wang Dong. Because he was just basking in the sun nearby and saw two freshmen competing, he naturally wanted to take a look. But he didn't expect to witness the scene just now. So Mu-En was surprised at this moment. He looked very interested as he stared at Yuhao, an emotion that had not appeared for many years. On the other side, in the crack of the plains, this self-created soul skill is remarkable. The soul masters were also shocked after seeing this scene. During the screen playback, some unimportant pictures had been omitted directly. So they didn't know what the parallel Yuhao's self-created soul skills were like before. But judging from the effect he used now, the result of this move was indeed impressive. And he could create such a powerful soul skill at such a young age. Then, considering Yuhao's abilities and talents in the parallel world, it was highly likely that he would be able to create even more powerful self-created soul skills in the future. Therefore, after thinking of this, all the soul masters gazed at Yuhao in the parallel world with even more admiration. At that moment, Wang Dong was a little dumbfounded. Although she was still young, she knew the knowledge she should know. When a soul master uses soul skills, one thing that cannot be avoided is the glowing of the soul ring. As long as you use soul skills, no matter what level of soul master you are, you cannot stop your soul ring from glowing. But Yuhao just now, let alone soul rings, he didn't even summon his martial soul. Therefore, Wang Dong was sure that what he had used was not a soul skill, but a self-created soul skill. Thinking of this, even Wang Dong's face showed some surprise. After all, she had heard of self-created soul skills, and she had even tried creating them herself. But after a series of attempts, she returned empty-handed. She didn't expect that Yuhao in front of her could master it. So Wang Dong couldn't help but ask Yuhao, "Wait, this is a self-created soul skill?" Yuhao smiled and replied, "Yes." Wang Dong asked Yuhao again, "What's the name?" Yuhao said to Wang Dong, "Penetrating Fist." Wang Dong showed a thoughtful expression, but as she continued to observe Yuhao, her expression filled with deep respect and recognition. It was obvious that Yuhao had completed what she could not, and had completely convinced Wang Dong, making her begin to recognize him from the bottom of her heart. So Wang Dong quickly said to Yuhao with a serious face, "You are very strong, so next I will go all out." "Be careful." Yuhao smiled and said nothing more, but he summoned his soul rings and used his first soul skill to conceal the presence of his 2 soul rings. After discovering this move, Mu-En couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is cunning. In this way, the little guy on the opposite side will not know his details. Wang Dong, however, did not know that Yuhao had summoned his soul rings at this moment. She snorted after falling. Huh? Then the purple soul ring under her feet immediately lit up. Wang Dong waved her blue wings again. But this time, she did not close the distance between herself and Yuhao like last time. Instead, she rose high and distanced herself from him. A pair of wings behind Wang Dong began to emit golden lights. These golden lights swam on her wings as if they were alive, and eventually turned into extremely conspicuous golden light patterns. "It's coming," Wang Dong warned Yuhao once more. Then, golden light balls shot out directly from the golden light patterns on Wang Dong's wings. They blasted fiercely toward Yuhao in front. When the golden light balls struck Yuhao's vicinity, they immediately caused an explosion. A thick cloud of dust flew up from the ground, causing Wang Dong to lose sight of Yuhao for a moment. But Mu-En saw it very clearly. He noticed with his blue eyes that Yuhao's body suddenly dissipated at that moment. Although Mu-En used his mental power to detect Yuhao's position in the next second. After discovering the specific effect of Yuhao's first soul skill, even Mu-En couldn't help but be a little surprised. This little guy's first soul skill is a magical skill. If he encounters someone with less mental power than him, there would be no way to deal with him. Whose child is so powerful? Wang Dong stayed in the air for a while. She didn't rush back to the ground, but waited for the dust to settle. At the end, she found that Yuhao was gone. What's going on? Where is he? Did I blow him to ashes? After thinking of this, Wang Dong began to panic. Although she was arrogant and a little haughty, she was still kind by nature. So after she could no longer see Yuhao's body, she genuinely feared that Yuhao had been blown to ashes by her. So she hurried down and shouted, Yuhao, where are you?" "It's over, it's all my fault, Yuhao." But in the next second, Wang Dong's body became a little stiff. Because she suddenly felt a strange touch, and then Yuhao's figure appeared, locking her from behind and strangling her neck. Wang Dong heaved a sigh of relief at first, but she soon heard Yuhao's laughter again. "Don't worry, I'm fine. How could your little trick hurt me? But now you should worry about yourself. If this were a life-and-death battle, you would be dead now, right? Because I could kill you at any time. So I should have one right." Wang Dong's face suddenly became a little uncertain when she heard this. But she also understood that there is a saying called, "All is fair in war." And what she detested most was people who didn't keep their promises. Wang Dong naturally didn't want to be the person she despised the most. So, even though she felt extremely shy and uncomfortable about this and wished to concede, she still said to Yuhao helplessly, "I lost. According to the agreement from today on, you are my master." Chapter 54. Tang San was stunned. His daughter and wife were both conquered by the parallel Yuhao. After the voice fell, Wang Dong's little face suddenly became a little embarrassed. After all, she was still a young girl. So at this moment, when she called Yuhao, appear, master, she couldn't help but feel extremely shy. When she finished speaking, she didn't even dare to look at Yuhao's face. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together. At this moment, she was embarrassed to dig her toes into the ground. But Wang Dong was such a character. Although becoming Yuhao's slave made her feel extremely shy and uncomfortable, she would not deny it since she had said it. So after she finished speaking, she stood there very obediently, like a child who had made a mistake. But Yuhao suddenly smiled at Wang Dong. "Hey, forget it, I was just joking just now. How could I let you become my slave? I'm not one of those aristocrats that people hate. This matter is a lesson for you. Don't be so arrogant and domineering in the future, and don't make promises casually. Because if you hadn't met me, others might not let you go so easily. he didn't want Wang Dong to be his slave. Because Yuhao himself was born a slave. He had been a slave in the Duke's mansion for many years. So he was even more reluctant to accept slaves. Because that would make him feel like a duchess. This would only make Yuhao feel a little nauseous. At this moment, Yuhao just smiled and shook his head after listening to Wang Dong's words, which could be regarded as a lesson for her. Ah, really? Wang Dong was naturally overjoyed when she heard this. Her eyes were full of excitement. After all, who would be willing to be a slave? Wang Dong was not an M, although she kept her promise. It was a helpless act. If she could choose, she would not want to be a slave. Really, what good would it be for me to lie to you? Anyway, let's get along well in the future. Yuhao smiled gently at Wang Dong. As for Wang Dong, after seeing Yuhao's brilliant smile, she immediately felt her face blush. She thought to herself, this guy is quite nice. I was wrong before. Well, get along with him well in the future. Wang Dong's good impression of Yuhao suddenly became overwhelming. Even to thank Yuhao for his generosity, she took him to Shrek City for dinner. She wanted to treat Yuhao to a big meal to express her gratitude. And Yuhao did not put on airs. After receiving Wang Dong's invitation, he went to the appointment openly. He could also learn about the situation in Shrek City, by the way. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, after reading the content that just appeared on the screen, Wang Donger couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she privately did not object to calling Yuhao master or something similar, because that would add some fun. If she became Yuhao's slave in front of everyone, it would still be a bit too difficult for her. Therefore, after seeing Yuhao's actions in the parallel world, Wang Donger had a good impression of him. She felt that Yuhao in this parallel world was good. Not only was he powerful and witty, but most importantly, he was very gentlemanly. If it had been someone else just now, they might not have given up. Although that could only be said to be Wang Dong in the parallel world's fault, it had to be said that it was still too bad. So, at this moment, Wang Donger felt that Yuhao in the parallel world was very good. She couldn't help but say, sure enough, Yuhao is worthy of it, he didn't let me down. Wang Qiuer nodded seriously after hearing this. I agree. While Yuhao was watching, he thought, is this the so-called gentlemanly demeanor? Yes, it can be learned. Everyone looked at the picture again. On the other side, Xiao Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't argue with her. Xiao Qi, this girl has had this bad habit since she was a child. That's good, it's a good thing that she has been taught a good lesson. She thought her daughter was going to be someone else's slave, and to be honest, she didn't want that. But now she saw that Yuhao in the parallel world used this method in the end. This was very good, in her opinion. Not only did he not make his daughter a slave, but he also gave her a good lesson. It was indeed a perfect result. At this moment, Xiao Wu began to mutter. Yuhao in this parallel world is indeed okay. And he seems to get along well with my daughter, and he has good talent too. I feel that if both parties are interested in the future, we could try to have a relationship. But Tang-san was standing next to Xiao Wu after all. Others could not hear her whispered words, could he? So at this moment, Tang-san heard everything Xiao Wu said clearly. After hearing these words, Tang-san suddenly felt extremely depressed. After all, he asked his daughter to go to DOLOU continent mainly to let her become a link to tie Yuhao tightly. Why did she become like this now? He looked at his daughter in the picture, and there was a tendency for her to be conquered. Xiao Wu was not right either. How come she looked like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law? Thinking of this, Tang-san felt a headache. No. The plot shouldn't be like this. This is not what I want to see. Tang-san scratched his head uncomfortably. At this moment, in the picture, led by Wang Dong, Yuhao arrived at a big hotel in Shrek City for dinner. Wang Dong could be considered a small rich woman. So she took Yuhao to eat in one of the 5-star hotels. She was not stingy when ordering dishes and chose some delicious options. Soon, as the hot waitress served all the dishes, Yuhao and Wang Dong began to eat with big mouthfuls. Wang Dong and Yuhao chatted while eating, and before long, Yuhao knew Wang Dong very well. At this time, he suddenly asked Wang Dong, "By the way, Wang Dong, do you know Zhou Ye?" Chapter 55, Wang Dong, Yuhao, what kind of cultivation monster are you? Actually, Wang Dong is a little unfamiliar with Zhou Ye. After all, the school has not officially started yet, so she has not met Zhou Ye. Therefore, Wang Dong felt confused after listening to Yuhao's question. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, chewing and thinking. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't remember who this person was. So the next second, while looking at Yuhao, Wang Dong responded to him with a somewhat wise look. Yuhao's mouth twitched when he heard this. He didn't expect Wang Dong to be so careless and not care who their class teacher was. Therefore, Yuhao could only explain to her helplessly, "It's our class teacher, Zhou Ye." "Oh, it's her, I remember," Wang Dong said to Yuhao with sudden realization. She finally remembered Zhou Ye's name, which she had seen on the bulletin board before. But she soon asked Yuhao, "What's wrong with her?" Yuhao said helplessly, "I want to ask you if you know anything about her. After all, she is our class teacher, so I want to know her in advance and see if she is reliable." Wang Donger took another bite of the meat slice after hearing this, and then she said to Yuhao, "I know this. It is said that she seems to have the highest admission rate among all the first-grade teachers. So, according to reason, her teaching level should be the highest, right?" Wang Dong shared all the information she knew. After listening, Yuhao also thought about it. He felt that what Wang Dong said made some sense. After all, Zhou Ye has a high admission rate among the same students. Doesn't that prove that her teaching ability is strong? So, Yuhao feels that this is something to look forward to. This opportunity can be used to see the teaching level of the teachers at Shrek Academy, and whether he must come to Shrek Academy to study. Therefore, Yuhao quickly exhaled again and said, "So that's the case. In that case, it is possible to look forward to it a little." But in the gap between the planes, Jing Hongchen couldn't help laughing after seeing this. "Haha, the big one is coming. I guess Yuhao in the parallel world would never have thought that this teacher, Zhou Ye, is a rubbish teacher, right? The reason why the enrollment rate is high is just because she expelled those students with poor talents. In this way, the base number is small, and those who remain are also students with higher talents. Isn't the enrollment rate high?" Xuanzai also felt a little headache. After all, Yuhao from this parallel world is here to inspect their Shrek Academy. If the performance of their Shrek Academy cannot live up to the expectations of Yuhao from the parallel world, he will turn around and leave. So everyone else fainted when they thought of this. He doesn't want a genius like Yuhao from the parallel world to leave their Shrek Academy. So Xuanzai can only pray in his heart at this moment, "I am in a parallel world, please do something." And in the picture, Wang Dong is a little surprised by Yuhao's attitude. She can't understand why Yuhao is so anxious. After all, they will know the specific situation tomorrow. They can talk about it then. Besides, since they have joined Shrek Academy, they definitely can't control these things. Could it be that Yuhao is going to quit Shrek Academy? So after thinking of this, Wang Dong asked Yuhao with some doubt, "No, why do I feel you are so anxious?" She quickly asked Yuhao again, "Yuhao, do you have any unspeakable secrets?" Yuhao exhaled and said, "To be honest, my mother's health is not good. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone at home. But I obtained the admission qualification for Shrek Academy before. So, on the way, I was thinking about whether I should continue to study at Shrek Academy. In the end, I concluded that if Shrek Academy is excellent, then it's fine. I will make more money and bring my mother to Shrek City to live, and I can take good care of her. But if the teaching conditions of Shrek Academy are average, I will not study here. It's the same if I find a nearby academy to study, I can still take good care of my mother." Yuhao said to Wang Dong with a sincere face. After listening to this, Wang Dong looked at Yuhao with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so filial." Then let's go and investigate Joye together tomorrow. You're right. If the teaching level of Shrek Academy is average, there's no need to stay here any longer. Wang Dong asked again, by the way, where is your father? Yuhao answered directly, he died a long time ago. Duke White Tiger. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looking at the content on the screen with a complicated expression. On Jing Hongchen's side, the smile on his face became more and more intense. I'm looking forward to the next day more and more. He continued to look at the screen. And at this moment, on the screen, after Yuhao and Wang Dong had eaten and drunk their fill, they went back to the dormitory. Yuhao began to practice as usual. After he practiced until midnight, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, he started practicing again. And this made Wang Dong dumbfounded. She couldn't help but complain, what kind of practice madman is this? Doesn't he get tired? Wang Dong also tried to learn from Yuhao and practice together that night, but she didn't even know when she fell asleep while practicing. However, Yuhao practiced all night long. Although he felt a little tired during the period, he felt refreshed after meditating for 2 hours. So when Wang Dong woke up the next day and saw Yuhao still practicing, she was a little dumbfounded. They both chose to get up quickly. Afterward, after a simple wash, both Yuhao and Wang Dong left the dormitory. They had agreed yesterday that they must thoroughly examine Joye today to see how good her teaching ability is. This is very important to Yuhao. Chapter 56, Joye, what I want to cultivate is a monster, not a waste. After leaving the dormitory building, Yuhao and Wang Dong quickly walked towards the cafeteria. They had just gotten up and hadn't had breakfast yet. Even though Yuhao and Wang Donger were both eager to investigate Joye, there was no reason not to eat breakfast. So Yuhao and Wang Dong quickly arrived at the cafeteria. They both planned to eat noodles this morning. After buying the noodles, the two of them sat down to eat at a table in the cafeteria. However, Wang Dong was about to throw away the vegetables she hadn't eaten yet. Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. First, he said a few words to Wang Dong. Being picky about food is not a good habit. For some real slaves, this little bit of vegetables might be their daily ration. Don't waste it. Then he took all the vegetables away directly. He remembered his previous life as a slave under the Duchess, and he couldn't bear to see anyone wasting food. After hearing this, Wang Dong showed a thoughtful look on her face. She thought for a while and fell into deep contemplation. But soon, she realized that Yuhao had already stuffed the vegetables into his mouth. She suddenly thought of something, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Isn't this considered an indirect kiss? This guy doesn't dislike it at all, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. But what you said seems to make some sense. Wang Dong quickly picked up a vegetable, put it into her mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. It tastes terrible, she complained to Yuhao. But then she said more seriously, but you're right, food should not be wasted. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on Yuhao's face. He reached out and touched Wang Dong's head. How nice. Wang Dong froze in place, stunned. She looked at Yuhao in disbelief, but then remained silent, just continuing to eat noodles with a blushing face. It is too sweet. Brother San, how about letting this child be our son-in-law? He has great talent and strength, and he knows how to take care of people. Most importantly, it seems my daughter likes him too. In the gap between the planes, Xiao Wu couldn't help but propose this about Tang San. After hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He said to Xiao Wu helplessly, just observe and see, there's no rush, take a closer look. But after he finished speaking, Tang San felt sweat bead on his forehead. His daughter was being used as bait to ensnare Yuhao, but judging by the progress, it seemed like she was being conquered by Yuhao from the parallel world. This gave him a headache. Yuhao and Wang Donger quickly finished their breakfast. After filling their stomachs, people naturally feel happy, so after finishing their meal, both of them wore faint smiles on their faces. Wang Dong said to Yuhao with anticipation, come to think of it, I'm curious about the coaching level of Shrek Academy. I've heard people boast about the coaching level of Shrek Academy more than once before, but I've never had the chance to see it in person. Now, I can finally witness it myself. Yuhao also smiled gently upon hearing this. Isn't it? The two of them quickly walked out of the cafeteria and arrived in front of the teaching building. The white door of the teaching building finally opened, and the freshmen entered in a line wearing white school uniforms. Each of them had a green monster mark on the left chest, symbolizing Shrek Academy. However, the school uniforms of students in different grades had different colors, just like the colors of their teaching buildings. Yuhao and Wang Dong followed the crowd into the freshman teaching building. They quickly found the sign for freshman class 1 and walked in directly. At this moment, the entire large classroom was already full of people. It seemed everyone was early for the first day of school, so Yuhao and Wang Dong could only find an empty seat to sit down. However, they were lucky because there happened to be 2 empty seats connected, so Yuhao and Wang Dong could sit at the same table. Wang Dong seemed very satisfied with this result. Although she had only known Yuhao for a short time, she had a good impression of him for some reason. After discovering that she could sit at the same table with Yuhao, Wang Dong smiled foolishly. Yuhao began to carefully observe the surrounding situation. The classroom was very large, and there were 100 students in his class. Based on the scale of 1,000 freshmen, there should be about 10 freshman classes. This number is quite high, as in the school Yuhao attended before, there were only a few hundred people in each grade, and each class had a maximum of 50 students. The number of freshmen at Shrek Academy was already considered very large. It seems like everyone is here because of its reputation, Yuhao thought as he looked forward to the next teaching session. At that moment, Wang Dong touched Yuhao's palm with her hand. Coming. The moment Yuhao's palm touched Wang Dong's, he felt a strange sensation, and the soul power in his body began to flow strangely. Yuhao suddenly felt very strange. But before he could verify it, he noticed an old woman approaching. Although the old lady looked very old, she stood very straight and walked to the back of the podium in a few steps. Undoubtedly, she must be the teacher of this freshman class. Seeing the teacher come in, the previously chaotic class suddenly quieted down, and Yuhao began to look at the old woman with a serious expression. The old woman also began to look at all the students in the class. Her eyes swept from left to right, and suddenly all the students in the class felt like they were being scrutinized by her, as an invisible pressure enveloped their hearts. My name is Ye, and I'm your homeroom teacher. I'm not sure how many of you can walk with me through the next year. But I want to tell you that in my class, no garbage can pass the assessment. I want to train monsters, not idiots. Ye's voice was extremely unpleasant, and the content of her speech caused dissatisfaction among many students. At this moment, Yuhao frowned. Chapter 57, Idiots Defeat Masters. Parallel Yuhao overestimates Ye. Here it comes, the famous scene is here. No matter how many times I watch it, I feel that this picture is extremely abstract. How can a teacher scold students right at the beginning? I can only say that it is worthy of Ye. Now, I wonder how Yuhao in the parallel world will respond. In the gap between the planes, Jing Hongchen was extremely excited as he saw the familiar scene on the screen start playing again. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and because he was too excited, even his breathing became a little heavy at that moment. He was curious about what would happen next. Damn Ye, you've ruined my plans. After this, I will not let her off. Xuan's eye was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Seeing Ye again made him feel an intense, nameless fire in his heart. What made him feel most uncomfortable was that even he, who was extremely inclined to Shrek Academy, knew that Yuhao in the parallel world would be dissatisfied after witnessing Ye's series of actions. This was simply too bad. At this moment, Xuan's eye was so anxious that sweat began to bead on his forehead. Everyone continued to look at the screen. At this moment on the screen, after listening to Ye's words, Yuhao subconsciously frowned. But he did not start to get angry directly like the other students in the class. He began to analyze what was happening in front of him. Could it be that this is the so-called repressive education? By creating pressure on students to make them dare not slack off to achieve the result of studying well? Is this her original intention, or is she just cursing? Well, it's unlikely. After all, she is a teacher at Shrek Academy. The teaching qualifications are not so poor. And isn't she the teacher with the highest admission rate in the entire first grade? She should have some ability. Observe for a while, don't rush to conclusions, so as not to wrongly accuse a good person. After seeing the scene in front of him, Yuhao kept thinking. Puffed. In the gap between the planes, after seeing this scene, Jing Hongchen spat out directly. He never thought that Yuhao in the parallel world would think like this. Is this the so-called idiots defeating masters? According to the logic of the parallel Yuhao, the teachers in places like Shrek Academy should be very qualified. So every teacher must have their own way of teaching. Zhou Yi's previous approach is indeed questionable, but in Yuhao's eyes, there may be a deeper meaning. So he is not in a hurry to conclude her. However, how could Yuhao in the parallel world think that Zhou Yi is an idiot? She has no ability at all. She just cheated through some small tricks. Jing Hongchen was really about to die of laughter at this moment. He never dreamed that this would be the result. It's just that. You can fool people for a while, but not forever. With the wisdom of Yuhao in the parallel world, although he did overestimate Zhou Yi at the beginning and guessed wrong later, as he gets to know Zhou Yi better, he will be able to see through her nature. At that time, things will become interesting. Jing Hongchen chuckled again. Although the progress of the matter has not been completed in one step, it seems reasonable to him because Yuhao in the parallel world is such a cautious character. And anyway, Zhou Yi's matter has been concluded. With her little ability, it is unlikely she would fool Yuhao. So Jing Hongchen was not in a hurry at all. But Jing Hongchen's calmness did not mean that Xuanzai was not anxious. Although he had just escaped, he knew that things were far from over. Can he keep Yuhao from the parallel world? This still needed to be seen. Xuanzai looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, although Zhou Yi felt that the other students in the class were very angry about her words, she didn't care at all. She looked indifferent, glanced at all the students in the class again, and slowly said, "Those who have fought since registration, please stand up." Naturally, no one paid attention to her. After all, these students had just been admitted. Why would they fight in the academy? And even if they did, Zhou Yi didn't know that they had fought, so why should they admit it? Yuhao fell into thought again. Let those who are fighting stand up. What does that mean? As long as he doesn't stand up, even if someone else is fighting, Zhou Yi won't know, right? Could it be that she has deliberately monitored the students before? No, there are so many people that she can't monitor them all. Or does she have a soul skill similar to my spiritual detection? Using that soul skill to monitor the students, she even knows which students fought yesterday. If that's the case, then she's really capable. Thinking of this, Yuhao quickly made up his mind. He did fight with Wang Dong yesterday, but he intentionally didn't stand up at this moment because he wanted to see if Zhou Yi could know that he and Wang Dong had fought. If she knew, then Zhou Yi might have a powerful reconnaissance soul skill, as Yuhao guessed. The fact that she had started paying attention to the students the day before school started also shows that she is very responsible. So Yuhao deliberately kept silent and did not stand up. He wanted to see what Zhou Yi would do. Wang Dong didn't want to stand up either. She had only stood up in the original timeline because Yuhao did first. So at this moment, Yuhao didn't move, and naturally she didn't either, sitting with a calm expression. Yuhao kept staring at Zhou Yi. But then, Zhou Yi's words dumbfounded Yuhao. Because this was completely different from what he thought. No one wants to fight? What a bunch of losers. Don't you know that those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre? All the students in the class, come out. Go to the square of Shrek Academy and run 100 laps. Anyone who can't finish will be expelled. Chapter 58, Wang Dong, Yuhao, what do you think of Zhou Yi? After hearing what Zhou Yi said, Yuhao was stunned. He looked at Zhou Yi in front of him with some surprise. His expression showed a strong sense of surprise. The fingers of his left hand kept tapping the table quietly. It made a dong-dong-dong sound. After that, Yuhao pondered in his heart. Isn't this right? It's quite different from what I thought. I thought Zhou Yi was a person with great magical powers. With a soul skill similar to my spiritual detection, She must have long been able to see through the movements of the students in the class. But from the current situation, she seems to have no idea whether anyone in the class has fought. Otherwise, she should have started to call my name by now. Then why did she do what she did? Moreover, from the current situation, it seems that I think too highly of her. Yuhao kept thinking in his heart. The more he thought, the deeper his frown became. Although he still hasn't come to a conclusion for the time being, his opinion of Zhou Yi has changed a little. Moreover, he disagreed with many of the things Zhou Yi said just now. Those who don't cause trouble are mediocre? What kind of nonsense is this? If someone smashed her house for no reason, would that also mean that those who don't cause trouble are mediocre? Would she still say such things at that time? Therefore, Yuhao lost some favor with Zhou Yi at this moment. And in the gap between the planes. After seeing this scene in front of him, Jing Hongchen was delighted again. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, I've said it before, you can hide it for a while but not for a lifetime. With Yuhao's intelligence in the parallel world, he will soon be able to see Zhou Yi's weirdness. It is impossible for him to be deceived by her. It seems that the truth is getting closer and closer. Jing Hongchen kept talking in the chat room. His words also aroused the approval of many soul masters. After all, they thought so. But Xuan Zai's face turned black after seeing this content. He couldn't help but scold Zhou Yi again. It's all your fault, useless Zhou Yi. If you cause our Shrek Academy to lose a super genius, you must commit suicide to apologize. Then he checked the screen again, with sweat on his forehead. And at this moment on the screen, after hearing Zhou Yi's words, some students were dissatisfied and stood up to refute. Teacher, I don't accept this. Why should we be punished if we don't fight? Zhou Yi just sneered when she heard it. Then she calmly said, because I said so. If you don't agree, you can get out. As the class teacher, I have the right to expel any student. I'll give you 1 minute. If I don't see you running around Shrek Square within 1 minute, you will all be expelled. While Zhou Yi was speaking, she also showed her powerful soul power aura. In an instant, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings rose from under her feet. The soul rings emerged, and a powerful aura followed. After displaying this aura, Zhou Yi was full of pride. She controlled her soul power and fiercely suppressed everyone, making them almost unable to breathe. Zhou Yi laughed even more happily after witnessing this scene. She snorted coldly at first and then turned to leave. But Yuhao frowned even more after seeing this scene. Because he had the help of his technique, he could easily dissolve the soul power suppression imposed on him by Zhou Yi. However, Wang Dong on the side did not have such means, so she felt a little uncomfortable under Zhou Yi's soul power suppression. Fortunately, Yuhao grabbed Wang Dong's little hand at that moment. Wang Dong's little hand was grabbed by Yuhao. She moved slightly in shock at first, like a frightened little animal. But soon she asked Yuhao again, "What are you doing?" Yuhao said, "I will help you dissolve her soul power suppression." Wang Dong was stunned when she heard this. She realized that after Yuhao grabbed her little hand, the pressure on her body had disappeared. Suddenly, she was extremely surprised. "Hey, what's going on?" Yuhao explained, "I created a technique by myself, which can be used at this time." Wang Dong's face suddenly became more shocked. "Ah, you even created a technique by yourself." Yuhao chuckled and said, "These were all completed a long time ago. There is nothing special about it." Wang Dong's face was full of weirdness, rendering her speechless. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. "No big deal. Is it really okay for you to pretend like this?" However, Yuhao didn't pay much attention to this matter. The reason he helped Wang Dong at this time was, on one hand, because he wanted to help her. On the other hand, it was also due to the strange feeling he felt when their bodies touched before. Yuhao now grabbed Wang Dong's hand and felt it again. He quickly displayed a look of surprise on his face, and then couldn't help saying, "As expected, that was indeed a martial soul fusion skill." Wang Dong looked puzzled. "What is a martial soul fusion skill?" Yuhao let go of Wang Dong's hand. "Let's talk about it later. Let's go for a run first." He stood up as he said this. As for Wang Dong, she also noticed that the other students in the class had left one after another at that moment. Wang Dong and Yuhao naturally followed the group and walked toward the square of Shrek Academy. But while walking, Wang Dong still complained with some dissatisfaction. This class teacher is a bit unreasonable. What she said about those who don't cause trouble being mediocre is also unfair. Not only does she punish students at every turn, but her punishments are unreasonable too. Just now, when someone refuted her, she used her identity as a class teacher to speak. Even if she is a class teacher, doesn't she have to distinguish right from wrong? Does she think she is the empress? Thinking of this, Wang Dong muttered with some dissatisfaction, "I suddenly want to take back what I said." Yuhao asked as he walked, "Which sentence?" Wang Dong replied, "It must be that sentence. The teachers of Shrek Academy must be very qualified. Ah, this old woman seems strange to me." Yuhao couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "That's why I told you before, be careful and don't jump to conclusions so easily." Wang Dong said unhappily, still laughing, "What about you? What do you think about this matter?" Chapter 59, Zhou Getting Yuhao is really a good deal. They heard Wang Dong's question in the picture. Everyone in the gap between the planes also looked at the parallel Yuhao on the screen with serious faces. They all wanted to see how the parallel Yuhao would answer next. But the parallel Yuhao in the picture did this. Yuhao chuckled and shook his head, then said, "I just said that, have you forgotten it? I said you are too impatient. It is not a good habit to rush to conclusions about everything. So I will not conclude so quickly. What if there is a reversal later?" Yuhao continued to say to Wang Dong, "Wait and see, continue to observe. At least we have to take her lessons for a few days. This way, there will be enough samples to observe, and the answer given at that time will be more objective." Wang Dong pouted and said, "What? You are not straightforward at all." Yuhao smiled and said nothing more. Outside the screen, the people in the gap between the planes also felt a little headache about this. Because at this moment, they all wanted to see the situation where the parallel Yuhao and Zhou fell out with each other. But this guy had to dither. This made them anxious to death. At this moment, many soul masters couldn't help but complain. The parallel Yuhao is good in everything. The only bad thing is that he is too cautious. This seems a bit slow. For someone like Zhou, wouldn't it be better to just give a conclusion directly? What else do you need to investigate? But Wang Donger was not happy. In her opinion, whether it was Yuhao in the parallel world or Yuhao in the original world, they were all Yuhao, so she must protect him. Therefore, she answered directly at this moment. "That's not the case. We are standing from God's perspective, so we can see clearly. But Yuhao in the parallel world is not standing from God's perspective now. From the time he saw Zhou with his own eyes to now, it has only been a few words from her. It's a bit too arbitrary to conclude this." The soul masters also felt that it made sense. No more complaints. They looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao and Wang Dong soon arrived at the square. When they arrived at the square, Zhou had already arrived. She stood in the center of the square, supervising everyone with a serious face. And everyone had to start running under her stern gaze. It was not until this time that Yuhao discovered that the square was very spacious. He roughly calculated that running around the square once would require at least a distance of 1,000 meters. 100 laps around the square would be 100,000 meters, and everyone had to finish the run within the specified time. This was unrealistic. Because there were all kinds of soul masters in the class. 100,000 meters. Let the control, auxiliary, and strong attack soul masters in the class run. Then they could still finish the run if they grit their teeth. But what if it is a food and auxiliary soul master? How can they finish the run? Therefore, Yuhao thought this was unreasonable at this moment. But he did not rush to question it. After all, Yuhao knew very well that the first bird to stick its head out would be shot, and being the first bird to stick its head out was not a good choice. What he needed to do now was to observe Zhou and the teachers of Shrek Academy. If he was sure that this place was not suitable for him, he could leave. There was no need to offend such a behemoth as Shrek Academy. Therefore, he would naturally not do such a stupid thing as taking the initiative to question Zhou Yi. He followed the cue and quickly started running. And because of his strong strength and the help of his self-created skills and self-created soul power cultivation method, Yuhao ran very easily throughout the whole process. He showed extraordinary speed as soon as he started. When other students in the class had only run less than half a lap, Yuhao had already run 2 laps. What kind of monster is this speed? This is too fast. Isn't he afraid of running out of energy? This is not just running 1 or 2 laps, this is a full 100 laps. HMPH, don't worry about him, he will slow down soon. The students in the class couldn't help but talk about it. Even Zhou Yi in the center of the square began to watch Yuhao with interest. Wang Dong quickly followed, but compared to Yuhao's relaxed face, she seemed a little tired. But she still caught up with him and reminded Yuhao, "You know you have to run 100 laps, don't you?" Yuhao replied, "I know." Wang Dong said unhappily, "Then why are you running so fast?" Yuhao laughed, "It's because I have to run 100 laps that I'm running so fast. If I could run fewer laps, I'd be even faster." Wang Dong was quickly left behind by Yuhao. But she thought as she ran, and after a long time, she still couldn't figure out what Yuhao meant. Finally, she understood. But this was not because she had figured it out. It was because she saw Yuhao speeding up again. That's right, Yuhao can go even faster. Compared to his current speed, Yuhao was just jogging before. After running about 10 laps as a warm-up, Yuhao suddenly accelerated, and his speed was at least 3 or 4 times faster than before. So when Yuhao finished running 30 laps, the other students in the class had only run 3 or 4 laps. And Wang Dong had only run 7 or 8 laps. Everyone was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Even Wang Dong couldn't help but admire Yuhao. This guy is too abnormal. Judging from his current ability, he didn't try his best when he fought with me before. It's amazing. And Yuhao continued to run at a constant speed. He even ran faster and faster. So before long, when the other students in the class had only run 10 laps and Wang Dong had only run more than 20 laps, he had already finished. He stood directly under another big tree and watched the other students in the class run. And Zhou Yi, after seeing the ability displayed by Yuhao at this moment, was about to climax on the spot. Is this a freshman? What a strong freshman. The school assigned me such an outstanding student. This time I am really rich. Such a student can become a talent no matter how I teach them, but as his teacher, the credit must be counted on me. Then my reward will be huge. Chapter 60. Parallel to Yuhao's conclusion, the highest admission rate. In the picture, after successfully discovering that Yuhao was very capable, Zhu Yi was ecstatic. She stood there with a flushed face, looking at Yuhao, who had completed his task early, with a face full of excitement. She was even breathing heavily. Then Zhou Yi said to herself, "It seems that the Best Teacher Award next year must go to me." The Best Teacher Award is not just a simple reward of money and elixirs. Shrek Academy spends a lot of money on this every year to reward teachers. If I remember correctly, the Best Teacher Award last year was accompanied by a soul bone. So if I win the Best Teacher Award this year, I will probably get a soul bone. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhou Yi's face suddenly became more intense. She watched for a while. Finally, Wang Dong also completed 100 laps. Although her speed was not as fast as Yuhao's, compared to other students in the class, she was still far ahead. At this moment, Wang Dong had already run 100 laps, while the majority of students behind her had generally run 10 or 20 laps less than her. This was much slower, in Zhou Yi's opinion. And this also proved that Wang Dong's level was very good. Therefore, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up again at this moment. She looked at Wang Dong in front of her with joy and said, "Oh my, I thought there was only one genius in the class, Yuhao. It seems that Wang Dong is also very good." "Ha ha ha, good. It seems that my chances of winning the Best Teacher Award this year have become a little greater." Zhu Yi laughed more and more happily. She began to imagine what she would look like after winning the award in the future. But at this moment, the bell for the end of class had already rung. With the ringing of the bell, the students behind had barely completed 100 laps. Juya stood there for a while. After everyone had finished running and gathered, she suddenly stepped forward. The next scene was the same as the original time and space. After everyone had gathered, Juya directly called out Yi Ling, Yun Xiaopao, and the other 9 students. Then she expelled them in front of everyone. Yuhao thought that Juya must have a deep meaning in doing this. But he watched the whole process and didn't see what her deep meaning was. Instead, he saw the expelled students leave in disgrace. Zhu Yi announced the end of class and asked them to go back to the dormitory to take a shower and rest, as there was another theory class to attend later. So all the students in the class went straight to the dormitory. However, Yuhao and Wang Dong did not go back to the dormitory directly. Instead, they walked towards the freshman classroom in the teaching building. Although Wang Dong was also confused as to why Yuhao asked her to return to the classroom, she was not interested in asking about it at that moment. As they walked, she said indignantly, "This old lady Zhou is too much. So many people are expelled just like that. Obviously, everyone didn't make any mistakes. Because they didn't fight, they were punished. But because they failed to complete the punishment, they were expelled. So if you say that, isn't it the same as being expelled for no reason even though they didn't make any mistakes?" Yuhao didn't feel sorry for those who were expelled for this. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. Since you are incompetent, you can only passively accept the elimination by others. Even if this matter is unfair, how can there be fairness in this world? So Yuhao was very calm about this, having experienced far more difficult situations, and he relied on his abilities to survive. However, he was very curious about why Juya did this. So at this moment, Yuhao brought Wang Dong to the classroom again. He walked to the podium and picked up the list. But Wang Dong still didn't understand his intention and couldn't help asking, "Yuhao, what are you doing?" Yuhao smiled and said, "You have always wondered why Juya expelled them for no reason. If my guess is correct, the answer is on this list." After Yuhao finished speaking, he looked at the roll call carefully, and soon he showed a look of as expected. He narrowed his eyes slightly and completely understood the reason. But Wang Dong on the side was a little confused. She looked for a long time but didn't find any clues. She couldn't help sweating and scratching her ears. Finally, Wang Dong could no longer bear it. She asked Yuhao, "Yuhao, please say something, I'm so anxious." "What is the answer?" Yuhao smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll guide you." He continued, "Look carefully at the soul power levels of all the students in the class, then look at the soul power levels of those who were expelled, and finally compare them." Wang Dong did as she was told. She checked carefully, and soon her eyes lit up. It was obvious that she had discovered a pattern. "I didn't expect that the 9 people who were expelled were the 9 people with the lowest soul power in our class. Isn't this a bit too coincidental?" Yuhao smiled and said, "Coincidence? How can there be so many coincidences? In my opinion, this is not a coincidence. This is intentional." Wang Dong looked puzzled when she heard this. Intentional, this. Yuhao saw that Wang Dong still couldn't understand and guided her again. "Wang Dong, do you still remember what Juya's greatest characteristic is?" Wang Dong was slightly stunned. She thought for a long time before she came up with a reply and answered carefully, "The highest enrollment rate in the grade." Yuhao smiled and said, "That's right." "Then how can we ensure her enrollment rate?" "There are only 2 ways. One is to teach well and make all your students successful. But this method is difficult. On the one hand, it requires teachers with high qualifications, and on the other hand, it also requires students to cooperate, so it is extremely difficult to achieve. But the other way is much simpler. Reduce the base number. Just expel all the students with average talent and unwillingness to study, and only keep those students with extraordinary talent. Then, in the end, won't the probability of enrollment increase?" Chapter 61, 12, I think you look like 92. Yuhao's remarks greatly refreshed Wang Dong's perspective. She never thought of looking at the problem from this angle. But she didn't understand it until she started to think about it. It seems that what Yuhao said was true, because there was no better explanation besides this. This made Wang Dong furious. She cursed, "I didn't expect the truth to be like this. This kind of person can also be a teacher at Shrek Academy. It's hateful. No, I'm going to report it." After Wang Dong finished speaking, she angrily planned to go to the teaching office to report it. But before she could leave the classroom, Yuhao pulled her back. Yuhao glanced at the furious Wang Dong in front of him and laughed. He couldn't help but say, You are too impatient." Wang Dong was unhappy when she heard this. Her eyes were somewhat dissatisfied as she looked at Yuhao. "What do you mean by impatient? A normal person would be very angry after hearing about this kind of thing, right? I feel that something is wrong with you. Now that you know the truth, why are you still so calm? Aren't you at all affected?" Yuhao spread his hands. "No." He said to Wang Dong seriously, "This matter has nothing to do with me. You just lack the experience of society. Based on my understanding of you during this period, you should be a young master from some big family, the kind who has no worries about food and clothing. So you should not have seen much of the dangers of the world, let alone know that in this world, where the weak prey on the strong, it is already very difficult to protect yourself." Wang Dong snorted in dissatisfaction. "You are too selfish." Yuhao was not angry. He just smiled and replied, "These people are strangers to me, and they have no favors on me. Do I have to stand up for these strangers and expose myself to danger? As the saying goes, too much rigidity is easy to break. There are countless geniuses on the DOLOU continent, but most of them die young, and only a few can survive and become powerful. Do you know why? Because they don't know how to restrain their sharpness and feel compelled to intervene in every problem, just like you are doing right now." Wang Dong was silent for a while after hearing this. But she soon said, somewhat unconvinced, "That being said, can we just ignore this matter?" Yuhao laughed and said, "You still don't understand. Do you think you can control it? Zhou can do such a thing and still be considered an excellent teacher at Shrek Academy. Do you think she might not have a backer?" Wang Dong hesitated. "This." Yuhao continued, "I can assure you that she has a backer. Since there is a backer, this is not something you and I can handle. Besides, let's get back to the original point. This matter has nothing to do with us. After it is done, we will gain nothing from it. In this case, why bother adding to the trouble?" After Yuhao finished speaking, he patted Wang Dong on the shoulder and said, "Look at it more openly. There are many injustices in this world. If you try to take care of everything, won't you tire yourself to death? True wisdom is knowing when to be foolish and when to be wise. If you have the time, how about caring more for your relatives and friends?" Wang Dong fell silent again after hearing this. She quickly exhaled, her eyes full of complexity as she looked at Yuhao. She couldn't help but say, "Sometimes I don't know what to say to you. You look about the same age as me, but you're actually like an old man. How old are you?" Yuhao smiled and replied, 12. Wang Dong said unhappily, "I think you look 92. Outside the screen, all the soul masters were stunned after seeing the scene in front of them. Many of them were touched by the previous remarks of the parallel world Yuhao. Especially Bibai Dong, who was silent for a long time after listening to the words of the parallel world Yuhao. Finally, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. "I didn't expect that Bibai Dong, was not as good as a 12-year-old child. If I had understood this truth earlier, why would I have fallen to this point?" She was extremely moved. Thinking back to that time, she started a war for Yu Ziyaging, causing great suffering to all living beings. But now, thinking back carefully, what was the relationship between Yu Ziyaging and her? Not a relative, not a lover, not even a friend. But she did such a stupid thing, which was pure clown behavior. So Bibai Dong regretted it at that moment. At the same time, after hearing these remarks, when she continued to look at Yuhao in the parallel world, there was a hint of respect in her eyes. And Yuhao, in the original time and space, directly took out a small notebook to record. The more he looked, the more he felt that he was too far behind. He was much older than the parallel Yuhao at this stage, but he felt that he was still too naive and not as open-minded as the Yuhao in the parallel world. He continued to look at the screen. At this moment on the screen, Wang Dong asked Yuhao as she walked, "What are you going to do next? Do you want to continue studying in Zhou Yi's class?" Yuhao smiled faintly and said, "Of course not. Since I already know that this person has problems, I will naturally stay away from her. How can I continue to stay in her class? I remember that Shrek Academy allows students to apply for class changes, so I plan to go directly to apply for one. What do you think?" Wang Dong had long disliked Zhou Yi. Although she no longer wanted to be exposed after hearing Yuhao's persuasion, she did not want to be Zhou Yi's student at all. So when Wang Dong heard what Yuhao said, she immediately agreed. She said to Yuhao, "I will change classes. I'd rather drop out than continue to be her student. Anyway, I don't want to be her student." Yuhao chuckled a few times after hearing this and said nothing more. He walked straight forward, leading Wang Dong toward the direction of the teaching office. Not long after, Yuhao successfully arrived outside the teaching office of Shrek Academy. Then he and Wang Dong looked at each other and walked directly inside. Chapter 62, Zio, Donger, you won't be conquered just now. After entering the teaching department of Shrek Academy, Yuhao and Wang Dong found that there were many people there. Shrek teachers were holding documents and walking back and forth, while many students who had come to handle affairs were constantly discussing with the teachers in the teaching department. The entire teaching department looked very busy. But Yuhao and Wang Dong were not intimidated by the scene. Upon entering, they quickly found a free teacher and told him their needs. Change classes? That's fine. Shrek Academy never restricts students from changing classes. This also promotes competition among teachers, the teacher said kindly. Then kids, please write down your information. After listening to Yuhao and Wang Dong's needs, the teacher said that this was feasible and handed 2 pieces of paper to them. Yuhao and Wang Dong nodded after hearing this and wrote down their information carefully. However, they soon discovered they were not asked to specify the class they intended to switch to. The teacher seemed to have noticed their confusion and said gently, "Although Shrek Academy does not oppose students changing classes, it limits the number of students in each class. After all, a teacher's energy is limited. If the number of students in a class seriously exceeds the limit and cannot be managed, the teaching quality will naturally decline. So I just ask you to register your information first, and I will find time to check later. If I find that there are vacancies in other classes of the same grade, then you can directly switch to that class. Of course, if there is only one position in both classes, then you two will have to separate." Yuhao nodded and agreed. The teacher continued, "Then how about this? Come back early tomorrow morning, and I will give you an answer then." Yuhao expressed his gratitude to the teacher once again. After observing this scene, Kai and Rengsu couldn't help but say, "It's worthy of being Yuhao from the parallel world." Yuhao from the original world has only just seen Zhou Yi's true face today. But Yuhao from the parallel world saw her true nature before even starting her class, and he has also deduced the truth of the matter and taken Wang Dong to change classes. Such intelligence is impressive. Bibai Dong also responded in agreement. So this is a truly capable person. Very good at judging character and even better at protecting himself. This is not at all like the 9 students who were expelled and left foolishly. The 9 expelled students felt a bit embarrassed when they were referenced without warning, but it seemed true upon reflection. If what happened to them occurred to the parallel Yuhao, he would probably have handled it well, right? After all, it was because they were not capable enough. Everyone sighed when they considered this. Yuhao also began to study seriously. And in the scene, Yuhao took Wang Dong away quickly. But Wang Dong seemed a little depressed along the way. Yuhao noticed her mood and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't this going well?" Wang Dong sighed and said, "But the teacher mentioned that we might not be in the same class in the future." Yuhao couldn't help but laugh. "So that's it, you still can't bear to leave me." Wang Dong's face flushed. She snorted coldly, saying, "I didn't." Yuhao reassured her, Don't worry, it shouldn't be that unlucky. We'll see what happens. He quickly added, now we should head back and take a shower. The results will come in tomorrow, so we need to attend today's class. Wang Dong felt a bit defeated and said helplessly, alas, I don't want to attend her class. Xiao chimed in, Donger, in the parallel world, it seems you have a bit of affection for Yuhao at this point, right? Wang Dong looked uncomfortable. Not really, am I that easy to capture? Xiao replied unhappily, why not? You blushed, and when you think about not being in the same class with him, you look so upset. Wang Dong's mouth twitched, but she was left speechless. Because the reality seemed to be true. Yuhao took Wang Dong back to the dormitory together. Then he went to the bathroom, first to take a shower. However, boys tend to shower faster. Yuhao quickly entered, rinsed off and walked out. But he had forgotten to bring his clothes, so he emerged shirtless. Yuhao's upper body was extremely well built. Over the years, to improve his strength and combat ability, he had not only practiced meditation, but also engaged in extensive physical training. Therefore, he had developed an impressive physique that, until now, had been concealed by clothing. Now, shirtless, the perfect lines of his upper body were on display. Wang Dong blushed again. She couldn't help but shout at Yuhao, smelly hooligan, why aren't you wearing clothes? Yuhao looked at Wang Dong meaningfully. He wasn't annoyed since he had seen the clues from her martial soul. He smiled and replied, I forgot to grab my clothes. Then he put his clothes back on obediently. Wang Dong entered the bathroom with a red face, but once she stepped in, she felt the warmth and recalled the scene she had just seen. Her face couldn't help but redden even more. This bastard. Juzi kept thinking. I didn't expect that Yuhao in the parallel world has such a good figure. Alas, it's a pity I didn't meet him earlier. But based on this development, Yuhao in the parallel world may still leave Shrek. Will I meet him beforehand in the parallel world? Wang Dong finished bathing quickly. Then she and Yuhao returned to the classroom for class. At this moment, the students in the class had already arrived. After all, Zhou Yi had just expelled 9 students. With this precedent, the students were extremely fearful of her, as none wanted to be the next one expelled. Zhu Yi soon entered the class. After stepping in, she briefly glanced at the students. Finding that everyone was present, she turned around with a cold expression and wrote 2 large words on the blackboard. Attack, defense. After writing, she faced the students again and said, I know that most of you are very dissatisfied with me for punishing you with laps and expelling 9 people just now. You just don't dare to show it. I don't need to explain myself. Those who are understanding will naturally comprehend it over time. Let the fools who can't figure it out be left confused. Now let's begin the class. Zhu Yi continued, in today's class, I will discuss the attack and defense of soul masters. Since ancient times, our soul masters have always followed their martial souls. Different abilities are divided into many systems, including strong attack systems, quick attack systems, auxiliary systems, food systems, control systems, defense systems, and more. Some soul masters develop in one direction to the limit, while others pursue a more balanced approach. There are many methods of cultivation. Yuhao, please answer. Among the soul masters of each system, who is better at attacking, and who should be more inclined towards defense and assistance? Chapter 63, Disappointed Again. With this little ability, what can you teach? Hearing Zhou Yi on the screen again with her standard inquiry process, the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but twitch their lips. Wang Qiwer said, why are you asking such stupid questions again? I don't know how you guys managed to hold on before, Yuhao. What can you learn from such a teacher? Yuhao couldn't help but respond. Although it seems like a stupid question, Donger got it wrong before. Wang Donger looked a little embarrassed. Xiao on the side remarked. However, this time Zhou Yi asked Yuhao from the parallel world. Yuhao from the parallel world is not only very smart, but he is also now a first-level soul engineer. So he must have a more comprehensive perspective on things, which makes me curious about how he will answer. Everyone continued to look at the screen. At this moment on the screen, after hearing Zhou Yi's question, Yuhao stood up directly. Although he had seen through Zhou Yi's true face and knew that this person could not be trusted, he did not reveal his thoughts. The impression he gave Zhou Yi was still as simple as ever. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhou Yi, "Teacher Zhou, should the answer to this question take the soul guidance device into account?" Zhu Yi looked at Yuhao in surprise. It was obvious she did not expect him to think of the soul guidance device. Therefore, Zhou Yi quickly responded, "Of course, it should be taken into account." Yuhao continued, "If the soul guidance device is to be considered, then this question becomes very complicated. Because the existence of the soul guidance device completely blurs the lines between offense and defense. Let me give you an example. If a strong attacking soul master is equipped with a strong defensive soul guidance device, then his defensive ability can surpass that of an ordinary defensive soul master. Conversely, a defense-type soul master, equipped with a powerful attack-type soul guidance device, can also have greater attacking ability than an ordinary strong attack soul master. So this question lacks a definitive answer. If I had to say, whoever has a higher level is stronger. Of course, I am speaking about higher levels. For example, if a level 30 soul elder fights a level 20 grand soul master, then the level 30 soul elder can leverage a level 3 soul guidance device, and under normal circumstances, will win no matter how the fight unfolds. However, it is also possible for some ordinary soul masters to possess super martial souls. The abilities of these soul masters must exceed those of ordinary soul guidance devices. Yuhao continued analyzing. He did not provide a direct and arbitrary answer, like Wang Dong did in the original time and space. His approach was to answer from multiple aspects and dimensions. Consequently, after hearing this, all the students in the class behind Wang Dong were stunned, even Zhou Yi, who stood on the podium for a long time with a dull expression. It took them a while to finally recover from this shock. But they looked at Yuhao as if he were a monster. In their opinion, Yuhao's knowledge was too profound. And in the gap between the planes, Zio, I knew it would be like this. Wang Donger, look, even Zhou Yi was shocked. Jing Hongchen, he is so suitable for our Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. They were extremely impressed by Yuhao's performance in the parallel world. However, Yuhao in the picture did not share this sentiment. Although he had long since stopped expecting much from Zhou Yi, after witnessing everyone's expressions at this moment, he still felt somewhat disappointed. He did not feel proud because everyone was shocked by his words. He simply felt it was pathetic. As the saying goes, it is hard to find a true friend. Compared to when he expressed his ideas, others could only applaud from the sidelines. In fact, Yuhao hoped there would be some good teachers and supportive friends to help him grow. Unfortunately, he thought Zhou Yi did not have this ability. His disappointment in Zhou Yi grew even stronger. Then, under Zhou Yi's instructions, he sat back in his seat. Zhu Yi, however, was excited at that moment. The more she discovered Yuhao's excellence, the more thrilled she became. Because she always thought that if Yuhao came to help her, she would also benefit from it, so she was exhilarated at this moment. But Jing Hongchen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He snorted coldly. How pathetic, it's top-notch material in the hands of a third-rate chef. How can it produce delicious food? In my opinion, it's a waste of time for Yuhao in the parallel world to continue staying at Shrek. Xuanzai, indeed, I feel Yuhao in the parallel world has a similar personality to mine. I believe we could get along well. Voices of agreement began to echo in the chat room. On the screen, after Zhou Yi finished her tedious class, she was about to start the practical session. She asked all the students in the class to gather in the square of Shrek Academy again. All the students complied. However, when Yuhao arrived at the square of Shrek Academy once more, he was stunned again. Still running. Doesn't she know any other methods of cultivation? If it's just running, why do students come to Shrek Academy? Can't we run anywhere? Yuhao felt speechless. He never imagined Zhou Yi could be so ineffective. What kind of teaching is this? But he still didn't get angry. Reluctantly, he put on the iron armor that Zhou Yi had prepared in advance, and then led the entire class to start running again. Although Yuhao felt much heavier wearing the iron armor, to be honest, he had begun this type of training 1 or 2 years ago, and now he could run easily. So he completed the target lap without difficulty, far ahead of the entire class. Zhuye was even more pleased after seeing Yuhao's ability. Without hesitation, she praised Yuhao vigorously. She told the other students in the class that Yuhao was their role model and urged them to learn from him. Finally, she also appointed Yuhao as the monitor of the freshman class, hoping to gain his favor in this way. But Yuhao's heart was not swayed, and he even wanted to laugh. He had made up his mind to change classes tomorrow. Moreover, this was his last chance at Shrek Academy. If the teacher he was assigned to afterward was not up to par, he decided there was no need for him to stay any longer. Chapter 64, Parallel. Yuhao got on Wang Dong's bed. This is unbelievable. Jing Hongchen exclaimed, "This stupid woman, Zhou Yi, is still daydreaming." He has already applied for a shift change, but she is still laughing there. I want to see how she can laugh tomorrow. Jing Hongchen really couldn't hold it back. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The more he saw the parallel Yuhao on the screen feeling disappointed with Shrek Academy, the happier he became. Because that meant that in the parallel world, Yuhao had a greater chance of leaving Shrek Academy. Which two are the most outstanding academies on Duoluo Star? Apart from Shrek Academy, the next best one belongs to their Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Thus, he hoped Shrek Academy would perform poorly. It would be best if they could pull some tricks later to make Yuhao in the parallel world completely disappointed with them. If that happened, the best academy for him to choose would only be Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Although Jing Hongchen always felt a sense of regret that Yuhao did not join the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy in their world, if he could join in the parallel world, it would be a wish fulfilled. At this moment, he looked at the screen with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy crowd, Wang Yan couldn't help but ponder. Since the class has been changed, there should be no problem in the future. Although teacher Zhou Yi's method surprised everyone, apart from her, the teaching abilities of the other teachers in Shrek Academy are still quite good. So Yuhao in the parallel world shouldn't have any objections. He kept thinking, but suddenly he remembered some past events and frowned slightly. But if Yuhao in the parallel world is so powerful, the senior management of our Shrek Academy shouldn't continue to be blind, right? At the beginning, whether it was Elder Xuan or Dean Yan, they looked down on Yuhao initially, even refusing to give him the status of a mere core disciple. If this happens again, it will be troublesome. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world will not spoil them. Wang Yan looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Zhu Yi finally finished the latest class. As the bell rang again, Zhou Yi announced the end of class with a smile on her face. This was the happiest class she had conducted in recent years. Because the more she looked at Yuhao and Wang Dong, the more satisfied she felt. Thinking of these two geniuses in her class made her mood wonderful. As a result, Zhou Yi, who had always been very strict, did not curse at anyone during the entire class. She originally wanted to invite Yuhao and Wang Dong to dinner, after class, to cultivate the relationship between teacher and student. Unfortunately, Yuhao refused. Of course, Yuhao was quite adept at deceiving people. After all, these skills were cultivated while he was in the Duke's mansion. So he successfully fooled Zhou Yi. Not only did he reject her invitation, but he also gave Zhou Yi the illusion that he and Wang Dong had a positive impression of her. Thus, Zhou Yi smiled as she parted ways with Yuhao and Wang Dong. Zio, Yuhao's words were a lie. Zhou Yi was fooled. Wang Qiuer, the Yuhao in the parallel world is indeed eloquent, but the one in our world is. Yuhao and Wang Donger quickly returned to the dormitory after separating from Zhou Yi. Once back, Wang Dong began to complain about Zhou Yi without restraint. Finally, her class is over. I can change classes tomorrow. You still want to have dinner with us? Go eat something else. Wang Dong said unabashedly. After learning Zhou Yi's true nature, she found the woman more disgusting the more she thought about her. So the thought of escaping from her misery tomorrow made her extremely happy. Just then, Yuhao suddenly got onto Wang Dong's bed. He took off his coat, leaving only a short-sleeved shirt, and sat on it. A group of soul masters in the gap between the planes. Xiao Wu, no, what is this guy going to do? Why did he suddenly take off his clothes and get onto my daughter's bed? She's still so young, is he a beast? Xiao, can this be broadcast? Wang Donger, Yuhao, you're still so young, can you do this? Yuhao. First of all, this is not me. It is the other me from the parallel world. Secondly, I am perfectly capable. Wang Qiuer replied with a cold face, shameless. Everyone didn't expect Yuhao in the parallel world to suddenly do such a thing. So, one by one, they couldn't help but look intently at the screen. At this moment, Wang Dong was feeling a little unsettled. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes showed signs of panic. She even began to stutter when she spoke. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. But Yuhao didn't say anything. He just kept moving closer to her. Wang Dong's cheeks became redder, but in the end, she ceased to resist and closed her eyes voluntarily. Tang-san, you don't even resist. My script did not arrange it this way. Xiao, you still claim you weren't conquered. Wang Dongers. This is terrible. Yuhao felt a bit strange upon seeing Wang Dong close her eyes. But he continued getting closer to her and finally took her small hands. Holding her hands, Yuhao began to circulate the soul power within his body. Then he quickly poured his soul power into Wang Dong's acupuncture points. Wang Dong was immediately infused with the soul power from Yuhao's body. And the fusion of their martial souls was activated again. It is indeed a fusion of martial souls, and it is even more powerful than I expected. This is a 100% fusion of martial souls. Yuhao said, his face filled with surprise. But Wang Dong looked a little dumbfounded and gazed at Yuhao with confusion. 100% martial soul fusion. Yuhao, what exactly are you talking about? Yuhao began to explain to Wang Dong. To put it simply, our auras are completely compatible. Our current relationship is like that of a husband and wife. One side is yin and the other side is yang. The two completely identical auras represent yin and yang, respectively. After combining, it results in complete yin and yang harmony, which will inevitably unleash great power. Of course, what I just said is the principle. The scientific term for this situation is called martial soul fusion. Chapter 65. Tang San's divine consciousness in Wang Donger's body revealed. In the gap between the planes, everyone understood it completely after seeing this. After all, many soul masters here are very powerful, and some even specialize in studying martial soul fusion. However, they are still very surprised by this 100% martial soul fusion. Bibai Dong, I didn't expect that Yuhao in the parallel world would have such an opportunity. His talent is already strong, and now he has a 100% martial soul fusion. No wonder he is called the Son of Destiny. Kaian Rangsu. Indeed, if this happens, the growth rate of Yuhao in the parallel world will become even more terrifying. I don't know how powerful he will become in the future. Juzi, it turns out that I have already lost from the beginning. Juzi felt very sorry. She originally thought that she lost to Wang Dong just because she met Yuhao a little late. But from now on, Yuhao and Wang Dong are a perfect match. On the contrary, she seems a little redundant. This made her feel lonely for a while. After this, Yuhao told Wang Dong a lot about martial soul fusion. After hearing Yuhao's explanation, Wang Dong finally had a certain understanding of this ability. However, she only came back to her senses at this time. Her face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but say, "What's the shameless relationship between husband and wife? I'm a man." Yuhao looked at her with a smile and then whispered in her ear, "This is the first time I've heard that men can also have the light goddess butterfly martial soul." Wang Dong's face turned shocked. "You knew it a long time ago." Yuhao smiled and nodded. Wang Dong suddenly felt embarrassed, and her face turned extremely red. She pushed Yuhao away. Bad guy, go away, get off the bed. Yuhao grabbed her hand, pulled it hard, and held it in his arms. No, I want you to help me practice. He suddenly felt that the speed of the soul power in his body became faster under this situation, and he was suddenly happy. Wang Dong, how about we practice while hugging each other? Wang Dong pinched him hard. Go to hell. But Wang Dong's strength is not as great as Yuhao's. In fact, she only said no. Her body did not reject Yuhao that much. She blushed and hesitated for a long time before she said to Yuhao, we can practice together, but you can't hold me to practice. What will it look like? Yuhao smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. As long as Wang Dong agrees, it'll be fine. He knows that things always take time. If she doesn't allow him to hug her now, it doesn't mean she won't allow him to hug her in the future. The two of them have 100% martial soul fusion, which is a match made in heaven. So he won't rush it. Zio, Donger, you in the parallel world have been completely controlled by Yuhao. Wang Donger couldn't help but blush. This bastard's so bad. She glared at Yuhao on the side. Unexpectedly, when she turned her head, she found Yuhao on the side studying seriously. Yuhao, I am so strong in the parallel world. This is the first time I have seen such a shy Donger. No, I have to learn from him. Wang Donger was almost embarrassed. Don't learn. If you learn, you will become bad. Yuhao didn't care. As long as he can kiss and hug Wang Donger, what does it matter if he learns bad things? So he ignored Wang Donger completely. On the other side, Zio Wu couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. She turned her eyes away, originally wanting to see Tang San's attitude. But she didn't expect to find that Tang San also had a smile on his face at that moment. Hey brother San, why are you smiling so happily? Tang San replied, how can I not be happy that my daughter can find someone she likes? And this person is so outstanding. Zio Wu nodded in agreement. But what she didn't know was that Tang San just said something completely insincere. Although he was not happy because he found a home for his daughter. Whether it was his daughter meeting Yuhao or this 100% martial soul fusion, it was planned by Tang San himself. His goal was to be able to take down Yuhao. And how could he take down Yuhao? Tang San's first plan was to set a seal on his daughter's body and leave a divine thought. Then, he would use the martial soul fusion to attract Yuhao and his daughter to practice. In the process of this practice, he would use this divine thought to subtly change Yuhao's mind, making him devoted to his daughter. And as long as Yuhao is devoted to his daughter, it would be easy for him to control him. So this is a strategy formulated by Tang San. Seeing his plan work perfectly, his smile was so bright. But at this moment, when Yuhao and Wang Dong were practicing in the picture, the mysterious artifact on his body suddenly emitted a black light. The black light flashed, and black divine power was directly injected into Wang Dong's body. Then, this black divine power directly pierced the seal in Wang Dong's body. At this moment, Yuhao and Wang Dong were in a state of practice and did not notice it. But the mysterious artifact had already directly extracted a divine thought phantom from it. A swish sound suddenly sounded. Then, the phantom was directly sucked into the artifact by the black divine power and crushed into pieces. The black light quickly dissipated. Then it returned to Yuhao's body again. Nothing seemed to have happened. But at this moment, everyone in the chat room was dumbfounded. Jing Hongshan, wait, what was that black light just now? And what was that phantom? What is going on? Wang Donger, there is such a thing in my body, isn't this right? Tang San also sweated profusely upon seeing this. He secretly said in his heart that it was not good. If the matter was exposed, it would be over. But at this moment, the matter had been completely exposed. After seeing the scene on the screen, Zio Wu immediately cast her eyes on Tang San and asked him, Brother San, what was that just now? If I am not mistaken, it should be your divine consciousness, right? Why is your divine consciousness in Zio Chi's body? The god of destruction on the side also asked sternly, See God, I am also curious about this matter. I hope you can give me an answer. Chapter 66, Tang-san, I act uprightly. After the words fell, the god of destruction cast a look at Tang-san. In his eyes, a strong doubt emerged. He had seen that the divine thought belonged to Tang-san. So, if Tang-san could not give a legitimate reason at that moment, the god of destruction would have enough reason to suspect that Tang-san abused his power. Yes, sea god, please explain. The other gods around him all looked at Tang-san at the same time. They focused their eyes on him, wanting to know what explanation he could provide. Naturally, Tang-san was sweating profusely when he saw this. To be honest, he hated this incident more and more. Although there might be a prize-winning quiz during the video playback, Tang-san has not received a single reward thus far. On the contrary, his enemies had become stronger after receiving their rewards. And this damn screen had also made many of his secrets public. This gave Tang-san a headache. In the original timeline, Tang-san abused his power multiple times afterward, which made him feel increasingly uncomfortable as he thought about it carefully. He didn't know how to deal with it then. But fortunately, this matter was still easy to solve. He exhaled and said, "What's there to explain? Xiao Qi is my daughter, and she went to DOLOU continent alone. Although I am a law enforcer in the god realm, I never abuse my power, so I can't guarantee Xiao Qi's safety at all times. However, as a father, I must ensure Xiao Qi's safety, so I left a divine consciousness deep in her spiritual sea to seal it. Although it won't be triggered if nothing happens on weekdays, once Xiao Qi encounters a life-and-death crisis, this divine consciousness can save her life. This is the purpose of this divine consciousness." Tang-san crafted a justification for the people in front of him. While the original intent of this divine consciousness was to control Wang Donger and Yuhao, under Tang-san's manipulation, it became a means for him to protect his daughter. In doing so, he boasted about his upright intentions. If it were only used to protect his daughter's life, it wasn't against the rules at all. Therefore, all the gods present suddenly understood after listening to Tang-san's words. As they looked at him, their eyes filled with admiration. "So that's how it is. You are indeed a sea god and you are farsighted. Xiao Qi is so lucky to have a father like you. Fortunately, we didn't jump to conclusions too early. Otherwise, we would have wrongly blamed a good person." The gods kept talking. They completely believed what Tang-san had said at that moment. After hearing this, Xiao Wu was also very touched. She couldn't help but say, "Brother San, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. I just wronged you." Tang-san kissed Xiao Wu on the face and said, "Silly girl, there is no such thing as right or wrong. It's just that I forgot to tell you before. You don't know what's wrong with asking." Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel very touched again after hearing this. The god of destruction refrained from commenting further. Although he had always wanted to find fault with Tang-san, he was still more disciplined. Since Tang-san was innocent, he wouldn't wrongly accuse a good person. At this moment, he quickly retracted his gaze. Finally escaped a disaster. Tang-san couldn't help but sigh in relief after seeing this. He relaxed a little. However, looking again at the mysterious artifact on the screen, Tang-san's expression suddenly became more solemn. "A mere artifact can easily extract and crush my consciousness without recognizing its master. Which god owns this artifact? What is its identity? Why is it so powerful?" Tang-san kept thinking in his heart. His expression became increasingly grave. In the parallel world, Yuhao was already very difficult to contend with, and now this powerful artifact made things even more challenging. On the screen, Yuhao and Wang Dong's practice continued. To make their practice more efficient, Yuhao taught his self-created skills to Wang Dong. With the help of these skills, Wang Dong's soul power circulation became faster. This indirectly improved the efficiency of their practice through the fusion of their martial souls. After only one night of practice, Yuhao completed a breakthrough in his realm and successfully elevated his soul power to level 26. However, the first practice session using martial soul fusion still left Yuhao and Wang Dong a little tired. So when they practiced late into the night, they both felt somewhat exhausted. Under the weight of this strong sleepiness, Yuhao and Wang Dong hugged each other tightly and fell asleep on the same pillow. When Wang Dong awoke the next day, she found herself in Yuhao's arms and her cheeks turned red. Startled, she didn't know what to do. But since she was tightly hugged by Yuhao, she could only continue to rest her head against his chest. Suddenly, she remembered the last time she saw Yuhao's sculpted figure and couldn't help but touch his lower abdomen with her hand. She chuckled, "This stinky guy is quite solid." Unexpectedly, Yuhao's eyebrows moved, as if he was about to wake up. Wang Dong immediately pretended to sleep. Yuhao, "Donger, I didn't expect you to be so good at this. You should have said it earlier." Wang Donger, "Bah, don't talk nonsense. That was done by me in the parallel world. What does it have to do with me?" Yuhao, "Aren't you the same person?" Wang Donger stubbornly replied, "I don't." After Yuhao's remark, he planned to lift his shirt for Wang Dong to touch. But at that moment, he realized that he had no abdominal muscles. He frowned immediately. "No, it seems that after this incident I have to work out. I also want to build some muscles." Yuhao had already noticed Wang Dong's earlier action. But he was not in a hurry to expose her. He got up as if he knew nothing, and then woke Wang Dong up again. After the two of them simply washed up, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast together. After eating, they did not head directly to the classroom for class, but walked in the direction of the teaching office. They entered the teaching office and found the teacher from the day before. "Teacher, did the shift change we discussed yesterday go smoothly?" Yuhao asked the teacher. "So it's you. The shift change has been approved. Congratulations." The teacher smiled slightly upon hearing this and addressed Yuhao. Chapter 67, Panic Joye, Yuhao Wang Dong Don't. After hearing the teacher's answer, Yuhao was overjoyed. He couldn't help but smile. After all, following yesterday's inspection, he already knew that Zhou Yi was just a name, and Yuhao was an ambitious person. He naturally didn't want to continue being taught by her. At this moment, he was very grateful to know that he could change shifts. But Wang Dong, on the other side, was still not relieved. She asked the teacher nervously, "Teacher, are we assigned to the same class?" Wang Dong looked at the teacher seriously. After listening to Wang Dong's question, the teacher smiled slightly. "You are lucky to be in the same class. The higher-ups assigned you to class 7 for freshmen. You can go to class now." Only then did a happy smile appear on Wang Dong's face. She couldn't help but say to the teacher, "Thank you, teacher." Then she left with Yuhao, feeling great satisfaction. Yuhao saw Wang Dong so happy and couldn't help but tease her. "Why? Is it so worth being happy about being in the same class as me?" But Wang Dong snorted a little arrogantly. "No way, I'm just happy because I've left Zhou Ye." Yuhao deliberately said, "Then I won't be in the same class as you." Wang Dong suddenly became anxious. "You dare." But soon she noticed Yuhao's meaningful smile and added anxiously, "Don't laugh." And in the gap between the planes. After witnessing this scene, Zio couldn't help but say, "Donger, I think you have been completely controlled by Yuhao in the parallel world. Didn't you notice? He can make you laugh when he wants you to laugh and cry when he wants you to cry. You are almost turning into his shape." Wang Donger blushed suddenly and she whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? We are just friends." Zio said unhappily, "Friends? Dogs would shake their heads at that. You all slept together." Wang Donger blushed again upon hearing it. And Mu Jin, the teacher of freshman class 7, was filled with surprise. "I didn't expect that I, in the parallel world, could coach Yuhao and snatch him from Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi knew about this, she would be so angry she might die of rage. It's a pity she isn't here now, otherwise I could see how miserable she is." Mu Jin thought with some wicked pleasure. She and Zhou Yi have always been at odds, so she was naturally happy to see her suffer. Well, there will be something interesting to watch. Meanwhile, Xuanzai and the others were all worried. After all, Zhou Yi had already disappointed Yuhao in the parallel world once. If it happened again, Yuhao might just leave. So they were quite anxious at the moment. "Teacher Mu Jin, is everything okay?" They all looked at the screen again. Now, all their hopes were pinned on Mu Jin. And on the screen, after leaving the teaching office, Yuhao and Wang Dong immediately walked toward the freshman class 7. But they were delayed for a while because they went to the teaching office first. When they arrived at the teaching building, the class bell had already rung. To get to freshman class 7, they had to pass through freshman class 1 first. Yuhao and Wang Dong accidentally ran into Zhou Yi at the door of freshman class 1 on their way to freshman class 7. "You two, you are late today, come in quickly." If other students in the class were late, Zhou Yi would have been angry at that moment. But because Yuhao and Wang Dong were late, Zhou Yi did not get angry. She knew that the future of the two was limitless. Therefore, she was more patient with them because of this. "Sorry, Teacher Zhou, we applied for a class change and have been approved." But Yuhao and Wang Dong did not go in. After hearing Zhou Yi's words at the door, Yuhao spoke very politely. He acted honestly, but this left Zhou Yi dumbfounded. She never dreamed that such a thing would happen. "Ah, what's going on? Everything can be discussed. Isn't it good to study with me?" Zhou Yi suddenly became a little anxious. After all, geniuses like Yuhao and Wang Dong can become talents by practicing casually. She wanted them to stay and study with her, so her attitude softened at this moment, and she planned to persuade Yuhao and Wang Dong to continue studying with her. "Sorry, Teacher Zhou, we have already decided." But Yuhao did not agree to Zhou Yi's request. He replied to Zhou Yi and then walked forward with Wang Dong. Xiao, who was sitting by the window, heard their conversation. She looked at them secretly with some surprise and finally noticed that Yuhao and Wang Dong stopped after they reached the door of freshman class 7 and walked straight in. Xiao's eyes showed a special color. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's face became extremely uncomfortable. She saw Yuhao enter freshman class 7, which was Mu Jin's class. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Zhou Yi gnashed her teeth in anger. But she could do nothing about it. She could only walk back to the class obediently. Because Yuhao and Wang Dong, the two students she was very optimistic about, had left, Zhou Yi was in a very bad mood. This also caused the students in the class to be unlucky, and they were scolded by Zhou Yi again. After being scolded, Xiao felt a bit dissatisfied. She looked in the direction of the teaching department outside the window with a strange expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. And in the gap between the planes, Mu Jin was completely laughing after seeing this scene. "Ha ha ha ha, so cool, this stinky woman is so angry." Mu Jin couldn't help but exclaim. She showed her joy openly. She noticed that many students in the freshman class on the screen looked toward the teaching office with strange expressions. Mu Jin felt that these students might also want to change classes. It seemed that Zhou Yi would be seriously injured by this. So after thinking of this, Mu Jin smiled even more happily. Chapter 68, It seems that I had misunderstood Shrek Academy before. And on the screen, at this moment, Yuhao and Wang Dong have entered freshman class 7. Because she had been notified in advance, Mu Jin also knew that there would be 2 new students in the class today. Mu Jin's teaching style is completely different from Zhou Yi's. She emphasizes the concept of mutual respect and common learning between teachers and students. So even though she didn't know what Yuhao and Wang Dong's talents were at this moment, she still expressed a warm welcome to them upon their arrival. The atmosphere among the students in the class was also joyful. This was in stark contrast to Zhou Yi's freshman class. "Yuhao, this class seems pretty good," Wang Dong said. Wang Dong still sat with Yuhao after arriving in this class. After observing a few times, she shared her initial impression with Yuhao. Yuhao nodded to Wang Dong in agreement. "Well, just from the atmosphere, it's really good," he replied. "However, what I want to see more of is the teaching ability." After Yuhao finished speaking, he stopped talking and sat up straight, intending to assess Mu Jin's teaching ability. Wang Dong understood Yuhao's needs, so she refrained from continuing the conversation and helped him observe Mu Jin. And in the gap between the planes, seeing the scene, Xuanzai and the others were tense. "Come on, Teacher Mu Jin. Whether Yuhao in the parallel world can be retained depends on you." Xuanzai muttered under his breath. The elders of the sea god pavilion around him looked extremely solemn. But there was only one exception: Zhou Yi, who had been expelled from Shrek Academy and divorced by Fan Yu. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the gap between the plains, so even though Zhou Yi had been expelled, no one had ever attacked her. Zhou Yi knew that her life was over, so she just wanted to drag more people down with her. She couldn't bear to see Shrek Academy thrive, nor could she tolerate her rival Mujin's success. At this moment, she kept muttering to herself, "Mujin die. Yuhao in the parallel world would never be interested in your course. How can you teach if I can't? Mujin's course will start soon." At the beginning, they took a theoretical class. Yuhao quickly noticed the differences in Mujin's approach right from the start of the theoretical class. Her course focuses on meticulousness, unlike Zhou Yi's personality, which tended to generalize everything. Mujin's lectures are very detailed, and she explains each part very clearly. Mujin is a 6-ring soul emperor, and with so many years of advanced studies and teaching experience at Shrek Academy, her teaching ability far surpasses that of Zhou Yi. She continued to give lectures, which made Yuhao gradually pay careful attention to his initial doubts and observations because he found these lessons genuinely useful. Wang Dong also kept her eyes on Mujin. She felt happy after realizing Mujin was truly capable. On one hand, she was pleased for Yuhao, and on the other for herself. Although she had not known Yuhao for long, she felt a favorable impression of him without realizing it, and she was reluctant to let him go. This is good. Mujin's teaching ability is impressive, and she should be able to satisfy Yuhao for now. Then she and Yuhao naturally don't have to separate. This makes Wang Dong feel incredibly happy. Not only is Wang Dong happy, the Shrek Academy's senior executives in the gap between the planes are also pleased. Xuanzai laughed happily and said, "This is the true teaching ability of our Shrek Academy teachers. What was Zhou Yi before? It's embarrassing. Haha, this will keep Yuhao from the parallel world." Yan Xiaoj praised Mujin generously. "Teacher Mujin did wonderfully. It seems the date for your promotion to senior teacher can be moved up." Mujin was overjoyed, thinking that Yuhao was her lucky star. She quickly thanked Yan Xiaoj. "Thank you, Dean." Then she turned to Yuhao, saying, "Thank you too, Yuhao." Passers-by, including soul masters and students' parents, also clearly observed this scene. Their perception of Shrek Academy shifted once again. It seems they may have previously misunderstood Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi the scumbag should be an exception. Look at this teacher, Mujin, isn't she doing great? Suddenly, many began to temper their hostility toward Shrek Academy. Of course, Zhou Yi was extremely angry at this moment. Seeing Shrek Academy improve again, she was furious. The fact that her rival Mujin had won the appreciation of her superiors only fueled her rage. At this moment, she could only feel helpless and furious. Like a lost dog, she muttered curses at them. The first theoretical class ended. After the theoretical class, Mujin led the students in the class for a practical session. They began with running, which made Yuhao feel somewhat disappointed. However, Yuhao soon discovered that even though Mujin instructed them to run, it was merely a warm-up. After the run, Mujin had a set of special training methods. She taught them to the students and let them train independently. Each student's needs are different. Some need strength, some need speed, and some need endurance. Mujin knew a one-size-fits-all approach wouldn't work, so she directly taught the students how to fish and allowed them to practice according to their own needs. She also organized competitions for the students in the class, watching as they took turns and pointing out their shortcomings through this competition. This made Yuhao very satisfied. It seems that Shrek Academy's teaching is still commendable. Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, but Zhou Yi is an exception," Wang Dong added. Chapter 69. Crazy Improvement, parallel to Yuhao's breakthrough to level 28. Of course, because the screen has not yet displayed the series of heaven-defying operations from Xuanzai and Yan Xiaoj, neither Yuhao in the parallel world nor the group of soul masters in the gap between the planes knows the real problem of Shrek Academy. In terms of teaching ability and teacher qualifications, there are no issues at Shrek Academy. After all, it is the most outstanding academy on the DOLOU continent, particularly renowned for its martial soul education. Parents are not foolish. If studying at Shrek Academy had not proven effective, they would never allow their children to attend. The fact that they continue to send their children to Shrek Academy indicates that it is at least relatively good at teaching in the martial soul department. However, as mentioned earlier, the real problem with Shrek Academy lies elsewhere. The management is complacent and resistant to progress. There are many excellent teachers within the academy, but there are also termites. The most notorious among them are individuals like Yan Xiaj and Xu Wenzai. Particularly concerning is the latter, who holds the title of Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Church, making it impossible to wrongly accuse him. Thus, Shrek Academy is not a place to stay for long. However, Yuhao and the soul masters in the gap between the planes remain unaware of this fact. Many in the gap have fallen in love with Shrek Academy again due to Mu Jin's outstanding performance. They reasoned that, while Zhou Yi's previous incident was disgusting, it wouldn't be fair to vent their anger on the entire academy. The other faculty members at Shrek Academy are still quite admirable. Therefore, many soul masters began to set aside their prejudices against Shrek Academy. This shift in perception made Xu Wenzai, Yan Xiaj, and the others immensely pleased. They felt they had weathered the storm and began to grow a little complacent, believing they could now rest easy, unaware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Wait, I don't believe it. If Shrek can have one Zhou Yi, why can't it have a second? When there is one problem, it implies that issues may have spread to other previously undiscovered areas. So just wait quietly. Jing Hongchen couldn't help but snort coldly. He didn't think the matter would end there. He simply felt it was too early to conclude based on what had yet to be revealed. And at this moment on the screen, after this inspection, Yuhao has completely recognized Mu Jin's teaching ability. He thinks that Shrek Academy is worth staying at for a while. After all, he can learn a lot from Mu Jin, so he is determined to make the most of it. Yuhao and Wang Dong arrived at the Shrek Academy library again, following Mu Jin's advice. He believes that the greatest advantage of Shrek Academy for them is not just the guidance from teachers. Instead, it is this vast open knowledge base. This knowledge base represents the accumulation of Shrek Academy's 10,000 years of history. The lessons recorded in these books encapsulate the experiences and teachings of predecessors. Whether discussing the theory of soul masters or practical combat, they cover everything. The only area that may be relatively lacking is knowledge regarding body martial souls and soul guidance devices. However, even addressing that can wait for now. The wealth of knowledge in this library is sufficient for students to study for a long time. Yuhao came to understand this once he entered the library. Had he known such a resource existed in Shrek Academy earlier, he wouldn't have taken time to assess the teacher. He would have dove straight into reading these books. After all, that day, Yuhao only learned and summarized a small academy's theoretical knowledge and gained much from it. If Yuhao could master all the knowledge within the Shrek Academy library, he could become a treasure trove of knowledge himself. In comparison, everything else becomes unimportant. Thus, in the following period, Yuhao began his study life. He regularly attended Mu Jin's classes each day. But outside of that, he dedicated most of his time to reading and studying in the library. He summarized each book he read. Moreover, when studying, he focused solely on one type of text at a time, avoiding a mix of good and bad. He began with cultivation books. Yuhao understood that his current strength was still limited and needed to lay a solid foundation. Consequently, he didn't demand immediate combat power. His primary focus was on finding better cultivation methods, increasing his cultivation speed, and accumulating soul power. Once his soul power is elevated, he could then enhance his combat capabilities. Therefore, while reading and summarizing, he prioritized cultivation-related material. Through his diligent study, Yuhao quickly started to see significant benefits. He successfully identified some small mistakes he had previously made in his cultivation. Furthermore, he learned about concepts such as soul cores and compressed soul power, which were previously only understood by soul saints and soul doulos of the 7th and 8th rings or ideas expected to gain traction in Duluo continent 10,000 years later. Thus, Yuhao's perspective and knowledge base are expanding rapidly. With this newfound knowledge, his cultivation speed has noticeably increased. Additionally, since he already had ample soul power and Wang Dong practiced alongside him, he made rapid progress in practice. In just 1 month, Yuhao's soul power level has significantly improved. His soul power level has now broken through and increased to level 28. He is only 2 levels away from the soul power required to attain his 3rd soul ring. As the images on the screen continued to play, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were left in awe. After witnessing this progression, they were shocked. Yuhao's recent improvements are astounding. At this rate, it feels like Yuhao will upgrade his soul power to around level 30 before the freshman competition begins. This pace of advancement is simply unheard of. Chapter 70, Shrek Academy, Is You're Hiding an Evil Soul Master? At this moment, not only the ordinary soul masters in the gap between the planes, but even the top soul masters were deeply moved after witnessing the growth of the parallel Yuhao. Mu-En said, "This kid has become even better. Not only is his strength improving faster, but the most astonishing thing is that he has already comprehended the compression of soul power. By compressing soul power, its quality can be improved so that 1 unit of soul power can equal several units of power from others. Even I didn't grasp this until I became a titled Duluo, but he is ready to try it now. Once he succeeds, before becoming a titled Duluo, he might be invincible at his level. No, across levels." Mu-En expressed his amazement at Yuhao's understanding in the parallel world. Kong Deming couldn't help but add, "It would be great if he could come to my Sun Moon Empire. I will do my best to train him. At that rate, he could become the strongest soul master and the strongest soul engineer. He will become the most powerful person on the Duluo continent." He was also very optimistic about Yuhao in the parallel world. Meanwhile, Yuhao himself was completely dumbfounded. If he recalled correctly, he was only around level 10 at that time, yet the parallel Yuhao was preparing to break through to level 30. Furthermore, he was already comprehending advanced concepts like soul cores and compressed soul power. To be honest, Yuhao still only had a vague oversight of these concepts. So after witnessing all this, he felt even more ashamed. Although they share the same name, he felt he was living a mundane life compared to Yuhao in the parallel world. These years felt like a waste of time. Bibai Dong said, "I don't know if he can succeed." Everyone continued looking at the screen, eager to see if the parallel Yuhao could make another breakthrough. However, unexpectedly, the screen showing Yuhao in the parallel world suddenly went dark. The screen displaying Yuhao in the original timeline lit up again. All the soul masters were stunned. What is this? Why did it switch back again? Do we have to watch Yuhao in the original timeline again? What's so interesting about that? The soul masters in the gap between the planes felt dissatisfied. After all, they were captivated by Yuhao in the parallel world achieving greatness, only to be thrust back to watching his original form. This sudden transition left them feeling extremely uncomfortable. "I want to throw up. I have to watch Yuhao in the original timeline again. Oh, so annoying." The soul masters grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, they were powerless against the laws of this space, so they could only watch the unfolding events in the original timeline. The more they watched, the more bored they became. Yuhao in the original timeline seemed pitifully weak. At that moment, the screen displayed Yuhao being taught by Zhouye. But what was worthwhile in witnessing this? Zhouye had nothing to offer. Watching her class was tormenting. Still, Yuhao in the image continued to learn dutifully. "I am so tired, when will this end?" Consequently, many soul masters in the gaps between the planes couldn't bear to watch any longer. Not to mention, even Yuhao himself felt foolish looking back at his past self. If he had had a head start like the Yuhao in the parallel world, perhaps he would be stronger now. As the scene resumed play, it showed the moment when Zhou Yi took Yuhao to the soul guidance testing area to become Fan Yu's apprentice. At this time, Yuhao in the original timeline was encountering soul guidance devices for the first time. However, this apprenticeship was unsuccessful. Fan Yu established a goal for him, stating he'd teach him about soul guidance devices only after fulfilling that goal in the future. The group of soul masters gasped, "What a coward, too cowardly." Yuhao in the parallel world has already become a first-level soul engineer, but the one in the original timeline hasn't even progressed yet. When he finally becomes a first-level soul engineer, the Yuhao in the parallel world might already reach third-level engineer, right? Alas, Yuhao in the original timeline is pitiful. The soul masters in the gap between the planes expressed these sentiments repeatedly. The worst part was that they spoke the truth. Even Yuhao felt that his previous approach was quite misguided. Everyone continued observing the screen. But for the time that follows, Yuhao in the image improves very slowly. He is indeed hardworking, but unfortunately, he is laboring in the wrong direction, leading to minimal gains despite his effort. Given his initially poor talent and training under Zhou Yi, his situation only deteriorates. While Yuhao has grown during this period, it's only marginally. One day, at Wang Dong's invitation, Yuhao visited Sea God Lake once more and sat there for a while. Their plan had simply been to take a brief look. However, they didn't anticipate running into a deranged inner courtyard student unexpectedly. That student attacked Yuhao and Wang Dong without warning. Yuhao and Wang Dong were almost killed. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, they might have been charred to ashes by that inner courtyard student. After viewing this scene, the soul masters in the gap between the planes frowned once again. No, the security in Shrek Academy is seriously inadequate. How could this happen? If Yuhao hadn't had the Tianmeng ice silkworm inside him, he and Wang Dong would have died instantly, right? What's going on with this inner courtyard student? Shouldn't she face severe punishment for this? A group of soul masters couldn't help but voice their discontent. Mr. Xuan's expression turned icy. He hadn't expected that, after Shrek Academy's reputation had recently improved, such an incident would surface again. This situation was becoming increasingly complicated to handle. Dubusi suddenly chimed in the chat. "If I'm not mistaken, was that student an evil soul master? Does your Shrek Academy secretly harbor evil soul masters?" Mr. Xuan instantly felt like a cat with its tail stepped on. "What evil soul master? Dubusi, you're talking nonsense. This is Ma Xiaoda, a student from our Shrek inner courtyard. Her martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, which has no connection to evil soul masters. The reason for her outburst is that she failed to control the evil fire within her body and was devoured by it. How can that be related to evil soul masters?" Xuanzai immediately stood up and vehemently refuted Dubusi. However, Dubusi merely sneered at this. Then why was the evil dragon, Yunxi, who appeared on the Doluo continent over 20 years ago, killed by your Shrek Academy in the name of an evil soul master? Her martial soul is similar to Ma Xiaodao's in your academy, right? Chapter 71, Shrek Academy, Extremely Hypocritical. Hearing Xuanzai's reply, Dubusi responded mercilessly. The Body Sect and Shrek Academy had always been in a hostile state. After all, Dubusi's brother was killed by Muen, which deepened his dislike for Shrek Academy. There was another critical point to consider, the evil dragon Yunxi that Dubusi mentioned. She was also a twin soul master with a body martial soul. Her two martial souls consisted of a body martial soul finger and the evil dragon martial soul. At that time, Yunxi was considered a rare genius on the Doluo continent. However, because her martial soul resembled the evil fire phoenix, she was often unstable and uncontrollable, sometimes causing disasters. Despite this, Yunxi was essentially a kind person. Aware of her martial soul's drawbacks, she even chose to abandon her cultivation to prevent any instances of malevolence. Ultimately, however, she was killed by Shrek Academy. At that time, Shrek Academy had maintained a righteous facade, insisting that she was an evil soul master. But DOLOU knew better. They were more afraid of the possibility that Yunxi would join the body sect due to her body martial soul. DOLOU had invited her to join that year, but she declined, not wanting to hurt anyone again. He never expected that while trying to avoid causing pain, she would end up suffering at the hands of others. This is why DOLOU held Yunxi's story close to his heart. Seeing the case of the evil fire phoenix immediately brought back memories of the past. Anger swelled within him, and he questioned Xuanzai without hesitation. After hearing this, Xuanzai was at a loss for words. Honestly, he had decided to kill her at the time. Xuanzai had invited her to join Shrek Academy, but she declined, pretending not to want to practice anymore to assist others. Xuanzai believed she would deceive him. If he let her go, she would undoubtedly turn to the body sect. Therefore, he chose to take action swiftly. Now, her case did bear similarities to Ma Xiaotao's, leaving Xuanzai uncertain about how to respond for the moment. But while Xuanzai struggled to find words, Yan Xiaozhi knew exactly what to say. After all, he was adept at verbal sparring, and he began. What the poison sect master asserts is misguided. Though evil dragon Yunxi and my disciple Ma Xiaotao may appear to be in similar circumstances, they are entirely different. Evil dragon Yunxi harmed others and must face consequences for her actions. My disciple, on the other hand, has yet to cause harm. Although the incident with Yuhao was indeed dangerous, it ultimately ended without tragedy. If Ma Xiaotao had killed Yuhao, our esteemed Shrek Academy would uphold justice impartially and not shield her from consequences. But for now, Yuhao is safe. Thus, her situation must be seen as distinct. Yan Xiaozhi continuously spoke, his words dripping with a remarkable double standard. Upon hearing this, DOLOU's anger flared, and he couldn't help but retort, nonsense. He knew that he couldn't defeat Yan Xiaozhi in a verbal clash, given his superior eloquence. So, DOLOU quickly added, justice is in the hearts of the people. I believe everyone has already formed their conclusions about who is right and who is wrong in this matter. I can't be bothered to argue further. But I'll state this clearly. If one day your disciple inadvertently kills an innocent because she can't control the evil fire, I will retaliate, he declared. That's how you treated evil dragon Yunxi back then. With a snort, he fell silent, leaving Yan Xiaozhi and others with frozen expressions. They couldn't say much in response. After all, this was the pinnacle of what Yan Xiaozhi could defend. Engaging further would risk dissension among the other soul masters on the DOLOU continent. As they continued to watch the screen, it displayed. After Ma Xiaotao, Yuhao, and Wang Dong fainted, more than a dozen figures approached with astonishing speed, arriving at the shore in a few blinks of an eye. Not good, the students from the outer courtyard have been injured. The leader was an old man in white who seemed to step through time, appearing beside Yuhao and Wang Dong in an instant. He raised his hands, causing the bodies of the two to levitate. Fortunately, they just fainted and haven't sustained any injuries. Teacher Lei, please tend to them. The old man instructed a middle-aged man in white nearby. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, took charge of Wang Dong and Yuhao, and utilized his martial soul ability to treat them. We found Xiaotao. Other teachers hastily searched around and eventually located Ma Xiaotao in the water, bringing her to the surface. The old man hurried over to assist Ma Xiaotao in her healing. It turned out that he was a healing soul master, but had just been unwilling to tend to Yuhao and Wang Dong previously. Now, he injected his soul power into Ma Xiaotao, breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering she was okay. Fortunately, no serious mistake occurred. It seems Xiaotao retained some consciousness. Teacher Li, take these two students back and instruct them to forget what they witnessed earlier. They will be expelled if they reveal it. Simply provide them with some compensation. After delivering the directive, he instructed the other teachers, let's depart quickly. Xiaotao needs to rest. take her home and find some spiritual medicine for her to recover. Thus, they promptly dispersed. Teacher Li quickly complied with the old man's orders. He first returned Yuhao and Wang Dong to their dormitory, then used his soul power to forcibly awaken them from their deep slumber. Both Yuhao and Wang Dong opened their eyes groggily. Wang Dong was the first to become irate, exclaiming, "What on earth just happened? What kind of monster was that?" Teacher Li answered calmly, "You are both fine now. Please forget everything that occurred just now. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. Here are 2 items for you as compensation. I trust you both understand." As he spoke, he threw a green object to each of them. They instinctively raised their hands, catching the items, as the middle-aged man in white took off and left. Before departing, he added one last message: "Go to class, but remember to forget everything that just happened." Chapter 72, Wrongly Blame Shrek Academy. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after watching the scene on the screen, all the Soul Masters were completely dumbfounded. While they had previously considered Yuhao in the original timeline somewhat cowardly, looking at him with a sense of distaste in comparison to the parallel Yuhao, they could still distinguish right from wrong. In this incident, both Yuhao and Wang Dong were victims. So logically, Shrek Academy should compensate them and severely punish Ma Xiaodao instead of now issuing threats. Wasn't it irresponsibility on Shrek Academy's part that led to the near-fatal incident involving 2 Outer Academy students? Thus, seeing this scene unfold, many Soul Masters felt their opinion of Shrek Academy diminished. Why did Shrek Academy always resort to such underhanded tactics? Dubuci spoke without hesitation. "It's typical of your Shrek Academy, double standards as always. The children who go to your Shrek Academy are so unfortunate." Jing Hongchen quickly echoed, "That's right, this kind of thing would never happen in our establishment." However, Xuanzai promptly interjected, "Don't make bold claims. Your Sun Moon Imperial Academy is also a mess. Yuhao told me before that your royal family captured him and planned to execute him in secret. I don't think your academy is any better." Jing Hongchen was flustered. "Xuanzai, you're slandering me." Xuanzai sneered, "Just confirm if it happened or not." Jing Hongchen huffed, "It was an accident." Xuanzai smirked, "So it's not an accident for us, and we compensated Yuhao. What about you? Did you compensate him that time?" Teacher Li in white exited the scene, leaving Yuhao and Wang Dong feeling somewhat unwilling. However, as the saying goes, people must bow their heads under the eaves. As students of Shrek Academy now, they had to go along with the academy's arrangements. After all, children are easy to coax. Although Teacher Li had frightened Yuhao and Wang Dong earlier, he still provided them with some compensation. At this moment, Yuhao and Wang Dong opened the green items in their hands. Their expressions froze for a moment before being replaced by deep joy. "Wow, I'm rich! This is the Soul Ascension pill." Yuhao looked at the pill in confusion, puzzled by Wang Dong's excitement. He asked, "What is the Soul Ascension pill? Is it similar to the mysterious water pill?" Wang Dong replied, "Yes, they are of the same grade. However, the mysterious water pill is more precious because it cleanses the essence and marrow. But for Soul Masters who have reached level 30 and have a solid foundation, the Soul Ascension pill is more useful. So this pill is very good." Yuhao felt a sense of happiness as well. He and Wang Dong each took 1 pill and soon began to absorb its effects. After witnessing this, in the gap between the planes, Xuanzai remarked, "HMPH, you can see that the compensation given by our Shrek Academy is the Soul Ascension pill. And both children are quite satisfied." Jing Hongchen responded, "Isn't that what you should do? If it weren't for Shrek Academy's poor supervision, would this even need to happen?" Xuanzai snapped, "What did you just say?" He felt a surge of anger at Jing Hongchen's continuous undermining, and was about to start scolding when Yan Xiaozhi directly intervened. "Master Xuan, allow me to handle this." Then Yan Xiaozhi began to speak in the chat room. "Yan Xiaozhi, President Jing is correct. This is indeed what our Shrek Academy should do. However, from this incident, we can see that our Shrek Academy places great importance on the protection and compensation of its students. For instance, we admit that our management was lacking, but no one is perfect. Mistakes happen, but it's crucial how one makes amends after the fact. And from this, you can see the sincerity of Shrek Academy. We directly provided the soul-raising pill as compensation to ensure the students felt secure. Upon hearing this, the soul masters in the gap between the planes began to regain some of their goodwill toward Shrek Academy. They suddenly felt that Shrek Academy wasn't so bad after all. As Yan Shayaj just mentioned, no one is flawless. What matters is rectifying mistakes. In this regard, Shrek Academy seems to have done quite well. Thus, they forgave Shrek Academy. However, at this moment, Jing Hongchen spoke up again. He was dissatisfied with Yan Shayaj's opportunistic boasting. He questioned, "What about your Shrek Academy threatening Yuhao and Wang Dong just now? How do you explain that?" Yan Shayaj replied, "This was out of protection for Xiao Tao. After all, her martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, which is often targeted by evil soul masters. Moreover, you should have seen the scene on the screen just now. The teacher from our academy simply asked Teacher Li to scare Yuhao and Wang Dong. Even if they were to spread what happened, we wouldn't have taken action against them. But we wanted to avoid such incidents, because we must also protect the personal safety of our academy's students." Yan Shayaj's eloquence shone through. At this moment, he addressed all of Jing Hongchen's queries. On the other hand, Jing Hongchen felt somewhat irked by Yan Shayaj's replies in the chat room. It was frustrating, this guy was just too verbose. Jing Hongchen realized he couldn't win this debate. So, he chose to remain silent to avoid getting drawn into further entanglements with Yan Shayaj. In the meantime, the remaining soul masters appeared completely persuaded by Yan Shayaj. At this moment, the crowd of soul masters in the gap between the planes expressed a sense of enlightenment. So that's how it is. It seems that we have unjustly blamed Shrek Academy before. Chapter 73, Xuanzai, the spirit I martial soul is a piece of trash. Jing Hongchen understood through these confrontations that merely talking would not allow him to outmatch Yan Shayaj. So, he decided to give up looking for faults. He continued to watch the screen. At this moment, the screen displays. After taking the Soul Ascension pill, Yuhao and Wang Dong quickly returned to class. For the following period, there were no special events. Yuhao diligently studied and practiced hard at Shrek Academy. Although his talent is relatively poor at the moment, he is indeed putting in significant effort. As a result, his strength has increased considerably due to this dedication. Jing Hongchen remarked, "Not bad. Although Yuhao's talent in the original timeline is much weaker than that of his parallel self, at least he knows how to work hard. So, his pace of improvement is commendable." Dubu seemed mused. "What surprises me is that if he continues to improve at this rate, the original Yuhao won't achieve the same level of success later on. Could it be that he has some opportunities awaiting him?" Dubu Si voiced his thoughts. He knew that Yuhao would become exceptionally powerful in the original timeline, leaving him puzzled. If Yuhao maintained his current growth rate, he would never have reached the heights that Dubu Si was familiar with. What happened to Yuhao after that? For now, the original Yuhao was not taken seriously by Shrek Academy, leading Dubu Si to wonder when they would start recognizing Yuhao's potential. Alas, he is still too weak, Yuhao sighed to himself. In the past, when comparing himself with his parallel counterpart, he might not have held himself to such high standards. He had been content with his efforts, believing he was doing his best. However, after this comparison, Yuhao realized that while he had tried hard, he had used some ineffective methods. Essentially, he had practiced blindly without understanding which techniques would optimize his training. His parallel self had taught him more than once that there was a better way to train. Now, having reflected on these realizations, he recognized the mistakes he had made in the past. Consequently, Yuhao felt a strong need to implement more changes. Once this matter concluded, he planned to study the techniques and cultivation methods from his parallel counterpart to grow stronger. Meanwhile on the screen, the timeline reached the moment of the freshman competition. Once the freshman competition was confirmed, Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao were divided into groups to participate. All three were now quite strong and considered among the upper echelon of the participating teams. More importantly, Yuhao's soul skills, such as spiritual detection and spiritual sharing, were remarkable. While these skills could also be useful in one-on-one combat, their true effectiveness shone in team battles. They essentially provided the team with a god's perspective. Because of this, all team members, under the influence of Yuhao's abilities, could easily dodge attacks and identify opponents' weaknesses, effectively doubling their combat efficiency. This allowed them to breeze through the first few matches, culminating in their victory over Ning Tian, the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile Sect. Ning Rongrong commented, "It seems that this million-year soul ring is truly powerful. I didn't expect even our Seven Treasures Glaze Tile Tower couldn't overcome him." Oscar replied, "After all, it's a million-year soul ring. Ning Tian's soul ring is only a few hundred years old. How can it compare?" Ning Rongrong agreed, "That's right." Dubuxi's eyes lit up again. After watching the film for so long, it was only now that Yuhao from the original timeline had made his mark for the first time. Dubuxi recognized once more how powerful the Spirit Eye's martial soul was. Dubuxi remarked, "The Spirit Eye can be considered one of the top body martial soul." Pondering this, he felt even more excited about the movie, as he realized this freshman competition was an excellent opportunity for the parallel Yuhao to showcase his skills. They had yet to witness any action from him. Wang Yan, initially just a referee in Yuhao's examination room, noticed the power of Yuhao's martial soul due to his research into body martial souls. As a result, Wang Yan observed Yuhao's performances and felt he needed to be trained further. He then approached Sea God Island to find Xuanzai, inviting him to watch the games together. Though Xuanzai was reluctant at first, he ultimately agreed after Wang Yan's insistence. Now, Xuanzai had arrived at the scene. He stood beside Wang Yan, watching the new round of matches featuring Yuhao and the others. As always, Yuhao continued to secure victories. After witnessing Yuhao's team win, Wang Yan eagerly asked Xuanzai, his face full of anticipation, "Elder Xuan, what do you think?" However, Xuanzai's response was somewhat unexpected. He simply shook his head coolly and spoke to Wang Yan. "What do you think, just Yuhao? I consider them just average. He seems to be just a lazy guy, only able to reach this point because of his two teammates. Without his two teammates, I believe he would have been eliminated long ago. Compared to him, his teammates demonstrate much greater promise. I think they are the ones worth training." After some contemplation, Xuanzai shared his perspective. Clearly, he didn't hold Yuhao in high regard. In his eyes, Wang Dong and Xiao were far more deserving of training than Yuhao, which he stated without hesitation. In the gap between the planes, after witnessing this exchange, Yuhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He recalled some painful memories, specifically the times when the academy didn't value him. This had saddened him on more than one occasion. But Dubuxi couldn't bear to stay silent. He couldn't help but taunt in the chat room. "Dubuxi, this is against the will of heaven, truly against the will of heaven. Xuanzai, donate your eyes if they're useless. You told me that the Spirit Eye martial soul isn't worth cultivating. You are an idiot." Chapter 74. The God of Destruction frowned, and Tang San entered Yuhao's body. Dubuxi held no affection for Shrek Academy, and Xuanzai particularly disgusted him. He had known this old man for a long time, and his dislike only deepened each time they interacted. To Dubuxi, Xuan Lao epitomized everything wrong with Shrek Academy. Not only was he unattractive, but he was also extremely hypocritical. People at Shrek Academy had a bad habit of projecting an air of benevolence and morality. Yet, these lofty standards were often applied to others rather than themselves. Xuanzai was a prime example of this behavior, and thus, Dubuxi had always harbored a strong aversion towards him. At the moment, seeing the old man on the screen acting self-important and belittling the spirit eye, a remarkably powerful martial soul, sent Du Bu Si into a rage. He couldn't contain himself and directly scolded Xuanzai in the chat room. Xuanzai, infuriated at being publicly humiliated, responded in kind. Du Bu Si, how dare you insult me? You're already dead. Du Bu Si retorted dismissively. What's wrong with humiliating you? I'll keep humiliating you, you blind old fool. Such extraordinary potential is disdained by you, who wouldn't be angry. After saying that, Du Bu Si tagged Yuhao again. Du Bu Si at Yuhao. Yuhao, do you now see how Shrek Academy regards you? They know nothing about how to nurture a body spirit. Otherwise, they'd join our body sect. Yuhao felt a bit conflicted upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he realized that Shrek Academy hadn't provided him much help in developing his body martial soul. However, he wasn't the type to be fickle. Since he had joined Shrek Academy, he had no intention of leaving unless faced with unbearable circumstances. While Du Bu Si's comments seemed to have some merit, Yuhao replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I will not leave Shrek Academy easily. Please understand my position." Du Bu Si fell silent after hearing this, but he still promoted his body sect. My friends, I believe you've all seen it. While Shrek Academy excels in many areas, its understanding of body martial souls is quite limited. To be blunt, any disciple who has trained for just a few years in our body sect understands the body martial soul better than those in Shrek Academy. So after this incident, if any of you know friends with body martial souls who seek to improve their strength, send them to our body sect. Many soul masters with body martial souls registered this information, increasingly intrigued. Though many had originally considered Shrek Academy as their first choice, they now leaned towards the body sect, which seemed to offer better prospects. Xuanzai and the others gritted their teeth in frustration, but recognized that it was best to remain silent in the current situation. They swallowed their anger and allowed Du Bu Si to continue his promotion. The picture on the screen resumed. After that day's games, Yuhao and Wang Dong returned directly to their dormitory. However, this time, they didn't rest immediately like usual. In their first game, they encountered the two sisters, Lan Luoliu and Lan Susu, who had an incredibly powerful martial soul fusion skill that played a vital role in combat. Thus, at this moment, Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a twinge of envy. Wang Dong suggested to Yuhao, how about we give it a try? Maybe we can fuse our martial souls. Yuhao laughed and replied, don't dream, it's unlikely to happen. I still remember what the teacher said. Martial soul fusion skills only occur when both parties' martial souls are highly compatible. It's quite rare. When two people with compatible martial souls meet, they will instinctively feel it. We've lived together for 3 months. Have you ever sensed that we were a good fit? I certainly haven't. Strangely, Wang Dong blushed at his words. Wang Dong countered, actually, when I first experienced your spiritual detection and sharing, I felt a closeness in our energies. The reason my breath feels restricted is due to another force of my own. When we're close, you can sense my presence. Do you want to try? Yuhao promptly hugged Wang Dong. Wang Dong stiffened in surprise, but soon, they noticed that the soul power within their bodies began to connect. As they practiced together, their soul power amplified significantly. The realization brought them both ecstatic delight as they eagerly continued their training. In the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene, Wang Donger's ears turned completely red. Although it was a moment from the past, seeing herself hug Yuhao publicly made her feel incredibly shy. Zio, unable to hold back, teased her. Donger, I didn't expect you two to have so much fun. Ever since that time, you've been training and sleeping together. Just look at how comfortable you look on screen, Tilda. Wang Donger, flustered, quickly covered Zio's mouth. Ah, stop it. Zio laughed heartily, and the two began to playfully bicker. The other soul masters couldn't help but remark. Finally, these souls understand martial soul fusion. It's not easy to achieve. However, to be honest, it's a bit slow. Yuhao in the parallel world started fusing with Wang Dong's martial soul on his first day at school. so their progress is 3 months ahead of here. The chatter of the soul masters continued. Yuhao shared their sentiments. He and Wang Donger had completed their martial soul fusion once, but it had felt like a lucky coincidence. If he hadn't stumbled upon it, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to achieve that fusion again. However, the Yuhao in the parallel world was different. He had discovered it independently and immediately grasped its significance and function. It highlighted the considerable knowledge gap between him and his parallel self. Alas, knowledge is power. It seems I need to read more books going forward. With this thought, Yuhao made a firm resolution and jotted down a new note in his little notebook. On the other side, upon observing this scene, he furrowed his brow. It seemed he had just noticed something important. On the screen, during the moment, Yuhao and Wang Dong were fusing their martial souls. The seal within Wang Dong's body appeared to loosen. Then Tang San's divine consciousness seemed to have entered Yuhao's body. Chapter 75, Bibai Dong, Will Yuhao in the Parallel World Kill Dai Hyubin? After discovering this detail, the god of destruction maintained a serious demeanor throughout the entire process, intently staring at the screen. He wanted to know when Tang San's divine consciousness would return and, more importantly, why it aimed to enter Yuhao's body. So, he continued to watch closely. On the other side, Tang San was also serious. However, his seriousness contrasted with that of the god of destruction. While the latter pondered Tang San's motivations during the process, Tang San was preoccupied with the fear that the god of destruction would uncover his true intentions. He had engaged in many dubious activities in secret. Previously, Tang San had been able to conceal these actions because he had not reached the same plane level. Thus, the god of destruction was unaware, and Tang San felt a sense of relief. But this time, the presence of this damn screen had laid many things bare. As a result, Tang San was frightened. He continuously worried that his actions would be exposed and the god of destruction would catch him in the act. If that happened, it would spell disaster for him. So, while Tang San appeared serious on the surface, he felt extremely flustered inside. Throughout the ordeal, he remained silent, quietly observing the god of destruction with his divine consciousness. At that moment, the god of destruction could no longer contain his curiosity. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he finally saw Tang San's divine consciousness exit Yuhao's body on the screen. He couldn't help but confront Tang San, asking, "See, God, if I didn't just misinterpret what I saw, your divine consciousness has been in Yuhao's body for quite some time, correct? May I ask what you're doing?" "I think you owe me a good explanation." The god of destruction looked at Tang San seriously. The other gods nearby also turned their gazes to Tang San. To be honest, this detail had not escaped many of their observations, but they hesitated to offend Tang San, so they chose to ignore it. However, that did not mean they were not curious. Thus, after the god of destruction pressed Tang San for answers, they all began to focus on him, eager to see what explanation he would provide. "Is there anything to explain?" Tang San questioned after a moment of silence. "He and my daughter have a martial soul fusion. As a father, I find this quite perplexing. Isn't it reasonable for me to investigate him thoroughly?" "This is the duty of a father," Tang San declared with feigned righteousness. Upon hearing his words, the gods suddenly felt enlightened, considering his reasoning to be perfectly valid. However, the god of destruction couldn't help but frown. While he acknowledged the validity of Tang San's statement, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something felt amiss. It was as if everything concerning Tang San was intricately linked to Yuhao. Of course, this was merely a hunch from the god of destruction. While he sensed something strange, he had no evidence to back it up. Thus, after some contemplation, he chose not to press further on the matter. Tang San breathed a secret sigh of relief upon observing this. He felt fortunate for his cleverness in handling the situation. Meanwhile, on the screen. At this moment, Yuhao and Wang Dong had just woken up. That's right, they woke up, not engaged in practice. The first martial soul fusion had drained them of too much energy, causing Yuhao and Wang Dong to fall asleep while training the previous night. Presently, as they woke from their slumber, they found themselves cuddling together. Yuhao felt nothing out of the ordinary. He accepted the situation without issue. However, Wang Dong awoke to discover she was being hugged by Yuhao. Panic surged in her heart, especially when she realized she was tightly clinging to him and found his hand resting on her backside. Wang Dong couldn't help herself. In a fit of reaction, she kicked Yuhao off the bed. Yuhao exclaimed, "Ouch, what are you doing?" Wang Dong, flustered, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, it was a subconscious reaction." Yuhao rolled his eyes at her helplessly. Afterward, the two got up, washed up, and hurried to the cafeteria for breakfast before quickly heading to the competition venue to report. They soon located their final teammate, Zio. Now, Yuhao and his two companions had reached the top 4 in this freshman competition. They had already triumphed in several rounds and defeated many opponents. Only 2 more victories stood between them and the freshman competition championship. If they succeeded, not only would the academy reward them handsomely, but they might also be selected as core disciples of the martial soul department. Excitement filled Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Zio as they made their way to the competition site. Next, they would draw lots to determine their final opponent. As Yuhao scanned the area, he spotted a very familiar figure. Freshman Class 5, Dai Hyubin's team draws lots. A tall boy stepped up first. He reached into the lottery bucket, drew a number, and stepped back. At that moment, Yuhao's face went pale. For just an instant, seeing Dai Hyubin and hearing someone shout his name sent a wave of recognition coursing through Yuhao. How could he not remember Dai Hyubin? After all, this was Yuhao from the original timeline, whose mother had been killed by Dai Hyubin and the Duchess. Moreover, he had been bullied by them in the Duke's mansion in the years that followed. Yuhao could recognize them even if they were reduced to ashes. Now that he saw Dai Hyubin once again, all of Yuhao's old grievances resurfaced. Anger flared in his eyes, causing him to struggle to stay upright under the weight of his emotions. Yet he refrained from attacking. He could only suppress the murderous intent swirling within him. In the gap between the planes, in the chat room, everyone observed this scene. Kyan Ringsu sighed, "Alas, this poor child, how pitiful. The enemy stands right before him, yet he can't exact vengeance, not to mention he's not even capable of confronting him at this moment. It's truly miserable." Bibai Dong replied, "There's nothing to be done, he simply isn't the opponent yet. But since things are unfolding this way here, it should be similar in the parallel world, right? I'm becoming increasingly curious. What will happen when Yuhao from the parallel world comes face to face with Dai Hyubin in the competition? He won't just kill that kid, will he?" Chapter 76, Mr. Xuan, is this another bad thing you did? Bibai Dong's words successfully ignited everyone's imagination. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world was completely different from Yuhao in the original time and space. Don't be fooled into thinking he always appears simple. That's merely because he hasn't revealed his vicious side. If provoked, he can unleash relentless revenge. The many people killed by him in the Duke's mansion during parallel timelines proved this well. At this moment, after hearing Bibai Dong's remarks, many in the gap between the planes felt a surge of curiosity. Yes, what would happen if Yuhao from the parallel world encountered Dai Hyubin? Just contemplating this scenario felt intriguing. As a result, many hoped that the original timeline would unfold more rapidly. On the screen, Yuhao quickly walked up to the stage and drew lots for their team. Despite this, he wore a dark expression. Having just seen Dai Hyubin left him extremely distressed, and he remained in an angry mood, yet to fully recover. He hastily drew his lot. Then, as arranged by the academy, the semifinals and finals commenced. The opponents in both matches were formidable. However, the strength of Yuhao's team should not be underestimated. Wang Dong and Zio were both exceptionally strong in their own right. Yuhao's abilities also shone in team battles. Most importantly, Yuhao and Wang Dong had successfully unlocked their martial soul fusion skill. Thanks to this skill, their strength surged to new heights. Moreover, their martial soul fusion was a 100% perfect fusion, rendering it astonishingly powerful. They easily countered Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion skill, the Hell White Tiger. Ultimately, Yuhao and his teammates claimed the championship of the freshman competition. At this moment, on the championship stage, Yuhao and his teammates were overjoyed. Cheers erupted from the students below. It was clear that all the students were thoroughly impressed by Yuhao and his team's remarkable performance. In the gap between the planes, all the Soul Masters were genuinely impressed by the show Yuhao and his teammates had put on. They sighed and marveled at their skillful performance on the screen. Even Jing Hongchen couldn't help but express his thoughts in the chat room. It seems Yuhao has gradually matured. Compared to his early days at Shrek Academy, his strength has improved significantly. Especially when it comes to team battles, his strategic importance will increase dramatically. Don't underestimate this kid. He is the core of the entire team. Whether through his spiritual detection, sharing to help teammates gain visibility, or commanding them in real time, he provides a sense of overarching guidance. I believe after this incident, the senior leadership at Shrek Academy will recognize his exceptional abilities and nurture his potential. Dubusi chimed in, "Indeed, it should start from this point. If I were in their shoes, I would focus on training him after witnessing his performance. While the senior leaders at Shrek Academy may lack understanding of the body martial soul, they shouldn't be completely oblivious. So, they really should prioritize Yuhao's development." Du Buxi and Jing Hongchen both voiced their opinions in the chat room, a sentiment shared by many within the gap between the planes. However, upon reading their conversation, Yuhao smiled bitterly. He remembered how Shrek Academy had initially overlooked him, making him feel helpless about the situation. Yan Shayaj couldn't help but direct a question toward Du Weilan. "Old Du, why didn't you give Yuhao a place as a core disciple?" Being fully aware of the circumstances, Yan Shayaj felt a bit anxious. He pressed Du Weilan on why Yuhao had not been offered a spot as a core disciple at that time. Du Weilan sighed helplessly and replied, "Dean, this cannot be blamed on me. I intended to give Yuhao a chance, but Xuanzai said it didn't matter." Yan Shayaj, Xian Liner, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. An awkward silence enveloped the group as they realized that it was ultimately Xuanzai's fault. However, Xuanzai held a position of such seniority in the Sea God Pavilion that apart from Yuan, very few dared to speak up against him. Thus, they collectively chose not to discuss the matter further. However, as they continued watching the images unfold on the screen, Yan Shayaj and the other elders understood one thing: trouble was on the horizon. Soon enough, when they witnessed that Shrek Academy had failed to grant Yuhao a core disciple position, they would be subject to ridicule for their lack of foresight. On the screen, the scenes progressed. After winning the championship, Yuhao and his teammates returned to the dormitory to rest for a day. Early the following morning, all first-year students gathered in front of Shrek Academy's square. As per tradition, Du Weilan delivered a few pleasant opening remarks. Once he finished his opening speech, he wasted no time and went straight to the point. He started announcing, "The quality of this year's freshmen surpasses previous years. I hope you will all continue to work hard, as God rewards diligence. No matter your talent, hard work is essential for achieving great results. Our Shrek Academy is the #1 Soul Master Academy in the DOLOU continent, and I hope each of you will graduate successfully and attain excellent results." In recognition of some outstanding students who emerged during this year's freshman competition, the Academy has specially approved certain students to become core disciples of the outer courtyard. The list will be announced next. Du Weilan opened a folder in his hand, cleared his throat, and began to read. Following the college's assessment during the freshman competition, the students finally approved as core disciples include Wang Dong, Zio, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Zhou Sichen, Cao Jingshuan, Lan Susu, Lan Liuliu, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. Congratulations to the above students for becoming core disciples of Shrek Academy's outer school. Chapter 77, No Place for Yuhao as a Core Disciple. Shrek Academy is really amazing. When Du Weilan mentioned the core disciples, Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Zio were all extremely excited. After all, this was a quota for core disciples. Although Du Weilan had not made it clear what the role of the core disciples entailed, who doesn't know that the core disciples of the outer courtyard receive more resources from the academy? Therefore, Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao were all looking forward to it. When Du Weilan read out the names, he quickly announced Wang Dong's and Xiao's names, which elicited enthusiastic reactions from the two. However, their excitement soon faded, as their faces became slightly grim. They had been anxiously waiting, yet still did not hear Du Weilan read out Yuhao's name. This felt incredibly unfair to Wang Dong and Xiao. As the captain of their team, it seemed reasonable for them to be awarded the core disciple quota, but why not Yuhao? They had hoped to hear Yuhao's name before the end, but when it didn't come, disappointment washed over them. At that moment, Yuhao also fell into a daze. It felt as if something inside him had been hollowed out, leaving his face pale. Since the day he entered Shrek Academy, he had poured his heart into improving himself, working diligently. When others rested, he practiced, and when others lazed around, he practiced all the more. After the freshman assessment, he had worked hard alongside his partners and ultimately won the highest honor amongst freshmen. But why was his name absent from the core disciples? Why? Yuhao appeared calm on the surface, but a dark side simmered within him, one that few could understand. The darkness that had accumulated since childhood surfaced when he saw Dai Huabin, but he had suppressed it with reason. At this moment, he felt he could no longer hold it back. Why do you do this to me? He finally understood why Du Weilan hadn't mentioned Yuhao's team name during the announcement. It was because they had always looked down on him. At this moment, immense sadness enveloped Yuhao's heart. Yet he recognized his circumstances. He had been granted entry into Shrek Academy through Tang, and there was no turning back. Failing to gain the Academy's recognition now indicated he hadn't worked hard enough. He vowed to put in even more effort moving forward, determined to showcase his talent next time. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, the group of soul masters could no longer contain their frustration. Though they had often been critical of Yuhao, it primarily stemmed from comparisons between the Yuhao in the parallel world and the one in the original timeline. When not compared, Yuhao still emerged as a highly inspiring figure. Having observed Yuhao's relentless efforts and impressive abilities, the Soul Masters now felt somewhat dissatisfied. They couldn't help but voice their opinions in the chat room. No way is Shrek Academy insane. Why didn't they choose him as a core disciple? I just don't understand their reasoning. Exactly, this kid deserves to be a core disciple. He has worked exceptionally hard to reach this point, and his abilities are more than sufficient. Why isn't he being chosen by Shrek Academy? Doubts surfaced in everyone's minds, as they believed Yuhao truly deserved a spot. As the dean of Shrek Academy, Yan Xiaozhi had to step forward once again to address the situation for Xuanzai. He said in the chat room, "Everyone, regarding this matter, we at Shrek Academy did make some misjudgments. However, I hope you will understand our perspective. After all, you're observing through a god's perspective right now. From your angle, you know that Yuhao is outstanding and works tirelessly. But in our academy, when we assessed Yuhao in the past, we could only use a small number of observations. Additionally, because Yuhao's soul skills are unique, particularly since his first soul ring resembled a 10-year soul ring, we were careless and made an error in judgment. Now, if you were viewing the situation live, would you have seen Yuhao's excellence at that time? I think that would have been quite difficult." The Soul Masters fell into deep thought after hearing this. Some began to agree that Yan Xiaozhi had a point. However, Dubuxi, standing nearby, disagreed vehemently. He scoffed, "Stop spinning words to excuse yourself. To be blunt, it's because you at Shrek Academy lack good judgment. If such a talented prodigy was in our sect, I'd treat him like a treasure. Yet you waste such natural talent at your Shrek Academy. How can you disregard such hardworking and skilled students like this? It's truly a travesty." He mercilessly mocked Yan Xiaozhi. After hearing this, Yan Xiaozhi chose not to counter. He had intended to provide Shrek Academy with a bit of a cleanup. He had done his best to address the situation, the aftermath was beyond his control. Alas, how unfortunate. I wonder what has happened to Yuhao in the original timeline. After this, he should be quite saddened. Perhaps he will channel his grief and anger into motivation, train harder, and show them what he's capable of. Alas, if Yuhao from the parallel world were here, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. The Soul Masters engaged in more discussion. They cast their gazes back to the screen, eager to see how Yuhao from the original timeline would retaliate. However, what they didn't expect was that the screen for the original time and space was concluding at this point. As the screen faded, the visuals depicting the original timeline dimmed considerably. Then, the opposite screen, the one showcasing the story of Yuhao in the parallel world, slowly illuminated again. Next, the story of Yuhao in the parallel world will continue to unfold. Please watch patiently. The strange voice echoed once more. Then, clear images began to materialize on the screen again. Chapter 78, What? Yuhao in the parallel world took Wang Donger home. Of course, the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but start complaining when the screen displaying the scenes from the parallel world resumed playing. To be honest, they felt that the mysterious existence behind these events had a somewhat anti-human sense of humor. This figure was extremely irritating. Whether showcasing the parallel world or the original one, every time they became excited, the scenes would abruptly cut off. These Soul Masters were perplexed about the peculiar tastes of this entity. However, among them, many still enjoyed watching the development of Yuhao in the parallel world. As such, when the screen showcasing the parallel world lit up again, they shifted their attention back, eager to see Yuhao's experiences. In the parallel world, Yuhao's life seemed much better. He was not as burdened as his counterpart in the original timeline. After joining Mujin's class, he diligently absorbed the knowledge taught by Mujin, enriching his theoretical foundation. Furthermore, his self-study progress did not lag. In addition to class time, Yuhao spent significant hours in the library each day. He continued to study and summarize. Though only 1 or 2 months had passed, the extent of knowledge Yuhao had acquired was strikingly different from before. Notably, Yuhao had even brought his mother to live in Shrek City. Considering the high housing prices in Shrek City, and the fact that he wouldn't need a permanent residence until graduation, Yuhao opted not to buy a house. Instead, he chose to rent a suitable place. Consequently, Yuhao's financial burden wasn't too pressing. Later on, Wang Dong was invited by Yuhao to live with him. The primary reason was that Yuhao wanted to practice with Wang Dong. After all, the two had a perfect fusion of martial souls, making their training together several times more effective compared to practicing alone. For someone as efficiency-minded as Yuhao, it was essential to find ways to work with Wang Dong. Thus, Yuhao reached a consensus with Wang Dong when choosing a house. They would select a larger place, with Wang Dong covering 1/3 of the rent. This arrangement allowed them to go to school and return home together, enabling them to practice when they desired, which was mutually beneficial. At first, Wang Dong felt a bit shy when she heard Yuhao's proposal, as it felt unsettling to live with someone before marriage. However, not wanting to be separated from Yuhao, she accepted when he had already set everything up. Wang Dong was quite generous, too. While they initially agreed to split the rent into 3 parts, she later decided to cover 2/3 of it. In other words, she wasn't overly concerned with Yuner's share. Having lived together for a while, Wang Dong soon revealed her true identity. Upon returning home, she transformed back into her female form. There was no further reason to hide, as Yuhao already knew her real identity. The result was that Yuner was so delighted she couldn't stop smiling. The more she looked at Wang Donger, the more affectionate she felt, treating her like a daughter-in-law and carefully looking after her daily. Yuhao didn't object to this. In his view, he and Wang Dong were an excellent match, and she would be with him in the future. This was part of why he had invited Wang Dong to live at his home, because he welcomed her as family. Naturally, Wang Dong noticed all of this. She felt very happy, but kept her feelings to herself because she was shy. Yet both Yuhao and Wang Dong understood the nature of their relationship. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters watching this scene were utterly dumbfounded. The differences in styles were striking. While the Yuhao from the original timeline was still enduring hardships at Shrek Academy, the Yuhao from the parallel world had already settled down in Shrek City. Moreover, he was introducing Wang Dong to his parents, effectively confirming their relationship. Seeing this, Yuhao couldn't help but feel envious. The me in the parallel world is amazing. Compared to him, I feel so inadequate. Yuhao sighed in annoyance. Wang Dong, blushing, exclaimed, "How can I be so bold in the parallel world? Now that we're living together, I have to meet my mother-in-law. This is so embarrassing." Zio teased, "Hey, stop your act. You claim you're unrestrained in the parallel world, but look at you. Your mouth is harder to suppress than a long-range soul guidance device. You can barely contain your laughter. It seems you're quite envious." Wang Dong turned even redder upon hearing this. Yet she had to admit her envy. If she could experience such a life with Yuhao in the parallel world, it would surely be far more exciting than her time at Shrek Academy. Too bad the Yuhao here was a bit too wooden. On the other side, Zio Wu felt very pleased after witnessing the scene. "Well, it seems my in-laws are quite good. They're very considerate and attentive toward my daughter, even more so than I am. Haha, if my daughter marries into this family, she will be well cared for. That gives me reassurance." She couldn't help but talk to herself, having seen that her daughter liked Yuhao and that he was exceptionally outstanding. Zio Wu's only concern had been the dynamics between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. However, it now appeared that there was no cause for worry. Naturally, this realization made her very happy. Meanwhile, Tang felt quite differently. He was increasingly annoyed. This entire scenario unfolded in a way that contradicted his intentions. He had hoped his daughter would control Yuhao, and in turn, he would control his daughter, thereby controlling Yuhao. But things had taken a concerning turn. How had it become the other way around? His daughter was in danger of being swept away by Yuhao. Chapter 79, Parallel Yuhao's new self-created soul skill, Octane Blast. Thinking of this, Tang felt increasingly uncomfortable. However, when Zio Wu directed her gaze at him, he couldn't express his discomfort. So, he could only muster a reluctant smile for Zio Wu. But the smile was forced, making it look extremely awkward and unnatural. Zio Wu commented, "Brother San, your smile is so ugly, but I understand how you feel. After all, your daughter is going to be taken away by another man. Generally, fathers tend to feel a little unhappy about that." Tang could only stare in silence. After dealing with Zio Wu, he let out a sigh. Soon, he couldn't hold back any longer and cursed inwardly. "Oh, it's all because of that damn artifact. Which God left that thing? It even destroyed the divine consciousness I left in my daughter's body. Now, I can't control my daughter anymore. What if they get too excited and do something reckless? What a headache." Tang scratched his head anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. All he could do was hope that his counterpart in the parallel world would react appropriately. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Yuner are having dinner. Now that Wang Donger has come to live with Yuhao and Yuner is naturally responsible for all three meals. Yuhao and Wang Donger are day students, attending classes during the day and returning home afterward. Of course, Yuhao wants to learn more, so he often borrows books from the library to read at home. He only takes time to practice with Wang Donger after midnight. In this way, he not only improves his theory, but also ensures his practice does not lag. As a result, Yuhao's overall strength continues to grow. At this moment, Yuhao and Wang Donger have finished their meal. Afterward, they each returned to their rooms to attend to their tasks, while Yuner helped with the dishes and laundry. When it was around 11 o'clock at night, Wang Donger took the initiative to bring a pillow and quilt to Yuhao's room. She was completely accustomed to this arrangement. After all, they were set to fuse their martial souls later in the month, so when they were tired from practicing, it was just easier to flop into bed rather than return to her room. However, just before entering Yuhao's room, she happened to see Yuner on her way to the bathroom. Yuner offered a gentle reminder, "You too, don't stay up too late, you still have classes tomorrow. Remember to rest early." Wang Donger could only agree, her face flushing. Though she understood Yuner meant well, it always felt a little strange. Rushing into Yuhao's room, she seemed much more casual around him compared to her previous demeanor with Yuner. She tossed the pillow onto Yuhao's bed and said, "Hurry up, let's start practicing." But this time, she noticed Yuhao hadn't moved at all. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had entered a very special state. Wang Donger immediately toned down her energy. Instead of being loud, she began to carefully watch over Yuhao. Did this guy have another epiphany? What a monster. I wonder what he has realized this time. Wang Donger observed Yuhao from the side and couldn't help but chatter to herself. She noticed that the flow of soul power within Yuhao's body was becoming faster as he sat there. Based on her understanding of Yuhao, it was easy to deduce that he must have perfected his self-created skills this time. She remained in the room, quietly keeping watch for nearly an hour. Finally, Yuhao emerged from that mysterious state. He was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, it's done." Wang Donger, feeling a bit annoyed, kicked him playfully. "Humph, you're happy, aren't you? I've just spent all this time guarding you, worrying you might go crazy. Shouldn't you at least thank me?" Yuhao smiled, replying, "Okay, thank you, Miss Donger." Wang Donger snorted proudly, "That's more like it." Then she urged him, "Now tell me quickly, what did you realize this time?" Yuhao beamed, saying, "I've developed my skills even further. The speed of soul power circulation is at least twice as fast as before." Wang Donger's eyes widened in shock. "Twice? That's so powerful." Yuhao's self-created skills were already formidable. Now that the speed had been doubled, Wang Donger could hardly believe it. She exclaimed, "Yuhao, hurry, teach me that, I want it." Without holding back, Yuhao immediately explained the new method of his skill to Wang Donger. Listening intently, Wang Donger followed Yuhao's instructions. It didn't take long for her to master the new technique completely. After giving it a careful trial, she discovered that this skill was indeed significantly more powerful than before. Her excitement swelled as she grinned widely. Yuhao quickly clarified, "Actually, I've also comprehended a new self-created soul skill. Although the previous penetrating fist is still usable, I've read a lot of books recently and realized that it has its flaws. So, before I started developing new skills, I created another self-developed soul skill. Do you want to see it?" Wang Donger stared in disbelief. "Why do I feel like your progress is on a different level from mine? How can you accomplish so much in such a short time after dinner?" "It's incredible." Yuhao responded with mild annoyance, "Just tell me if you want to see it or not." Wang Donger answered with enthusiasm, "Of course I do, show me." Yuhao agreed without hesitation. "All right, then watch closely. My new move is called Octane Blast." After finishing his speech, he immediately began to demonstrate. With one decisive move, Wang Donger was left utterly stunned. She felt that Yuhao's technique was even more impressive than her second soul skill, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in Yuner's room, she helplessly put on earplugs after hearing the strange noises coming from Yuhao's room. Exhaling, she murmured, "Young people are just so hot-headed, they don't care about the elderly at home at all." "Never mind, let them be. I'll just put my earplugs in and go to sleep." Chapter 80, In-Depth Study, What are the Flaws of Penetrating Fist? Of course, Yuhao and Wang Donger were unaware that the noise they made during practice was too loud, leading to some misunderstandings on Yuner's part. At this moment, the two of them were still exchanging their practice experiences in the room. Yuhao continued to demonstrate his newly developed soul skill, Octane Blast. He did this partly because Wang Donger showed great interest in it, and partly because he wanted to use her observations to identify any omissions and see if his newly developed moves had any flaws. So, Yuhao demonstrated it very carefully. He threw a punch, instantly condensing powerful soul power on his arm. He divided this soul power into 8 parts, and when he attacked, the 8 layers of soul power superimposed, unleashing an incredibly powerful force. Although Yuhao's punch was merely hitting the air at that moment, the powerful soul power surged forth, producing a crisp roar. Wang Donger immediately assessed that the power of this self-created soul skill was extraordinary. Though she hadn't been directly hit, her keen observation led her to understand that it was indeed stronger than her second soul skill. Being so familiar with the power of her second soul skill allowed her to appreciate the difference. She couldn't help but gasp at that moment. With wide eyes, she exclaimed to Yuhao, "Yuhao, your self-created soul skill is amazing. It's much more powerful than the penetrating fist." Yuhao smiled gently at this praise. "Thank you for the compliment. This self-created soul skill is the result of my recent careful research. I've improved it based on the previous penetrating fist, and it also drew inspiration from some books at Shrek Academy." Wang Donger felt a surge of envy at his brilliance. Even with her dedication, she had to admire Yuhao's extraordinary comprehension. Though she hadn't slacked off during this period, she recognized her limitations. Wang Donger's personality was not naturally industrious. In the past, she often worked hard for 3 days and rested for 2. She had always been quite lazy. But since meeting Yuhao, she realized she couldn't afford to be lazy anymore. On one hand, Yuhao eagerly invited her to practice together. On the other hand, she didn't want to be left behind. After all, Yuhao was stronger than her and still worked diligently. If she continued to slack off, wouldn't she fall further behind? Consequently, Wang Donger had become hardworking during this time. However, she also discovered the depth of Yuhao's abilities. With the same book and amount of time, Yuhao finished reading while she hadn't. What was worse was that, after finally finishing, Wang Donger felt her mind was a jumble, while Yuhao had already gained insights and improved. She envied his talent. Reflecting on this, Wang Donger sighed helplessly. "Alas, if only I could be as smart as you." "You can do it, just keep going," Yuhao encouraged with a smile. Changing the subject, he asked Wang Donger, "By the way, after reading about my self-created soul skills, did you notice anything wrong? Or anything that seemed odd?" Yuhao inquired, genuinely curious. After pondering, Wang Donger replied, "Well, there is indeed something strange." Yuhao's eyes lit up at her response. He wasn't afraid of her finding fault. Rather, he was worried she might not spot anything wrong. After all, he revealed his self-created skills not to brag, but to identify gaps. So when Wang Donger indicated something was off, he became instantly interested and asked her, "Oh, what's strange? Please tell me, Donger." Wang Donger didn't hold back and voiced her doubts. In her opinion, although Yuhao's octane blast was powerful, dividing soul power into 8 parts and releasing them simultaneously seemed to compromise his control. This aspect could be improved. "Yes, you're right, this is indeed an issue," Yuhao acknowledged. "I'll study it further later." He listened humbly, appreciating her input. Even though he had created a powerful soul skill, he chose to value Wang Donger's advice. Seeing Yuhao's openness, Wang Donger offered her thoughts piece by piece. After she finished speaking, Yuhao felt inspired again. With gratitude in his expression, he said, "Donger, thank you so much. Thanks to you, you're my benefactor." Wang Donger felt a bit flustered by his praise. She scratched her head shyly and replied, "No, I only shared a few small ideas. If it were me, I couldn't create such a technique." Yuhao smiled. "Don't underestimate yourself, you're very capable." Then he offered, "I wonder if you'd like me to teach you my self-created soul skill. It's quite simple." Wang Donger's eyes brightened with interest. "I'd love that." "Thank you so much," she added. Yuhao chuckled, "It's just a small matter." He began to teach Wang Donger how to operate and utilize the soul skill. Afterward, he instructed her to try using it herself. Of course, Wang Donger didn't execute it perfectly at first. She made a variety of mistakes. Yuhao, realizing this, stepped behind her to help. He first corrected her posture and the movements of her force, then carefully guided her arms, demonstrating the optimal route for the soul power to flow. Wang Donger attentively listened to his instructions. Although she was grateful for Yuhao's assistance, the physical contact made her feel somewhat shy. Unconsciously, her ears turned gradually red. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters observed this scene, completely unsettled. Chapter 81, Xuanzai is not optimistic. He is compressing his soul power before he reaches level 30. Isn't this a disease? The reason why the soul masters in the gap between planes were so uneasy couldn't be attributed to Wang Donger's shyness. Their shock stemmed from witnessing Yuhao's newly created self-created soul skill. The power of this self-created soul skill was simply too strong. Although it was just a self-created skill, it was already comparable to a 1,000-year soul skill. This assessment was made considering Yuhao's current physical body was not particularly robust. If, in the future, his soul power and physical strength were to increase, using this self-created soul skill would not be as simple as wielding a 1,000-year soul skill. This realization left the soul masters in the gap between planes utterly astonished. They all gasped in disbelief, marveling at Yuhao's talent from the parallel world. The same sentiment was shared among the significant figures present in the gap. Kong Deming remarked, "This kid's talent is astounding. How long has it been? He has already created such a powerful self-created soul skill, and don't forget, he's only 12 years old. By the age of 12, he can create soul skills and self-created techniques in succession. Just imagine what will happen if he is allowed to settle down for a few more years. After all, his accumulation can only increase, not decrease." Jing Hongchen exclaimed, "It's truly impressive." Du Buxi's face was marked by regret. With an exhalation filled with sorrow, he stated, "Such a genius cannot join my body sect. This is my misfortune." Seeing this display, Xuanzai found joy in the situation. Earlier, Du Buxi had targeted him several times, which made him uncomfortable. Now he finally had the upper hand, so Xuanzai couldn't help but smugly remark, "Comfortable, comfortable. Such a genius belongs to Shrek Academy. God bless Shrek Academy." After finishing his boast, he burst into loud laughter, reveling in the moment of pride and relief. Meanwhile, Du Buxi's expression darkened upon seeing Xuanzai's reaction. Yet instead of confronting Xuanzai directly, he coldly countered, "Humph, the world is unpredictable. What if Yuhao in the parallel world suddenly changes his mind and leaves Shrek Academy? Xuanzai, don't be too pleased too early." With that snort, he fell silent and returned his attention to the screen. On the screen, under Yuhao's guidance, Wang Donger finally began to make progress. Though she still struggled to use Octane Blast skillfully, she had at least mastered the principles and proper exertion of force. From this point onward, Yuhao no longer felt the need to teach her step by step. Wang Donger just needed to practice on her own. Therefore, Yuhao let her practice independently and returned to the bed, sitting cross-legged. With his eyes slightly closed, he formed a hand seal, causing flashes of spiritual light to appear around him as he entered a state of meditation. Is he already in that state? That was too fast, Wang Donger thought, slightly stunned. She couldn't help but marvel again at Yuhao's abnormal talent and then continued her practice earnestly. In the gap between the planes, the title DOLOU level masters immediately understood Yuhao's actions upon witnessing this scene. Surprise flickered across their faces. Jing Hongchen exclaimed, "Is Yuhao in this parallel world trying to compress his soul power? Am I seeing this correctly?" Kong Deming nodded and replied, "You are indeed seeing this correctly. What he is doing now is compressing his soul power. I can only say that those with great talent are bold. If this child can succeed in this practice, his future will be limitless. After all, the practice of compressing soul power generally waits until the soul master reaches the titled DOLOU level before attempting it. But he dares to try now, even before reaching the third ring. If he succeeds, it means he will have avoided numerous detours." On the other side, within the gap between the planes, The Sea God Pavilion elders at Shrek Academy also recognized this development. Xuanzai spoke first. Weariness is evident on his face. This kid is truly foolish. With his limited skill, he dares to undertake such a risky endeavor. Isn't that courting death? Alas, young people are far too arrogant. If they don't understand what they shouldn't do, they will suffer greatly sooner or later. He did not believe that Yuhao from the parallel world could accomplish the feat of compressing soul power. However, Xianliner had a different perspective after hearing this. She shook her head and said to Xuanzai, "Elder Xuan, don't be so pessimistic. Although compressing soul power is extremely difficult, don't forget that this child is gifted with natural understanding. He has achieved what many cannot. Why not choose to trust him this once? This child excels at creating miracles. What if he pulls off another one?" Xuanzai, however, was adamant that Yuhao would not succeed. Miracles? Where are there so many miracles? What he did before was just a trivial accomplishment. Compressing soul power presents a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. "Things are not as easy as you suggest," he asserted, shaking his head at Xianliner. After all, in his eyes, even Xuanzai couldn't accomplish such a thing. And who was Xuanzai? One of the strongest on the Duoluo continent. A super Duoluo with a soul power level of 98, Taudi Duoluo. If even someone of Xuanzai's caliber couldn't achieve this, then what chance did Yuhao from the parallel world, boasting less than level 30 soul power, have to succeed? Refusing to change his mind, Xuanzai's opinion stood firm. Xianliner chose not to comment further after hearing his response. Everyone's attention returned to the screen. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao still kept his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from his body. Chapter 82. Yuhao completes the compression of soul power in parallel, and Master Xuan is totally unable to accept it. Golden light emerged, and Yuhao's aura suddenly rose. His soul power level had not been upgraded. But at that moment, the golden light surrounding Yuhao became more and more dazzling, and the aura of his soul power grew stronger and stronger. Upon witnessing this scene, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes were stunned. Kong Deming exclaimed, "Could it be that he is going to succeed? His soul power level hasn't increased, but the overall strength of his soul power has. This indicates an improvement in the quality of his soul power." Jing Hongchen added, "It seems that Yuhao in the parallel world is on the verge of completing the compression of his soul power. I didn't expect this. It's astonishing." Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. On the other hand, Xuanzai still appeared unwilling to believe it. "Impossible, impossible," he insisted. "He isn't even level 30. How can he complete the compression of soul power? There must be something wrong here." Xuanzai could not accept the notion that Yuhao from the parallel world succeeded. His instinctive reaction was to reject the idea that anyone could surpass him. While he was a Shrek Academy student, and Yuhao's success would generally reflect positively on the academy, Xuanzai's character could not tolerate seeing anyone outshine him. Most importantly, if Yuhao from the parallel world succeeded, wouldn't that mean Xuanzai was useless? After all, he had failed on his first attempt to compress his soul power at level 90. How could Yuhao succeed at level 30? This was something Xuanzai's pride could not bear. As a result of this turmoil, Xuanzai's face turned an even darker shade of frustration. He kept repeating that this was impossible, simultaneously fixating on the screen. He hoped to witness Yuhao in the parallel world fail. However, on the screen, Yuhao's soul power aura continued to rise. In just a few breaths, his aura had doubled. Finally, he emerged from his meditative state. He released the seal formed by his hands and opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he saw Wang Donger looking at him in surprise. Curious, she asked, "Yuhao, what did you do? Your soul power level hasn't increased, but why has your aura become several times stronger?" Yuhao didn't hide the truth. He smiled at Wang Donger and replied, "Do you remember the soul power compression I mentioned last time?" Wang Donger looked slightly stunned, a look of sudden enlightenment appearing on her delicate face. Did you practice it? Isn't that dangerous? If you're not careful, you could go crazy. Yuhao explained, it is indeed quite dangerous, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I thought it was better to practice it sooner rather than later, so I went ahead to study it. I tried it again just now, and it seemed to align with my ideas, so I succeeded. Wang Donger sighed sincerely, Yuhao, you are a monster. Yuhao smiled gently in response, but soon took out the practice method he had written in advance and handed it to Wang Donger. Donger, this is the method of compressing soul power that I developed. I have tested it, and there's no problem at all. Just find time to practice according to what's written here, and you will succeed. And in the gap between the planes, voices erupted. Hey, turn the camera. Let us see how you practice. Don't keep the good stuff to yourself. What's wrong with this cameraman? At that moment, all the soul masters were engulfed in jealousy. On one hand, they were astounded by the genius of Yuhao in the parallel world. On the other hand, they were exceedingly envious of Wang Donger, who had it so easy. She could simply sit back and enjoy the fruits of Yuhao's hard labor without lifting a finger. They envied Wang Donger in the parallel world immensely. Yuhao could see this reaction crystal clear. Oh, my parallel world self is too strong, he thought. Not only did he complete this himself, but he also helped Donger succeed ahead of time. Compared to him, I am so inadequate. With a helpless sigh, Yuhao reflected on his shortcomings once more as he compared himself to his parallel world counterpart. Kong Deming sighed again, it's done, just as I predicted. Yuhao from the parallel world is too powerful. What a pity that he is not from my Sun Moon Empire. He sighed with regret. At Shrek Academy, Xuanzai's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never thought that Yuhao in the parallel world could succeed, and to lead those around him to success was utterly humiliating. This was a slap in Xuanzai's face. He felt shame wash over him, especially since he had tentatively expressed confidence in his opinions. Xianliner seized the opportunity to speak. Turning to Xuanzai, she said, So, Elder Xuan, sometimes it's better not to jump to conclusions. As the saying goes, there are always people who are better than you. Although our cultivation levels are higher than Yuhao's in the parallel world, our advantages mainly stem from age and the time we've had to practice. If we lived in the same era as Yuhao, a genius who seems nearly untouchable in the parallel world, it is quite possible we would lag far behind him. He could very well dominate an era with no one able to match him. Your conclusions were hasty. Xianliner directly articulated her perspective. Upon hearing this, all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion nodded in agreement with her insights. However, Xuanzai was unwilling to concede such notions in his heart. Despite the team's consensus, he hesitated to voice further dissent. To do so now would simply appear stubborn, and Xuanzai didn't want to embarrass himself further. So he quickly fell silent. Yet his silence didn't prevent others from speaking out. Du Buxi, who had just been humiliated by Xuanzai, saw this as an opportunity. Turning, he began to mock Xuanzai. What? Didn't someone just assert that Yuhao from the parallel world would never succeed? Who said that? Why are you suddenly quiet now? Chapter 83. Breaking through level 29, will Yuhao finally have a chance to show off his skills? As soon as he got the chance, Du Buxi started to mock Xuanzai again. Because the two of them had been holding grudges for a long time, Du Buxi spoke mercilessly this time, his words dripping with sarcasm. Xuanzai was naturally annoyed. He stood there, gritting his teeth, his old face flushed with anger, and even his thin, dry hands clenched into fists due to excessive rage, producing a clucking sound. But Xuanzai would not continue to sit idly by. He snorted coldly at Du Buxi. What does this have to do with you? What I said before was all out of my concern for Yuhao. When did I say he couldn't succeed? I just thought his approach was not safe. Du Buxi sneered again after hearing this. You know what you're thinking, and I'm too lazy to keep arguing with you here. But do you think this is the first time I've known you, Xuanzai? I know your temperament very well. As for concern, I didn't see any from you. The attitude of your former vice president, Xianliner, is what we call concern. As for you, Xuanzai, all I see in your words is pessimism. Dubusi mocked Xuanzai one last time before falling silent. The soul masters in the gap between the planes reflected on Xuanzai's earlier statements. Indeed, they saw a strong sense of pessimism in his previous remarks. Not a single word he spoke conveyed any genuine concern, yet some things were better understood than said. After all, they had no relationship with Yuhao in the parallel world and no grudges against Xuanzai, so they had no reason to offend him over this matter. Knowing that this person could be troublesome, they chose to exercise caution in the future. Thus, many of the soul masters in the gap continued to focus on the screen. At that moment on the screen, that night, Wang Donger did not practice soul power compression. She continued to work on half of the octane blast. Wang Donger planned to wait until she had learned all her self-created soul skills before tackling other techniques. So she practiced until late at night. When she finally felt sleepy, she went to Yuhao's bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the two headed off to Shrek Academy for classes again. This routine continued for some time. Yuhao continued to pay close attention in class, taking books home to study after school. As a result, after another month, Yuhao's theoretical knowledge had greatly increased. Additionally, he successfully raised his soul power level to level 29. On this day, Mu Jin began to introduce the rules of the freshman competition in class. It had been 3 months since the start of school, and all first-year students at Shrek were about to face the most important assessment. This assessment would determine which students in their class would stay and who would go. Therefore, Mu Jin explained the rules clearly, ensuring all students listened attentively. Once she finished detailing the rules, she started dividing the students into teams. The teams for the freshman competition consist of 3-person groups, so Mu Jin needed to arrange them accordingly. She had already predetermined these teams, so she merely had to read off the names. The students whose names I read next will participate in this assessment as a team. Please listen carefully. Mu Jin took out a list, stood on the podium, and quickly began to read. Team 1, Yang Yayo Sunliu Yun. Yang Yayo is the captain among the 3. Team 2. Mu Jin continued speaking at the podium. The students whose names were called immediately moved to different positions and began discussing in hushed tones. Wang Donger was nervous the entire time. She didn't want to be an enemy of Yuhao, she wanted to be his teammate. However, Mu Jin hadn't called her or Yuhao's names yet, leaving her feeling extremely uneasy. Waiting anxiously, beads of sweat began forming on her forehead. At that moment, Mu Jin finally called out Yuhao and Wang Donger's names. Team 9, Yuhao Wang Donger Zio Zio. Yuhao is the captain among the 3. Upon hearing Mu Jin's voice, Wang Donger sighed in relief. She looked at Yuhao beside her, her eyes shining with joy. Yuhao smiled back, saying, "Now we are invincible. We are together again." Wang Donger nodded proudly. "Of course, I will help you win." Yuhao chuckled at this, and just then, a girl named Zio Zio approached. Zio Zio had originally been a student in Zhou Yi's class. But it seemed that their last class transfer inspired her, and she subsequently developed a dislike for Zhou Yi. So, she transferred to Yuhao's class some time ago, and this was the first time she was speaking to him and his classmates. "Hello, I'm Zio Zio. Please guide me during this competition." Zio Zio stepped forward with a smile on her face, actively trying to show her goodwill. Yuhao responded with a smile, "Sure, let's cooperate well." In the gap between the planes, after seeing this scene, Zio Zio hugged Wang Donger. She playfully snuggled against Wang Donger and said, "Hee, Donger, I didn't expect our bond to be so deep. So many things have happened in the parallel world, and we still end up in the same team." Wang Donger replied with a smile, "That's right. It looks like we can become good friends in the parallel world." Yuhao chimed in, "But if I remember correctly, Zio Zio didn't initially treat you as a friend. She was just after your body." Zio Zio couldn't help but blush at this, glaring at Yuhao as she retorted, "Yuhao, don't bring that up. Who knew Donger was a girl?" Everyone laughed at this. Wang Donger continued, "This time, we'll dominate the competition. Back then, the three of us were able to win the championship. Now that Yuhao and I from the parallel world have become so powerful, the championship is in the bag." On the other side, Mujin couldn't help but chuckle. She reflected, "I remember back in Zhou Yi's class that other students were not particularly notable and hadn't performed well in this freshman competition. In the whole class, only Yuhao, Xiao, and Wang Donger were exceptional. But in the parallel world, they all ended up on my side. What could Zhou Yi do about that? This is going to be interesting." The more Mujin thought about it, the more she looked forward to seeing Zhou Yi from the parallel world being defeated. Bibai Dong, on the other hand, showed a hint of curiosity. "Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I saw Yuhao from the parallel world in action. Although I know his current soul power is at level 29, I wonder about his true combat power. This makes me very curious. It just so happens that this freshman competition can also serve as a test." Chapter 84, Zhou Yi, you have a good eye. Yuhao and Wang Dong are very good. At this moment on the screen, Mujin quickly read out the names of the remaining teams and their members. After she finished reading, she carefully instructed the students in the class. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Although Mujin hadn't done much during this class, dividing teams and introducing rules can be quite time-consuming, and before she realized it, time had run out. "Okay, that's it for now, class dismissed. Everyone should have a good rest after going back today, adjust your mindset, and perform well tomorrow. Of course, if you have time, I suggest you get to know each other first. Understanding your teammates' soul skills and martial souls can improve your strategies and teamwork. Lastly, I wish you all a great performance tomorrow and hope you achieve excellent results. The teacher is leaving first." Mujin announced the end of class and took the time to advise her students. After finishing her remarks, she turned around and left, taking her materials back to the office and sitting in her seat. It wasn't long before Zhou Yi returned to the office. She and Mujin had always been at odds. So after sitting down, Zhou Yi couldn't help but start making sarcastic remarks toward Mujin. "I didn't expect the freshman competition would come so soon. Speaking of which, last year, your class had very average results, teacher Mujin. I wonder if you'll set a new record this year," Zhou Yi said, sneering. Mujin, on the other hand, was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Yi. But how could she stand being insulted like that? So she responded without holding back. She glanced at Zhou Yi and sneered, "This matter isn't worth your trouble, teacher Zhou Yi. And speaking of which, I should thank you, teacher Zhou Yi. The students who transferred from your class are all excellent. I like them very much. Especially Yuhao and Wang Dong. They have become the most outstanding students in our class. All of this is thanks to your generous gift, teacher Zhou Yi." Mujin didn't scold her. Instead, she used the same twisted method to irritate Zhou Yi. And it must be said that this method was quite effective. After all, when Yuhao and Wang Donger left the freshman class, Zhou Yi was very upset. So Mujin was rubbing salt in Zhou Yi's wounds. Mujin's you. At that moment, Zhou Yi's face flushed with anger. She couldn't find the words for a long time and felt like she might choke on her rage. Mujin smiled as she packed up her things and left. She felt nauseous just looking at this woman. In the gap between the planes, after seeing what transpired on the screen, a burst of joy erupted in the air. "Ha ha ha, Zhou Yi deserves this. This woman takes the initiative to sarcastically insult others and ends up getting put in her place. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha, she should be punished severely. This woman is far too arrogant." "Exactly, huh?" All the soul masters applauded in amusement. After all, Zhou Yi's past behaviors had already been revealed in the cracks of this plane. Many held a negative view of her. Now, witnessing her humiliation in the parallel world, they naturally felt it was her just desert. Back on the screen, Zhou Yi remained seated in her office. And though Mujin had left, Zhou Yi was becoming increasingly agitated. Her anger intensified as she thought about Yuhao and Wang Dong, who had now become top contenders in Mujin's class and were destined to be her rivals in the freshman competition. Zhuya's face flushed with rage. She couldn't help but curse. You blind fool, you're supporting a tyrant. You'll regret this sooner or later. Just wait, you chose to work for that witch Mu Jin instead of me, and I'll ensure you don't get good grades. Zhuya's eyes burned with fury. Just then, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching, so she quickly restrained her emotions, suppressing all her anger to return to her usual calm demeanor. In no time, 2 teachers entered the office. But of course, Mu Jin was not among them. They were 2 other first-grade teachers. Seeing Zhou Yi in the office, both smiled and greeted her, clearly having a good rapport with her. Zhuya smiled in response. However, she soon feigned a sigh. The 2 teachers looked at Zhou Yi with confusion upon seeing her sigh. After exchanging glances, they walked over to her. They asked Teacher Zhou Yi, "What's the matter? Why are you sighing?" Zhu Yi replied with a dramatic tone, "You wouldn't believe it. Mu Jin's class is exceptionally strong this time." The 2 teachers looked at Zhou Yi, puzzled. How strong? Zhu Yi continued, "They have 3 gifted students likely competing together. These students are Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Xiao might be a little weaker, but she still has soul power above level 20. As for Yuhao and Wang Dong, they're probably close to level 30. Their martial souls are also powerful. Xiao has a twin soul-suppressing cauldron, which you both have surely heard of. Wang Dong's martial soul is the light goddess butterfly, and Yuhao's martial soul is the spirit eye." While pretending to discuss her observations with the 2 teachers, she intentionally revealed information about Yuhao and his friends. In the Soul Master competition, initially, everyone lacks intelligence on their opponents and can't make corresponding arrangements. However, Zhou Yi brazenly divulged Yuhao's and Wang Donger's details to the 2 teachers. They weren't foolish. If their students encountered Yuhao later, they would undoubtedly strategize accordingly to use that intelligence to their advantage. Thus, Zhou Yi's approach was highly cunning. Chapter 85. Prepare in Advance, Wu Feng and Dai Huobin's Disdain. These 2 teachers know Zhou Yi very well. They have a good relationship with her. Naturally, they also clearly understand that Zhou Yi and Mu Jin have a very poor relationship. So when Zhou Yi made these comments, they understood her intentions. The teacher on the left couldn't help but laugh and said, "Teacher Zhou Yi, after telling us all this, do you want the students in our class to help you defeat Mu Jin's team?" Rather than being annoyed at being exposed, Zhou Yi openly admitted it. She replied, "Since you've seen it, I won't hide it. I'm going to show you my cards. I do think so. After all, you know that Mu Jin and I have a bad relationship, so I don't want to see her take advantage of me." Speaking of this, Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief and continued, "And the students in this class lack vision. In fact, the 3 students I just mentioned were all in our class initially. But I didn't expect those 3 were treacherous. Later on, they all transferred to Mu Jin's class. I don't know what benefits Mu Jin offered them. So now you understand, right? I don't want them to win, but unfortunately, the other students in our class are indeed mediocre and likely won't be their opponents." The 2 teachers completely understood her intentions after hearing this. They assured her, "Don't worry, Teacher Zhou Yi. If they run into our team, we will help you get rid of this annoyance. Just leave it to us." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's smile broadened. She replied, "Oh, in that case, I must thank you too. Fan Yu happens to have some time lately. Once this is settled, I'll arrange for him to create a suitable soul guide for you as a thank you gift." The eyes of the 2 teachers sparkled with excitement. How can we possibly accept such a generous offer? Despite their modesty, they were motivated. Soon, they all returned to their respective classrooms, clearly going back to instruct their students. Watching this unfold, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile smugly. "Mu Jin, do you think you can fight against me? And those blind fools will regret their choices. I happen to know the teacher responsible for the lottery." In the gap between the planes. Silence. The other soul masters were stunned. They could never have imagined that Zhou Yi would resort to such dirty tactics to win. Isn't this too despicable? Consequently, many soul masters couldn't bear to watch and began scolding Zhou Yi. Mu Jin's face revealed a sudden realization. No wonder our class always lost to Zhou class in the past. It turns out that this witch has done this more than once. How shameless. She was also quite angry and couldn't help but scold Zhou several times. Then, looking back at the screen, she raised her fist to cheer for Yuhao and the others in the parallel world. You must win, Yuhao. On the screen. After leaving the office, the two teachers immediately returned to their respective classrooms. The students, initially excited thinking class was over, were surprised to see their teachers return. The teacher walked directly to the podium and called out the strongest team in the class. Wu Feng, Ning Tian, Nanman Yuner, come here. Upon hearing the call, the three immediately approached the teacher. Ning Tian, the leader of the trio, asked with some confusion, Teacher, why did you call us? The teacher replied, I just received some news. You may face Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao from freshman class 7 in the competition. Ning Tian was puzzled after hearing this since she did not know the trio, so she asked, Are they strong? The teacher nodded, saying, They are quite impressive. Xiao has a soul power of over level 20, and Yuhao and Wang Dong are likely close to level 30, so pay close attention. However, Wu Feng scoffed at this. There's nothing to worry about, teacher. Our young lady, classmate Ning Tian is already at level 31, and she is the young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. With her here, everyone else is insignificant. The teacher smiled, acknowledging, I know Ning Tian is powerful, and the two of you are also strong. But, as the saying goes, to know yourself and know your enemy is the key to victory. Since I've informed you of their situation in advance, it serves as a precaution so you don't stumble later. Remember, Yuhao's main martial soul is the spirit eye, which belongs to the spiritual system. Wang Dong's martial soul is the light goddess butterfly and serves as a primary attacker in their team. You should focus on her. As for Xiao, her martial soul is the twin soul-suppressing cauldron, which is a control-type martial soul. The teacher started analyzing Yuhao and the others' situations, and even proposed strategies for his team. Once he concluded, the teacher turned and left. Wu Feng still dismissed the information, stating, HMPH, teacher, you worry too much. With the young lady here, defeating them will be a piece of cake. I can't believe you underestimate the value of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda's first auxiliary soul weapon. Ning Tian interjected, somewhat annoyed, Sister Feng, be careful. The teacher is right. Don't be careless, we could come to regret it. Okay, I hear you, Wu Feng replied, although she still appeared unconcerned. Though she had a softer attitude towards Ning Tian, her blind confidence remained stubborn. Ignoring the warning, she easily brushed it off. Meanwhile, on the other side, another teacher called out Dai Huobin, Zhu Lu, and Kui Jia. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Dai Huobin shook his head and interrupted. He left directly, saying, No need to say more. I'll defeat them and become the first freshman. That's all, I'm leaving. Chapter 86, Xiao, Yuhao, are you okay? Chapter 86, Xiao, Yuhao, are you okay? In the gap between the planes. After witnessing the consequences of Zhou's underhanded tactics in the parallel world, some soul masters could not help but curse. They condemned Zhou's despicable and vulgar methods used to prevent Yuhao and others from winning, even revealing information in advance. Of course, everyone also noticed the reactions of Wu Feng, Dai Huobin, and others on the screen earlier. However, the general sentiment towards their attitudes was one of amusement. A group of soul masters chatted in the chat room. It seems they don't realize what kind of geniuses they are about to face. But it's true, Shrek Academy is full of geniuses. Even though Yuhao and Wang Donger haven't reached level 30, Ning Tian and Dai Huobin already possess soul power above level 30. The upcoming matches are going to be interesting. Still, I think Yuhao is right. After all, strength cannot be solely inferred from soul power levels. The soul masters continued to discuss, expressing their views on the matter. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, Ning Tian, and others felt embarrassed. They were acutely aware that they could never beat Yuhao in the parallel world. After all, in the original timeline, Neither Yuhao nor Wang Donger was as strong as the parallel world counterparts. They had already been defeated by Yuhao and his team at that time. It was even less likely they could win now. Contemplating this reality made Ning Tian feel helpless. Looking at Wu Feng, who was still confident on the screen, she couldn't help but say, "Sister Feng, you need to adjust your attitude. There will always be someone better than you. Even though I am the young lady of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, my real achievements still lag behind those of Yuhao and his team." Wu Feng rubbed her head in embarrassment. On the other hand, Dai Hyubin wore a cold expression. He had severed ties with Yuhao long ago and even attempted to assassinate him, which had failed. Thus, he harbored deep resentment against Yuhao's success. Now, faced with Yuhao in the parallel world, he understood just how powerful and formidable he was. A sense of powerlessness washed over him. Bibai Dong's face was full of anticipation. I wonder how Yuhao in the parallel world will handle Dai Hyubin. A smile crept across her face. She recalled how Yuhao had dealt with foes in the Duke's mansion. His methods resonated with her. She recognized that while Yuhao appeared gentle, he had a fierce side that emerged when confronting real enemies. And now, it seemed another opportunity awaited. Bibai Dong focused intently on the screen. At that moment on the screen, unlike the teachers from other classes, Mu Jin did not delay the end of class. So after school, Yuhao and Wang Donger naturally had plenty of time to prepare. Yuhao was never one to act recklessly. He understood that no matter the situation, he must be adequately prepared and never underestimate the enemy. Despite being among the top in the first grade, he knew that a careless misstep could lead to failure. This time, Yuhao did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached his teammate Zio. "Hello, Zio, I'm Yuhao, your teammate for the freshman competition." Zio seemed pleased to see Yuhao. Her youthful curiosity and attraction were influenced largely by appearances, and Yuhao in the parallel world was significantly more charming than his original counterpart. As a result, she felt somewhat drawn to him. She smiled brightly upon realizing that Yuhao initiated the conversation. Looking at him intently, she sweetly replied, "Hello, Yuhao, the upcoming match depends on your guidance, Tilda." Yuhao smiled back and agreed. They arranged to meet on the playground an hour after dinner to enhance their understanding and teamwork. Zio nodded in agreement. Afterward, Yuhao, Zio, and Wang Dong separated. At that moment, Wang Donger pinched Yuhao the moment they parted. "Oh really? You dare to flirt with other girls in front of me?" Yuhao protested, "How could I?" Wang Donger huffed, "Not yet. She looked at you like a love-struck fool. Can't you maintain some distance?" Yuhao explained, "We're just teammates. We need to understand each other better to cooperate effectively. Besides, how could I compare anyone to you?" Wang Donger felt pleased by this statement but maintained a slightly haughty demeanor. "You know your place. Let's continue our practice tonight." Yuhao smiled, "Of course." In the gap between the planes, Wang Qiwer remarked, "I didn't expect Zio from the parallel world to fall for Yuhao, but she is bound to fail." With a hint of bitterness, she continued, "He seems to have been enchanted by someone. He can't seem to have eyes for anyone else." Upon hearing this, Wang Donger's expression brightened as she grasped Yuhao's hand tightly, interlocking their fingers. "Yuhao, you are so wonderful." Yuhao smiled and continued to play with Wang Donger's hand. This interaction made Wang Qiwer's expression stiffen again. She turned her head away with a cold snort, but dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. "HMPH, I won't concede to you, Wang Donger." Yuhao and Wang Donger took a brief rest after dinner. They quickly headed to Shrek Academy's playground for their scheduled meeting. At this time, Zio had already arrived and was waiting. Spotting her, Yuhao approached and said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Zio smiled gently. "It's okay, I just got here too." Then she asked, "So how should we deepen our understanding?" "We don't need to. We are in the same class and are already familiar with each other's martial souls." Yuhao grinned. "Then let's fight 1 against 2, you two can go together." Wang Donger remained unfazed by this proposal. However, Xiao hesitated and asked, 1 against 2, Yuhao, can you handle that? Chapter 87, Yuhao shows his masculinity. Xiao is convinced. Ha, can you do it? This is a question of the soul. As a man, I cannot bear to be questioned. I think Yuhao in the parallel world should show his masculinity. I just hope Xiao can handle it when Yuhao gets ruthless. I hope he doesn't scream when the time comes. Hiatus. You can navigate this treacherous path. That's outrageous. In the chat room, following the previous scene on the screen, a group of soul masters burst into laughter. They continued to chat, filling the room with a cheerful atmosphere. On the screen. After hearing this, Yuhao chuckled and joked. Xiao, don't keep asking men about their capabilities in the future, Tilda, because the answers you get are always going to be very boastful. Xiao couldn't help but blush slightly and retorted, rogue. But she quickly asked, are you ready to fight? Yuhao replied confidently, let's do this, start now. Wang Donger, knowing Yuhao's strength well, didn't object. Instead, she suggested, in that case, let's keep a distance of 30 meters. When we get there, just shout start, and then we can begin the fight. Yuhao agreed immediately, saying, okay. Then he quickly retreated backward. He stepped back 30 meters, then stood there and called out, let's get started. After Yuhao finished his statement, he didn't rush to attack but stood there smiling, waiting for Xiao and Wang Donger to make their move. Wang Donger didn't say much because she understood the strength of Yuhao. But Xiao, unaware of Yuhao's background, pouted and muttered, what? Is he looking down on me? It seems that Yuhao needs to see how powerful I am. Then Xiao said directly to Wang Donger, Wang Dong, let's team up. You attack from the sky and I'll come at him from the ground. We'll strike simultaneously. I bet his 2 fists won't be able to contend with 4 hands. Wang Donger immediately agreed. Both of them summoned their martial soul rings at the same time. Under Xiao's feet, 2 circles of yellow light flashed and rose instantly. Wang Donger's soul ring was even more impressive. Although her first soul ring was yellow, the second soul ring was purple, indicating it was a 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao was surprised upon seeing Wang Donger's second soul ring, but quickly put that thought aside, focusing on the fight. She controlled her martial soul, the 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron, and smashed it directly toward Yuhao, while Wang Donger spread her wings and flew toward him. Both moved quickly, but compared to Xiao's 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron, Wang Donger was undeniably faster. Nevertheless, Wang Donger intentionally slowed her pace to ensure both their attacks arrived simultaneously, making it more difficult for Yuhao to defend. In that case, you're not my opponent, Tilda. But Yuhao merely laughed softly. He didn't even use any soul skills. Relying solely on his physical agility, he effortlessly dodged Xiao and Wang Donger's attacks. Seeing this, Wang Donger threw a direct punch at Yuhao. This move was the octane blast that he had taught her. However, using the same move, Wang Donger stood no chance against Yuhao. The octane blast had been created by him, and his mastery of the technique far surpassed hers. As Wang Donger punched, Yuhao also responded with an octane blast. Pa. The fists of both fighters collided rapidly, but in the next instant, Yuhao exerted pressure with his right hand, sending a powerful force surging outward, knocking Wang Donger back on the spot. Fortunately, thanks to Wang Donger's martial soul being the light goddess butterfly, she quickly spread her wings, stabilizing herself after being knocked away. In this first skirmish, Yuhao had the upper hand. Yuhao's strength is incredible. It appears he proposed a 1 against 2 not from blind confidence, but because he possesses the actual power. Following this brief exchange, Xiao recognized Yuhao's strength and sighed inwardly. She decided to employ all her strength. A yellow soul ring under her feet suddenly lit up. Her martial soul, the 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron, split into 3 and attacked Yuhao from 3 different directions simultaneously. Wang Donger did not hold back at all. The purple 1,000-year soul ring under her feet began to glitter as she flapped her wings, condensing a huge energy ball in front of her. Wang Donger flapped her wings vigorously, creating a gust of wind. The energy ball surged forward, propelled by the whirlwind, heading toward Yuhao from midair. At this moment, a trace of seriousness flickered in Yuhao's eyes. However, he did not attempt to confront Xiao and Wang Donger's assault head-on. After all, it wouldn't be wise to challenge 4 hands with just 2 fists. In a 1-on-2 matchup, breaking through their simultaneous attacks would be complicated. There was no need for Yuhao to use brute force. He had more suitable means to turn the situation in his favor, so why not employ them? Chain. In that instant, Yuhao shouted inwardly. Suddenly, his figure vanished. Both Xiao's 3 lives, soul-suppressing cauldron and Wang Donger's attack, struck nothing but air. No damage was inflicted. Neither Wang Donger nor Xiao could discern Yuhao's true location due to their weaker mental powers compared to his. I win. At that moment, Yuhao's figure reappeared. He materialized directly behind Xiao, tapping her shoulder. Xiao only realized Yuhao was behind her at that moment. However, there was no resentment on her face. She understood that she had been defeated. If this had been a life-or-death battle, she might have perished in that instant. Thus, she accepted her defeat with conviction. Xiao let out a sigh of relief and admitted, "You're able to take on 2 opponents by yourself. Yuhao, your strength is overwhelming." Chapter 88, Crazy Losing Streak, Zhouya's Arrangement. On the screen, Xiao's thoughts mirrored those of the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. Before this, although the Soul Masters were aware that the strength of the parallel Yuhao far exceeded that of the original time and space Yuhao, they had never had a concrete understanding of just how powerful he was. This was largely because the parallel world Yuhao had rarely shown his true abilities. However, seeing Yuhao's impressive display on screen, they were taken aback, unable to contain their widening eyes. Bibai Dong articulated her thoughts promptly. Just as I suspected, Yuhao in this parallel world is exceptionally strong. Qian Rengsu, beside her, added, and his mental power is even more formidable. Although the sparring just now was brief, I could distinctly sense his mental prowess. Even without reaching 3 soul rings, I feel his current mental strength is comparable to that of a 4-ringed soul ancestor. That's quite rare. Bibai Dong nodded in agreement. I can feel it too. Moreover, his self-created soul skills and techniques are outstanding. I must admit, Yuhao in the parallel world is a remarkable genius. If we were the same age, we wouldn't be his match. Qian Rengsu concurred, indeed. The crowd could not help but sigh. Du Bu-Si stroked his beard and muttered to himself, but if that's the case, Shrek Academy will shout to keep him there. With such strength and talent, once showcased in the freshman competition, anyone with eyes will recognize that Yuhao is not the same as he was in the original time and space. In such a scenario, will the Yuhao of this parallel world stay at Shrek Academy? This is not what I desire. Du Bu-Si continued to contemplate. However, after pondering for a long time, he couldn't devise a plan to prevent it. After all, they couldn't interfere in parallel world matters. Thus, he could only keep his eyes glued to the screen. At that moment on the screen, after their discussion, Yuhao and the others gained a better understanding of each other's abilities. They then spent some time establishing simple divisions of labor. Xiao had initially wanted to devise specific tactics, but Yuhao pointed out that it was unrealistic given their limited time together. Tactics require ongoing collaboration and understanding, which would develop through experience. Yuhao reasoned that simple divisions of labor would serve them better at this stage, suggesting they revisit tactics after more competition and increased camaraderie. Xiao found this rationale sound and immediately agreed. Once they completed their basic training and planning, they soon parted ways. Early the next morning, Yuhao and Wang Donger awoke early, having breakfast before hurrying back to Shrek Academy. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is located in the north-central part of the Martial Soul Department, near the Fighting Soul area. Compared to the Fighting Soul area, the assessment area is much larger. For Shrek Academy students, this space is a paradise for high-achieving individuals to showcase their talents, but for those with lower cultivation, it can be a nightmare. Every year, many students are eliminated for failing to pass the assessments, which are mostly conducted in this area. Yesterday, Yuhao and Wang Donger had arranged to meet Xiao in a designated spot within the assessment area. Upon arriving, Yuhao and Wang Donger went directly to their meeting place without getting distracted. Not long after, Xiao arrived. She greeted Yuhao and Wang Donger first. However, since she had not paid close attention in class yesterday, she was unfamiliar with the assessment rules. Thus, she turned to Yuhao, asking, "By the way, Yuhao, do you remember the assessment rules? I seem to have forgotten." Yuhao patiently smiled and explained, "Since today is the first day of the assessment, it's designed to help freshmen adapt. Each group will only have one assessment today. This morning, the college sent 50 teachers to supervise assessments across 50 areas. All the candidates for the assessment competitions have been organized by the teachers from the academy." Xiao looked a bit confused after hearing this. "Will there be no public draw?" Yuhao smiled reassuringly. "It seems it was deemed too troublesome, but it's not an issue. We're all freshmen. If we lose, we can only blame our lack of skill. Who we're assigned to isn't too significant." After Yuhao spoke, Xiao's eyes sparkled with a strange admiration. She found Yuhao's confidence appealing. She smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right. So, which area are we assigned to?" Yuhao responded, "Area 33, we can head there now." With that, they quickly set off in the direction of Area 33. Upon reaching Area 33, they discovered several other teams were already present. Since they weren't the first to compete, they found a spot to wait while the matches above commenced. The two teams battling were from Freshman Class 1 and Freshman Class 6. After a fierce confrontation, the students from Freshman Class 1 were ultimately defeated. This outcome was not unique to Area 33. Due to Zhou's inadequate teaching and the limited number of students in her class, she was unable to field particularly strong teams. As a result, Freshman Class 1 encountered more losses than victories in this round. At this moment, upon witnessing this, Mujin didn't hold back as she mocked. "Teacher Zhou, it seems the students you teach aren't very capable." Zhu Yi's expression turned frosty upon hearing this, but she understood she couldn't win the argument against Mujin right now. Thus, Zhou Yi remained silent, snorting coldly before turning away. However, she didn't walk far before a cruel smile crept across her face. "Even if our class doesn't perform well, I'll make sure you're dragged down with me." "HMPH, you can't fathom this, Mujin. The teacher managing the draw has a good relationship with me, so under my direction, your class's students will face extremely strong opponents. Especially the top team in your class, the one with Yuhao. In the first round, you will compete against Ningtian's team. I'm eager to see how you fare." Chapter 89, Fight against Ningtian's team, completely suppress them. Mujin naturally didn't know about Zhou Yi's arrangements. But the audience's eyes were sharp. While Mujin in the parallel world was unaware, it didn't mean that the soul masters in the plane gap were oblivious. At this moment, the soul masters in the plane gap saw everything. They felt sick immediately. Why is Zhou Yi still prancing around in the parallel world? The underhanded tactics are shocking. I hope Yuhao in the parallel world can thoroughly dismantle her plans later. The soul masters couldn't help but discuss, all eager for Zhou Yi's scheme to flop. And on the screen, a new round of assessment had begun. On stage, the teacher acting as the referee pulled out a folder and quickly glanced through its contents. He announced, "First round, second match. Freshman Class 7, Yuhao Wang Dong Xiao. Freshman Class 9, Ningtian Wufeng Nenfeng Yuner." After the announcement, Yuhao exhibited no unusual response. However, Zhou Yi's expression brimmed with pride. She sneered, "Let's see how you can compete against the young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect." Ning Feng and the others on the opposite side were momentarily taken aback. Ning Tian exclaimed, Yuhao is the one the teacher specifically warned us about yesterday. I can't believe we're facing them in the first match. Wu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Don't worry, young lady, you are the strongest. Ning Tian shook her head, cautioning, Sister Feng, don't underestimate the opponent. Despite her words, Wu Feng didn't take Yuhao and his friends seriously. They soon stepped onto the stage, calmly facing Yuhao and the others. Wu Feng, sporting short red hair, spoke first. Freshman Class 9, Wu Feng, Level 25 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Nanfeng Yuner beside her was gentler. She softly said, Freshman Class 9, Nanfeng Yuner, Level 24 Agility Attack System Battle Soul Master. Finally, Ning Tian added, Freshman Class 9, Ning Tian, Level 31 Auxiliary System Weapon Soul Master. The moment Yuhao and his companions heard Ning Tian's level, they were simultaneously shocked. They hadn't anticipated that their first match would feature a three-ring soul elder, one whose soul power exceeded both Yuhao and Wang Donger. Most alarming was that she was also an auxiliary weapon soul master. It was well known that the cultivation speed of auxiliary weapon soul masters had always lagged. Yet, this opponent had reached level 31 at the same age, and with 3 soul rings, indicated she was exceptional. However, Yuhao and company quickly shook off their initial surprise. Particularly Yuhao, who was filled with fighting spirit, eager for an opponent capable of pushing him to his limits. Thus, he looked forward to a hearty battle. Freshman Class 7, Yuhao, Level 29 Control System Battle Soul Master. Yuhao was the first to introduce himself. Then Zio and Wang Dong joined in. Freshman Class 7, Wang Dong, Level 27 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Freshman Class 7, Zio, Level 22 Control System Battle Soul Master. Once both sides had disclosed their information, the Invigilator promptly announced the start of the match. At this point, Yuhao and Wang Donger sprang into action. Their division of responsibilities was straightforward. Yuhao would engage in close combat, Wang Donger would look for opportunities from midair, while Zio would manage the situation from behind. With these roles in mind, Yuhao and Wang Donger swiftly executed their plans. Yuhao immediately initiated sharing his spiritual detection and charged forward. Wang Donger summoned her martial soul, the light goddess butterfly, to hover in midair, while Yuhao employed his agile body skills and physical strength to close the distance. What took everyone by surprise was Yuhao's incredible velocity. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed in front of Wu Feng and the others. So fast. This startling display shocked the 3 opposing players. They hadn't expected such terrifying speed from Yuhao. Yet Wu Feng and the others were no slouches. After a quick collective inhale, they regained their composure. Wu Feng shouted a delicate battle cry, her body suddenly buoyant, an intense heat emanating from her, accompanied by a faint dragon roar. Wu Feng's physique transformed, appearing as a lithe young woman, seemingly 16 or 17, whose school uniform had ripped, exposing her undergarments beneath. Fortunately for her, she wore a flexible leather suit underneath, which hugged her curves and revealed her toned thighs. Nanfeng Yuner also sprang into action. Her martial soul manifested as a pair of wings. After summoning her martial soul, she swiftly maneuvered behind Yuhao. Together, she and Wu Feng orchestrated a double team against Yuhao. Ning Tian, remaining at the back, summoned her martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. With her martial soul displayed, she intended to boost her teammates. 7 treasures turn into glazed. At that moment, a massive cauldron plummeted from the air. Ning Tian's expression shifted dramatically. She was forced to halt her incantation midway and hastily evade Zio's assault. Wang Dong! Yuhao shouted toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong quickly charged ahead toward Ning Tian, who now had to contend with the relentless attacks of both Wang Dong and Zio. Not good, we have to support the young lady. Wu Feng panicked upon witnessing this scene. She turned urgently, planning to aid Ningtian. It's too late to leave now. You two should continue playing with me, Yuhao sneered. Before Wu Feng could react, he delivered a punch to her back, sending her crashing to the ground. Wu Feng hit the ground hard. Just then, Nanfeng Yuner launched an attack from behind, but Yuhao easily sidestepped her strike. He swiftly countered with a punch to her head, knocking her down in a single blow. Chapter 90. Unexpectedly, the Ningxian team, which we had high hopes for, ended up falling at the feet of Yuhao. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Bibai Dong remarked, "Just as I suspected. Yuhao in the parallel world is extremely powerful. His combat capability is far beyond that of other soul masters at the same level." Caiyan Renksu responded, "And mother, have you noticed? The strength he has shown now is even greater than when he was sparring with Wang Donger and Xiao yesterday." Bibai Dong replied, "Indeed, that's true, but it's understandable. Yesterday's sparring was just a preliminary exercise, not meant to determine a winner. Naturally, there would be some reservations. Now it's a serious competition, so he must be treating it more seriously." Bibai Dong continued, "Daughter, do you believe that Yuhao in this parallel world is still holding back? I suspect that his true strength is even more terrifying. However, due to his opponent's weakness, he can't fully unleash it. If he were to let it all out, it would be even more formidable." Caiyan Renksu said, "It seems you are quite optimistic about him, mother." Bibai Dong replied, "That's only natural. If everything goes as expected, he will be the most gifted individual in the entire DOLOU continent, from ancient times to the present. Provided he continues to grow normally, his future achievements will far exceed Tang San's." Upon hearing this, Caiyan Renksu displayed a thoughtful expression. Tang San, standing to one side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Yuhao in the parallel world was increasingly beyond his control, which gave him quite a headache. On the other side, Wu Feng and Nanfeng Yuner wore expressions of helplessness. "What? They got hurt. But now they're blaming us for being too weak to let Yuhao in the parallel world have fun. They won't take the blame. What does this have to do with us?" Thinking this, Wu Feng and Nanfeng Yuner couldn't help but sigh. "It's all Zhouyi's fault. Otherwise, how could we encounter this monster so early? How could they be beaten so badly?" Alas. They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao's team had completely suppressed Ningtian's team. Although Ningtian boasted a higher soul power level, at level 31, and possessed 3 relatively perfect soul rings, the issue was that she was an auxiliary soul master. She had no combat ability. Only with teammates to support her could she truly demonstrate her strength. At this moment, her 2 teammates were being held back by Yuhao, forcing her to confront Xiao and Wang Donger alone. Wasn't this the reason she was overwhelmed by Xiao and Wang Donger? Though Ningtian's soul power level was higher, how could she compete with Xiao and Wang Donger? Thus, the two worked together, and Ningtian was quickly overcome. Wu Feng and Nanfeng Yuner found themselves in an even worse predicament. Despite the 2-on-1 disadvantage, Yuhao's strength proved too abnormal. He completely dominated the two. No matter how Wu Feng and Nanfeng Yuner attacked, he easily countered their strikes. Yuhao's attacks were also heavy-hitting. Every punch landed on Wu Feng and Nanfeng Yuner, leaving them bruised. Before long, both were beaten black and blue by Yuhao. Of course, Nanfeng Yuner fared better. Being more perceptive, she quickly recognized the disparity in strength and chose to abandon resistance, lying flat on the ground. Yuhao, naturally, did not continue attacking someone who had surrendered. Wu Feng, however, was different. She was reckless and fierce. As a result, Yuhao kept delivering powerful punches, prompting her to scream with each hit. Eventually, she lost all fighting spirit, paralyzed from the relentless assault, and collapsed to the ground, rolling her eyes before fainting. The referee teacher stepped forward at this point, announcing Yuhao's team had successfully claimed victory. In the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters couldn't help but smirk upon witnessing this scene. "It's a disaster. Poor girl got beaten into a pulp. Thank goodness no one took a photo, otherwise it would become a part of her black history. Yuhao in the parallel world doesn't know how to show mercy to women. How can he do such a thing to such a beautiful girl? Why shouldn't he? In my opinion, he did the right thing. He taught her a hard lesson. Just look at her arrogance. She needs to understand why the flowers are so red. The Soul Masters continued to chatter, each sharing their thoughts. Wu Feng and her team felt embarrassed and wished to vanish. At that moment, they looked utterly unrecognizable on screen. While Ning Tian and Nanfeng Yuner fared slightly better, Wu Feng's appearance was unbearable. She felt almost too embarrassed to face anyone. My parallel world self, hurry up and find this Yuhao, she lamented. However, Xuanzai had no intention of focusing on that matter. What concerned him most at this moment was when his parallel world counterpart would locate Yuhao. As long as he found him, he could train Yuhao in this parallel world using his superior intellect. Then their parallel world Shrek Academy would also have Yuhao, and he would be even stronger than the one they knew. What a marvelous outcome. Therefore, Xuanzai was most focused on this matter. Back on the screen. After witnessing Yuhao and his team achieve an easy victory on stage, Zhu Yi felt a wave of shame wash over her. She had never anticipated that the Ning Tian team, on which she had placed so much hope, would fall so effortlessly before Yuhao. Would Dai Hyobin's team face the same fate? With this thought, Zhou Yi grew a bit anxious. She turned to the head teacher of Dai Hyobin's class, who was in attendance, and asked, "I didn't expect these three to be so strong. Teacher Liu, are you certain? Can Dai Hyobin and his team win?" The teacher immediately patted his chest and smiled at Zhou Yi, saying, "Teacher Zhou Yi, you can rest easy. Trust Dai Hyobin, he will not disappoint." Not only is their overall strength greater than that of Ning Tian's team, but more importantly, Dai Hyobin and Zhu Lu have mastered the martial soul fusion technique. I believe you are aware of its significance, right? Once combined, they can unleash an astonishing power that exceeds their capabilities multiple times. Moreover, I've already briefed them, so there shouldn't be any issues. Chapter 91, Let me handle Dai Hyobin, okay. After hearing what Teacher Liu said, Zhu Yi's eyes immediately brightened. She was excited. At that moment, Zhou Yi felt that Teacher Liu's words were quite reasonable. Yes, Dai Hyobin and Zhu Lu both have martial soul fusion skills. The power of martial soul fusion skills is extraordinarily strong. In that case, what reason do Dai Hyobin and Zhu Lu have to lose? Thinking of this, Zhou Yi's face broke into a joyful smile. She laughed out loud with joy, and her mood became extremely happy. But at this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but start complaining. Let's just say, is it possible that Dai Hyobin and Zhu Lu are not the only ones with martial soul fusion skills? And could it be that their opponents possess martial soul fusion skills that are far more advanced and powerful than yours? You're laughing happily now, but I hope you won't despair when you witness Yuhao and Wang Donger's martial soul fusion skills in the future. Haha, then you'll be in despair, right? The group of soul masters began discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, Dai Hyobin's face appeared grim. He already understood that he would lose. Having already been defeated in this world, he recognized that Yuhao in the parallel world was even stronger than the one he faced here. Therefore, he knew he stood no chance. However, knowing this only made Dai Hyobin feel more uncomfortable. Losing to Yuhao had already humiliated him enough. Now, he was facing the prospect of losing again in front of everyone. Wasn't that utterly embarrassing? Thus, Dai Hyobin burned with anger. Bibai Dong smiled, observing the tension. It seems something significant is about to unfold. Compared to the previous minor skirmishes, the match with Dai Hyobin is the real highlight. I wonder how Yuhao in the parallel world will handle him. Bibai Dong looked at the screen with anticipation. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao and his team left the competition venue immediately after their victory. They didn't cheat, so they were unaware of who their opponent would be the next day. Yuhao decided it would be better to eat first and then head home to rest, conserving their energy in preparation for a better performance tomorrow. Consequently, Yuhao and his friends parted ways after the match. Yuhao and Wang Donger returned home, where Yuner had already prepared a delicious meal for them. As soon as the food was served, Yuhao and Wang Donger walked in. Yuner asked them to wash their hands before joining her for the meal. After hearing this, Yuhao and Wang Donger quickly sat down to eat. After their meal, Yuhao and Wang Donger retreated to their rooms, allowing Yuner to wash the dishes. As soon as he had some time, Yuhao started practicing again. He understood that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. To maintain his happiness, he needed to grow stronger and have the power to protect himself and his family. Thus, he practiced diligently. Wang Donger couldn't help but reflect on her recent experiences. She had been exceptionally happy lately. Although she had no blood relation to Yuner, Wang Donger felt that Yuner treated her as if she were her daughter. Being a sensitive person, many of Yuner's gestures moved her deeply. Whenever she recalled those memories, Wang Donger felt warmth swell in her heart. She couldn't help but sigh, this kind of life feels quite good. Outside the screen, Yuhao watched with envy. This was the scene he had dreamed of. Unfortunately, it was no longer attainable. One day passed swiftly. Early the next morning, Yuhao and Wang Donger had breakfast and headed to the competition venue once more. They quickly reunited with their teammate, Xiao, and began to wait. Surprisingly, they discovered they were the first to compete that day. With all the students present, the referee immediately announced the two teams for the first match. The teams for the first match are Freshman Class 7, Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Xiao, against Freshman Class 5, Dai Huabin, Zhulu, and Qijia. As soon as the announcer finished speaking, all eyes were focused on the ring. The head teacher of Freshman Class 5 approached Dai Huabin and reminded him, Dai Huabin, you must go all out in today's game. The opponents are very strong. They defeated Ningtian's team from the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile Sect yesterday. Don't be careless. Dai Huabin shrugged nonchalantly, and though he said little, his dismissive attitude was evident. I know. After saying that, Dai Huabin strode directly toward the ring. On the opposite side, after hearing Dai Huabin's name, Yuhao's eyes turned cold. He scanned the crowd until he spotted Dai Huabin. Still as arrogant and insolent as ever. Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fierce killing intent stirred in his heart. It's him. I never expected to run into him here at Shrek Academy. There's a part of me that regrets not being able to kill him in our previous encounter. Now I have a chance. I'll find an opportunity to eliminate him. Even in competition, swords have no eyes. It would be understandable if I were to accidentally kill him. Of course, I'll need to craft a suitable opportunity first. These thoughts spiraled in Yuhao's mind. Beside him, Wang Donger noticed Yuhao's unusual demeanor and asked, What's wrong, Yuhao? Yuhao didn't elaborate, merely smiling as he replied, You don't need to worry too much about the upcoming matches. I have a score to settle with that guy, Dai Huabin. So, let me handle him okay. Chapter 92, Octane Blasts Severely Injuring Dai Huabin. After hearing what Yuhao said, Wang Donger couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Although she hadn't known Yuhao for very long, certainly not 5 or 10 years. She had been with Yuhao day and night for this period. Having achieved a perfect fusion of their martial souls, Wang Donger's understanding of Yuhao ran deep. Thus, Wang Donger immediately sensed Yuhao's unusual behavior. However, she chose not to confront him about it. After giving Yuhao a skeptical glance, she replied directly, Okay, then I'll leave him to you. Yuhao smiled and didn't say anything more. Then he walked directly onto the stage, fully aware of everyone watching. And in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters couldn't help but gloat. They felt a strong sense of identification as they watched Yuhao in the parallel world continue to grow. They had already put themselves in Yuhao's shoes. Now, witnessing him prepare to attack Dai Huabin, each of them felt a thrill of excitement. The big moment is coming. He's going to attack Dai Huabin. This is going to be interesting. I just hope Dai Huabin's defeat isn't too humiliating. Dai Huabin's lips twitched as he overheard them. If he remembered correctly, he had no personal grievances with these soul masters. Why were they so eager for his downfall? Wasn't this bullying? But the scene on the screen continued, so Dai Huabin could only keep watching. On the screen, Yuhao and the other two soon arrived on the stage. The referee, noticing everyone was on stage, said coldly, "Both sides, please introduce your names." Yuhao Wang Donger Zio Zio. Dai Huabin Zhulu Yeji. The referee gestured to both sides, saying, "Everyone, move to the edges of the field. I will announce the start of the match, and then you may launch your attacks." Both sides slowly retreated after hearing this, while Yuhao's gaze remained fixed on Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin's eyes glinted fiercely, and his expression radiated confidence. It was evident he was determined to win this match. Eventually, both sides positioned themselves at the edge of the field. Seeing this, the referee raised his right hand and declared, "The match begins." As the signal sounded, both teams charged forward. They rushed while summoning their martial souls. Wang Donger initiated her attack on Zhu Lu in advance, while Zio Zio blocked Kui Yeji for Yuhao. Consequently, this team battle effectively became a one-on-one match between three individuals. When Dai Huabin faced Yuhao, a sneer curled on his lips. "Do you think you can overcome our martial soul fusion skills with this approach? But have you considered that I don't need martial soul fusion skills to defeat you? A solo fight is all I need to easily overcome you." Dai Huabin spoke with confidence, believing Yuhao and his team were acting out of fear. However, Yuhao was indifferent to their fusion skills. At that moment, he was too lazy to argue with Dai Huabin. With a chuckle, he launched his attack directly. Dai Huabin summoned his martial soul, the White Tiger. In an instant, his body expanded, glowing with white light, exuding an overwhelming aura. From a raw power perspective, Dai Huabin's White Tiger martial soul was even stronger than Wu Feng's Red Dragon martial soul. Moreover, with 3 rings to his name, Dai Huabin's strength far exceeded Wu Feng's 2-ringed capability. At this point, Yuhao had completely closed the distance to Dai Huabin. Yet upon seeing Yuhao daring to approach him, Dai Huabin merely sneered, shaking his head. "This is sheer folly." Yuhao remained silent and without hesitation unleashed his fist, a powerful force propelling forward. The technique he employed was naturally his soul's skill, the Octane Blast. Dai Huabin wasn't reckless. Despite his arrogance, he was serious when the fight commenced. His first soul ring illuminated, and dazzling white light radiated from his body as he prepared his counterattack. He swung a massive palm toward Yuhao, his tiger claw aimed directly at Yuhao's fist for a fierce clash. Snap! The two forces collided, and Dai Huabin was instantly pushed back by Yuhao's strength. As his claws impacted Yuhao, he felt as though he had struck steel instead of flesh. The terrifying force from the Octane Blast erupted wildly, shattering Dai Huabin's claws as they could not withstand the overwhelming power. Dai Huabin couldn't suppress a scream of pain. He was propelled backward by 5 or 6 meters. But he refused to yield. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then his second soul ring lit up. He opened his mouth wide as white light began to gather in his throat. However, Yuhao didn't allow his attack to materialize. Before Dai Huabin could condense his light wave, Yuhao swiftly invoked one of the 4 soul skills granted to him by the Tianmeng Eye Silkworm, Spiritual Shock. Instantly, a potent mental shockwave slammed into Dai Huabin's head. It felt as though he had suffered a severe head injury, causing him to become momentarily drowsy. Seizing this opportunity, Yuhao advanced. He seized Dai Huabin's tiger mouth, preventing the light waves in his throat from continuing to form. Then Yuhao firmly grasped Dai Huabin's jaw with one hand while stepping on his abdomen with the other foot, delivering a series of Octane Blast punches to Dai Huabin's chest. Dai Huabin experienced excruciating pain as the bones in his chest shattered from the relentless blows, but with Yuhao gripping his mouth, he couldn't utter a word. He was left defenseless and could only endure Yuhao's fists pounding against him. Gradually, Dai Huabin's chest was reduced to a bloody pulp, his entire torso caving in, indicating he'd been thoroughly beaten. Chapter 93, Dai Huabin, Why Admit Defeat? I Still Have the Martial Soul Fusion Skill. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters who witnessed the scene on the screen were completely dumbfounded. Although they had anticipated this kind of situation, given their understanding of Yuhao, they still couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw him pinning Dai Huabin to the ground and beating him mercilessly. They could not restrain themselves from saying, "This is too tragic. Dai Huabin is being beaten like this." Sure enough, Yuhao in this parallel world is pretending most of the time, but once he gets mad, there's no good ending. But Dai Huabin won't die from this, will he? If so, that would be horrific. All the soul masters began to chatter among themselves. Dai Huabin, meanwhile, couldn't hold it any more and shouted, "Where is the teacher of Shrek Academy? Save him. Is he blind? Why isn't he intervening?" At this point, the teacher from Shrek, who had been acting as a referee, finally took action. He dodged and suddenly appeared behind Yuhao. As Yuhao was about to punch Dai Huabin in the chest again, the teacher seized Yuhao's wrist and said sternly, "Classmate, stop it. This is just a competition, not a life-and-death fight. You don't need to be so cruel to your classmates, right?" Yuhao looked innocent as he replied, "That may be true, but how can you avoid getting hurt in a competition? Besides, he hasn't admitted defeat." The teacher's mouth twitched at this response. He wanted to tell Yuhao, what can he say if you've locked his mouth? But after thinking it over, he decided it wasn't worth it. He took a deep breath and said to Yuhao, "Regardless, stop for now. You've won this match." Seeing this, Yuhao understood that he wouldn't be able to do anything further to Dai Huabin today. But that was normal. After all, it would be too difficult to kill Dai Huabin in front of so many witnesses. Originally, Yuhao thought he could deal with the situation vaguely and eliminate Dai Huabin on the side. If that didn't work, he could at least beat him up. For now, Yuhao realized he had time on his side, and many opportunities to deal with Dai Huabin later. He wasn't in a hurry. "All right then, I'll listen to the teacher." Yuhao quickly loosened his grip. What he did not expect was Dai Huabin's stubbornness. Despite being brutally beaten, he still refused to admit defeat. With a murderous look in his eyes, he spat out angrily, "I will kill you." Yuhao shrugged innocently and turned to the teacher next to him, saying, "See, I was right not to let go just now. He hasn't lost his fighting spirit." The teacher couldn't help but twitch his mouth again and turned to Dai Huabin, saying sternly, "Now that the victory is decided, you should stop deceiving yourself. You are not his opponent." Dai Huabin became even more enraged and retorted, "I still have the martial soul fusion skill that I haven't used." Yuhao couldn't suppress his amusement and said deliberately, "If you want to continue, I'd be happy to oblige." Though Dai Huabin was coughing up blood and pain, he still refused to admit defeat and planned to fight to the death with Yuhao. "Enough." At that moment, the teacher's voice sounded again. He coldly snorted at Dai Huabin. "Based on my judgment, you can no longer continue this fight, so your team loses this match." Once he finished speaking, he quickly added, "Although winning or losing is important, if you lose your life or sustain injuries that could harm you later on, it won't be worth it. And this match is just a points battle, after all. If you're not satisfied, you can still meet them in the next round if you advance. Why continue to show false courage?" Dai Huabin fell silent for a long moment. But he knew his condition was dire. He was simply unwilling to admit defeat due to his pride and impulsive nature. However, the teacher had provided him an excellent out. So even though Dai Huabin was impulsive, he understood that he couldn't continue like this. He exhaled and begrudgingly conceded to the teacher. Then he shot a cold glare at Yuhao and said, "Just wait. Next time I will make you pay for what you did." Yuhao, unfazed, sneered back, "I hope that next time you won't rely on others to save you. That would be quite embarrassing." Dai Huabin's expression darkened further after hearing this. He quickly left the ring. Under the teacher's arrangement, he exited the scene, escorted by Zhu Lu and others, heading toward the infirmary to find a healing soul master for treatment. And on the other side of the plane gap, After witnessing Dai Huobin's arrogant behavior, all the Soul Masters couldn't help but express their opinions. Bibai Dong remarked, "It seems he's still not convinced." Kaiyan Rengsu replied, "That's normal. Dai Huobin has considerable talent, grace, and strength, and he usually carries himself arrogantly. However, this time he's met a superior version of Yuhao." Bibai Dong added, "I just wonder what he will think when he faces Yuhao in the parallel world next time and realizes that the opponent can also use martial soul fusion skills, and that theirs are even stronger than his. I believe he will feel very desperate then, won't he?" Kaiyan Rengsu teased, "Mother, your taste is rather sadistic." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back her thoughts. "Boss Dai, your descendant is in a bit of a pickle. Next time they fight, he'll certainly get beaten up again. It looks like Yuhao in the parallel world isn't going to hold back. He seems ready to kill him." Dai Mubai sighed, "Alas, young people nowadays are too impulsive. Some enemies are destined to be defeated. In such cases, it's better to avoid them. If you insist on making an enemy of him, isn't that simply courting disaster? I hope he doesn't get too badly hurt next time they meet." Chapter 94, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Who Doesn't Have It? After seeing Dai Huobin's miserable state on the screen, the Soul Masters in the Plane Gap suddenly felt sad. On the screen, Zhuyi was also very upset at this moment. She had originally thought that after her arrangements, both Ning Tian's team and Dai Huobin's team would be capable of defeating Yuhao and the others. But who would have thought that the Ning Tian team and Dai Huobin's team, which she had held in high regard, would ultimately be defeated? And they were defeated in a very clean and neat manner by their opponents. So Zhuyi was truly disheartened after witnessing this scene, especially when she remembered that Yuhao and the others were fighting on behalf of Mu Jin, and they were supposed to be her students. She gnashed her teeth even more angrily. She rubbed her hair with both hands and couldn't help but curse again. Why did things turn out like this? It's so hateful. Mu Jin, naturally, was very proud and looked at Zhou Yi with a mocking expression. Then Mu Jin walked forward and praised Yuhao and the others. However, since this was already the second day of competition, the games would not conclude after just one match, as they had on the previous day. Instead, today's games would continue until all the points games were completed. Thus, Yuhao and his team did not leave after their victory against Dai Huobin's team. They sat down in a quiet place to rest and await the start of the next game. The subsequent games went smoothly for Yuhao and his team. In this freshman competition, besides Yuhao and his team, the two strongest teams were Ning Tian and Dai Huobin. Now that these two teams had both been defeated by Yuhao and his team, it was naturally easier for them to handle the other teams. They crushed all the teams and effortlessly won all 10 games in the points competition, successfully advancing. On the second day, Yuhao and his team continued to make great progress in the next game. They advanced directly to the finals. This time, their opponents were still Dai Huobin and his team. At this moment on the stage, with the referee, Du Weilan, announcing the start of the game again, both Yuhao's team and Dai Huobin's team summoned their martial spirits at the first opportunity. However, Dai Huobin and his team did not dare to be careless this time. After all, they had fallen to Yuhao and his team in the last battle because they had neglected to use the martial soul fusion technique. So Dai Huobin said nothing as he stepped onto the field and immediately initiated the martial soul fusion technique with Zhulu. In an instant, Dai Huobin roared like a tiger. Along with his roar, his whole body swelled again, and white hair mixed with black tiger stripes erupted from his body. Zhulu clenched her teeth lightly, her entire form enveloped in a faint black light. Her body was erratic, appearing almost transparent as she opened her arms and leaped toward Dai Huobin. The two quickly merged, resulting in the formation of a massive white tiger. This white tiger was translucent, boasting white fur adorned with black stripes and purple eyes that stared coldly at Yuhao and the others. Upon completing the martial soul fusion skill, the Hell White Tiger, the soul masters in the venue erupted into madness, cheering uncontrollably, and Zhou Yi's eyes shone with a glimmer of pride. This time, let's see how you win. If you have the ability, use your martial soul fusion skill too. Zhuya snorted coldly. On the stage, Xiao's eyes were filled with solemnity. She couldn't help but ask Yuhao, what should we do? The martial soul fusion skill is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Once it is used, it multiplies the combined strength of both parties several times. This puts us at a severe disadvantage. But Yuhao and Wang Dong remained completely unperturbed. After hearing Xiao's concerns, Yuhao replied, "Indeed, this martial soul fusion skill is incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for us to compete with it. But there's no need to worry. We also possess martial soul fusion skills, and ours are far more powerful than theirs." Xiao was stunned. "What, you have it too?" Before she could ask more, she noticed Yuhao and Wang Dong already embracing one another. A pair of massive wings, resembling those of the light goddess butterfly, sprouted from Wang Dong's back, and Yuhao's eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Then, Wang Dong's delicate frame pressed tightly against Yuhao's body. Her face flushed slightly, but in the next second, a purer golden soul power erupted from their bodies simultaneously. Indeed, Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world could also use martial soul fusion skills. Especially since they had been together day and night, sharing a bed during this period. They were even closer than their counterparts in the original time and space. Not only had they developed one martial soul fusion skill, but they had also created all 3 variations. At this moment, they were casually utilizing one of them. Now on the screen. As the golden light surrounding Wang Dong and Yuhao intensified, a dazzling golden light wave shot forward with ferocity. This light wave was incredibly broad and brilliant, resembling a golden road that surged violently toward the hell-white tiger before them. Upon being struck by the golden road, the hell-white tiger disintegrated and dissipated at an astonishing speed. Soon, the once arrogant hell-white tiger vanished entirely, and Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu were directly knocked off the ring by this powerful force. The two clutched their chests and could not help but spit out blood. Yuhao and Wang Dong also released their martial soul fusion skills, their bodies loosening and no longer tightly entwined. However, their hands remained firmly clasped together. This match, Yuhao's team wins. Du Weilan announced, astonishment evident on his face. As his voice echoed through the arena, the audience began to recover from their shock. They couldn't help but erupt into loud applause. "This is impossible. They can use martial soul fusion skills too. Ah, puff." Dai Huabin exclaimed, his face a picture of disbelief. Enraged, he spat out blood. Zhuya felt similarly uncomfortable. Although she didn't bleed, she felt as if her heart were shattering. The more she realized how exceptional Yuhao and his team were, the more painful it was for her because they should have been her proud students. Chapter 95. In the parallel world, Master Xuan has taken a fancy to Yuhao, and this time he is determined to take him down. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, everyone expressed their opinions again after seeing the scene on the screen. Bibai Dong said, "Sure enough, they won again. Although both teams used martial soul fusion skills, there are different levels to them. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion skills can only be considered medium level, while Yuhao and Wang Donger's skills are top-notch. So when the martial soul fusion skills of both sides collide, the final result is naturally like this." Kaiyan Renksu added, "But mother, have you noticed that the martial soul fusion skills of Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world are stronger than those in the original world?" Bibai Dong replied, "Yes, I've noticed that, but it's easy to understand. After all, the effectiveness of martial soul fusion skills depends on the original strength of the martial souls involved. The stronger the original strength, the more explosive the fusion will be, resulting in greater power. Additionally, their affection for each other is vital. Since martial soul fusion requires a deep bond, the more important they are to each other, the stronger the reaction during the fusion. As for Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world, they're essentially in a romantic relationship now. Although there's still a final barrier to break, what is the difference between them and real lovers at this moment? It's merely that they haven't engaged in any embarrassing activities yet. However, on every other mental level, they are essentially aligned. Thus, when they perform the martial soul fusion skill, the power they exert is naturally more potent. On the other side, Mu Jin focused her attention entirely on Zhou Ye. Seeing Zhou Ye's miserable defeat on the screen, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I told you before, it's useless to resort to evil schemes. Strength is the undeniable truth. This time, even Zhou Ye in the parallel world has lost miserably. Mu Jin continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, although he successfully won the championship, Yuhao was filled with regrets. He had harbored the intent to kill during the match, and had wanted to use that attack to directly eliminate Dai Huobin. However, the Hell White Tiger was still a martial soul fusion skill. Though not as powerful as Yuhao and Wang Dong's Golden Road, it still possessed strength. Thus, while Yuhao and Wang Dong's martial soul fusion skills hit them hard, it was still unrealistic to expect to kill Dai Huobin with one move. Regrettably, that was the only chance he had at the moment. He hadn't seized it earlier, and now that Dai Huobin had been defeated, Yuhao couldn't kill him here. I can only wait for a later opportunity. Yuhao sighed deeply at the realization. On the other side, Xuanzai was also observing the entirety of the game. After all, since it was the final of the freshman competition, Xuanzai had come to take a look during his free time. But what he hadn't anticipated was discovering Yuhao, a remarkable talent. At this moment, Xuanzai's eyes were filled with shock and joy. He murmured to himself, "What a promising seedling, ha ha ha, God bless me, Shrek Academy. It seems we have to find an opportunity to recruit him directly." In the gap between the planes, Xuanzai was filled with joy after seeing this scene. He hadn't cared much about anything before this moment. He simply wanted his parallel self to find Yuhao as soon as possible. He had been praying fervently for it. Finally, things were going his way. His parallel self had finally found the parallel world's Yuhao. And his parallel self was indeed a discerning individual. He recognized Yuhao's talent at a glance and knew he was worth cultivating. So Xuanzai in the gap between the planes was ecstatic. "Well done, the other me. I should have acted sooner. We need to recruit the parallel world's Yuhao. If we can bring him in, it will be a significant boon for our Shrek Academy." On the other side, Dubusi couldn't help but frown. He certainly didn't want to see the parallel world's Yuhao staying in Shrek Academy. However, Xuanzai from the parallel world had already discovered Yuhao from that world. So it seemed likely that Yuhao would not escape his grasp. The other party would undoubtedly try to win over Yuhao from the parallel world at all costs. Thinking this, Dubusi let out a deep sigh. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself. Suddenly, things have become a bit troublesome. I told you, even if Xuanzai is blind, he cannot be that blind. He will not let a genius like Yuhao from the parallel world slip away. Now it all depends on the will of Yuhao in the parallel world, whether he can truly resist the temptation, and whether he genuinely wants to remain in Shrek Academy. If he doesn't want to, then there's still a chance. Otherwise, he may very well end up staying in Shrek Academy. Everyone continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after winning the championship, the students returned to rest. The rewards for winning the championship will be announced tomorrow. Since today's final game had concluded, Shrek Academy granted the students a day off, allowing them to relax and recuperate. Yuhao and Wang Donger went home immediately. The back-to-back games had left them feeling a bit tired, and they were indeed somewhat hungry this time. Xuanzai went directly to Yan Shayaj's office on Sea God Island to find him. After all, among those Xuanzai knew, Yan Shayaj was the one who understood recruitment best. Xuanzai had decided to recruit Yuhao. But he faced a dilemma regarding the means to effectively attract him and ensure he wholeheartedly remains with Shrek Academy in the future. Therefore, Xuanzai's choice was to consult Yan Shayaj directly. At this moment, Yan Shayaj happened to be in his office. He greeted Xuanzai enthusiastically upon his arrival. Xuanzai didn't waste much time. He immediately shared everything he had seen and heard that day, as well as Yuhao's abilities and the impressive qualities he had observed. Suddenly, Yan Sheia's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Chapter 96, Pull Yuhao into the inner courtyard, Master Xuan's plan. In the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene, Xuanzai was overjoyed again. He couldn't help but start to brag about himself. It's truly me, I'm efficient. After discovering that Yuhao in the parallel world can be trained, I immediately came to Sheiaj. This should be stable, as Sheiaj is particularly good at this sort of thing. And even if Yuhao in the parallel world is a monster, he's just a 12-year-old child. Can so many of us old men not handle a child? Xuanzai was filled with excitement. He looked at the screen with great anticipation. He was eager to see his parallel self successfully recruit Yuhao. And in the picture, I didn't expect that such a genius would appear among the freshmen of our Shrek Academy. Yan Sheiaj was also excited after learning about Yuhao's talents. He quickly turned to Xuanzai. In this case, we must not miss out on such a genius disciple. We must train him well and develop him into a talent. If possible, we can even absorb him into our Shrek Academy and let him become a member. Hearing this, Xuanzai nodded with a smile on his face. He quickly spoke again. That's right, Sheiaj, I think the same way. Such a talented disciple will blossom with proper training. I believe he can easily become a titled DOLOU in the future. And most importantly, Wang Dong is also very talented and has a high likelihood of becoming a titled DOLOU. So, as long as we can retain both of them, our Shrek Academy will gain 2 more titled DOLOUs in the future. And let's not forget that they can use the martial soul fusion technique. When used, the strength increase is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. As long as their strength is even a little greater, with levels 92 or 93, the martial soul fusion technique can unleash combat power at the super DOLOU level. If we can train them to the super DOLOU level in the future, imagine the possibilities. Tusk, that's simply unimaginable. Xuanzai kept dreaming about the future. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. By the end, he was almost drooling. He was more determined than ever to recruit Yuhao and Wang Dong, viewing them as living treasures. He was genuinely thrilled at this moment. Yan Sheiaj replied, Well, Master Xuan, you're right, I think so too. But this situation must be handled carefully. I wonder if you have any ideas. Upon hearing this, Xuanzai responded, I indeed have some ideas, which is why I came to discuss them with you. Yan Sheiaj said, In that case, go ahead and share your thoughts. Xuanzai didn't delay any further. After taking a sip of wine, he spoke directly to Yan Sheiaj, Here's my plan. When the rewards are distributed tomorrow, I will go there personally. I'll let them join the inner courtyard directly. After all, this is a privilege that countless outer courtyard disciples at Shrek Academy have long sought. I believe they will feel the same way. By offering them a spot in the inner courtyard, they will naturally be grateful. Over time, I can slowly train them and provide them with more benefits, ensuring they become completely devoted to our Shrek Academy. Xuanzai articulated his plan. However, Yan Sheiaj shook his head after listening. I don't think that's appropriate. While joining the inner courtyard is the dream of many outer courtyard students at Shrek Academy, not everyone feels that way. There have been cases before where students were unwilling to join the inner courtyard after learning the conditions. Some chose to simply withdraw instead. Yan Sheiaj continued. If it were other students, their refusal wouldn't be a significant loss for Shrek Academy. But if Yuhao is unwilling to join, that would be a problem. We must avoid making any mistakes when it comes to winning Yuhao over. So either we don't act, or if we do, we must secure him completely. Yan Sheiaj insisted. After hearing what Yan Sheiaj said, Xuanzai suddenly realized. He recalled what had happened before his arrival. Indeed, some students had wanted to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. However, after finding out they needed to join the supervision group and complete 30 tasks to be eligible, they refused. If this same scenario occurred with Yuhao, it wouldn't be ideal. Thus, Xuanzai replied, "Indeed, Sheaj, what you said makes sense. This is not something to take lightly, so we must approach it differently." Yet those in the gap between the planes were somewhat confused by this discussion. Du Bu-Si interjected, "Conditions? What conditions? Is there something you need to keep secret? Is there anything shameful about Shrek Academy?" Xuanzai replied, "Humph, this is a confidential matter of our Shrek Academy. I can't disclose any more details." Du Bu-Si countered, "Is it inconvenient to share, or is it that you can't explain?" Xuanzai retorted, "Enough, Du Bu-Si, I'd rather not argue with you." The two didn't continue their banter. Although Du Bu-Si missed the main point, his conversation managed to stir up the doubts and curiosities of many soul masters in the gaps of the planes. They also wanted to know what the so-called conditions were. So everyone was very concerned. The picture on the screen continued to play. After realizing that his original plan wasn't feasible, Xuanzai asked Yan Sheaj again, "If that's the case, Sheaj, do you have any better plans?" Yan Sheaj thought for a moment, and soon his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Got it, I have an idea." Chapter 97. Yan Sheaj's Chain of Plans, arranging a red card for the parallel Yuhao. Xuanzai was originally very troubled by the fact that his plans could not be executed. Suddenly, he heard Yan Sheaj mention that he had thought of a solution, and he immediately became a little excited. He hurriedly asked Yan Sheaj, "Oh, what solution did Sheaj think of? Please tell me quickly." He looked at Yan Sheaj with a fanatical expression. As for Yan Sheaj, upon seeing the eager gaze of Xuanzai, he did not delay any further but directly said, "Elder Xuan, this is what I think. The matter of inviting Yuhao and Wang Dong to join the inner courtyard can temporarily be put on hold and discussed later. In the meantime, we can provide them with some benefits first. For example, we could add some soul bone rewards to tomorrow's distribution. We could also give them 2 red cards for the treasure appreciation meeting." Upon hearing Yan Sheaj's proposal, Xuanzai began to think critically. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "The red card for the treasure appreciation meeting? That would cost a lot." Yan Sheaj replied, "As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Since we want to secure these 2 genius disciples, our Shrek Academy must be willing to pay a price. I believe this red card is a great bargaining chip." Yan Sheaj then went on to explain further. Xuanzai rarely attended the treasure appreciation meeting. He knew the red card held great significance, but was unaware of its specific function. So Yan Sheaj continued, "The treasure appreciation meeting is held only once a year, and it features many valuable items that should be very attractive to Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, because of the high prices of these items, it's likely that neither Yuhao nor Wang Dong could afford them. At that point, the value of the red card becomes apparent. This card grants the highest authority at the treasure appreciation meeting. Each year, it allows the holder to take 1 item from the meeting without any payment. So, when Yuhao and Wang Dong cannot afford an item, they can use the red card's authority to acquire it. In doing so, they will owe us a favor." Yan Sheaj smiled again. "Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. The more they take, the more they owe Shrek Academy. Thus, over time, although our academy will incur some costs, both of them will be completely bound to us. At that point, they will be our people, and our investment will be entirely successful, without any loss." Upon hearing Yan Sheaj's words, Xuanzai was stunned. He realized that this method was indeed clever. It would subtly bind Yuhao and Wang Dong to Shrek Academy. By then, they would owe so much to Shrek Academy that, even if they wanted to leave, their sense of dignity would prevent them from doing so. At that moment, Xuanzai couldn't help but give Yan Sheaj a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Sheaj, your plan is brilliant." Yan Sheaj smiled gently and said, "This is just the beginning. In addition, I will instruct the academy to treat them with kindness and care, giving them a sense of belonging. This is also very important. Under long-term, subtle influences, they will develop a sense of belonging to Shrek Academy, When making decisions, they will naturally consider our academy. Xuanzai gave Yan Sheyaj another thumbs up. Awesome. He couldn't help but say, if you do it this way, it will succeed. The soul masters observing in the plane also witnessed this exchange. Dubusi was the first to express his opinion. Your Shrek Academy's methods are truly underhanded. How can you manipulate your students like this? Yan Sheyaj replied, Master Du, that's not accurate. What do you mean by manipulating our students? As an educational institution, Shrek Academy strives to retain outstanding talent. Is that wrong? Besides, we are not forcing the students. We are merely providing options and allowing them to make their own choices. Is that wrong? Dubusi found it difficult to counter Yan Sheyaj, as his argumentation was indeed formidable. So Dubusi snorted again, Humph, regardless it's dirty. Yet after saying this, he still felt uneasy. After all, Yan Sheyaj's strategy was too cunning. Such tactics are hard to guard against, especially for a 12-year-old kid like Yuhao from the parallel world. Even an adult soul master, with just a bit of greed in their heart, could easily fall into this trap. Just as Yan Sheyaj said, if Yuhao and Wang Dong go to the treasure appreciation meeting and see a suitable 100,000-year spirit bone that they can't afford, but Shrek Academy offers it to them for free, will they take it or not? Dubusi believed that 99% of people would choose to take it. But in doing so, wouldn't they owe Shrek Academy? With this thought, Dubusi was truly sweating. He suddenly realized that Yuhao and Wang Dong in the parallel world might have no choice but to stay. And on the screen, after Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai made their decision, they began to implement it quickly. They hurriedly arranged for 2 red cards and 1 purple card to be created that same day. When the new student rewards were announced the next day, they did not present themselves directly but hid in a corner to observe. At this moment, Du Weilan announced that Yuhao and others would receive special rewards in the future, and asked them to follow him to collect them. Now, Du Weilan began by revealing the identities of the core disciples of the Martial Soul Department. This time, Yuhao was undoubtedly on the list. As a result, Yuhao and the others naturally showed joy upon hearing this news. This also brought happiness to Yan Sheyaj, Xuanzai, and others who had been hiding in the dark and watching. Everything was going according to their plan. Chapter 98, Soul Bone Reward. Sorry, I can't accept it. After watching the performance of Yuhao and others on the screen, it was not only Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj in the parallel world who were very excited about this. Even Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj in the gap between the planes felt the same. At this moment, both Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai displayed strong joy on their faces, especially Xuanzai, who was exceptionally proud. He laughed loudly, his mouth tilted, and the whole person looked extremely happy. Therefore, Xuanzai couldn't help but say proudly, Ha ha ha, well done, the me in the parallel world and Sheyaj in the parallel world. Indeed, whether in the parallel world or the original world, we are equally excellent. It seems that it should be easy to win over Yuhao and Wang Dong from the parallel world. Yan Sheyaj beside him also laughed and said, We at Shrek Academy treat our students with care, and I believe they can feel our intentions. And the conditions we can offer are very generous, so under normal circumstances, they would be eager to continue their studies at Shrek Academy. They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, after announcing the list of core disciples of the Martial Soul Department, Du Weilan deliberately held back Yuhao and the other 2. He then took the 3 of them to his office. At this time, Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai were already waiting there in advance. Du Weilan first introduced Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai to Yuhao and the others. Children, you should meet them first. This is the dean of the Martial Soul Department at our Shrek Academy, Yan Sheyaj, and this is the old man of Shrek Academy, Elder Xuan. Come, say hello to Dean Yan Sheyaj and Elder Xuan. Upon hearing this, Yuhao and the others did as they were instructed, greeting Yan Sheyaj and Elder Xuan. Both Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj were very pleased. They spread their hands, indicating that Du Weilan could step down. Du Weilan did not linger. After receiving the nod from Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj, he quickly withdrew. Then Yan Shaiaj took the initiative to say, "All right, sit down, classmates, there's no need to be polite." Yuhao and the others quickly sat down on a nearby sofa. Yan Shaiaj smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. He then took out 3 leather bags. These leather bags were also soul guidance devices, adorned with various patterns. Yuhao and the others noticed subtle fluctuations of soul power emanating from them. At this moment, Yan Shaiaj placed the 3 leather bags on the table, gesturing for them to take them, and then said, "Students, your performance this time has been excellent. Master Xuan and I watched your game from beginning to end, so we are well familiar with your abilities and are very satisfied with your performance. As a result, we've decided to make an exception and grant you some relatively generous rewards this time, as the Academy truly values you." Yan Shaiaj kept emphasizing the Academy's positive attitude toward Yuhao and the others. He intended to subtly influence them. By stating that the Academy had keenly observed their game and greatly valued them, he believed that normal students would feel honored. And with such praise directed toward Yuhao and the others, he was confident they would gain their favor. It must be noted that Yan Shaiaj truly knew how to use persuasion effectively. At this moment, Xiao and Wang Dong looked genuinely thrilled by his words. Their faces flushed with excitement, and their breathing became a bit hurried. Only Yuhao maintained a gentle smile throughout the exchange, but was observing everything with calm intensity. As for Yan Shaiaj and Xuanzai, they were also very pleased with the reactions of the 3 students. After Yan Shaiaj shared a few simple words, he pointed to the leather bags on the table and addressed them. "This is the first reward the Academy is offering you. Soul Bone Rewards. I believe you understand how rare and valuable soul bones are to soul masters, so we won't elaborate further. What I have said about the Academy valuing you is true, as this time we are genuinely sincere. These 3 soul bones are yours from now on. Take them first, you may distribute them as you wish. Whether you choose to absorb them or sell them for a profit is entirely up to you. The Academy will not interfere. Now, please take your first reward." Sujiujiu exclaimed, 3 soul bones just given away. Shrek Academy is truly generous. Weina said, "It's Shrek Academy, how bold of them." Nan Kyukyu remarked, "Who wouldn't be dazzled? After receiving this kind of reward from Shrek Academy, any normal person would feel compelled to dedicate themselves to it, right?" Dubusi commented, "Cunning Shrek." Everyone felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing this. However, it must be acknowledged that the reward being offered by Shrek this time was indeed sincere. Under such circumstances, ordinary people might be swayed by greed, leading them to work loyally for Shrek Academy. But Yuhao did not reach for the bags directly. After hesitating briefly, he asked Yan Shaiaj and Xuanzai, "Dean Yan Shaiaj, Elder Xuan, are these rewards too extravagant? I feel a little uneasy accepting such a substantial benefit from the Academy without any strings attached." Yan Shaiaj and Xuanzai raised their eyebrows at this. But soon, Yan Shaiaj smiled at Yuhao again. "Don't worry, this is a reward from the Academy. Just accept it with peace of mind." However, Yuhao shook his head again. He sensed a hint of conspiracy surrounding these generous rewards. He also thought that if he accepted such a significant benefit from Shrek Academy now, he would indeed be tied down to them in the future. If he simply studied here, it would seem fair, as Yuhao would be paying tuition, and Shrek Academy was obliged to teach him. However, it felt unreasonable to accept such a valuable gift. Yuhao didn't want to be overly tied to any force, so he quickly said, "As the saying goes, no reward without merit. While we performed well in the freshman competition, such a reward is still excessive. I'm sorry, but I can't accept this reward." Chapter 99, Red Card, "I don't want it either, take them all." After saying that, Yuhao didn't waste any time and directly pushed the leather bag on the table back. Seeing Yuhao do this, Wang Dong naturally followed suit and pushed hers back. After all, she and Yuhao had to present a united front. In Wang Dong's heart, the importance of others or things around her could not compare to Yuhao. Therefore, although she wanted to accept this reward at that moment, since Yuhao had clearly stated that he would not accept it, Wang Dong would not go against him for this small matter. So she also said, "If that's the case, then I don't want it either." After saying that, she pushed the leather bag back. Only Xiao on the side chose to accept the gift. Although she, Yuhao, and Wang Dong were teammates, their relationship wasn't as close as that of Yuhao and Wang Dong. Xiao thought that accepting such a reward was harmless, so she accepted it openly. However, among the three of them, the individuals that Yan Shaiaj and Xuan Zai wanted to win over the most were not Xiao. It was Yuhao and Wang Dong whom Yan Shaiaj and Xuan Zai focused on. As for Xiao, to put it bluntly, she was just an afterthought. At this moment, although Xiao happily accepted their reward, because Yuhao and Wang Dong did not accept it, Yan Shaiaj and Xuan Zai were not completely satisfied. Su Jiujiu, he doesn't even want it. This is a soul bone obtained without any cost. Wei Na, it seems that Yuhao in the parallel world possesses terrifying willpower. It's rare for someone to maintain their original intention and think rationally when faced with such a generous reward. Dubusi, is there a chance for things to turn around? If Yuhao in the parallel world can remain so rational, then Shrek Academy may not be able to take him down. The people in the gap between the planes began to discuss again. After witnessing the scene in front of them, they were all shocked by Yuhao's decision in the parallel world. His calmness was striking. This calmness was almost unsettling. He was completely immune to his opponent's ploys. If even this strategy couldn't sway Yuhao in the parallel world, they thought there might truly be nothing else that could. Yuhao in the gap between the planes also saw this scene. He had experienced similar situations before. But at that time, he had never considered that if he benefited too much from Shrek Academy, he would end up being completely tied to it. He only recalled feeling regret that he received too little from Shrek Academy. Reflecting on this, Yuhao could not help but sigh. It seems that, compared to my parallel world counterpart, I am still not rational enough. Indeed, because I benefited too much from Shrek Academy, I have become completely tied to them. While I don't reject this arrangement, I must admit that it has become an objective fact. On the other side, Xuan Zai in the gap between the planes was somewhat displeased. He had originally thought that Yuhao in the parallel world would surely be deceived, but he didn't expect him to see through it completely. He noticed everyone praising Yuhao in the chat room and felt very resentful. HMPH, what rationality, what calmness, it's simply a matter of insufficient temptation. I want to see if he can remain so resolute when Shaiaj and I produce the red card from the appreciation meeting later. After saying this, Xuan Zai turned his attention back to the screen. In the gap between the planes, the others also turned their gazes back to the screen, their curiosity matching Xuan Zai's. At that moment, they genuinely wanted to know whether Yuhao could retain his original intention when faced with the extremely valuable red card. And at this moment on the screen, although Yan Shaiaj and Xuan Zai were quite dissatisfied with the choices of Yuhao and Wang Dong, they did not express their feelings directly. After all, they still held the trump card, the red card. Moreover, since they had already decided to win over Yuhao, they couldn't oppose him. Even though they were somewhat displeased with Yuhao's earlier choices, they couldn't act on that dissatisfaction due to their greed for Yuhao's talent. They could only swallow their frustration and accept Yuhao and Wang Dong's decisions. Yan Shaiaj and Xuan Zai did not dwell on the previous topic for too long. After seeing Xiao accept the leather bag, Yan Shaiaj let out a sigh of relief before saying, "Well, since this is your choice, the Academy will not force you. Let's take a look at the second reward we have for you. This is the red card for the appreciation meeting. I believe you are all familiar with its function. There is an appreciation meeting held every year in Shrek City, where countless valuable treasures appear. There are all sorts of treasures, soul bones, techniques, soul guidance devices, soul guidance arrays, you name it. The most powerful item in the past was a 100,000-year soul bone. Yan Xiaozhi continued introducing the treasures that might be showcased at the appreciation meeting, paving the way for Yuhao and the others to feel intrigued. When he believed he had laid enough groundwork, he said, "The more precious the treasures are at the appreciation meeting, the higher their prices tend to be. Some items can reach astronomical prices. You can't buy them without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of gold soul coins. But as long as you have a red card, you can choose any one thing you like from the appreciation meeting every year without any conditions. The cost will be covered by our Shrek Academy. I trust you won't refuse such a great opportunity. This is very precious. I hope you can accept it." Yan Xiaozhi again addressed Yuhao and Wang Dong. In the end, he even reminded them, as he was genuinely worried that they might turn him down once more. After listening to Yan Xiaozhi's words, Yuhao remained silent for a moment before making his choice. He replied matter-of-factly, "Sorry, I can't accept this reward either." Chapter 100, What is Integrity? Subjugating the Parallel Yuhao, almost impossible. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing Yuhao in the parallel world answer on the screen, everyone fell silent. None of them expected this. Faced with such a generous red card reward offered by Shrek Academy, Yuhao chose to stick to his original intention and refused outright. He didn't even take time to think it over. Just a brief thought, and then he delivered his conclusion. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded by what they had witnessed. They stood there for a long time, unable to process it. Then they couldn't help but express their opinions again. "Bibai Dong, he has guts. He truly is the man I deem worthy, able to resist such generous benefits. Dubusi, I didn't expect him to refuse such a benefit. How strong is his willpower?" Kong Deming, while it's a good thing that Yuhao in the parallel world isn't bound to Shrek Academy, this incident also shows that it's impossible to subdue him. After all, even when Shrek Academy offered him such generous chips, he refused without even a glance. Who else could successfully win him over? Everyone once again looked up to Yuhao in the parallel world. Previously, they admired him for his talent and abilities. But this time is different. Their admiration this time is entirely based on his courage. No matter how tempting the stakes are, they cannot shake his resolve. Yuhao in the parallel world possesses tremendous willpower. He perfectly embodies the saying, "No merit, no reward." No matter how attractive the benefits are, he won't even glance at them. Such integrity is enough to inspire everyone's respect. On the other side, Xuanzai was becoming increasingly furious. Stupid, truly stupid. What is he pretending for? Declining the kindness of our Shrek Academy and just practicing step by step. Let's see how far he can grow in the future. Xuanzai cursed angrily. After all, he had believed he could successfully take down Yuhao in the parallel world. He never expected such a significant reversal in the end. He had rejected everything they had carefully prepared. He wasn't even willing to take a second look. What infuriated Xuanzai the most was that Yuhao in the parallel world and Wang Dong in the parallel world were completely tied together. If Yuhao did not want the reward, Wang Dong likely would not want it either. As a result, they failed to obtain the two things they desired the most. Wouldn't this make Xuanzai feel incensed? Thus, at this moment, he became increasingly irate. While watching the screen, he could not help but mutter in frustration. And on the screen. At that moment, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai also looked very displeased. Their plans had completely fallen apart, and afterward, Wang Dong also rejected their kindness just like Yuhao. Though they didn't dare show their anger, they were undeniably overwhelmed. So Yuhao and Wang Dong had to leave the scene. After they departed, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai vented their frustration, scratching their heads. Yan Xiaozhi said, "We will have to think of other strategies later. I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with." And on the other side, Yuhao and Wang Donger quickly made their way home. Along the way, Wang Donger was confused by Yuhao's earlier choice. She couldn't help but ask him directly, Yuhao, why didn't you accept the reward from Shrek Academy just now? Those rewards are quite good. Yuhao didn't hide anything from Wang Dong and replied directly, as I said before, no merit, no reward. Although we performed very well in the freshman competition this time, it's not deserving of Shrek Academy's reward. That means the reward they offered was beyond what was warranted. If we accept these things, it's equivalent to incurring a debt to Shrek Academy. Favors are the hardest to repay. It's manageable when there's nothing to do, but what if one day Shrek Academy asks us for something in return? If the task is simple, it won't be a problem. But what if it's a difficult demand? Then we'd find ourselves in a dilemma. If we refuse, it seems impossible to continue accepting benefits from Shrek Academy. But if we agree, the burden can be overwhelming. That could lead to trouble. Yuhao laid it all out for Wang Donger, explaining the interests involved bit by bit. Wang Donger suddenly understood after hearing this. She realized that what Yuhao said made a lot of sense. She had never considered many of these points before, but now that Yuhao pointed them out, they seemed undeniably true. Therefore, accepting these rewards wasn't a feasible option. In the gap between the planes, everyone noticed Yuhao's analysis. This only intensified their admiration for Yuhao in the parallel world. Su Jiawei, if I remember correctly, Yuhao in the parallel world is only 12 years old, right? It's impressive for him to grasp these concepts at such a young age. Dubusi, he is talented, diligent in his cultivation, intelligent, and principled. If Yuhao in the parallel world develops further, I can hardly imagine what he will become. Kong Deming, but from this perspective, not only Shrek Academy, but even our Sun Moon Empire might have difficulty recruiting him. He's just too rational. Of course, Xuanzai's mood was completely different from theirs. Seeing Yuhao on the screen, reject them again only fueled Xuanzai's anger. He cursed the Yuhao in the parallel world again, calling him a fool. Even Tang-san, on the other side, scratched his head in frustration. It seems that Yuhao in the parallel world is hard to subdue. And the most troubling aspect is that my daughter's heart is completely with him now. This is going to be difficult. Chapter 101, Only in the second grade can you learn soul guidance devices. That would make the flowers wither. The more Tang-san learned about Yuhao in the parallel world, the more he felt that subduing him would be exceedingly difficult. It was still Yuhao, but the Yuhao in the original time and space, and the one in the parallel world possessed completely different personalities. To subdue Yuhao in the original time and space, Tang-san had done it effortlessly. He had merely used a small trick to take him down directly. But how could he even think about subduing Yuhao in the parallel world? There truly seemed to be no way to accomplish this. Tang-san pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of a good strategy to control him. So he could only let out a sigh of resignation. Now I can only hope that the me in the parallel world can figure something out. He continued to look at the screen. At that moment on the screen, Yuhao and Wang Donger had returned home to prepare for dinner. After enjoying a comfortable meal, they went back to their respective rooms. Yuhao suddenly began to tinker with his soul guidance device. Speaking of which, he hadn't studied soul guidance devices for a while. But the reason Yuhao hadn't studied was not due to a lack of desire. It was because Shrek Academy hadn't given him the opportunity. Although Shrek Academy had soul guidance devices to learn, and even had a soul guidance department, the biggest problem with the soul guidance department was that he had to wait until his second year to join. This made Yuhao feel very frustrated. He valued soul guidance devices highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen a junior college where he could learn them. But he didn't expect that now. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he couldn't learn. This had always left Yuhao feeling dissatisfied. At this moment, he fiddled with his soul guidance device for a while, put it away, and then remarked with dissatisfaction, Shrek Academy hasn't done a good job in this regard. I can only begin studying soul guidance devices in my second year. That's a waste of a whole year. If it weren't for this rule, I would have started studying them a long time ago. After witnessing this scene, Jing Hongchen immediately seized the opportunity to promote Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Jing Hongchen, Shrek Academy is indeed a bit inhumane in this regard. If you want to learn about soul guidance devices, you have to spend a year at Shrek Academy before you can study them. I thought the teachers of Shrek Academy's soul guidance department were renowned. But in reality, the abilities of the teachers there are rather ordinary. I don't understand why they set such a rule at Shrek Academy. Compared to them, our Sun Moon Imperial Academy is better. You can learn about soul guidance devices whenever you want. The academy won't interfere with students' choices at all. Jing Hongchen took the chance to promote his academy in the chat room. This, however, annoyed the senior executives of Shrek Academy. Xian Linner used this opportunity to speak out for their soul guidance department. She had been dissatisfied with this situation for a long time, but hadn't had the chance to express her opinion. This was a good opportunity, so she stood up and spoke without hesitation. Xian Linner, dear elders, although Jing Hongchen is often quite annoying, this time I must concede that what he said has some merit. Another elder from the Soul Guidance Department added, yes, why should our Soul Guidance Department lag behind the Martial Soul Department? We can only recruit students in the second year. By then, outstanding students are typically already claimed by the Martial Soul Department, leaving us with only mediocre talent. Mu-En frowned slightly upon hearing this, but soon voiced his opinion. This issue is indeed not handled well. The Soul Guidance Department should allow first-year students to participate. Who set this rule? A group of elders answered in unison. It was Master Xuan. Mu-En snorted in displeasure, you again. He then took this opportunity to implement reforms. This rule will be abolished in the future. First-year students may also join the Soul Guidance Department. The matter of modifying the rules was quickly finalized. However, Kong Deming didn't care too much. After all, they were only changing the rules of the original world. They couldn't change the rules of the parallel world. So Yuhao in the parallel world would remain dissatisfied. Moreover, he recalled Yuhao's personality in the parallel world quite distinctly. Yuhao came to Shrek primarily to grow stronger and gain knowledge. He didn't care about anything besides that. But now that Yuhao in the parallel world had access to the library of Shrek Academy, there would inevitably come a time when he would finish reading the books. When he had almost finished, his understanding of the Martial Soul Department would be nearly complete. By then, would the offerings of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy suffice for Yuhao in the parallel world to learn? He would undoubtedly seek out Sun Moon Imperial Academy soon. Kong Deming realized that subduing Yuhao would be challenging. But at least by transferring to their Sun Moon Imperial Academy, they might stand a chance, right? So at this moment, he wore a smile on his face. All right, let's see what progress Yuhao in the parallel world makes next. Kong Deming continued to watch the screen. He wanted to see how Yuhao in the parallel world would grow in the future. However, what he didn't expect was that not long after, the screen featuring the parallel world abruptly went blank. In contrast, the screen displaying the original time and space lit up. This made Kong Deming and the Soul Masters in the parallel world grimace. No way. Are they going to start playing the original time and space Yuhao again? Are we about to witness the frustrating saga of that bullied guy once more? Well, let's watch. I want to see just how frustrating the original Yuhao can be. Everyone let out a breath of silence. Then they gazed at the screen again. On the screen, the scene that appeared naturally continued the original plot. The original Yuhao felt saddened because he hadn't achieved the status of a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. He began practicing diligently, striving to be selected by Shrek Academy in the future. Yet upon seeing this scene, everyone in the planar gap was left speechless. It was still Yuhao. Why did he appear so helpless? Yuhao in the parallel world had essentially become the object of admiration for the entire Shrek Academy. Even if there was some dissatisfaction with his actions, Shrek Academy didn't dare to take any drastic measures against him. But what about this guy here? He received no regard from Shrek Academy at all. and he had to ingratiate himself with others in hopes of winning their favor. The gap was truly too vast. Chapter 102. Even Wu Feng can poop and pee on Yuhao's head. Even Wu Feng can poop and pee on Yuhao's head. It's so frustrating, too frustrating. If Shrek Academy doesn't appreciate you, just leave. Why do you insist on staying there? To put it bluntly, your first soul ring is 1,000,000 years old, and you already have the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Even if you don't rely on Shrek Academy, you can still become a talent, right? Why do you need to stay in that place? People fight for their dignity. Hasn't he heard that saying? This Yuhao in the original time and space is too spineless. After seeing the screen again, all the soul masters couldn't bear to watch any longer. They couldn't help but express their opinions. They all thought that Yuhao in the original time and space had various flaws in his personality. Compared to Yuhao in the parallel world, he was not only less intelligent, but also lacked backbone. He refused to leave after being looked down upon by Shrek Academy multiple times and insisted on staying there. This left all the soul masters speechless. At this moment, Yuhao was taken aback by what everyone was saying in the chat room. Although he didn't want to admit it. After hearing what everyone said, he had to concede that they made some valid points. He was indeed a little too submissive. He continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, the new day has arrived. After the freshman assessment, due to a drastic reduction in the number of first-year students, the entire first grade underwent a new class division. Yuhao was assigned to the freshman class again, but now the students and teachers in the class had changed, effectively meaning he was starting over. Yuhao entered the classroom at this moment. The head teacher, Wang Yan, began the process of selecting the class monitor. He wrote a total of 9 names on the blackboard: Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, Zhou Sichen, Huang Chushen, Wu Feng, Yuhao, Cao Jingshuan, Lan Liuliu, and Lan Susu, intending to select the class monitor and deputy class monitor from these 9 individuals. In fact, this selection was a straightforward process. After all, it relied on a voting system that was fair and open. The one with the most votes would become the class monitor. There was no problem with this. However, Wu Feng harbored resentment because she had lost to Yuhao and others in the freshman competition before. Seizing the opportunity, she raised her objections. She said with contempt, "I think Yuhao is unqualified to participate in the selection for class monitor. He is merely a one-ring soul master, and his soul ring is only 10 years old. Even if he won the championship in the freshman assessment, it was only because of Wang Dong and Xiao's influences. Why should he be elected as a class monitor?" Wang Yan frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, "Yuhao won the championship with Wang Dong and Xiao. Naturally, he is exceptional. I have personally observed his soul skills. Among control-type soul masters of the same level, few can compare to him. My nominations are based on the freshman assessment and personal strength." Wu Feng, not backing down at all, shot back. "Teacher Wang, you acknowledge that his soul skills are decent among the same level. But what is his same level? A 1-ring. There are not just 2-ring soul masters, but also 3-ring soul masters in our class. Why should he be the class monitor? Is he worthy?" At this point, both sides had fully revealed their animosity. Wang Dong was furious upon hearing Wu Feng's words and wanted to stand up for Yuhao. But Wu Feng was undeterred. She mocked Yuhao again, claiming that if he wanted to be class monitor, he had to defeat her first. The environment was charged with tension. This scene made all the soul masters in the planar gap unable to contain themselves. "No way, who is this Wu Feng? She can even ride on Yuhao's head and poop and pee there. I am truly amazed because the Yuhao in front of me is the one from the original time and space. If it were the Yuhao in the parallel world, he would have beaten her into submission already. Boss, change the channel. I want to see the story of Yuhao in the parallel world on the first day of the reclassification. I want to see if Wu Feng in the parallel world has the guts to speak to him like that." All the soul masters couldn't help but chatter, with some even voicing their own opinions. But it was clear that this was not a video-on-demand room. They couldn't watch whatever they wanted. So even if many wished to see the scene of Yuhao in the parallel world encountering this event, the screen remained fixed on the story of Yuhao in the original time and space. In the picture at this moment, Yuhao was finally provoked by Wu Feng. He felt angry and inferior because he had not been selected as a course student. Provoked by Wu Feng, he lost his temper and agreed to compete against her. Though Wang Yan tried his best to dissuade him, Yuhao was completely overwhelmed by his emotions and insisted on competing against Wu Feng. Seeing this, Wang Yan had no choice. After all, they were all his students. Although he was biased toward Yuhao, he couldn't show too much favoritism. Yuhao could no longer tolerate it, so he had no choice but to proceed with the challenge. Wang Yan quickly took Yuhao and Wu Feng to the Fighting Soul area for their exchange, with all the students in the class following. Soon, the two sides began their exchange. However, because Yuhao only had one soul ring and most of his soul skills were auxiliary, he was thoroughly beaten by Wu Feng. He was completely dominated by her. Wu Feng was ruthless. Having always held a grudge against Yuhao, she struck harder when he accidentally hurt her during their sparring session, feeling incredibly humiliated. With that resentment fueling her, she began to beat him even more mercilessly. She pinned Yuhao to the ground, landing multiple punches to his face, causing him to vomit blood. Simultaneously, she continued to humiliate him verbally, loudly demanding that he wanted to surrender and apologize to her. Of course, Yuhao refused. With that, Wu Feng's attacks intensified. Chapter 103, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. It feels like this soul beast has other intentions. Juicy, this girl called Wu Feng is too much, isn't she? This is revenge. She really can't stand losing. Because she lost in the freshman competition before, she's deliberately doing this now. It's too much. Keek, that's right. It's just a competition. Does she need to use such heavy-handed tactics? I want the Yuhao in the parallel world to deal with her. And Wang Yan is just standing there like a piece of wood, not stepping in to break them apart. Is this how a teacher should behave? Jing Hongchen, this is the teaching method of Shrek Academy, encouraging fighting. Those who don't cause trouble are considered mediocre, so they don't bother to care about the students' emotions. At this moment, a group of soul masters started discussing the scene on the screen. Especially Juicy and Keek, who had a good relationship with Yuhao but were unaware of his past. They were feeling very angry. However, others merely shook their heads. For example, Bibai Dong. She did not feel that Yuhao in the original time and space was particularly pitiful. She simply couldn't help but sigh. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, without strength, you're worse than dog feces. After all, if it were dog feces, the other party wouldn't dare to step on it. But a weak persimmon without strength will only be bullied. This is the sin of weakness. But on the screen, Yuhao's eyes suddenly turned gray. He once again controlled the mental power in his body to deal with Wu Feng in front of him. But this time, his control over that mental power became exceptionally refined. Previously, the same level of mental power could not defeat Wu Feng at all. However, at this moment, under Yuhao's refined control, it was easy for him to overcome Wu Feng. Wu Feng felt a sharp pain in her head before she fainted without any further awareness. Then the scene changed to Yuhao's spiritual sea. Kaiyan Rengsu, Electrolux, is that the name of that memory fragment? Yuhao is indeed the son of destiny. None of the things he possesses are simple. Bibai Dong, that's what I said, but I think it's a bit of a waste to bestow these things upon him. Although Yuhao in the original world is also a son of destiny and possesses great opportunities, his various spiritual attributes aren't strong enough, and his personality isn't robust enough. I fear he'll easily be controlled by others in the future, becoming a weapon in their hands. In contrast, Yuhao in the parallel world is the strong one, so I look forward to seeing how he can utilize this power. Kaiyan Rengsu, indeed, look, he's being lectured again. The soul beast in his body can lecture him, and these memory fragments from nowhere can also lecture him. Let's not even discuss whether the content of the lectures is right or wrong. But Yuhao in this original world gives off an impression of having no opinion. The discussion in the chat room intensified regarding everything related to Yuhao in the original time and space. Naturally, the harshest comments came from Bibai Dong. It was just that Yuhao happened to see her message. He couldn't help but ponder. I have no opinion. And on the screen. This incident soon concluded. In the end, it was a minor farce, nothing worth talking about. Interestingly, after this, Wang Yan went to speak with Xuan Zai again. Xuan Zai assessed Yuhao once more and commented that he was not worth training. This scene was quite amusing to those in the planar gap. After all, in the previous scene within the parallel world, Xuan Zai was still attempting to subdue Yuhao. But here, he was claiming that Yuhao was not worth training. This contrast was certainly humorous. Time passed quickly. Following this, Yuhao continued to practice diligently. He aimed to earn back Shrek Academy's respect in the future. Of course, the people in the planar gap felt powerless to comment on this. So they continued to watch, without voicing their opinions. After a semester of rigorous training, Yuhao finally elevated his cultivation to level 20. With this significant improvement, the Tianmeng ice silkworm, which had been sleeping and somewhat indifferent to Yuhao, finally reacted. The tone of the Tianmeng ice silkworm brimmed with joy. Are you finally level 20? Yuhao was not guarded against the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Hearing its voice made him feel a sense of closeness and joy, so he quickly responded, Yes, brother Tianmeng, I am finally level 20. I remember you said before that you would help me be reborn when I reach level 20. You weren't lying to me, were you? The laughter of the Tianmeng ice silkworm echoed, I would never lie to you. By the way, you're on holiday now and have time. Let's set off directly and head to the far north. Yuhao was slightly stunned. Go to the far north, is it that far? Tianmeng ice silkworm replied, Yes, it is indeed that far. But there's no other way because I plan to take you to obtain your second martial soul. As long as you awaken the second martial soul, you will be reborn, so distance doesn't matter. Yuhao accepted the Tianmeng ice silkworm's words without doubt and set off towards the far north. However, someone in the planar gap noticed something amiss. Kong Deming, something seems wrong. What the Tianmeng ice silkworm is doing is illogical. Jing Hongchen, Old Kong, why do you say that? Kong Deming, think about it carefully. Given Yuhao's current strength in the original world, going to the far north would be akin to seeking death, right? Can't martial souls be awakened at any time? Why take such a huge risk and go now? Logically speaking, their best choice should be to help Yuhao find a suitable soul ring and improve his strength first. Then wait until he's stronger and more confident before heading to the far north. But the Tianmeng ice silkworm didn't do that. It feels like it's hurrying. I suspect it has other intentions for this journey. Its real purpose is not just to help Yuhao, as it claims. Chapter 104. Everyone in the plain gap was speechless. Yuhao in the original world was just a puppet. After hearing Kong Deming's words, everyone felt they made sense. They had not noticed much of this before, but after considering the key points raised by Kong Deming, they couldn't help but sigh, yes. What he said makes sense. If Tianmeng ice silkworm had no other intentions, why would he take Yuhao to such a dangerous place so early? You know, normally, the second martial soul of a twin martial soul is hidden and not utilized in the early stages. This is due to the upper limit on the age of the soul rings that a soul master can absorb at the beginning. In this scenario, the main advantage of twin martial souls is that one soul can help the other work. After the soul master's soul power increases to level 80 or 90, the soul ring of the other martial soul can be enhanced. So, Tianmeng ice silkworm does not need to take Yuhao to such a perilous location as the far north, especially when they are currently unsure. The soul masters in the chat room resumed their discussion. They all concluded. Yuhao in the original time and space had been deceived once more. Why do they say once more? Because Yuhao in the original timeline was not particularly smart. He went about many things in a muddled way, jumping into traps set by others. So they felt that Yuhao in the original time and space must have been deceived this time. On the other hand, although he already knew what happened later, after seeing the footage on the screen again, Yuhao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Yes, he was indeed deceived. You know how much he trusted the Tianmeng ice silkworm from the outset. He followed every command it gave him without a shred of doubt. So he felt heartbroken upon reaching the far north. Because he realized the truth after encountering the Tianmeng ice silkworm and ice empress there. At this moment, he also sighed helplessly. He was also carefully absorbing the comments of others. As the saying goes, good advice hurts the ears. Although the comments from others were not particularly pleasant. Upon reflection, Yuhao realized he was indeed like that, wasn't he? Like a puppet, he had no opinion. He did whatever others instructed him to do. Compared with his counterpart in the parallel world, he was indeed way too far removed. He truly needed to change. He looked at the screen again. What followed were some of Yuhao's subsequent experiences. Yuhao foolishly went to the far north with the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Finally, after the Tianmeng ice silkworm and ice empress met, he realized something was amiss. He was heartbroken on the spot and began doubting his existence. But the Tianmeng ice silkworm didn't care about him at all, continuing its efforts to subdue the ice empress. In the end, the ice empress opted to follow the Tianmeng ice silkworm rather than Yuhao. Her time was running out. Though she had no confidence in overcoming the challenges, she had to take a gamble. Ultimately, Yuhao successfully obtained the second martial soul, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and absorbed the Ice Empress's torso bone, achieving rebirth. This matter finally came to a close. The soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but sigh. Sujiujiu, although the events have been full of twists and turns, fortunately, he has successfully obtained the ultimate ice martial soul in the end. This can be regarded as a good result. Dubusi, it seems that this kid has started to counterattack since then. Martial Soul Eyes plus Ultimate Ice Martial Soul, now Shrek Academy will have to lick his boots in return. This can be seen as fulfilling his wish, right? However, Kyan Renksu did not share that sentiment. Kyan Renksu, but he's still a puppet to the two soul beasts. To put it nicely, he's the host, but isn't he still controlled by those two soul beasts? He does whatever they tell him. Besides, I don't understand. Shrek Academy has treated him so poorly. Why does he still want to stay there? There must be something wrong with him. Bibai Dong also chimed in. Indeed, I feel that he has been brainwashed by Shrek Academy. Just like what Yan Shayaj in the parallel world said before, treat him better daily, so he feels a sense of belonging to Shrek Academy. This little trick is ineffective for the Yuhao in the parallel world, but it has a huge impact on Yuhao in the original time and space. After all, Yuhao in the original time and space is an orphan. Coming to a place like Shrek Academy alone means that if others treat him a little better, he will easily open up to them. It truly exemplifies the saying about being sold and still counting the money for others. And these two soul beasts aren't simple either. You don't need to elaborate on that big bug, it has bad intentions. Did you not see the content of the video just now? Before this incident, it was wantonly controlling Yuhao. But what did it say after successfully tricking the Ice Empress into Yuhao's body? It claimed that Yuhao was the host and would not interfere in his affairs moving forward, insisting he must form his own opinions. This is trying to be both a whore and a saint at the same time. It hadn't even put the Ice Empress in the spotlight before. Why didn't it utter such words when deceiving him? Now that it doesn't need Yuhao anymore, it seeks to take its time to conquer the Ice Empress. It's disgusting to spew such things upon abandoning the host. As for the Ice Empress, although she hasn't acted yet, I doubt that such a proud soul beast will genuinely follow Yuhao wholeheartedly. Especially since Yuhao in the original time and space is still foolish and lacks any charm of personality. The debate continued between them. As they discussed the actions of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, Bibai Dong made a sharp comment. What the Tianmeng ice silkworm did was indeed despicable. As for why Yuhao continually sought the recognition of Shrek Academy. Bibai Dong had already made it abundantly clear. And the facts were precisely as she had stated. Hearing this, the soul masters in the gap between the planes felt dejected. Although Yuhao in the original time and space had extraordinary luck and opportunities, he simply wasn't smart enough. Thus, he could only become a puppet, and toy that others could manipulate at will. It was truly difficult for them to respect such a puppet. Yuhao remained silent after hearing all of this. Although he didn't express his opinion directly, after reflecting, he realized that he was indeed like this.